because a tapir has like an 18-month gestation period. Then the infant will stay with the mother for 2 years, and then they're not sexually mature for another 2 years. So if you shoot a female, you've just taken out 8 years worth of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And animals are clever. They will only kill and eat the oldest and the sickest. So I literally have seen wild cats on camera trap and in person with tapir next to them. They don't want to be there, but they kind of cross paths and whatever. You know, they've just done their thing.
Mm-hmm.
These tapirs are great smelling, but their eyesight is horrendous. They don't have great eyesight. They use their nose primarily to travel through the forest, whereas cats will use their eyes, and they'll use their smell as well, but their eyes are their primary way of hunting. So you'll see these animals crossing paths, and if that's not sick or if it's not an older individual, that's a large meal. They're not going to waste that. That's one of them things. But they're every animal is crucial to the ecosystem of the rainforest.
Yeah.
And when people hunt, they take out crucial elements.
Mm-hmm.
And they might not think it, but they're taking out, especially in the rainforest, they're taking out real important parts of the rainforest every time they hunt. And hunters will go in and they'll take out 3-4 pigs, and they'll take them back to the community. And it's devastating. The only animal that I know that actually does well from hunting is an animal called a paca, P-A-C-A. And they're like this small jungle rodent, stripes on them, kind of like a young tapir actually. Really, really cool, nocturnal, but just absolutely incredible. They taste good as well. But once they find out that, one of them has died, the females will go into this frenzy of just breeding and breeding and breeding.
Way.
Yeah.
It's like coyotes.
Kind of like coyotes, yeah. And so once they know, the local male that, was around, he's not here no more, I'm going to find the next male. I'm going to have, how many little pups of, paca. And they are probably the only animal in the jungle which, does well from hunting. I'm not going to say benefits because nothing benefits.
Right.
That's ocelot food, and that's jag food, but they do well in a way.
It's so strange, man. It's like out of all of the wildlife in the Amazon, there's nothing remotely close to humans, right? I mean, even in the world, right? I mean, you got primates, you got monkeys, but it's still so far away.
Yeah.
It's like we don't belong there.
No, we are this incredible thing, but we're also the cancer of the world as well. We don't fit in to the ecosystem. Not anymore.
Right.
We can't. One of the things I actually love is like watching survival shows, like Alone, and just seeing these incredible men and women that go out there and they try to survive in a cold environment, and they just cannot. And they do well. Don't get me wrong. Like there's people that survive like 100 days or whatever, but we so need our creature comforts. We so need our homely kind of like comforts to thrive. And if we weren't clever enough to make a table or a chair or a microphone, where would we be?
Did you run into any uncontacted tribes down there?
I never ran into any, but I know that I was in the presence of some. I found an arrow once, a 6-foot arrow, and I was doing the car, so with Khan, and I remember like waking up one morning to like this booming, and what the hell that? And I was pinpointing it to like this direction from where it was, and it was just like, what is that? And it was like 10 minutes would go by. And I know that capuchins will like break castagna nuts onto the trees and they will do all these things, but this was rhythm. This was time. This was something that I never got an eerie feeling from a capuchin making a drumming sound, right? Because I just knew that they were like breaking something open. They tried to, use tools, or they're clever. Mm-hmm. This was this eerie feeling. And I remember going out off trail trying to find like where this sound was coming from. And I saw snapped branches across the trail. And when you see snapped branches, you know that it's a sign. Don't go there. And then I heard boom, 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 and then I never heard it again. And I went upriver about 7 months later, I think. I went upriver and I was speaking to this local community. And I said, I just have this question. Like, I know some of your elders here they speak the language of the uncontacted, and I know they're on the river. Can I talk to you about this thing that I had experienced? And they were like, please, let me know. And I was like, it was early in the morning. I woke up and I heard this drumming. It sounded like it was on the buttress of these huge kind of like lapuna trees. It sounded like it could have been a monkey, but then it was like every 2 minutes on the dot. And it was like very precise, and it was very it had a lot of rhythm. Mm-hmm. And he said, did you hear any other sounds? Like whistling, knocking, any of these things? And I said, well, I could hear something in the distance, but I couldn't hear what it was. He goes, yeah, that's how the uncontacted communicate. If they don't know where one another is, they will bang the roots of these big trees to let them know in what direction that they've gone. Because what they've done is they've used the stream systems, because at this point it was wet season, right? So they'd use the stream systems, which are a lot higher, to, kind of kayak down with their kind of dugout canoes. Mm-hmm. They had probably found something that they had killed, and then they were telling each other where they were. Wow. And I was like, holy shit, this was about 400 feet from where I was. That's wild. And I went and I said, I saw the snapped branch. Okay, did you go past it? I was like, fuck no, I didn't go past it. It was like, I know what that means. And they were like, good, because you probably would have died. They were like, we know people that take 2 steps past that and they get shot. Yeah. They were probably watching you. That's definitely the most dangerous thing out there, right? Are those tribes, those uncontacted tribes. It's just so bizarre that the one thing, that the one animal species that they will absolutely kill on sight are other humans. It's because we're a threat. Not because we have machetes and we have weapons, but because we carry disease. If we come into contact with them, and we've had our injections and our inoculations, and we've had our, COVID vaccines, or, if you haven't, then good for you. But, we have had these things in our system. We've taken antibiotics, and we've got past these, infections and diseases. Mm-hmm. We go anywhere close to them, they're dead. They're wiped out. Right. There was a thing in Brazil, actually, where people were like, the uncontacted would come out, and they were like, look, we're struggling with, this climate, they didn't say change, but they basically said it's odd seasons. We are struggling to get food, and we're struggling to do this, and the mosquitoes are worse, and our families are getting sick, and blah, blah, blah. Can we get some help? Mm-hmm. Scientists came in, tried to give them help, and it basically wiped out 80% of them, because they basically got I don't know what the diseases were that they gave them, but it was kind of when was this? I think this is 2016 or something. Really? Yeah. Yeah, there was in Brazil. It was in Brazil. Brazilian tribe was kind of taken out by human diseases. Just not sure, but what it was, that killed them off, but it definitely made a lot of people think, wow, we really are messing up the world,
It is just so bizarre to me that you can have people running around naked in the forest with bow and arrows at the same time. You can have people driving around in autonomous electric vehicles.
Yeah. You know what's even crazier is that we see these kind of like, in our minds, we see these kind of like uncontacted tribes as like these small jungle kind of like, jungle people. They're extremely tall. They have huge feet. The reason why, native South Americans, are the way they are these days is because the Spanish came in and the Spanish were a lot smaller, and then, things kind of like progress. But these 6-foot arrows are nothing compared to these people. Whereas if you compare them to the majority of the size of people in Peru, you don't get many people that are over the size of 5'10" in Peru. They're a lot smaller because they have the Spanish influence in them.
Right.
These uncontacted people are, 6 foot plus. They need to be in the jungle. They need to be tall to see things. They need to, their feet are absolutely massive. You kind of like there was something as well on a documentary that I watched where this scientist put his foot next to the size of an uncontacted tribe's foot and way bigger.
See, that's something you guys don't have to worry about where you're at. They just don't come around where you guys are in your camps.
If they do, I believe they don't see a threat. Where I was with the ocelot, a little bit further downriver, go further upriver, there's 2Ds. He actually came from uncontacted tribes, and they know of uncontacted tribes in there. And what they do is they sometimes come in and ransack the place. They'll take their machetes, they'll take their clothes, they'll take everything, and the communities can't do anything about it.
You mean they're descendants of the uncontacted tribes, or they're people that broke away from them?
Broke away.
Really?
And when I was last there were 2 elders that spoke the native tongue, and so when they would be across the river, they would be talking to them, and they would be talking back, and so, yeah, they just want us to leave them alone. Someone was, using the boat motor, and it was scaring away them. They want us to be quiet. They want us to do all these things, but these local communities, which are upriver, have grants and have all these things from the government because they're, a local community. So they have these grants to buy these, kind of outboard boat engines, and they have these, full lights and stuff. And sometimes they just get so fed up, they'll come in and they just ransack the place and take all of their machetes, take everything.
What does the language sound like?
It's not Spanish. It's more of like it's hard to describe, honestly. It's a mix of kind of like
sounds.
It's not sounds. It's not like an African kind of like dialect where they kind of like click and pop.
Really?
It's more of a like repetitive. I don't know. This is really hard to kind of like describe. But it's a very. I can imagine it as very simple language, very repetitive in the way that they sound and say things. I can imagine it as a very kind of descriptive language. But then again, I had no idea what they were saying.
Do you remember, Steve? Do you remember when we had Luke Caverns on here, and he was showing us the videos of those tribes? I forget where they were. They were like they were like communicating like this with music or whatever. And like there was this whole sort of like village of people, and they were all sort of like participating in this like song somehow. It was pretty insane.
Music is just this incredible thing that we've accomplished.
Yeah,
it's incredible, and it's one of the things that's actually helped me with my PTSD and helped me with the writing of my book.
Oh, really?
It's just music. Music can calm me when in an anger. Fit rage. It can lift me up when I'm sad. It can set the tone for my day. It can help me get creative, and just think that years and years and years and years ago, people were just making music around a fire by clicking and singing and humming. Man, that stuff just fascinates the hell out of me.
I think I found it. It does something to you. It does something to you. It connects to. Yeah, this is. I think this is it. Where are they? South Papua. These guys obviously aren't uncontacted, but
It's just beautiful.
yeah,
It really is beautiful. Like, there's nothing more settling than just like listening to some like music, and I don't know, brings you to a place where you need to be or you want to be. Music can help that in a great way. I actually did a podcast with a good friend of mine, David, and he struggles deeply with depression, and he goes to a lot of like heavy metal gigs, and just lifts him, just like makes him. He's actually doing a documentary right now on how heavy metal music has helped him in his mental health state.
Really? Was he deployed in overseas or something? Was he in war?
He was in the Navy for a while, and he's actually a U.S. Marshal now, just getting out. He's got a lot of stories, too. A lot of stories. Struggling a lot at the minute, so I've been keeping tabs with him, just seeing how he is. But didn't know him before the podcast, and now I feel like I'm best mates with him.
Oh, really?
It's really kind of like, I guess it's music. Music brings people together.
Yeah.
I guess podcasts, brings us together. I never would have met you if it wasn't for, this. And I feel like just the connection of humans is so great, but at the same time, we're disappointed in this world so much,
Yeah. You got to get back to connecting with nature, for sure. I think technology is good. Yeah. It's definitely good, and we're good at creating technology. But when you lose touch with nature, I don't think that's good.
Talking of creations, I actually created a profit called Emerald Arch, and that's about nature. Emerald Arch is a 501c3 based out of Washington State. That's where I'm currently living right now. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to be buying land in Ecuador. Just being after Peru, I went to Ecuador and I just fell in love with it. It's an incredible place, but it's being hurt deeply by mining oil. And so, as Emerald Arch, we want to.
Can you pull the map of Ecuador?
As Emerald Arch, we want to buy land in the jungle, and via our non-profit, we want to help veterans go to the jungle so that they can a few steps in mines and in just healing in nature in general.
Yeah.
And it's just this beautiful country. You can drive from the coast all the way to Yasuni National Park, the Amazon rainforest, in 10 hours. And
everything you need is there.
It's an incredible space.
Medicine, like the plants, you can get everything from the plants.
Yeah. So the mountains. So everyone talks about how the Amazon rainforest needs to be protected, it needs to be saved, it's going to be our life and death, all these things. But what they are missing out in a lot of these conversations is it's actually the foothills of the Amazon. So the Andes runoff. So in the middle of it, you can see the Andes, which is that huge kind of like right line. If you go down on the east side of that, and you kind of go into like Coca and Yasuni, and there's all these different areas up there. If you go into that, it's actually the trees which are in the elevated parts of the Amazon, which are absorbing way more of the carbon that we're putting out into the world. And so trying to protect all of these little areas which are being deforested because they're in the mountains and they're good for cattle and they're good for all these different things is actually way more important than saving the Amazon itself. Although saving everything is more, is great, but the carbon that the foothills of the Amazon is absorbing is like 40 times more.
Really?
Because
the higher the elevation.
Because the canopy is so thick down there and it's just all flat. When you go up in elevation, you have layers which can absorb different amounts of carbon.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
Yeah, so we're looking at a place called Napo. We're looking in like Sucumbios region, but we want to buy some of this land so that we can not just protect and preserve, work with community members, community outreach, do scientific research. If another ocelot needs help, then who knows. But to take veterans and to take people who are struggling with mental health to the jungle, because I know firsthand that it can save lives.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that if we try and protect the Amazon rainforest, and if we try and protect our, our spirit of this world via these trees and via this land and via these animals, we can save so many people. 22 veterans a day in the US commit suicide.
Mm-hmm.
If I can change one person's life, I'm going to fucking do that.
Right.
If I can change 22 people's lives, I've saved a day's worth of suicides from the US alone. And that's not even the UK. The UK has the highest rate of male suicides in the whole of Europe.
And is that in general, or is that veterans?
In general, but a lot of them are veterans because, like me, what do they have? Nothing. They work in a factory or they go to war. The UK is such a small place crammed with so many people and not a lot to offer. Male suicide rates in the UK are above what they should be and what they've ever been. And then US suicide rates are continuing to grow. It's one of these things which I think Emerald Arch is going to try to help as much as we can. It's not just going to be a place where we take tourists. It's going to be a place where there's psychiatrists. It's going to be a place where you can go and you can feel like you're about to commit suicide and you're going to work through it.
Are you going to recruit some of these guys to sort of help with the conservation and help with preserving the rainforest?
Absolutely. And I'm also going to work with local people. I don't think that you can do this as a Westerner without the help of the local people. And you know what?
I don't want to get a bunch of dudes in tactical gear running through the rainforest and grabbing ocelots. Yeah.
You know, I want that to be a part of it, but I want them to learn from the best.
Right.
And they can do 25 years worth of military training. They can do anything that you want. You know, nothing's going to prepare them to know the depths of the jungle. You can learn and you can be a survivalist and you can camp and you can do all these things, but the heart of the people in the Amazon rainforest is one that you can never replicate.
Right.
And you need people to be able to teach. And the thing is, and what I found, I have a good friend called Hilbert and I have a great friend called Carlos, and they work in the Amazon. And they love to learn. And they love to speak to different people, and they love to know different things. My friend Carlos has never been on an aeroplane. He's never been on a helicopter. He's never done anything other than fish on that river, drive boats for tourists. And I was in the jungle with him at one point, and this helicopter flew out. It was a military helicopter doing something. He was like, "Oh man, that's my dream to go on one of them." I said, "Wait, you never been on a helicopter?" Like, just ignorant, you know? Right. So I was kind of joking with him as well, but "You never been on a helicopter?" He goes, "You have?" Like, his eyes lit up. I said, "Dude, I was like in like 20 helicopters in Afghanistan." And he was like, "Oh man." I showed him some photos of me in helicopters, and he was like, "What was it like?" You know, just, he wanted to know. But at the same time, what was I doing? I was wanting to learn him as well.
Right.
And I would go out in the rainforest and he'd be like, "This is where, these snakes are found." And I'd be like, "Oh, okay." And I'd, pick one up. He goes, "You're a fucking crazy white dude. Why you pick one up?" And I'm like, "This is just what I love." And I'd teach him and I'd, "This snake here, this and this." And he's like, "Thanks for teaching me." I said, "Thanks for teaching me where it was."
Yeah.
Give him a big hug at the end of the night. And dude, they're just incredible people. The native people will never ever be able to be replicated by any other soldier or any other person that's never lived there.
Going back to when you were working with Keanu and trying to reintroduce him into the wild, it was crazy towards the end of the documentary. He would come back,
yes,
and you were like trying to scare him away and like yell at him and get him to leave. And that was sad to watch, man.
Horrible.
Towards the end of that, and leading up to the time when you actually left, how often was he coming back? And did you how accustomed to the wild did he get? And was there still this connection with you that he maintained while he had like 1 foot in, 1 foot out?
It's kind of tricky on a documentary to fit 2 years worth of work into 140 minutes. So he would go for 7-8 days, and he'd be gone, and I'd just be sat there twiddling my thumbs, Okay, I'll make lunch. He's not come back.
Right.
Okay, I'll go check the boat. It's night time. I'll go on a walk, and I'll see if I can either see him or find something cool.
And you also had cameras out everywhere.
Yeah. So I was like, I had my camera traps up, and he'd come back, and then he'd go away, and sometimes he would come back and he's skinny, and it was like, he's not done well. So I would go out with him, and I would hunt with him, and I would kind of give him a little pick me up. I'd give him a few eggs, and I'd find a rat, and I'd just absolutely just destroy this rat, and just give him what I could. And as soon as he was kind of full up, he'd come over and he'd kind of like give me a nuzzle. Like one on my Instagram, actually, a photo of him, we kind of like face to face.
He seemed a little bit more clumsy than in the documentary.
Yeah, so kind of like that. But the thing is with Khan was very vocal.
Okay.
Whereas Keanu was very much like, I'm just going to kind of like hit you, like.
Right.
But we would kind of just lay together and hang out together, and then he would then just kind of, okay, I'm gone, and he would just walk off, and I would walk back. And then I would be like, going by 7, 8, 9 days, and I got to a point of where I was losing my mind because I wasn't doing anything with him.
Right.
So I was like, I need to leave. I need to, move on with my life.
Yeah.
It's way down, dude, probably. Here we go. Interesting stuff.
And then once you left, when did you leave?
This was the end of 2019.
End of 2019.
Yeah, so I came out of the jungle, went to the UK, and then the pandemic hit.
Oh, okay.
And that was even harder for me because I'm like traveling. I want to do this, I want to do that. I want to,
Probably would have been better off in the jungle.
Dude, seriously. And I found a loophole. I actually flew to Ecuador. There was like 5 days where they were letting a bunch of people in. And I went and spent 6 months in the jungle during the pandemic. Nobody, no tourism, no nothing. And it was great.
Did you ever get COVID?
Never tested positive.
Right.
Neither did I. No. I went to Brazil when it was at the highest. And I remember feeling a little crappy. But I was, miles away from a test center. And by the time I went there, I was like, I'm feeling fine.
So when you left in 2019 and you went back to the UK, did you ever go back and try to find him?
So I actually went back in 2021 to the jungle, but it was actually to do a filming gig with a organisation called Age of Union. I don't know if you know Age of Union, so Dax Da Silva is...
Okay, yeah, I know who he is.
Yeah, he helps out with jungle keepers, and, he's a huge part of conservation. One of my best friends. He's an incredible human being. This great guy who made his fortune in his 20s by coding. He started the company Lightspeed. He then used some of that money to do conservational projects, and now he's focusing more on conservational projects than, really anything else.
Yes, he's got more money than he knows what to do with, right?
He was doing stuff with making films. He loves to make films. He loves to educate. He was then donating money to different projects. He was doing all these things, but he's just an incredible guy. And yeah, he's got a big heart, and he just has this passion to. He's a businessman, and he is a very good businessman, and he knows how to make money, and he knows how to donate money. And we need more people like him in the world. Because if Jeff Bezos or if, anyone with that amount of billions did good with it, we wouldn't be in the situation we're in right now. Dax is a change maker. He is
it's incredible. It's rare that you find people with that amount of resources and wealth that aren't just trying to use that wealth to make more wealth, right? Like when people make billions, it's just like they want more. When is there? It's never enough.
It's never enough.
It's very rare to find somebody who's willing to just like do that and do stuff that's good.
But what he
do
says,
stuff that's not going to make them more money, more profit.
What he says is the more money I can make, the more forests I can save.
Mm-hmm.
That is a drive, and that is a motivation to make money. Is
right.
The more you can make, the more you can save. And
yeah, it's a good way of looking at it.
I was in California with him last month, and we were just talking, and he was like, "I'm really, I went down there to go see him for like a week." Okay. Me and my wife went down there, and he was like, "I've got to leave. I've got to go to." I've got to go back to Canada to go to all these meetings, shit is happening. And I was like, man, like, it is what it is. It's work. And he goes, I need to go back because I know that I can make this company more money. And I know that by this I can save more animals and do better for the environment. That's the type of person that he is. He's side by side racially. Yeah. And that's probably how you've probably heard of him, because of Jungle Keepers.
No, I heard of him because of Ryan Tate from Vedpaw came on here.
Yeah.
And Ryan he reached out to me and my friend Julian Dory at the same time, and he was in New York, so he went on Julian's podcast, and he just brought Paul with him when he went to go do my friend's podcast, and he was just sitting there in the room, and then like started having a conversation, like, what? Like with my friend Julian, like, you did all this? Like, you were the guy on the show that caught the snake and all this stuff? Like, you're living in there, and like found out a story. He's like, you got to come on the fucking podcast. Then Paul came down here and came on my podcast. And then I learned about Dak.
Yeah.
But yeah, Paul, the stuff that Paul talks in regards to all of the people coming to the Amazon and burning huge swaths of land and trees, it seems like, what Paul's really dedicated his life to doing, and ravaging the forest profit. And I think a lot of the industry funded down there by China.
That's correct.
Especially for the log.
Mm-hmm. A lot that goes on. Sometimes you hear about forest fire. 2018 was when the Amazon, that happens every
He's got
year.
videos like in the middle of fire where he's standing there.
Yeah, it happens every year, but people just don't take it seriously. Mm-hmm. And it's not real burning large land.
Type in Paul Rhodes after that, you'll find the video of him.
It's people burning small bit of land,
right?
But then it's so dry because of the droughts. Burning so many different things.
This is it. Oh, no, that's not it.
14 first time. Just ever since I met him, I've just been like, this guy just has a mission.
Oh, he really does, man.
He's such a camera slut.
Oh, dude,
he loves being on camera.
He is, man.
He's like, I'm just going to take my top off and my nipples are going to sweat.
So they're burning this down. So for what, cattle farming?
For any farming. The majority of the tribes out there will not actually kind of like do it for cattle, but they'll do it for like papaya and all these things. Unfortunate thing about papaya is that all of these different fruits will suck up out all of the nitrogen in the forest. So after 5 years, after 4 years, they then have to reburn another plot of land so that they can get, good, better soil so that they can regrow these things, and they haven't learned how to reuse the same plots of land. So a plot of land will be used for 3-4 years. They then know that after the 5th year it's going to get bad, so they burn another plot of land. They start growing on that. Then this one goes bad, and it's just a bad cycle, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's unfair that people are, you know, a part of.
It's crazy the people that are doing this, that are destroying these rainforests, the people that are like boots on the ground cutting these trees down are the natives.
Yeah, but
because they need. I mean, I understand it though. I do understand it. Like they're poor, they need money. You need to feed your family. It's the easiest way to make money.
It's education. If you don't know what your effects are, what the effects are that you're going to be doing, you know, like it's
right. But if I'm poor and my kid's starving, I don't give a fuck what the effect is. I want to feed my kid. You know
and that's why I've seen people hunt monkeys, and I've seen people hunt different things, and I've seen people cut down trees because they want to put food on their plates for their families.
Right.
That's it. If they knew
but if they
also alternatives, then maybe there could be a different route. But education is just not big. Mm-hmm. The government don't care about their people; they care about.
Well, they're incentivized by the corporations that are exporting all of that stuff, right?
Right.
And the government. It's the government of those countries that are allowing the exports to come out because they're making billions of dollars from these trees being cut down, and it's just like all the way down the chain. You just have these poor, deprived people who are going to do all that dirty work for them.
Yeah, it's tricky.
I don't know how you stop it.
It's a good question that I've found myself thinking about a lot. How do you stop it? Places like Costa Rica and places like even Ecuador is pretty good at it.
They're good at it?
They're good at. So Costa Rica doesn't have a military. It doesn't have any of these things. Tourism is like one of the biggest things in Costa Rica because
Costa Rica is like a America 2.0 now.
It's pretty. I was last there actually.
No, I'll say that a lot of the stuff there is done by Europeans.
When I was last there, I was there over Thanksgiving, and like every shop had like Thanksgiving turkey.
Yeah,
and I was like, what the hell? Like this is not right. But they use tourism as a way to protect, because if they have a influx of people that come in and want to spend their money to go see a sloth and to do all these things in a natural reserve guides, and they have all these people, then they make more money from tourism than they are from selling their wood. What other countries haven't figured out yet is how can we make money from tourism in these huge places. Because Brazil, I don't know how many Costa Ricas you can fit in Brazil, but I can guarantee it's about 30 or 40 at least. And how do you protect everything in there, especially when, you know, that's where they get all their money. They get all their money from beef. A lot of the beef that comes up to the US is from Brazil. And where are they going to make, you know, where are they going to have them cows? Well, Brazil is predominantly forest, so they're going to have to slash and burn the forest to then have these cows, so that then they can send it to the US, so that then they can get money. But if they were able to bring people from the US to Brazil for tourism that made more money than beef, that's when it would happen. And I'm not saying that, you know, go vegan or anything like that is going to save, because they're still going to continue to slash and burn, because they need their families to eat. They're going to slash and burn, and they're going to grow crops, and they're going to do all these different things. You know, if you are vegan, then that's great. You know, everything helps, but at the end of the day, it's not going to stop the deforestation of the rainforest.
Right. We were talking about before we went down this rabbit hole. I asked you if you ever went back to that part of the jungle where you let Keon go free.
I went back in 2021. I went down to film with Dax and do a small documentary for Aids of Union on jungle keepers. So Paul Rosie was there, and Dax the Silver was there, and we had a few other people. And when I was there, I spoke to she was my girlfriend. She's my wife now, but she was my girlfriend at the time. I said, look, I feel like I need to stay here just for a little bit. I don't know why, but I've come down for this documentary, and now I have a few more months where I can stay. Bearing in mind I was split between the US and wherever because of my visa. I was only allowed here for 90 days at a time, so I said, let me just extend this out so that I can spend the majority of time in Peru and whatnot. And so when I went there, I was working with jungle keepers, and I was trolling, and I was working with my friend Neri at the time, and Dina, and all these really cool people. And I was finding really cool animals, and I was camera trapping, and I was photographing all these different things. And the thought of going across to try and see Keanu, because on the land that I was working on at the time, we were kind of near the edge towards the end. And with territories from male ocelots, they have to move territories if they're being pushed out from another male, otherwise they're consequently going to die. I knew that he went into a jungle keeper's land or concession. So I said to Neri, I was like, I want to go on this kind of hike with you. It borders where I used to work and where I'm working now. And if he's there and he knows I'm there and he comes out to me, great, but I do not want to say anything. If I go there and I start going, Keanu, and start growling towards him and all these things, like, come here, like, I've got eggs for you, I'm potentially putting you back in his introduction. That's if he's still alive. I did everything possibly could to make him as wild as we could be, so I hope he's still alive. And if he's not, he has offspring somewhere, and he has gone on to, do whatever he has to do. Right. I did not want to jeopardize the fact that I had done all this work, and I had said the hardest goodbye I'd ever had to say, to then just peel that scab off. Be like, I'm back. Like, hi. And he's like, you got me any fucking eggs, dude? And I'm like, no, I don't. Right. So it was a hard decision. I wanted to call out his name so bad. But at the end of the day, I was like, why did I do all of this? Did I do this for a good reason? Or am I going to jeopardize it? Right. What I did was the right decision. Yeah, I think so too. You see people who have done reintroductions and they go out and these animals come flying back to them.
This game is so
wild.
sick. I didn't know where fucking...
And Keanu, when I let him
no
go,
one knows where
ferocious. Like,
I
have scars all down. Like, these ones are self-inflicted, but I have scars all over my arms and legs. And someone, just... If he wasn't happy, if he was, just in a bad mood, or he wanted food, or I got in the way of him, he'd fuck me. He bit me so hard through the leg once that there was a trapped nerve for like 3 weeks, and I couldn't get it, and it just kept bleeding. And and in the jungle, it's a hard thing, And I've had diseases. I've had leishmaniasis. I've had dengue. I've had,
really?
I've had so many. I've had all these horrible things, but being attacked by a wild animal, because he at this point he's wild. He isn't just this little kitten.
Is that him right there on your neck?
This one is Khan.
That's Khan. Okay.
Keanu is the pattern that goes all the way down my back.
Oh, they duplicated the pattern on your back?
I took a photo. He was sat one day just perfectly on the trail, and I just got above it and snapped the photo, and I was like, that's really cool. Like, I really love how it's kind of like unique, but at the same time it's camouflage, and I love the color of the orange and the leaves and his orange of his coat. And while I was in the jungle, I had so much time to think about my tattoos. I was thinking, right, I haven't got my back done. I think I'm going to, my whole stomach is Lord of the Rings. And so I was like, should I continue Lord of the Rings on the back? Should I get the Balrog? Should I do all these different things? And I was like, could do that. It's a bit geeky, but I could do that. And then I just remember just continuously looking at this photo and being like, I want to replicate that. It goes from the top of his head down to his tailbone. I have that space. Like, why don't I do it?
Right.
So I got back, my good friend Brad, he was like, I guess we're doing this. And we spent 6 hours just blacking out my back. Yeah.
I gotta take a leak real quick. Let's take a quick break.
Yep.
Have you ever seen the videos of people on Instagram that like keep those big wild cats in their apartments?
You know, I think with my algorithm, mainly being wild, I've only ever come across like a few of them. There's like some, I don't even want to kind of like boost his name out there, but he's this like handsome looking kind of dark skinned dude that basically just has like all these like animals, and I'm like, why? You know, like I just don't get it.
It's so weird.
I just don't get it.
It's so weird. There's one we were looking at before you came in here. We were recording like a little Patreon pre-show, and there's this guy who has, I don't think it's an ocelot. It's a little bit bigger than that. It's got huge ears.
Oh, like a serval.
Yeah, I think so. It was called it was a serval. Pull it up, Steve. It was called Striker the cat, I think. Yeah.
I just don't get that.
He gives the thing like full raw chicken, and the thing's like growling and hissing at him, and then dragging this dead raw chicken across the floor.
You up the fucking border.
The exotic animal trade. Yeah, that's it. One of the most. It's one of the most kind of like disturbing things, especially if you kind of like look at Africa and look at what they're doing with ivory and pangolin and all these different things. And then when you see like this animal here, it looks to some degree healthy. It looks to some degree like somewhat content, but it's in the wrong place.
It's in a fucking apartment, dude.
It's in the wrong place, and it's like, why? And the majority of people that have these animals will declaw them, so they'll take their claws out and they'll grind down their teeth. The ocelots that were captive in Peru, that would be in people's homes, they would rip their nails out from their nail beds and they would grind their teeth down and they'll be just chained up, and they'll feed them like rice and whatever.
Oh my god.
How depressing is that animal's life, you know? Like, it's just... But the thing is, idiots online will look at that and be like, that's fucking cool.
Right.
I want to get one.
Right.
And it's like, you are part of the problem.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out, like, what kind of person wants this massive fucking wild animal in their house? That is, it's not anything like a house cat, right? This thing, it's super inconvenient to have this thing living in your house, feeding it raw chickens all the time.
Yeah.
It's either just like an Instagram thing to like get more of a social media following, or like
how many followers does that thing have? Probably a few.
It's got millions, I think. Go back to the page, Steve. Click on the yeah, right there. 800,000. 812,000 followers.
And that's 812,000 idiots that just vicariously living their exotic animal.
Or it could be people that are just like me looking at this, and I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with these people? And I'm sharing it. I'm like, look at them. I sent my friends, I'm like, look at this. How weird is it that these people want this thing in their house that's hissing at them and like yelling at them all the time?
It's wrong. But it's that sense of superior kind of like feeling, you know? Like,
is that what it is?
It must be. Why would anyone want a tiger or a liger or anything? It's because you feel like you're better than everyone else.
This game is so sick.
And it's just sad.
Oh my gosh, those pumpkins are full of chicken pieces. Feeding it raw chickens. It's like little presents. Gosh, it's so hissing at them. So bizarre. It's so bizarre.
Idiots, dude. Shit.
Oh my god. So yeah, I wanted to ask you, how did you meet Andrew Eucles?
Yeah. So I was down doing the Khan project, and Andrew came out. He was on us to catch how many different animals. Like,
You just wanted to catch him.
oh yeah, just wanted to catch him, film him. You know, this was when like his YouTube days were kind of like sliding off the edge, but and he'd just gone through all of that crap with the network, where they kind of like gave him 3 episodes and basically told him fuck off.
Yeah.
He came out and he was like, I tell you, Harry, don't fucking trust an American, don't do this, they're all fucking, you know. He was a loose unit at that point. And I was out there doing the Calm Project. He was out there because he had spoken to Paul, I believe, and Paul was like, yeah, come out, and, you know. So I just lived with him for like 3 months. And I helped him film. I helped do all these different bits and pieces. Dude, so many stories about this guy.
He's wild, dude. I didn't even watch all of his YouTube videos until after he came in. I watched more, and he's got like videos where he finds a dead. What was it? It was an emu. An emu.
Catches kangaroos with it.
Emu wears the dead emu body and then fucking catch kangaroo.
No, honestly, like as crazy as he is, he has a heart of gold, and I love him to death. But some of the things I've had to go through with him, like the first time I met him in Peru. We did a bunch of filming, we did a bunch of stuff. Then after the loss of calm, I needed some rest. I needed to get away from that place. It was toxic to me. And I messaged him and I was like, I don't know what to do. He said, come out to Australia. I've got you. Said, okay. So I flew out to Australia and I spent 6 months in Australia. I spent about 3 months with him. But for the rest of it, I just basically used his truck. He had to go to Thailand. He was like meeting some girl in Thailand and he just got his foreskin cut off or something like that. Like it was like some weird 3 months. I didn't know what he was doing, but he was doing
foreskin cut off.
Oh yeah, the guy's got a massive, and he just couldn't use his because his foreskin was too tight.
What?
So he went through this whole fucking process.
His foreskin was too tight.
Oh yeah,
it was strangling his
dude. And like there was so many times where I'd go into the truck and I'd go get something, and he just had like a fleshlight, just like hanging out, and it would like drop on me, and I'd fuck off.
A fleshlight?
Dude, the guy is a sex addict.
Oh my god!
But he's not just an animal at heart; he's an animal in the bed as well. I bet. But dude, I spent so much time with him, and we went fit. You know, we did everything. We went catching snakes. Like I told you before this, we were catching cane toads just so that he could. One, they're invasive, and you know that's bad for the ecosystem. Mm-hmm. But two, he wanted to make shoes out of these cane toads, so he would kill them, dry them out in the sun. We lived by this like water hole for like a whole week, just catching cane toads, drying them out, making shoes. Just like it was, you know, he's the correct amount of autistic, you know, like he's just this perfect combination, but he can be too much at times.
Yes.
And we've got a good friend, a mutual friend of ours called Dingo, and it's just like me and Dingo just shitting on Andrew Eucles, and Andrew Eucles just shitting on himself because he just knows that he is crazy, and he knows that he's such a nice person at the same time, you know. And so I spent a lot of time with him in Australia, and then I left for Australia and I went back to Peru, and then I did the Keanu project, and then after that just kept in touch with him constantly. You know, he goes off and does his adventures, and I don't hear from him for like 4 or 5 months at a time, but you know, I know that he's just, if he dies, he dies doing what he loves, and if he reaches out, he's done something that no one's ever done before.
Right.
First time I ever caught a wild donkey with him was one of the most intense situations. We were driving down the road and you find this opossum. This possum's crossing the road, so he runs out. The car is still like, he was like in third gear or something. He just jumps out of the car, just stalls. I'm like, what the fuck am I doing? He runs out and he's just running shirtless. He grabs his opossum. He goes, that's an opossum. I was like, I saw it on the road. I didn't need to see it like this close. No wonder you get baby scares all the time.
Oh my god.
And then we're driving and we see a bunch of you know, there's the snakes and frogs and freshies and you know all these. And then he goes, oh mate, there's a fucking donkey. And I was like, oh okay. And he goes, you want to catch it? I was like, I guess so. He goes, all right. And the car keeps it on, headlights are on full beam, and he just starts sprinting. And he's a fast guy. Like, if he really put his mind to it, he would be like up there with the top in the world. Like, he is really fast.
Even with it slowing him down.
Even with that just slapping his legs. Wow. Like, he is so quick. And so he's you know, so far ahead of me. And I'm like, okay, like I've got my phone and I've got this. I want to take some photos. He's like, grab it. And I was like, and he's like, just fucking grab it. And I was like, so I'm like, okay, like I guess. So I go around it, fucking, tries to fucking kick him. Whoa, it's fucking kicked me in the dick. And I was like, okay. And he just grabs it, puts it in a headlock and just like pins it to the ground. And I was like, okay. He's like, oh yeah, I do it all the time. And I was like,
Let it go.
all right. He goes, do you want a photo? And I was like, okay. He goes, just grab it by the head and just, so I'm just like there, just like holding this donkey. Like, what the fuck am I doing? Like, this is just nuts. And for 3 months solid, we were just out on the boats. There was this one time he was like, you know, as he said, you know, saltwater crocodiles are the most dangerous in the water, which they are. And we'd see them on the bank sometimes, and sometimes like they would be massive. And they would be so big that they wouldn't even budge an inch because they would be like, fuck it, I'm standing my ground, like I'm coming up here. He would be like, let's play a game. And I'm like, what's that? He goes, let's slap the croc on the arse, whoever can do it. So he'd run up and just slap the croc on the arse and he'd fucking sling around and try and get him. He's like, how do you do it? And I'm like, dude, like, you're gonna fucking die. Let's do it. And I was like, all right. So I run up, I slap it on the arse and I come back. I was like, you're nuts.
Yeah, he's a maniac.
But he's a fucking legend.
The story about that he told me on the podcast about him staying all night trying to catch a honey badger.
Yeah, for like 2 days.
For like 2 days,
right?
no cameras. He wasn't trying to make a video or anything. He just really genuinely wanted to catch a honey badger. Yeah. No evidence, no proof, just wanted to fucking do it.
The thing is, like, a lot of the stories that we all have as, you know, conservationists and as, you know, nature people, a lot of the time you don't have time to film things. And so the time where I had gone out with Khan and the mountain lion followed me, I didn't have my camera because for days previous to that it was dumping with rain and I wasn't able to film because I didn't have waterproof stuff. So I was like, it's probably going to dump. There's so much rain. So I went out and it's the times where you don't have your camera. It's the times where you don't have the equipment that you is the times that you get these incredible encounters and incredible things. Like I said at the beginning of this, I didn't do any of these things with the intent of making a documentary.
Right.
I did these things because I was just doing them and I was doing what I could at the time. It was just, you know, these fun, unique insights into kind of life that I was kind of living. So I believe it. A lot of time with that dude, and I believe he sat there for 2 days just sitting there, not eating. He probably was worried to go for a piss because he was like, if I stand up, it's going to run.
Right.
And he gets so locked in, you know, but he's a legend. And I've spent some good time with him in the bush. I spent some good time with him in the jungle.
Have you ever been out to that place, Arnhem Land?
We did. We went to a place called Owen Pelly, which is kind of like the border of Arnhem Land. And I remember we were like running up these rocks looking for dingoes. And we went into these like kind of like rock holes. Like they're kind of like caves, but they're just like slits that you can just about fit in. And I remember going in there, I didn't have a light with me, I just had like my phone and stuff, so I put my light on and I just like step on something and I'm like, whoa, what was like, it didn't feel like wood or it didn't feel like rock or anything. And I stepped back and it's someone's leg. And the Aboriginal people would put their dead relatives in these areas. And so we were like looking for dingoes in like these burial sites in Arnhem Land. And like finding all these like really cool paintings of like kangaroos and crocodiles and all in these caves. And it was just like, I know that I'm not the first person to go there because people have been there, but I felt like the first white person to ever see these incredible things. And it's just like, this place called Owen Pelly was just like, absolutely just one of the most beautiful places. We sat, me, Dingo, and Andrew sat up on these rocks, and we could see this storm coming like miles away. And we were like counting down like when the lightning was going to strike. And we were just watching, like just lightning striking, and like you could just feel like all in your body.
Right.
And so I've been to Arnhem Land, only sections of it because, legally permits, you need to have them. Luckily, we knew someone via a friend of ours, Aaron Connolly, who knew, of someone who was a ranger there, and they were like, yeah, you can go in there, but just don't get caught. And then we weren't doing anything, outrageous or anything. But,
Right.
to walk across it, that's...
Yeah. And the way he had to, like, survive by hand-catching water buffalo and
stabbing them jugulars, like,
brutal.
He's a menace. But yeah, man, I've, during my time, doing the ocelot projects and everything like that, met some incredible people. I met my wife in the jungle, actually.
Really?
She came out to do a project, and the project kind of fell through because permits were needed. She was going to reintroduce monkeys at the time, but, it didn't work out, and so she was camera trapping, and she came and stayed with me. She actually met Keanu. Keanu followed her to the bathroom one night and just pounced on her. And I was like, he's just smelling the puss, see if it's good, She's going to hate me for that comment. But, yeah, no, like, I met some of my best friends I've met in the jungle. And it's because when you're there, you don't have any connection to the outside world. It's just you and your thoughts and your friends and your conversations. And you really get to know the true person when you're face to face with people like that. And I think that's one thing that we're lacking in this society, is really finding the trueness of people. When you're constantly behind a camera, when you're constantly in front of a camera, when you're constantly posting things that aren't true, and you're constantly kind of like trying to be better than everyone else. When you're in the jungle, you don't have anything apart from the conversation and your trueness, your rawness.
Right. How often do you go back?
At the minute, because I got married, I'm in the middle of my green card, so I can't actually go anywhere on my visa apart from inside the US.
Oh, really?
So I've just been doing a lot of trips. A lot of the stuff that kind of like scrolled up and down on the time have been like Florida and Arizona trips that I've been taking.
Okay.
Living in the Pacific Northwest is pretty difficult for my mental health because it's cloudy all the time, rainy all the time, so...
Move to Florida, man. You said that this is Australia 2.0.
Oh, it is. But... I don't know, dude. My wife loves the family that she has up there, and I love her family. Her family is fantastic, and they're just Pacific Northwest through and through. And I compromised with her and said, when we get married, if I need to get away from the Pacific Northwest, I can go on a trip. I can go on a guy's trip. I can go do, all these things. And, I get to travel a lot during this moment. But once...
It's cold up there, too.
Oh, it's cold. But once my visa's through, and I'm allowed to do all these different things, I'll be forwards and backwards from Ecuador. I'm planning on doing 6 months in Ecuador, 6 months in the US. But for now, I'm just kind of doing some stuff here. I have a project actually in the Everglades where I'm camera trapping Florida panthers.
Oh, really?
I have a project in Peru which I'm helping with a friend of mine who is camera trapping down there. I've actually bought a few more cameras down so that I can do a few more camera traps this trip. I actually fly back in 5 days, and so for that I'm just going to be out catching snakes, photographing snakes,
really,
like different things.
By yourself? You got people you're meeting?
A guy actually that lives in Henry County who has also spent a lot of time in the Ecuadorian Amazon. His name's Sean McHugh. He's one of my best friends, great guy, and he lives and works with the Seminole community in Henry County. He says, anytime you want to come down, stay with me, So every time I come down to Florida, I just go and live with him, and we go out, cool things, and, just reminisce about, all of the things that we've done. And he is a incredible biologist. He worked with Florida Fish and Game, done a bunch of stuff with that. Now working with Seminole communities. He's working with, transects and kind of different pieces with, he's doing crested caracara surveys, and he's helping, Seminole people euthanize pythons, which are, destroying the ecosystem of the Everglades.
Right. Pythons and I think iguanas.
Iguanas, yeah. But the pythons are the big thing because they're actually taking the number of bobcats and Florida panthers down because they will take a kitten out easy.
Really?
And so, that ecosystem is very fragile at the best of
I
times.
can't remember the last time I saw a Florida panther.
I have never seen one alive. On my Instagram, you can probably see a little bit lower than that. I actually found a dead one on the side of the road.
Oh, yeah, you just passed. I saw that.
And it was heartbreaking.
Look how big that paw is, man.
It was heartbreaking. I came here, and this was my first day. And yeah,
that's so sad. What a beautiful creature.
Absolutely killed me. And so now, because of this, I've been putting cameras up to see if cats have disease, which causes their hind legs to lock up. So that cat, that individual, was found to have this disease, which basically this one was found to have this disease, which basically causes their spinal back legs to lock up. So what they're thinking is the cats which are found dead on those might not be able to evade it because they basically get like a temporary paralysis.
Oh shit.
And I've actually got camera trap footage of bobcats in Pacific Northwest who have it, where basically their back legs are like super stiff. And so with the project that I have, it's only a small one. I'm just trying to do my little part here, but I'm working with an organisation called F-Stop as well. And they do a lot of camera tracking throughout the Everglades. And basically trying to get video evidence of if these panthers are struggling. And if they do struggle and we can ID them. Florida panthers are very hard to ID because they don't have any rosettes, they don't have any patterns. Right. So you can't ID one from the other very easily unless it's male, female, size, injury, scar, all these few things. If we have as many cameras up filming these animals as possible, then we're hoping that we can, ID if one gets hit by a car, did it have this? Did we see that it has this? Does this have,
What are they getting this from?
I couldn't tell you how it's transmitted from one to
another.
No
idea, no speculation.
It could be in their genes. There's also, I think there's a few videos or even just photos of panthers that I've caught on my camera traps. If you go up.
Florida panther?
Florida panthers, yeah. So that's a jag from maybe up from... Yeah, there's a panther on the right there that I got on my camera trap. I got a video of this female and just walked straight up to the camera. I just have, this... A lot of people come to the Everglades and they want to see a panther or want to see these things. And I don't know whether it's my time with these cats in the jungle, but I came down for the first time camera trapping. I put a camera up and within 3 days I got a Florida panther. I knew where to put the camera because I could smell where the cats were. I'm not joking you. I could smell where they were. They mark their territories all the time, and the smell of a cat's urine is, and if you go around to a friend's house or if you've got cats yourself, you know that their urine is very fragrant. You know that if you leave it carries diseases and it's smelly. With cats in the wild, their smell is just you can hardly smell it, but when you get a hint of it, you can kind of and I was tracking these tracks for a while, and I knew that this tree would be good because I could just smell that there were cats in this area, and I've had 5 different individuals walk past this one camera track. Wow. And there's only about 180 to 200 left in the wild.
180 to 200.
That's the rough estimate.
All in Florida?
Well, Florida panther is the subspecies of the North American mountain lion.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the main thing that's taking them out is the python.
Main thing that's taking out the adults is collisions with vehicles.
Yeah.
Main thing that's taking out the cubs is most probably the pythons.
Have you heard of a guy named Carlton Ward?
Yes, I have.
He's got some incredible photos.
And he made an incredible documentary as well.
Pull up his Instagram, Steve. He lives 5 minutes away from here.
Yeah.
And yeah, he's been a big shot photographer around here for a long time, and he used to be a surf photographer.
I kind of fanboyed a little bit when my video of the panther that was dead on the side of the road was getting all these views, and he kind of like followed me and like reached out, and I was like,
Really?
that is something, you know. Even though I don't really like the whole social media side of things,
Keep scrolling.
it really is this incredible thing where someone who is so prolific in what they do reaches out and like looks at what I've done.
Yeah.
You know, and that's a good feeling, even though it was a horrible thing. But yeah, him and his documentary, and you know, just he's done some incredible things with Everglades.
What is that right there? That looks like a scuba diver.
He's probably under the water in the
Oh yeah,
the
look at that.
grasses.
What a wild
Probably
photo,
got some
man.
manatee photos or some alligator photos or something. Yeah. But yeah, man, there's a lot of things in the Everglades which I would happily move here for.
Yeah.
I would. And
Just gonna get the whole family to move down, man.
oh, I know. That'd be an expensive trip. But yeah, while I can, I'm here, and I you know, last time I was here, I found
This
the picking
game
rattlesnake,
is so
I found
sick.
the eastern diamondback, I found the
Wow.
cottonmouth.
Look at the freaking head on that thing,
Yeah.
dude.
But yeah, I come down here as often as I can because the wildlife in this state is man, you can't beat it.
Yeah.
You can't beat it. Like on one night, I went out for 2 or 3 hours and I found 11 snakes in 2 hours.
Really?
I go out looking for snakes. You know, my main reason for going to the jungle the first time was 1, suicide, but 2, to do stars and amphibians.
Right.
It's what I live for. I travel to Arizona. One of my friends, Roger Walker, is actually coming down from Arizona town, picking him up from the airport, and we just go do 4 days of just hard, like looking for snakes. He's never seen an alligator. He's only lived in like California and Arizona, you know, and he lived in Germany before that. His dad was in the military. But he's only ever lived in states where there's been crocodilian species. So he is just ecstatic to see his first alligator. And so,
have you ever been bit by a snake?
Oh yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Really poisonous?
I've never been bitten by a venomous snake. I have been bitten by a rear fang venomous snake, which basically it can kill people, and there has been cases of people being killed by rear fang venom, but the majority of the time that venom is used to basically decompose the harder scales of lizards and fish that they eat, right? So the venom and the toxin that they put into a human's body isn't necessarily enough to kill them if you're a healthy person, but if you do get anaphylactic shock, you then could potentially die. And then with non-venomous snakes, I've been bitten, multiple times. But I have this respect for snakes, and I'm not going to jinx anything, but when I see a snake, I can kind of tell if it's in a good or bad mood. It's a really weird thing. And so I know if it's going to be in a good or bad mood, I can keep my distance or get as close as I possibly can to it. And with my photography, I actually use like a wide angle, so I have to get pretty damn close because I want to have like the kind of backdrop to it. I use a diffuser as well, which kind of like lights it up, because the majority of the snakes that I find are usually at nighttime. And so I just go and I don't know. This passion of mine has been here since a kid. I have ran wild looking for animals, and now that I'm living in the US and I can't leave, I'm just exploring what I can with US native and invasive species that I've never seen before. I have like a checklist, and I try and just check off as many snakes as I possibly can, as many animals as I possibly can. Yeah. But yeah, man, I just love my photography. It's not even for not even like, it's just a passion that I've got. And I just love finding an animal, being able to take a photo, and being able to show my nephews, and being able to show my little brother. And just being able to educate people on the fact that yes, this snake may be venomous. It's only gonna bite you. It's fearful for its life. It's only gonna bite you if you corner it and you start messing with it.
It just gives me the chills looking at that, man. I don't drive well with snakes. I'm not a fan.
You should come out. We'll go catch some.
No way. I don't want nothing to do with any snakes, bro. I'll fuck with crocs, but no snakes. My buddy Manny hunts crocs with those things.
This game is so
Yeah.
Not crocs, gators.
Gators, yeah.
Gators. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
He hand makes those tridents.
that's crazy.
He got bit by a rattlesnake and lost his finger.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the neurotoxin.
Yeah, man. He said that they weren't going to amputate his finger. They were going to keep it. They gave him all the antidote or whatever for it, and he went back home and he said he just had like the worst pain in his hand and his arm for like months. For like 3 months, he had this just stabbing pain, like his whole arm was on fire. And he went back in, and they was like, we got to take your fingers. They cut off his, I think it's his middle finger, and eventually the pain died like 6 months later.
Snake venom is an interesting thing. I know someone that got bit by a bushmaster, which is the ground viper in the world. It's in the Amazon rainforest, and it can kill people in 4 hours. They're just absolutely incredible snake, but very powerful. And this guy that got bit suffered with gallstones all his life, like all his adult life. As soon as he got bit by that snake and he survived that bite, and then
Really
got rid of him.
No way. Wow. Oh, dude. I wonder why.
That photo back, the last photo, the one just above with Christian Gillette, he lives in Florida as well. He would be a good person to have on the podcast because he has a sanctuary now that rescues animals up in it's like 3-4 hours north of here.
Oh, really?
But he used to work in the Everglades. He used to, he's got a big following on Instagram and all different things. TikTok, he's got like millions because he just he educates people on alligators and just a very, very intelligent biologist, and has just found the niche to freaking get everyone to view his stuff.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, he's a good guy. He goes to that's in Peru, I believe. He goes to Peru a bit, and I met up with him one of my first ever times coming to Florida, and he's such a good guy. Such a good guy. He's a great dude.
That's incredible. Well, thanks again, man. This has been fun. I appreciate you coming down and doing this.
Thank you very much. It's been awesome.
Where can people find more of what you're doing and find more about your nonprofit and all that stuff?
Yeah, so the nonprofit is Emerald Arch, and you can find that at www.emeraldarch.org. We're going to be doing fundraising this year for buying the land in Ecuador, where we can take veterans and protect the rainforest and all these things. I'm usually mainly active on Instagram, and that's Harry__Turner. But yeah, it's I love to spread this message. I love to spread the word of Wildcat and the things that I've done with these ocelots, and some of the crazy stories that I've been through. So it's been a pleasure being on the podcast and being able to tell my story to a few other ears that haven't heard it yet.
Hell yeah, man! Next time you're in Florida, don't forget to hit me up. We'll do another one.
Yeah,
we'll follow up on your Florida adventures with the Florida Panthers. And I got to get down to the Amazon eventually.
Oh, we'll do it. Once Emerald Arch is completely up and set, you've got a place to stay, dude. 100%.
That video that Paul Rosalie posted of that treehouse that they built is insane.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That thing is I don't know if I'd want to stay up there because it's so fucking high up in the sky, but it is badass. It's like pull up a little video of it real quick. Treehouse. Type in images maybe and you'll see it. Yeah, there it is, top left.
Yeah, it's cool space.
Oh my goodness. Look at that, dude. Are you safe up there?
I've not been up there, so I wouldn't know.
Are there any animals up that high?
Oh, obviously there are animals, but
up there though?
We have
mosquitoes.
We have so many, once you go higher in the canopy is when you get all the bees and all the wasps, and then you've got the, birds, but nothing's dangerous,
Right.
It's only as dangerous as you make it. But yeah, I believe that the people who made that are, very good with that.
Right. Yeah, it's a beautiful treehouse. Well, cool, man. Thanks again.
Absolutely.
I appreciate it. I'll link all your stuff below.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate it.
Appreciate it, man. Bye, Will.
Sounds like I'm running an empire, but also I do go. I wish it would be fun to get that job. Dude, that protect your pork still. It's not so broke to hurt them. You just get tuned up and all you do is chat. None of us challenge them to work animals. None of us are protecting pork still. Let's do a push. I think I'm getting I'm understanding. Am I the problem?
Yes, you're terrible.
You're a factor. You're a key factor for sure.
Part of it is that when you come in, he's going like, how's this guy alive?
He's like, let's help this guy. What's the opposite of self?
Hello, everybody. If you don't know who Rick O'Barry is, he is a legendary dolphin activist who's known for the documentary The Cove that won the Academy Award as well as every other award a documentary could possibly win. It's all about the dolphin trafficking and the dolphin slaughter that goes on in Taiji, Japan. He went down there to expose the secret slaughter that goes on every year and the billions of dollars that's made from it. We also get into his friend John Lilly and his NASA-funded research on non-human intelligence involving dolphins. This is back in the day when he was working on Flipper and all kinds of other crazy stuff. This episode's packed with gems, and I know you guys are going to love it. So please hammer that subscribe button below the video if you haven't already, and enjoy the show. Mwah. All right, Rick. Thank you so much for coming, man. It's an honor to have you on here. I've been trying to get you on the show for years.
No, I didn't know that. I would have showed up earlier.
I didn't know you were in St. Pete. Last time I heard, you were in Indonesia, then you were in Denmark, and then you were in Tahiti. You know, you're trotting. You're still trotting the world, and
I am.
You're in your early 80s. Is that right?
84. Yeah.
84. Yes. That's incredible that you're still moving around like that.
Yeah. When I came here a year ago, I didn't expect to. I was hoping to stay on the beach for a little while, but I've been in Portugal, Japan, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, chasing a whale up the coast of Beluga whale. I haven't been here very much, actually. But you got a nice place here.
Thanks. I appreciate
I
it.
haven't seen much of it yet.
Well, there's not much to see except for this room and the room we were just in. But you said you were chasing a beluga whale?
A beluga whale by the name of Valdemir. Yeah, escaped from the Russian Navy. It's believed. Nobody knows for sure. But there are a lot of there are several people who work in Russia with the Russian dolphins have worked with these beluga whales who confirmed that he is a Russian spy whale. So we don't have any data like a birth certificate. And it's important because the dolphins that are born in captivity are very different from dolphins that are born in the wild. They're completely different animals. Many of these dolphins right here, in fact, Clearwater probably, and SeaWorld and these places around here, all over Europe, in places, especially northern Europe, where the climate is cold, they suffer from the cold weather, I believe, because all of the dolphins, every one of them in Europe, for example, originally were captured in Florida, near Pine Island, Florida, or Cuba. So they are indeed subtropical creatures. Nobody ever thinks about that. I think about it when I'm standing outside the Hagenbeck Zoo in Hamburg, Germany, with the snow up to my knees, and it's wind's blowing and it's freezing cold, and I'm out there protesting, and company thinks when they buy a ticket, they're going to go inside the building, they're going to see dolphins that were captured in Florida there. They shouldn't be here in the first place. So we try to expose all of these things, hoping that people will think twice before they buy a ticket for a dolphin show. That's what we do.
So going back to the Russian spy whale.
Yeah, well, I'll go back there. I'm just waiting right now for the ice to melt, because the ice on the roads, we have a home in Denmark, and we'll put my wife Helene and I will put the car, what we do is put the car in the ferry boat, and we go to Sweden, drive off, and then we have people on the ground who know where Valdemir is, And we're in touch with him, and we'll drive there. We saw him all the way up the coast from Sweden to Norway last time we were there. But now it's really frozen and dangerous to drive, for me especially, because it's ice and snow and that usually.
So do you think they have him like retrofitted with some sort of like radio transmitters or some cameras and stuff?
Yeah, he showed up with cameras, GoPros, and wearing a harness.
What?
Canvas harness.
Is there photos of this?
Yeah, you can Google it in Valdemir.
Valdemir the spy
So
whale?
this is not live, is it?
No, it's not live.
Okay,
No,
because you can insert
Yes.
voiceover. I'll tell you where that footage is.
Well, Steve,
I'll send you some actually.
Steve actually, he's he can actually Google stuff like as we're talking, we can pull it up and show
Yeah,
stuff.
so it's HVALDIMIR Valdemir. He was featured in the New York Times cover of the New York Times magazine about 2 weeks ago. A big 4 or 5 page story. Photograph.
Good images. This guy.
See, there's the harness there.
Wow.
Yeah, he's very underweight here. You can't tell, but I can let him go to the long left. He's really, yeah, he's in bad shape there. Wow. That's when he left the Arctic Circle and started traveling towards Sweden and Denmark. That's when I left here and got on the first plane and tried to interrupt him, turn him around, because he will not fly just like a beluga whale once he leaves the Arctic Circle and starts heading in that direction. He's going in the wrong direction.
That's so sad, man.
Yeah, and he is the friendliest of all the dolphins I've worked with, and I've worked with a lot of dolphins and whales in the last, before Flipper, 60-something years. He is by far the friendliest. And he just goes right up to people. Like, if he could hug them, he would. And my fear is he's going to be transferred to an area in the north of Norway, where there are about 300 hungry polar bears. And so that's
Polar bears will get him?
I don't know. I mean, nobody knows. You would never be able to monitor him there, but this whale swam into the largest whaling nation on planet Earth. Right?
Right.
So the government, what we've been trying to do, the Dolphin Project at least, we've been trying to get the government to step up and take responsibility to actually make him a citizen.
I'm confused as to my
And
notes.
let him and assign a cadre
Our futurology.
to be Coast Guard or Forest Ranger or somebody to be there with him.
Okay.
There are some
Milk.
ways to see that photograph. They're doing that, but the government should do that. The government just wants to get rid of this. It's an embarrassment.
Oh, Bambi, you are so
Yeah,
funny.
like, yeah, well, how about the other whales you're killing? You're killing more whales than
I'm
anybody
confused.
on the planet.
Russia?
No, this is Norway.
Oh, no. Okay.
Russia, yeah, they've stopped, but now
Our
it's Norway.
futurology topic.
Iceland.
I'm confused.
So Norway's killing more whales than Japan?
Milk.
Yeah,
Wow.
Oh,
Since
it's
when?
futurology topic.
the last year or two.
I'm confused.
That's crazy. Norway is like,
Now, because of the largest the number is, how many whales they kill, that's based on how many they kill. So he swam into, and I'd like for him to stay right there and bring as much media attention as he can to the fact that Norway is killing
I'm
whales
confused as to what
unnecessarily.
else
They don't have to do this.
our futurology topic.
So there are fish farms. That's what these guys here you're looking at on this photograph.
Actually, losing
Look
it
at the fish farm.
over this absolutely
These
unhindered
are
I
salmon
got you
farms.
something.
Norway is a
Something
very,
unrelated.
very
They had
rich
aliens
country.
for lost
They
meat
put money
milk.
on oil.
I'm confused as to why milk's a futurology
Almost
topic.
all salmon used worldwide
Let's see.
is from Norway. And don't eat it. It's, well, it was exposed on Seaspiracy. There's a movie on Netflix everybody should see. If you are still eating salmon, Go to Netflix and look at Seaspiracy.
Why? What's wrong with the salmon?
It's disgusting. Look at it. It's just.
I hate
don't
this Discord
want to.
rabbi
People are
with
eating
my
and
life.
watching the show.
And
and
this
I
is
don't-
not
It doesn't
the-
matter.
But
We can make them throw up.
You are wrong.
It's disgusting. They only are what
I hate
you,
this
they
Discord
show in
rabbi
there.
with my life.
So, like, you mean like they're raised on farms, right? They're farm salmon.
they're
Oh, that is
fed,
funny.
in these very large
I know,
circular
right? How the
soup
Discord rabbi
pans
broke
that
my
are
heart.
used. They call that the
It'll
farm.
be fine.
And
Discord rabbi, you sweat. I've tolerated your likes and
Yeah,
retweets
it's
for the longest
disgusting.
time,
It's
and you never
dangerous.
said
Don't
a
eat
word
it.
against, and never said a word.
When
But now
you
you do
have
this,
to eat
embarrassing
salmon,
me and
you look
everyone
for,
within earshot. This is a disgrace. Curse you.
salmon from, sometimes you can find it at Whole
Corn
Foods.
Bob Lily
It's
wants
from
to be my friend,
Alaska.
not holy rabbi in the
Wild
Discord.
caught from Alaska.
I need the
Doesn't have
Discord
mercury
rabbi to be
and all the
blessed and
problems that you
keep
find in
far away
all
from
the other
Rishka.
salmon. Even the color of this beautiful salmon color when you go to the sushi place, that's fake. If you saw the color of it, you wouldn't even buy it in the first place. Gray. It's actually gray. It's a color. It's that color.
Really?
Yeah. Because of what they feed it. They feed it garbage. And so people dress it up in the sushi market. And it's wonderful, but it's all fake.
So, for people that don't know, you have one of the most famous and legendary documentaries that have come out in the last couple decades is The Cove, which won an Academy Award, won an ungodly amount of awards, won every single award. One of the most, famous wildlife documentaries that has ever been known. When they were making that documentary, is it something you were a part of from the start, or did these guys just sort of discover you and decide to make a documentary about you?
Well, there's no these guys. It's like everything else. Like this podcast, this is your baby. So there was somebody there who, and that was Louis Sahoyas. That was his jack. And how it started, it was a phone call from San Diego. I was in Coconut Grove. He called and introduced himself and said, I just saw your... I didn't make The Cove, by the way. I'm not a filmmaker, but I did make a short film video with Diane Faber, who is a... what would you call her? She's an artist, a video artist. And she's a
Cinematographer?
video artist.
Okay, that works.
I don't know what it's different than what you do with documentaries.
Okay.
They show, but you did a proper doc. And it's not something you would put on television because it's so graphic. It's really meant for a journalist. If a journalist calls me and says, what's this all about? I can show them. I can't explain it. It's so over the top what happens at the Cove in Taiji. If I had to explain it to you, I wouldn't be able to. Well, you've seen it, so you know.
Right.
But if I show you something, you might get interested and get involved.
So there's no words.
So we made this one, and Louis Sahoyas was in San Diego at a marine mammal conference. I was scheduled as a keynote speaker, and I was going to show my 15-minute film. At the last minute, SeaWorld said, we're scrapping that. Oh, Barry can't speak. And that piqued Louis' curiosity. Why can't he speak? Because he's speaking about dolphins in captivity. Dolphins being captured at the Cove in Taiji. The capture of the dolphins and the sale of those
Drink
dolphins.
Poppy, it'll make you feel like Andre the Giant with his tiny ass cans.
Of the slaughter. It's not about
Which
me.
used to be
It's
called
about
Mom's Drink or
live
some
dolphins
shit.
for dolphin
Poppy.
shows.
This shit sucks.
So Louis said,
Does this even do anything?
so he said, I saw that.
Fucking
I
did
saw
it.
that. I saw that video you made. Although SeaWorld wouldn't show it, somebody showed it to me, and I'm wondering if I could follow you around with my camera. I said, what is it you're doing? He said, we're doing a...
Oh, that's your phone.
That volume,
Yeah,
I should have shut that off.
That's okay. You can answer it if you have to. That's a good question.
That's not even
Yeah, no worries. Hello?
Yeah. I should.
And they are told the April 22nd to vacate the premises.
Can you repeat that, please? I'm doing the interview right now, and Daddy's here in front of me, and he and the photographer can hear me.
What's up, Lincoln?
Repeat.
Said the city of Miami-Dade just terminated
Are you rolling?
lease.
Well, that's wonderful.
Kansas City, Burundi.
They terminated the lease for who?
Miami Sequarium.
Miami Sequarium.
It's over. We won.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah. I'm going to hold you the phone up to the microphone. Repeat that one more time, please.
The Miami-Dade County and the mayor's office just issued a letter of termination for the lease for the Miami Sequarium for the Dolphin Company. The Dolphin Company has until April 21st to vacate the premises.
No. What a beautiful thing. I've been trying to do that since 1970.
Really?
Today, happened on your show live. Okay, Lincoln, thanks. I got to get back to work.
Thanks, Lincoln.
Look at that.
What are the chances that you just got the news right now? That's amazing. You guys have been trying to do that since the 70s?
Since 1970, when Hugo and the Lolita arrived at the Miami Sequarium, I quit. I went out in front of the Sequarium. I was the head trainer. I lived there at the Sequarium in the house that was the flipper set.
Right.
And when the orcas arrived, and I left the Miami Sequarium, now I'm standing outside the gate. Not allowed inside. Even though I had the key to the place in my pocket still, because I lived there, right? And I'm starting protesting. And I'm standing out in front of the Sequarium with a sign, I don't know what it said, cars going by, honk if you're, and nobody would honk, of course. People were going like this, and people were laughing at me. Even people in the animal welfare industry, these big groups, I was trying to get them to come and join us. They would laugh. Really, what are you talking about? Dolphin captivity? That's not an issue. It's not a real issue. And they would laugh. Today, it's a mainstream issue. Those big groups who would not get involved now have sort of taken over this issue.
So going back real quick, I want to get to the I'm going to jump back to the early days of Flipper and everything after we get finished what we're talking about with the when you first went to San Diego to do the conference and SeaWorld banned you from the conference.
I didn't go to the conference. I wasn't allowed. They were showing the film, and Louis was there. I know I'm not going to be allowed to get into SeaWorld. And why would if you talk to any SeaWorld trainer, I talked to one yesterday, when you go to buy a ticket, all of those ticket booths have my photograph there. If I show up, they have instructions to call the police. That's not only the SeaWorld, it's Aquarium, Marineland, all these places. So I wasn't there, but the film was going to be shown finally, but it didn't. So Louis said, "Can I go with you?" No, I'll go. I said, "Well, what is it you're doing?" We're doing a television series like the old Jacques Cousteau series. You remember that? Yes. He's asking me that. I said, "Sure, I remember." Everybody. Well, we want to feature you in the first episode. I said, "Well, I'm here. Bring the cameras."
You were here, meaning Taiji?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going the next day. I said, "I'll be there tomorrow." I'm going right now.
And how often did you go there?
I would go 5 or 6 times a year.
When did you start going there?
2003, I believe.
Okay.
And so Louis, he said, "Can I photograph you?" I said, "Sure." And he hung up the telephone and went out. He took a 3-day crash course on how to make a movie. He never made a movie in his life. So he's telling this story were in Paris. He and I and Luc Besson, the French filmmaker, he was the distributor for the COVID. So the three of us were sitting at the press conference, and Luc was telling the story. He said, so I told Rick, I'll meet him in Taiji, and I hung up the phone and went out and took a 3-day course on how to make a movie. Here's a guy who never made a movie before. His first movie wins Academy Award and every award. And
Jesus
so
Christ.
I like telling filmmakers. I told my son that story. And I was just in Portugal recently at a film school telling all of the students, trying to encourage them to go out and do what Louis did. Anybody can do it. And everyone should do it. So Lincoln did that. Then he went out and made a 3-part television series for Discovery Channel.
Blood Dolphin.
Blood Dolphins. Now he's doing a feature film for Dog Wolf, I think it's called.
Dog Wolf?
Dog Wolf. They do documentaries.
Okay. Oh, it's a company. Okay.
Yeah, in London. They did the documentary that won the Academy Award this year. It's called Navalny.
Navalny. Okay.
Yeah, that's their film.
Right.
It's a profile piece. Now they're doing another profile piece on what we're doing. So that's exciting.
That's amazing.
Yeah. Lincoln could win the Academy Award.
So you guys met up.
This is not in the shot, is it?
No. And you said, I'm going to Taiji the next day. They said, we'll meet you there.
And so he shows up, got one little camera by himself. And we're in a restaurant. I took him to a restaurant that night, Japanese restaurant. And he leans across the table and he says, so what's this movie about? This is so encouraging. Because I have been doing interviews literally since before Flipper. Hundreds of them. And I wrote a couple of books, and my writing partner, it was a journalist for so many years, 30 years. And he told me one time, he said, journalists aren't looking for the truth. They're looking for a story. That stuck with me because that's what I experienced all of these years. I put that together. They're looking for a story,
right?
And usually they know what that story is before they even interview me. And here's a guy. Once in a while, you'll get a investigative journalist who has a blank mind, and they're going to document what it is.
Yes.
So that's why I was excited.
Right.
You haven't already made up your mind what this is. Just follow me around, and you'll see.
Right.
It is what it is.
Right.
And that's how the code was made.
What was the response from the people? Because, I mean, watching that documentary, it is quite literally astonishing how many people are aware of you, who are tailing you every day, getting in your face, trying to intimidate you. Like, it's a very, very high-level operation those fishermen have going there, and you are the bane of their existence. I can't imagine the reaction you got after this documentary not only dropped, but won an Academy Award. What was the reaction from those guys and from not just Taiji, but Japan?
Anger. They don't want to be exposed like that. And they know that it's all true. So they have to do damage control there and pretend that we're making all of this stuff up. And anger is what just make them angry. It's all.
How long after the film came out and won the Academy Award did you go back to Taiji, or did you go back?
I never actually left. I was there almost all the time. It goes on 6 months a year. When it starts, it doesn't stop for 6 months every day.
Right, from September to March.
Yeah, I'm constantly going back and forth. And, I was doing a lot of hiding in those days because they're angry fishermen. And, they're not the real threat. The real threat is the Yakuza wannabe, the young guy who wants to be. The Yakuza is very involved in fisheries in Japan. and these live dolphin sales, and anywhere there's money, the Yakuza is in that neighborhood.
For people listening who don't know, can you explain what the Yakuza
The
is?
Yakuza is a Japanese mafia. They're everywhere. They're ubiquitous in Japan. They are in government. They run the government. They're everywhere. And so the guy I'm afraid of is the young guy who's had too much to drink, makes a bad decision, and something happens. And that happens in Japan. You know, not so much with guns, but knives. You know, guns are outlawed, but you have to constantly look over your shoulder.
Guns are outlawed there?
I think they're outlawed, but banned. You know, you don't find guns like you do here.
Right.
That's a good thing too, because they get very angry when you expose them like that. It's something you just don't do in Japan. Yeah, Japanese people would never do that to one another. Their culture is very, very different. Mm-hmm. And you don't take sides with Westerners. So it's a very, very difficult campaign, and we've been on it since 2003, and we're still on it, and we're not having any results. So we tried something new: sue the bastards. We've had very good success with suing them. I've been arrested twice on false charges, and deported, went to prison. I took her to court for suing.
Who specifically?
The government.
Of the Japanese government?
Yeah. And I won. That's never happened before. When I was in Japan in September, Lincoln and I were there filming. We went to the lawyer's office, this law firm, and he said, congratulations, this is the first case ever in Japanese history where somebody was deported, sued the government, went all the way to the Supreme Court and won. So I'm back. Whenever I want to go back. That makes them just angry. So our strategy now is to sue them. Sea Shepherd was there also, another environmental group.
Right.
And a couple of other guys got arrested. They also sued using the same law firm, Japanese law firm. They won. So we have a good track record with this law firm. And the Supreme Court, the higher courts are much more fair than the lower courts. So we're going to keep the lawsuit going, and yeah, that's our new strategy.
Have you ever sat down with one of these fishermen and had a direct face-to-face conversation?
I've had many. I've gone into
like a cordial conversation?
Yeah. And recorded it. I would sometimes record them with a button cam or something like that. And yeah, we've done that. And now what about that? What is it you want to know about that?
What came out of that? What was your sense?
Which one? There's 100.
Any of them.
There's just 2,000.
All of them together.
The thing I've taken away from it is that they admitted if it's illegal or it is legal, we're going to do this. You kill cows, we kill these. You know, beef. What's this? Put it on a table, cut it up, you can't even tell the difference. So, of course, they're right about that.
This episode of the pod.
And it's the way they kill them, the way they're just, and improprieties, illegalities are being recorded. So we live stream, when we're there, we're live streaming everything. We have drones, very small drones, and we're looking for illegalities. And we funnel all of that to the law firm. And our next assault will be a legal one in the courts.
There's so many questions regarding the ethics of what it is, and compare, like in the documentary, they're always coming up with different arguments to back up what they're doing, slaughtering these dolphins. And one of them was it's pest control because they're eating too much fish. Another one was You know, like what you said earlier, you guys slaughter cows, or this guy in people in Australia, they slaughter kangaroos. So why can't we slaughter our own dolphins? And
Yeah, they're right too. Excuse me for a minute.
is there any sort of legal loophole there that you can get around, or that you can sort of lobby for to?
Not ethics, no. Ethics. No, it has to be something.
There's nothing based on like the intelligence of an animal, whether you can kill or not.
Well, you can go to court and fight that for years, and two sides are debating what intelligence is. What is intelligence?
Right.
No, you will never shut it down based on intelligence. They will argue about that. And intelligence, some anthropologists might tell you, is the ability to adapt to your environment and survive. That would make a cockroach more intelligent than us. They could survive a nuclear holocaust.
Right.
So that ain't it.
Mm.
Well, what is it? And so you go down that road. It's got to be something breaking the laws of Japan. Very black and white. Mm-hmm. And and we have a lot of evidence of that. And we're building more. I can't tell you publicly what that is because it's tipping off who are going to watch your broadcast. They monitor me all the time, as does the captivity industry, who should be fighting this battle, not me. That's their industry that they are not policing.
Right.
Or the animal welfare industry, since the captivity industry is not going to do it. That's a multi-billion-dollar industry that could end that dolphin slaughter anytime they want to.
Now, in 2009, I think you said that the industry was responsible for like $2 billion in revenue a year for captive dolphins.
That industry, SeaWorld alone makes $1.5 billion a year.
Still to this day.
That's just one company. You're not talking about the industry, the Alliance of Marine Parks and Aquariums.
All over the world.
It's massive. Yeah, they can enter whatever they want to. They don't want to. They want to get involved. They only get involved in things that make money, not negative cash flow, positive cash flow.
But these guys, people like these groups in Taiji, Japan, who are rounding up the dolphin and capturing them and selling them for $100,000 a pop. Haven't there been offers that you guys have made to basically subsidize what they're making? Like, hey, we'll figure out a way to reimburse you for all the money you're losing for selling these dolphins. And that would be a fair compromise. And they basically said no.
We've had meetings with the mayor, the city council, the police, the Coast Guard, all of them at a table like this, a huge table in the city hall. My wife, Helena, and I, long before the film The Cove was made and anybody cared about this issue, we were in there asking them if they would agree to take a year off. We'll pay. They had 13 boats that were hunting dolphins. We will pay. I didn't have any money. I couldn't even pay for lunch. But I'm bluffing. Sometimes it works. I'll find the money later. So we told them we would. We'll subsidize the boats. You guys stay up for 1 year and don't hunt any dolphins. Continue doing whatever else you do, but leave dolphins. We'll give you the same amount of money. And that was translated around the room. And then it comes around again. The answer was, it's not about money. It's about pest control. In other words, the dolphins are eating too much fish.
Right.
And so let's kill all the dolphins.
Yeah.
That was the answer. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. It's just one person at that table's 2 cents they're putting in. But they didn't go for the subsidized. Like, no.
Yeah, it seems like that's just it's an excuse for something else. Whether it be like that, the fishing has been their lives for so long. It's a lifestyle for them. It's a culture for them.
No, it's not.
Maybe it gives them meaning.
No, it's not cultural. That's one of they say that over and over again, and in some warped way, it's become the truth. The truth is, it's never been, ever been their culture. Commercial factory whaling has never been their culture. You can see the boats. They still have these antique canoes where the whole tribe would go out and they would hunt one whale and bring it into Taiji, and they would live off that whale for a long time. They never hunted dolphins for dolphin shows.
No,
That is a lie.
Mm.
Yeah, so they make up. But you have to understand, when I say they, I'm talking about a very small minority of men
In
in
Japan.
a very remote village in Taiji. There's 100, audience pay attention, there's 127 million people in Japan who don't harm dolphins.
Right. And they don't even know about this stuff.
No, not really. It's a small island, actually, relative to California. It's
Right.
the same, about the same size, actually.
It's California.
But it's got 127 million people all crammed together living there. And they do it pretty well, actually. But those people don't really eat whale meat anymore. The younger people kind of laugh at it. It's the much older people my age. I'm 84. They would continue eating whale meat because that's what they grew up on during the Second World. After the war, all of the cattle had been bombed. There wasn't any protein, and they were eating. It was General MacArthur who told them go out and kill whales.
Really?
We, the Americans, gave them the ships they still have to go out and hunt whales because we bombed all the cattle and they were starving. And so they did. There's no need to do that today. There's plenty of, you go into the supermarket in Taiji, Katsura, and these places, plenty of food. They're doing it to sell to dolphin shows, not even about meat. That's the big lie.
Right.
If they had to depend only on the meat, they would have gone out of
The meat's
business
just a distraction.
20 years ago or something like that.
Are they still funneling all that meat into the school system?
No, that ended.
That ended.
By exposing it, sometimes exposing it is, the way to go. So we keep doing that. And try to keep from getting arrested on false charges. And
Yeah, that was bizarre. Some of the stories about the history of mercury poisoning in Japan, like from the Chiso factory, and children being born deaf and blind, and from the pregnant mothers being exposed to this mercury. And I think even in the documentary, you guys like took a hair sample from one of the Japanese guys and found out the mercury level in his body was like 200 times the acceptable level or something like that.
yeah, it's a big problem.
Yeah. You guys are going back there still every year, right?
Yeah, we do. Not as much. We're trying to get our Japanese cult to be the face of it and step up.
Not you guys, right?
And replace those who step down. It's really it's up to the Japanese people to do this. Our work is about facilitating that, helping them do that.
How many operations around the world do you think are similar to what's going on in Taiji? With this, like as far as like using those big metal rods to round up the dolphin with the sound wall and then bring them into the cove and slaughter them like that.
Solomon Islands.
In Indonesia.
No, that's in Indonesia. There's a few places that happens.
Isn't the Solomon Islands near Indonesia? Or no? No. Okay.
No, they're Australia.
Oh, it's Australia.
Yeah, Lincoln got us place there. And one of our board members, Dr. Sarah Meltzoff, lived with that tribe for many years. Still goes there. That is really traditional. They've been doing that for hundreds of years.
Really? In Indonesia that have been doing this for a very long time.
in Indonesia, I don't approach them at all. We don't do, we don't, we have our colleagues who are Indonesian deal with that. Westerners going into places and telling people what to do
It's frowned
is not a
upon.
good idea.
Yeah, we don't have a good track record.
So it's not like we sit at the right-hand side of God and we have to,
Well, we think we do sometimes.
Well, I don't. I sympathize with it. We try to get the Japanese people to take ownership of this.
Right.
That's what it's about.
Right.
It's hard for them to do that because you don't take sides with their. You don't take sides with Westerners. You don't do that. You don't criticize the government. That's something you just don't do in Japanese culture. If you get arrested, and I was told, I have friends in Japan who I've known for 40, 50 years. That's how long I've been involved in the Japanese thing. And they told me early on, if I get arrested, they are breaking all contact with me. And that's what they do. If you get arrested, even if it's for the right reason, and by the way, I've been arrested many times.
How many?
But every time is by my design.
Right.
Every time.
Right.
Except when I was.
It was never an accident.
Well, in Japan it was deliberate. It wasn't by my design. They arrested me on false charges. I had no control.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But I took them to court and won. So they don't do that anymore.
What was the false charge?
Let's see. Well, the first time I was arrested, I had just arrived in Taiji. I was jet lagged. I arrived in Tokyo, got on the train. By the time you get to Taiji, you're exhausted. And I got to Taiji, got off the train, walked to a restaurant, and it was opening day of the Dolphin Hunt, September 1st. So a lot of Japanese journalists are there. These journalists are all, we call them the mayor's pet journalists. He brings them in to write the story he wants written. And so they plotted against me.
Propaganda.
Well, they told, they saw me drinking a beer in the restaurant. I had a half a glass. I don't really drink, but I had a half a glass. And then I left, got in the car, and I was driving to a hotel, which is like 5 minutes away. Could almost throw a rock to it. A couple of cop cars were parked waiting for me. They pulled me over, gave me a breathalyzer test, and I passed. Now there's dozens of people, all the photographers, all of the media, Japanese media were there. They're the ones who called the police on me. But it's a very serious crime in Japan, drinking and driving. They do not tolerate it. One strike and you are out.
Oh, wow.
And so I passed the test. I'm fine. And they said, let's see your driver's license. No, my passport. I couldn't find my passport. I said, it's in the hotel. We're parked in the parking lot of the hotel. I said, I'll go up there and get it for you. Right. No, you're under arrest for not carrying your passport. And so I went to jail that day. And they found my passport. It was actually in the glove compartment of the car I was in. They had to let me go. That was the first arrest. The second one was I was going through September 1st again. Season just starting. And whenever I go through immigration, as soon as they put my passport in the computer, the red light goes off and the bells, and
Every time.
yeah, and people behind me are getting out of line. And it happens every time. And they take me to the back room, which I'm very familiar with. And I lay down on the bench and usually try to sleep because they tie me up for hours doing this.
They tie you. Oh, yeah.
Not literally.
Not literally.
They want me to miss my baggage and all that stuff.
Right. So you just get comfortable because you're used to it.
Yeah, I usually fall asleep, and they always let me go. This time they did. This time they put me in a cell down in the basement with several other people trying to get in the country.
Wow, a fishing community, a small group of
This is
fish.
Tokyo.
This is in Tokyo, but
Yeah.
still, this all stems from this small fishing village.
Yeah.
It goes so far up the chain.
Yeah. Yeah.
So they really care about this in Japan. Like it's in the higher levels of the government.
If we can shut this down, they're thinking, this little thing, this little coast, we could probably shut down whaling. Maybe that's what they're thinking. I don't know what they're thinking. For all the same reasons, I don't know what you're thinking, but I assume that's why they're spending so much money and time and energy on making sure that they can continue doing this. And they're winning so far. It takes money to stop it. You cannot, this is a war. This is a full-blown war.
Yeah.
You cannot fight a war without ammunition. But I've been doing that. The Dolphin Project has been doing it since 2003. If I had a fraction of the money that it costs to make the code movie, I could end this thing. If I had a fraction of the money that comes in, you go to the 10 top animal wealth. Go ahead, sorry.
No, I was going to say, you said fraction of the money. How? Like how?
Okay, like what we're doing, we're hiring lawyers.
Right.
We're looking for illegalities, taking out full-page advertisement in educational material in magazines, billboards. There's a lot of things you can do if you have money.
Right.
I never had that. I wasn't working for the Dolphin Project because I had to leave and go get a paying job somewhere. I went to work for Earth Island Institute, environmental group. And I ended up resigning because they were totally ineffective. And like most of these big groups, what they are looking for is issues like this that they can attach themselves to and ask for donations. And those donations, you can see them. If you go to the 10 top groups, animal welfare groups, they have to publish their taxes. They publish those.
Right.
The biggest one, they have $300 million sitting in a thing called reserve. In other words, they have enough money to do everything they're doing, plus their retirement, but they just have this extra. And there's 10 or 20 groups like this. There's hundreds of millions. They have 300 million in reserve. Why am I there doing this when they could be doing it?
Right.
I don't have the money to fight this war. We didn't even have a budget. I had a credit card from Rothschild Island. I could buy airplane tickets and food and hotels, but no money to fight the fucking war.
Right.
I resigned. And I know they have it. I can look at it. You can see the tax record, $30 million or something. So I've got to become very disgusted and disillusioned with the animal welfare industry and the environmental industry, all these things. I realize if we cannot fix that problem, that code is much bigger than the Orange Bowl, than a football field. If we can't fix that, and they're working on these big projects to save the world, to save the ocean, to save it. If you can't fix that, how are you going to fix the big thing? And they can't fix it because they don't even try. So it's very depressing, and it will lead you to a place that you don't want to go. And there I have been on this dolphin, having to fight this war with no ammunition, realizing conditions there. It's kind of like sitting right outside the gate, but they won't let the food in. It's one of those.
Right.
There's money to fix that problem in Taiji. It's not that big, but nobody works on it. Nobody does anything about it except sign this petition and send us money. That's the problem. We don't have the money to fight this war. And the people who have it are out looking for other opportunities. They're not actually spending the money on the war. Everybody's missing in action. So I've never said these things. I would stay away from these podcasts and stuff like that. But I think this will be in Lincoln's movie, The Truth, about what is going on. Who
are the biggest customers for the Japanese fishermen in Taiji? Like what countries, what organizations are still going there?
Atlantis, Atlantis and Bahamas. Well, they have one in Dubai that's even bigger than that, and they have, when they opened up, they had celebrities floating from all over the world. Everybody who was, and those dolphins came from Taiji. So what's going on here? I thought we were all against this.
What about SeaWorld?
Oh, those came from Solomon Islands. Same thing, another drive.
So so SeaWorld is still purchasing dolphins from the Solomon Islands?
No, they're not coming into the United States anymore. We stopped that.
No,
But what if they could? They're not. They're having to do with captive breeding. So they have. This is true in Europe also. Most of the captive dolphins are actually.
Thanks, Steve, for giving me a geography lesson. But it's close to Indo. Kind of. Same part of the world.
Yeah, this is the largest archipelago of islands in the world.
And that's where Lincoln lives now.
Yeah, we have a sanctuary there. That's the only one in the world.
Yeah, how do you confiscate a dolphin? What's the process of confiscating a dolphin?
In Indonesia, it's very different than it is in America and Europe. In America and Europe, we have in America we have the National Marine Fisheries Service. They're in charge of all things dolphin. The legal permission to do whatever you're doing. And in Indonesia, it's the Forest Department. The Forest Department is in charge. They literally own all wildlife. So they can march in and take them away if they want to. You can't do that at SeaWorld. That's somebody's property. You'll get sued any more than they come in here and take your camera away. So it's your property. But in Indonesia, it's very different. That's why we're having success over there. The minister is also the minister of fisheries. She's the minister of fisheries and the forest department. So we also rescue turtles and monkeys and, in between all the other stuff we're doing. So when they confiscate something, they give them to us, they call us and ask us to help them. And we have to pay for it. They have no money, no budget.
Right. Now, if there's a dolphin in captivity, how do you reacclimate it or reconnect it back to the environment? Is that process always successful?
No, it's I've written protocol, and I'll send it to you so you can put it on your thing and people can read it. Okay, several pages long. We're still writing it after 30 years because we're still learning how to do this. This is pioneer work. And we don't have all the answers, and you only learn from your mistakes, not from your successes. So we've learned a lot, because we've had mistakes also in the last 40, 50 years. What was your original question?
I was basically asking, does it always, does it fail sometimes? What happens if you have a dolphin who's been in captivity for 10 years and you rescue it, you bring it to your sea pen, try to reacclimate it to the wild?
Free Willy is a good example.
Yes.
That was a brilliant rescue. They rescued Keiko from a swimming pool in Mexico. This particular animal should never have been put in a subtropical climate like that. Right. Same is true with the orcas at SeaWorld and the Miami Aquarium and these places. These are cold water animals. They don't care about that. Tropical animals, the Dolphin Research Center down in Florida, he captured dolphins in Pine Island, Florida, sent them to Finland where it's freezing cold, and to Canary Islands, which is tropical at least. But sending them to So here was an orca by the name of Keiko in a swimming pool in Mexico, and I was working for Earth Island Institute at the time. They rescued Keiko from the swimming pool, built a tank on the west coast, and got rid of the papilloma virus that you see on his skin, and then moved him from there to Iceland, where he came from, to a fjord. I think they had about $20 million to work with.
Wow.
Yeah, $22 million. A lot of money for one animal to be released, but
Yeah, why so much money? What do you spend $20 million on?
salaries, six-figure salaries.
Yeah, right, exactly.
So when I was
It's like the homeless problem in LA.
when we do this rescue work, we try to make sure, and I've done this in Guatemala, same thing they do here in Guatemala, Nicaragua, Colombia, Brazil, Haiti, South Korea, and Indonesia, and I always try to keep it down to $30,000, trying to prove it is more cost-effective to rehabilitate them and let them go than to keep them and warehouse them for the rest of their life. But when you hire these guys from SeaWorld, for example, the last two dolphins they released in Turkey for the Born Free Foundation, that cost almost $1 million for two dolphins.
Jesus.
Sometimes when we do it, it doesn't cost. The first one we did cost $600 from Master Island on Key Biscayne. We flew them to the Bahamas to exactly 2505 North, 7640 West. There was a group of dolphins we could see from the chalk seaplane, and we landed on the water and let them go. That cost us $600, not $200 million or not 800,000.
You just landed the seaplane right on a school of dolphins and let them free right there.
Well, not on the.
Not on top of them, but
Yeah.
I mean, like right next to
Yeah,
them.
but
And does that work? Do the dolphins let them in?
not immediately, and they may not. Yes, so there are some unknowns. But they can be accepted. Sometimes they don't want to be. Like Valdemir, there are many dolphins that they call friendlies. They chose to be alone. They're comfortable being alone. I'm kind of like that myself, actually, so I can relate. Yeah, what were we talking about?
Talking about the money it costs to free these animals back into the wild.
Yeah, it depends on who you hire to do it. If you hire a bunch of these SeaWorld people, they'll stretch it out as long as they can and make as much money. So that's what happened. After several years trying to free Willie, the 20 million ran out, and they all left. Where did they go? They went to Panama. Now you would think the dolphin trainers who worked on the Free Willy project would be so proud of this.
Play that.
And they know now that captivity is wrong. These are all orca trainers from SeaWorld, right? That have left the industry, and now they've got this project to Free Willy behind under their belt. You think they would be the new guys who take over this captivity issue and run with it. But instead, they ran to Panama. They bought more land than SeaWorld has in Orlando, and they were going to outdo SeaWorld by building a new one in Panama. They applied for a permit to capture, 20 dolphins, something like that. As soon as we heard about it, we went there and organized protests. And these were huge protests. The Panamanians were outraged. You're trying to capture our dolphins? All you guys for Free Willy? And the protests were very successful. And we actually ran them out of town. Where did they go? These traders from Free Willy.
Yeah.
They went to the Solomon Islands.
Stop
And they're trafficking dolphins from Solomon Islands to Mexico, to Singapore, to the Philippines, and other places. People don't know these things. They only know what, I start to question about history. I see how history is rewritten all the time. And I start to question what's real and what isn't.
Right. I know what you mean.
So, Keiko,
Why is her fin
finally,
bent over?
it was very obvious at some point if you ever worked with an orca in captivity, and I did, and so did these guys. If you've ever done that, you know that Keiko, at some point after the 20 million was gone, and they were gone, that this animal is not a candidate to be released. But since they were all gone, now the money's gone, nobody's on the payroll except HSUS and Earth Island Institute. That's basically two people. Two people are making the decision, and their decision is freedom at all costs. Although it's not a candidate. I was watching this.
It was more about optics.
And he died.
Right.
And we will never know why he died, what kind of shape he was in, because they buried him in a secret location as quickly as possible with no necropsy. When I heard they didn't do a necropsy, the captivity industry, they do that only because they don't want you to know why they died. Right? As soon as they did this, I went right to the guy and asked, how come you didn't do a necropsy? See, they're spinning the story now, and everybody who donated $20 million is believing a bunch of bullshit. They can spin it any way they want.
Right. So why is your dorsal fin curved over like that?
There are theories. Mine is that it has to do with gravity. In the wild, they will spend 80% of their time underwater where there is no gravity. In captivity, they're always looking for food, looking for a handout.
Right.
And gravity, I believe, has a lot to do with that.
Okay. Yeah, the white stuff all over her skin.
That was the papilloma. That's from being in a cold water animal in Mexico. Come on. Keiko dies. Why did he die? Yeah, they'll have some prostitute vet come out there and give you some story that's not true. And I get in trouble with all these people because I out them.
What is your theory, or what do you believe about why a couple of those trainers were killed by the orcas, dragged down and drowned by the orcas? Why do you think that
Anger,
happened?
frustration, anger, no question about it. One day I got a call from a guy, I forget his name, he's the president of the California Trial Lawyers Association. He's representing a single trader by the name of John Sillick, who was riding on the back of an orca on the surface of the water during a show. He's actually riding backwards. He's facing backwards on him. So he's showing you the video. Another orca leaps up and deliberately lands right on it, breaking most of the bones in their body. And really, oh my God. So this guy flew me out to California and showed me this and wanted me to be, well, I was. That's
Oh, there's video on it?
Yeah, that's it right there.
Play that.
You see, he's facing backwards.
Okay, I see. Does that not work, Steve? Oh.
So he needs an eyewitness video who actually trained orcas to say that, because there are millions.
So he'd sue SeaWorld.
No, they're going to sue. That's a done deal.
Okay.
How much?
How much? Right.
$100 million or what? This is another lady. Her name was. So anyhow, let me go back to.
They're going to show the video of this guy getting slammed, I think.
This is honestly how I see the future of comedy podcasts going. They'll survive their own downfalls because the meme is fucking the comedian.
Oh, wow. Oh, here comes. He's riding on the dorsal fin, going backwards.
And he deliberately did that. Oh, my Lord. So this guy said, will you testify that in court? I said, yeah, I will if you agree to go to court. Because historically, this is not the first time. There's many of these. And they always settle out of court.
Right.
Kept quiet. And that's why this guy got hurt. Because the last lawyer didn't take it to court. Didn't make it public. Kept quiet.
Take it to trial. Don't take the settlement.
And he said, I promise you, I'm not taking the settlement. We don't want to see this happen to him. And he was lying to me. He settled and for a lot of money. John Schultz bought a nightclub in San Diego.
This guy,
yeah, he survived. But the next accident, there was another one, Don Bradshaw, after that, because he didn't take it to court.
Right.
And there was a woman that right after, before that, and she was in Vancouver, and Orca pulled her in the water and killed her. Kelty Blood is her name. She would be alive today if that guy didn't lie to me and said, let's go to court. That's what they do. They SeaWorld pays them because they make a, what do they care about?
February 2024 in February 2010, Tillicum killed Don Bradshaw, a 4-year-old SeaWorld trainer. Bradshaw was killed following a Dine with Shanmu World. The veteran trainer was rubbing Tillicum as part of the post-show routine when the orca grabbed her by her ponytail and pulled her in the water. Whatever happened with Tillicum after that?
Well, that's a lie right there, Doug. You're reading early stuff that
It's Wikipedia.
it turned out that SeaWorld spun it. That's her fault. She never had the ponytail.
Right.
We tell people, don't do that. It's a spin. That's not true.
Right. So what happened with Tillicum after that happened? Did they decommission her?
They put him in isolation in a small tank until he died.
Oh, God.
Really tiny little tank. They punished him.
How long did it take him to die?
I don't know. I'd have to go back and research it.
Right. So now, what you were saying earlier is because the U.S. no longer imports whales or dolphins, right, from anywhere around the world. And
No, they can import them. They can't. I don't have the laws here in front of me. There's lots of different laws, but they can get them if they want them. They can't capture them.
They just do it secretly, probably. Like it's frowned upon, so they just try to keep it out of the limelight.
They have loopholes like breeding alone. To breeding alone, like Canary Islands, all of the orcas there, they're actually owned by SeaWorld. They're not owned by Canary Islands. So what is it called? Laurel Park in Canary Islands. My wife goes there quite a bit monitoring those whales, but they're actually from SeaWorld. They call it a breeding road, but they never come back. So they get their stock. They get the sperm delivered every month. You know, they masturbate them, take the sperm, and captive breeding. Now the thing is, these animals. As you asked about SeaWorld or what is it called?
Clearwater Marine. Yeah,
The way the law reads, really, you're not supposed to have dolphins in captivity unless it's an educational experience.
Right.
So that's the loophole. They pretend this is, and it is an educational experience, but it is a negative educational experience. It's a form of bad education. So they just take advantage of the fact that our system, the way it's set up, the lobbyists lead and the politicians follow, and they get whatever they want. They have carte blanche because the system doesn't work. You take National Marine Fisheries and APHIS, these agencies that are protecting all dolphins are under their care. But who is above them? They're a branch of the Department of Commerce. Look at that word, commerce.
Right.
They don't protect them at all. That's not their job. Their job is to regulate. In other words, if you want to send dolphins to Europe and capture them at Pine Island, Florida, they were rubber stamping them 98.4% of all permits to capture dolphins and exploit them any way you want to was approved by the Commerce Department.
Right.
And all these agencies work more. The whole thing is about money. And the agencies, the government, how do they profit from it? It's a multi-billion-dollar industry. They pay taxes just like you and me. Where does that money go? It goes to the government.
The reason I learned about you was I think around 2009, 2010, I was working on that Dolphin Tale movie that was filmed at the Clearwater Marine Aquarium, and that's where I met Pete Zuccarini, who is the legendary, amazing underwater cinematographer who filmed all the Pirates of the Caribbean movies, and he helped Lincoln film the Blood Dolphin show. He told me all about this story. And Lincoln, I came to understand. That's when I first discovered the polarization in this world. And there's a lot of people, I think Jack Hanna is one of the people you debated about this on TV a long time ago, that say if you take a place like the Clearwater Marine Aquarium, who it has dolphins like Winter, who was caught up in a crab trap and the rope basically mangled her tail. They had to amputate her tail. They kept her alive. Is there anything to say about aquariums like that are keeping animals that are injured that need to be rehabilitated who would have died the other way? If they would have stayed in the wild, they would have died.
Yeah. And what they're telling you about them rescuing that animal and doing whatever they did, they were absolutely correct. That's good work. They do that better than anybody else in the world, because these are dolphin traffickers. They know how to transport them and move them around, and have the veterinarians and people who are trained in marine mammal husbandry. And whenever I'm debating with them, maybe you've seen some of them, they bring that up immediately and say, this is what we do. That's not what they do. That's what they do 5% of the time, and they do it better than anybody. And that's what Clearwater should be, that. A rescue center outdoors where the dolphins can experience the natural rhythms of the sea and the tide and the current, see the sky. All of these elements are very important in the healing process.
Right.
You can't do that inside of a building. The reason they're in the building, and that's what I'm upset about, spending $40 million for another tank in building instead of revolutionizing the concept. And by the way, that's what we're trying to do. We're not trying to abolish that industry. We're trying to revolutionize it. Make the 5% the 95%. And forget about the 5%, which is just stupid dolphin tricks.
The question is, where does all the money go, right? Because they spent all that money to rebuild that aquarium and build giant. They got rid of those round wastewater tanks, and they built really big tanks for those things. And obviously, they're show tanks, right?
Yeah, for sure.
And obviously, the movie was a huge marketing tool for that aquarium. Really, they drew people from all over the world to come visit Clearwater, to come see that aquarium. And that didn't just benefit the aquarium, that benefited the city of Clearwater. It benefited all the tourism around here, which, a majority of the economy around here is based on tourism.
Yeah.
So, what's to say that money can't go towards revolutionizing this and building more awareness towards these dolphins and their intelligence, and helping and using that money to rescue more animals, rehabilitate more animals, whether they can be released. Because I don't know. I think they do release some animals that they catch.
They do. They do
right?
work in that rescue and release, but they'll tell you themselves. The ones that they want to keep, they do. Manatees. The manatees they have don't have scars. They're looking for dolphins without scars, and they'll go into their collection because they'll make sure the authorities understand they can't be released.
So how did the the whole Flipper TV series come about? What were you doing? How old were you? Where were you living? And how were you approached to be a part of the Flipper movie? Which eventually became a series.
Well, my first,
Scoot in a little bit. Yeah.
my first encounter with that whole thing, I guess, would be on Christmas Day, 1955. I had just come home from a 14-day leave from the Navy. I just gotten through boot camp. And when you get out of Navy boot camp, before you get shipped out to sea, you have a 14-day leave. So I was home on that 14-day leave. My ABC Corps just opened. I went there with my family. I'm in the uniform. I'm standing there in front of this big glass window looking into this 500,000 gallon tank. And by the way, this was the third dolphinarium in the world at this point in 1955. It was not a multi-billion-dollar industry. It was the third one in the world. First one opened in St. Augustine, 1938. And then in Los Angeles, Palos Verdes, California, it opened up in 1954 or something like that. So this one just opened. And I stood there at the window, the glass window, looking in, and it just blew me away. There were sharks, there were 500-pound grouper, turtle the size of this table, slithering along the bottom would be big giant sawfish slithering around, moray eels. And now here comes a guy walking across the tank, just jumping over the rocks and stuff. He's got a canvas suit on, spun copper Miller gun helmet, and air flowing out of the helmet to the surface. And I can see that light coming through the water, and there's a hose going up to the surface, and the dolphins and everything is surrounding this guy who's passing out fish to everybody. And I thought, man, when I get out of the Navy, I'm going to come back here and get that guy's job. 5 years later, I did. That's how I started. I applied for a job as a diver. I graduated from the Divers Training Academy, the first class deep sea diver. Mm-hmm. And I was been diving all over the Mediterranean.
Yeah, what were you doing in the Navy? Like, what kind of missions were you on? Or what kind of?
I was on an anti-submarine hunter-killer group for the last 2 years. I was a destroyer in the Mediterranean. Yeah, we go to Gitmo Bay for gunnery practice every year. We go to North Sea, play war games with submarines. We'd be anchored in Monaco, for example. We have 3 submarines, and we'd all swing on the same anchor. I wanted to continue diving, so when I got out of the Navy, I went to work for Arthur McKee, who was a treasure diver. He was the world's foremost treasure diver, a family friend. I did that for a couple of years, and it was the hardest work I ever did in my life. And I never found the gold bars that I fantasized. I was about to get married, or I thought I was going to, and I told Captain McKee, I've got to get a real job. He took me to the Seaquarium to his friend, Captain Bill Gray, who was in charge of everything. He's the guy who started this whole industry, actually. He hired me on the spot. And I'm doing that job that I explained to you, the feeding the fish again. And you get promoted as you spend your time there. I was promoted to doing this top deck show. I wasn't actually a dolphin trainer, but my pay grade and my job description was dolphin trainer, although I never trained a dolphin. Anybody could actually step out there at showtime. The dolphins know 3 times a day they're doing this routine, and you could put a mannequin out there passing out fish. They would do so. It looked like I was a dolphin trainer, but I really had never trained a dolphin. I went there to be a diver. That's what I wanted to do. By the way, my first day on the job, I was assigned the diving job on the capture boat. And we were capturing dolphins at that time every day for, I don't know, a few months for the World's Fair in New York, for new dolphin areas that were opening up in Europe. I remember a dolphin from the boat, from the sequel boat, for $300 or $350 if you wanted a particular sex, size and sex, they called it. If you wanted a female 6 feet long, that was $350. 300 for this. And I remember loading a dolphin into the station wagon of a guy who drove to St. Pete Beach to give it to his girlfriend for his birthday. There were no laws protecting dolphins. And finally, there was a 1972 Marine Mammal Protection Act, which they could have called Marine Mammal Protection Act, because that's who they protect, the corporations, the animals. But,
Wow, that reminds me. I don't know if you're ever. There used to be a bar, a little shitty dive bar, literally like 2 miles from here. That's been shut down for years, probably 10 years now. It was called the Porpoise Pub. It was a bar, and in the middle of the bar, like there was a big circular bar. In the middle, there was a big round fish tank, and they had dolphins in there. And people would go and buy shots and drink beers and watch the dolphins swim around in this little tank.
I may have captured those dolphins. You can buy them then for $350. But to answer your question, that's how I started. And then the Flipper movie was made, the very first movie with Chuck Connors and Luke Halpin. And it was very, very successful. Some scenes were shot at the Seaquarium with sharks, and I was involved in shark wrangling and all of that for that first movie. Then they came back and made a deal with the Seaquarium to do a TV series. They had the green light to do a series. It's going to start off with a pilot feature first called Flipper's New Adventure. The deal was the Seaquarium would supply the dolphins and a trainer. And we're going to be training underwater. It's never been done before. Historically, dolphins are trained topside. You come in, buy a ticket, you sit down, and they're doing tricks on the surface of the water. So this was all new. I was chosen as the diver, trainer. I was the trainer. I was making $85 a week as a diver, and when I got promoted to trainer, I was making $95. And then Flipper came along, and in a short period of time, I'm the highest paid animal trainer in the world. I bought mine a new Porsche every year. And Rico, the director, said, don't buy anything you can't pay for in 13 weeks. He had been down this road before, So the Seaquarium had to supply a dolphin and 5 dolphins, actually. And we decided on females. They decided on females. I wasn't really in the decision-making role at that point. We get 5, they decided, because we don't know what we're doing. This has never been done before. We don't know how many we're going to need.
And you captured them in Biscayne Bay?
I had already captured them in Biscayne Bay when I was on the boat. So they were already on the grounds in holding tanks somewhere on the grounds. We didn't have to go get them. We had them ready for whoever wanted to buy them. Or in this case, they were given to them. So that was the deal. They were going to, just thinking back here. What's your original question? Am I drifting too far?
No. We were just going like through the linear story of how the first show came about.
Okay, so I was, there was a guy, when I was doing the show, I'm remembering these things, so I'm not giving you the chronology exactly, but when I was doing the show, when I was promoted to trainer, and I'm all over the ground, walking around, and there was one guy working with a dolphin back there. That was Rico Browning, and I would go help him. Rico was the creature from the Black Lagoon,
Right.
the guy who directed most of the underwater for Sea Hunt, Malibu Run, the Aquanauts, all those 50s black and white shows.
Right.
And he became my best friend. He was a guy, stuntman, took me under his wing, and he was my mentor. He wanted to be a director. At that point, he was just putting this show together. He was the creator of Flipper. He had written the book. He and his brother-in-law, Jack Houghton, called Flipper. And he told me it was on his refrigerator for about 10 years. He finally gave it to Ivan Torres, who said, "Hey, let's do this." And they did. It was a huge success all over the world.
This episode of the podcast is brought to you by Verso. Have you ever tried
So I found myself living with these Flipper dolphins 7 days a week, 24 hours a day for seven years or something like that. And when you do that, it's very different than the job I had before, where you go in the morning, you do 3 shows, you got the weekends off, and it's like an 8 to 5 job for most dolphin trainers. They don't really live with the dolphins. If they did, they would probably be doing what I'm doing, because that's when you really get to know them, when you're living with them like that.
How so?
It's like, do you have any pets at home?
I have a dog. I've had a dog for the last 14 years. He actually just died 2 days ago.
Okay.
It's right there.
What's the dog's name?
My friend Julian got me this cool little crystal. Julian Dory, shout out to him. He got me this 3D crystal of my dog.
It looks like a fox.
Teacup Yorkie. Yeah, he looks like a little fox. His name's Dunk.
So if you were to, which name was Dunk?
Dunk.
If you had interacted with Dunk a few times a day, 5 days a week or something, it's not the same relationship when you're living with him. You can anticipate when he gets up and walks across the room what he's going to do. After 14, right?
Right.
That's what I'm talking about. I don't know how to express that, but you get to know them like that.
Okay.
Whereas dolphin trainers never really get to. They have a utilitarian relationship with the animals.
Right.
They don't really get to know them.
Right.
So that's I don't know where to go from there. That's where it all began.
So you lived literally right next to the lake where they filmed, right? Like you lived in the house.
That was my house. I also had a house trailer near it. So there is a fenced-in area there.
Mm-hmm.
Public's not allowed. Police. I would watch it. I was back there just being as a dolphin for years. I became very reclusive. I'm still very reclusive. It was during a time when there was a lot of turmoil. The Vietnam War was raging. America was divided, not as much as we are today, but divided because of that war. Protesting going on all over the place. I became one of those people that started doing a lot of soul searching back there and questioning what I'm doing. It was a very strange duality I was living. My work, my job, and my life. But what I'm doing there is trying to get the trust. I'm trying to get their trust. And I accomplish that, of course. I sleep on the dock with them. I mean, I call it dolphin time. And
did you have any sort of, was there a special way you could communicate with the dolphins?
It's always silence. It's always silence. And at that time, I was actually being silent, for I was studying it with an Indian guru who was silent for, I think, 26 years. And I was doing this. I was living in a world of silence with him. A lot of the time I had to interact. I didn't have to interact with anybody. I would drive my portions in the back and lock the gate, and they would stay away from me. The trucks would come to film once in a blue moon. After the first couple of years, they had so much stock footage, they left me alone. I was there alone all this time.
Right.
With my surfboard, my little boat, and the dolphins, and my friends. I was living in Coconut Grove, and you know, it was during the time when Coconut Grove was. It was an art colony. And some of the John Sebastian, who you just saw, remember a band called The Love and Spoonful?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that one? God, I'm not getting old.
Yeah, that's one of
Everybody in the world knew.
before my time, Rick.
Do you believe in
Oh, of course, yes. Okay.
When you see the poster for Woodstock, there's a guy, you see the audience, you see a guy wearing tie-dye clothes. That's John.
Oh, okay.
So these, him and all his friends fed me up. Everybody's Pocket, Midnight Cowboy, won the Academy Award. He was my best friend, actually. He and I started doing musical experiments back there because nobody was there and we could do this. Communication. Okay, that's a language too. And we're back there doing our guitars, and sometimes Cass Elliot would come. You remember them? The Mamas and Papas?
You have to sing a song for me. I don't remember my name, but I probably heard their music.
Oh, you have California Dreaming?
Oh, of course, yes.
Yeah, so sometimes Castaway and Denny were there. Crosby was always there. David Crosby, Stephen Stills actually put the first money into it. Jody Mitchell. Mm-hmm. Jody and Crosby lived in the garage next door to me. I lived in one house over there. John lived in another one. Tennessee Williams lived at the end of the street. So all these celebrities started coming out at night. They were doing Timothy Leary, Jack Elliott, Timothy Leary.
So you guys taking LSD? Sorry? You guys are taking LSD?
Well, no, I wouldn't say so. Well, are you asking me if Timothy Leary was taking LSD?
I'm saying, were you guys all taking LSD and hanging out and making music with the Dolphins?
No, and I'm trying to be real careful not to create that image in your mind. In those days, I did myself. I never gave it to the Dolphins, but I did experiment with it. Mm-hmm. It was perfectly legal at the time. Even if it wasn't, I still would have experimented, but I wanted to give you an idea of what the rest of the world was thinking about LSD. They were thinking about it. Nobody even knew what it was. But Tim came to Coconut Grove once where he had a cardboard box full of LSD 25, he called it, from the Sandoz Laboratory in Switzerland. Perfectly legal. Nobody knew what this was. It was just a new thing, right? And John Lilly, you know who he is?
Of course.
Yeah, so John he lived across the street from me.
No way.
Yeah. Lincoln just filmed all of this. I've explained it to you in Coconut Grove. And so,
pull up John Lilly's bio on there.
And so John, let me see. So yeah, to answer your question, no, nobody. Yeah, there's John right there.
Yeah, he invented. Yeah, he's the guy who invented the isolation tank, the sensory deprivation tank.
Yeah. And I used that one in his house in Malibu. He was living in Malibu. When I stayed there, I would stay in that room that had the isolation tank.
And he was obsessed with communicating with dolphins.
Obsessed. He had a grant from NASA to try to communicate with a non-human intelligence because they were going to the moon. They were sure at some point we're going to run into some non-human intelligence and we need a code to communicate. John got a grant from them. I probably captured those dolphins as well because we were selling them to whoever at the Sea Aquarium. He was in Coconut Grove in the old bank building. The early bank building had 3 or 4 of these portable swimming pools you see in people's backyards. They were inside the bank. The bank had been closed for years. And he had dolphins in there. And yeah, he was trying to No, not with the music. He was taking their skull cap off and putting wires into their brains and doing all of this kind of very, very intrusive. And most of them were dying. At that point, when he was doing that, nobody knew that dolphins were automatic, they were not automatic air breathers like us. If you give me a sedative, I will go to sleep. And I'll keep breathing. If you do that with the dolphin, they die. Every breath is a conscious effort. How do they sleep? They don't, like we do. They rest. They switch different hemispheres of the brain back and forth and rest. But they don't sleep. Every breath is a conscious effort.
They're never fully unconscious.
No, I don't believe so. No, nobody would be able to know that, but I don't think I think they're always like, wow. So he had written 2 or 3 books that I was reading back there, and I was taking sides with it. He was saying dolphins are more intelligent than humans. It shocked the scientific community for brain surgeons to be saying this.
In what way were they more intelligent?
Well, that's the thing. He's saying they're more intelligent because, well, first of all, just evolution. They have been here 65 billion years. Let's just say, as a graph, it's the size of this table. This is 65 million years. We have been here about on the 2 line.
Right.
So if you
A blip on the timeline.
If you assume that the brain is more than excess baggage we're carrying on this trip through time and space, the porcelain is on and somebody is home, and that's not only dolphins. Look at the sperm whale. And 1/3 of its body is its head. It's the largest brain on the planet.
How big is a sperm whale's brain?
It's
On average. Do you know like the weight or the dimensions of it?
the size of this table.
Wow.
Well, you can see that. You can see that.
There's a good picture. Yeah, it's a third of his body, yeah.
It's like the first time I met Charles Darwin, there was a voyage of the Beagle. He had gone from England to the Galapagos Islands, and he wrote, "It creates a sense of wonder that so much beauty was so evidently created for so little purpose." It's kind of like that with this plate. Why does this? How did this evolve after 65 million years to those so little purpose?
Right.
It has a purpose. We just don't know what it is.
They can't manipulate the environment like we can.
Going back to your question, what makes them more intelligent?
Yeah.
This is what John was. This hypothesis is. All of the senses were better. So I started reading as much as I could and exploring, and I'm back there living with him, and I started to
Go up a little bit. What's a giant yellow thing in the front of his face?
get some sensory organ.
Is that a sensory organ? Yeah. That big yellow thing? The largest brain of all organisms. Holy crap. That's wild. Well, dolphin brains are like the same size as ours, just regular dolphins.
Bigger, yeah. So these are the things, and I'm starting to believe this. And at the same time, I'm being paid by this aquarium. I'm part of this fucking circus. And I started to rebelling against it. But now my friends are coming out.
Turn that thing a little bit toward you.
At night, and we're doing music and trying to experiment with it. It looked pretty weird to the aquarium because there were no long-haired people at those days, except my friends coming to the night. And, so.
Yeah, it's interesting that these animals have been around for so long, 65 million years, and we've only been here for a couple 100,000 years, but we are so intelligent. I mean, maybe they're more intelligent, but it's really close. And there's a lot. Are you aware of the stoned ape hypothesis? how like there's multiple different theories on how our brains evolved, right? Because there's nothing like us on Earth. There's a massive gap between us and the next primate, right? It's like why is there such a big gap, the evolutionary gap between us? You know what I mean? And how did we come up? How did we just pop up out of nowhere? This intelligent animal that can manipulate its environment and build all these crazy things and create artificial intelligence.
Have you been watching Ancient Aliens?
I have not watched Ancient
You have
Aliens.
to watch that. Everybody has to watch that because they're actually showing you the answer to your question.
They talk about what I know. There's like a bunch of ideas, and one of them is panspermia too. How there's rocks that come from other solar systems, and they hit our Earth. They hit the Earth, and they contain microorganisms from other galaxies or whatever, and that could have somehow fueled our evolution or like changed something within us and made us
That's
pop
where
up
we
out of
came
nowhere.
from.
Right.
That's what their hypothesis.
Yes.
No, they're saying this. We are actually an experiment.
Yes, that's one of the ideas. The other one is a monkey ate a mushroom, and then our brain jumped 10 times the size.
Yeah. So who knows? But
Also, John really, his experiment, cutting the skull caps off the dolphins and putting electrodes in their brains. What did he say the results of those experiments were? Did
he got off track. He got off track with drugs. Last time I saw John, I was staying at his house in Malibu. He was so far, I don't want to say gone. Maybe he's the only one but he's communicating with aliens at this point.
Oh, really?
It's not about do they exist. He's actually in touch with them.
Oh, that's what he said to you.
I didn't say it to me. He just does it. I couldn't understand him. When I first met him in Coconut Grove, and he came out to the Seaquarium, he was very straightforward. I'll use that word. A white doctor coat with a tie, short haircut, and scientist. After Tim Leary left, he was a different person altogether. Now he's freeing the dolphins from the Coconut Grove Bank and putting them in Biscayne conveyors, letting them go. The last dolphin he had two, their names are Joe and Rosie. Named after Joseph E. Levine and his wife Rosalie, who made the movie Day of the Dolphin. He made a lot of movies, Joseph E. Levine. But John agreed that when they were captured, when he threw doing his human dolphin communications work, he set them free. And they were stuck at the Dolphin Research Center down the Florida Keys for about 4 or 5 years. The promise just went undone. And a group of people got together. They hired me. We moved dolphins by helicopter. Lincoln was with us. He was about 3 feet tall. Flew up to Georgia to National Geographic documented this in the I think it was the very first Explorer series. But we rehabilitated the dolphins and set them free. And that's the last he did with dolphins before he died.
Have you? There's just we were just talking about this on a podcast the other day. There is a new artificial intelligence company, or it's an organization that's developing. It's called Interspecies IO, and they're using artificial intelligence to communicate with dolphins and to other species. So what they're doing is they're using artificial intelligence to record the sounds these animals make, and it's supposed to be able to decipher it so we can understand what they're saying. So essentially using AI to communicate with animals and understand and possibly communicate back with them. It's bizarre. Yeah, this is it right here. It's a think tank, an artificial intelligence think tank.
Are you a YouTuber?
And it goes back to what John Lilly was doing. You know, it's all about understanding non-human intelligence. Anyway, so you guys were spending time trying to, you were playing music, you were communicating with the animals, you were spending a lot of time with the animals, and this sort of catapulted you, or this sort of like sent you for a loop, and it changed you and made you. At what point was it during Flipper? Or what, maybe it was after Flipper that you.
No, it was before.
It was before it ended.
Long before, like the second year. I knew, it's real obvious, dolphins do not belong in captivity. Mm-hmm. It's very black and white when you're living with them like this. But I didn't do anything about it.
Was it the death of
That was it. Yeah. So it was an act of passion that forced that. It was an automatic, organic reaction to her suicide. You mentioned earlier they are self-aware.
Yes.
That every breath is a conscious effort. And that's what she died from. Self-induced asphyxiation. Not every breath they take is a conscious effort. Right? If you don't take the next breath, you're going to. That's self-induced asphyxiation, and that's what I witnessed. And I've seen that over and over again at the cove in Taiji, where they're driven in. If you don't know how to read their body language, you wouldn't see what I see. When I go to a place where dolphins are, I don't see the same thing. I see what's really going on. And I see dolphins being driven in. Visually, you only see them on the surface, but I've spent so much time with them underwater. I know what's going on underwater when they're being driven in. When they're being driven into the cove, the boats are banging on these poles, and they're panicking. The old, I'm imagining all this, but I know it's going on. The old are left behind because they can't keep up. There are pregnant females who are aborting. They're panic-stricken. And so I experienced all this with them. When they're driven into the cove, it's sealed. And a lot of them, I'm watching them on the surface, they take that last breath, the young ones, and the mother, you can watch them getting together, and they sink, and they don't come back up again. That's what I'm talking about, because nobody can see that but me. That is self-induced asphyxiation. They're committing suicide. So it's not uncommon. But not because they're unbearable. If I were anatomically equipped like they are, I probably would have done the same thing in that Japanese prison and a few other places I've been. Just not taking that next breath.
Are there also in the Code documentary, you mentioned there's another town in Japan that no longer has any dolphins there.
That would be Ito,
Iki or Ito?
Iki Island,
Iki Island.
Iki Island, yeah.
Because there's two types of dolphins, right? It's the same with orcas. I had this guy Forrest Galante on the show a couple months ago, and he was explaining to me how there's transient orcas that basically like they just roam, they don't stop, and they eat anything. Their diet is very. They have a wide palate, right? And then there's other ones that kind of like stay centralized into one specific area. Is that the case in Iki Island? Were they just like one localized group of dolphins that they were all killed? Now there's none there?
Yeah.
And they were doing the same thing they were doing in Taiji?
No, in Taiji, those are all transient.
Those ones are all transient, but they were doing the same slaughter in Iki Island.
Yeah, they do. And now they're very upset because they can't sell the dolphins for, they were selling the meat. And that, you can buy the size of this, like the size of a soap.
Bar soap.
Probably $5. Selling that dolphin alive to Dubai, $200,000 probably. So it's really about live dolphin shows.
Right.
That's one of the problems with these dolphin shows is the copycat syndrome when people come through SeaWorld or whatever, Clearwater, and they watch these dolphin shows. They go, oh, I don't like it. And people swimming with it, you charge $100.
Right.
What? You can, dolphins will heal us. We can charge them $8,000, and they do. These places charge $8,000, $10,000. Insurance companies pay for it, and it's all fake. It's all phony. Dolphins cannot heal us. They can't heal themselves. The dolphins that we have in sanctuary in Bali all came from dolphins. What do they call it? Assisted therapy. And these are all Russian tourists who are coming to Bali to be healed by the dolphins. And my heart goes out to that poor mother. I still get calls from Germany, a lot from Germany, Switzerland. My child's got autism. I was calling you. I hope it's okay to call you at home. I'm going to take my daughter to the Dolphin Research Center. They have a program there. What do you think about that? The home is being ripped off. False hope. Dolphin can't eat on it. Where the Alliance of Marine Parks, they know about all this and they allow it. This fraud and this, because Disney does it, and all of these dolphin swim programs, Dolphin Research Center, Dolphins Plus.
Who came up with the idea that dolphins can heal us?
When I worked at the Seaquarium, people would pay $5. They buy a ticket. They would sit in their seat. I would put on a show for them. They were playing basketball and they're jumping and blah blah blah. They would applaud and they would leave. Some accountant probably in the front office went, "Wait a minute, let's let them in the water with the dolphins. We can charge $100 instead of $5 instead of $20." And so that became the swim with dolphins craze. Then let's tell them they can heal us, autistic children. You got people like Dave, psychologist. Now, one of those guys calls himself doctor. He's got a degree in psychology, and he started this craze with dolphin-assisted therapy.
Does he own dolphins?
No, he came to the Seaquarium first. He came over to my house. He wanted me to be partners with him, and I listened to him, and I could tell he's just exploiting. He just wants money, and I just wouldn't talk to him anymore. And he just sort of labeled me as being antisocial because I'd never come to the meetings to discuss. This is what they're doing. This dolphin assisted therapy. It's fraud, full-blown fraud. But he's retired now.
These people are looking at dolphins like a real estate investor looks at an old dilapidated apartment building. They see, they can fill up X amount of units and get X amount of rent every single month, and it has a lifespan. That's exactly how they're looking at it.
You're just paying for your kid's happiness.
This kid's autistic here.
Yeah.
Now the kid is
Look at this. Do a fucking ad for this fucking bullshit.
Okay, what's the
Hey, everybody. This is everybody's favorite rabbi here, Rabbi Rothschild. If you have a crave and you don't want Coke or Pepsi or Mountain Dew or Dr. Pepper or Snapple or water
blow the whistle,
or hot chocolate, hot cocoa, or
don't touch my hand, you're not going to get it.
a latte, or mocha, coffee, or
a few months, might take a week, might take a year. Depends on how
cheer wine,
long it takes you as a trainer to get the idea across. They're ready immediately. They're smarter than
Lad's drink, aka Pepsi, or Mountain Dew Code Red, or
now you see the show, you see the
toilet water,
trainer being pushed through the water,
or purified water,
with the foot,
or fluoridated water, or unfluoridated water,
you could take
or alkaline water, or acidic water, or fire
like a
water.
code.
You don't
like
want
a
beer. You don't
glass
want
that goes out
wine.
the dolphin snout.
You
These
don't
are
want
dolphins of war. The Navy brought in
liquid death.
for the swimmer
If you
nullification
don't want
system. At the end of this device, you know what a bang stick is underwater? Yeah,
vanilla Coke, if you don't want
it's like a spear. It's a
root
spearhead
beer,
tip
if you
with
don't want
like
a
a
root
shotgun
beer
shell at the end
float,
of it.
if you don't want A&W or Barks
So
or
this
Gas,
thing is quick with a,
or not your
the swimmer
dad's
nullification
root
system
beer,
that you put on your snout.
or
And they'll go
Mike's
over
Hard
and simply
Lemonade,
target the
or
target
like
diver.
the strawberry
And you
kind of
train
Mike's Hard Lemonade, or
Dolphin has no idea.
Four
There's a
Loco. If you don't
45
want
bullet.
cocaine in a can,
They wouldn't put
you
that
don't
bullet
want
in unless it was a combat
Red Bull
situation. But
or
they're
sugar-free
trained every
Red
day
Bull
without the bullet. The
or
bullet's been replaced actually with
Monster Energy, or the like Mocha Monster Energies,
I
which are
actually
tight
drew my thumb
and
off with one
kosher,
of them.
what fucking can,
And,
or the vanilla kind,
and so
or
How did that happen?
we were working on a movie called Lucas was doing a lot of stuff working those days.
Yeah.
Thunderball.
Surge,
Well, it wasn't Thunderball.
or Jolt,
Thunderball, but it was another one like
or
Thunderball called Never Say Never Again. James Bond movie. And it was like we were just starting. I think it was the second.
or
And the diving barge was in like Bikini, maybe a mile out. And
Nas.
we had a seat head. And so we used the
Anyway, if you don't want any of that or the stuff, red
that's
shit
what the
in
Dolphins
college,
So
if you don't want Jungle Juice, if you don't want Mad Dog 2020, any of the flavors, if you don't want all the beers, I'm not naming all that shit, but if you don't want any of that, get yourself a Poppy, and then your hand can look like Andre the Giant. If you get these small little cans, which suck dick, they need to make them like this, so I can drink it like this. I just drink it out of the fucking 2 liter. Do they make Poppy in 2 liter? I don't know. Get yourself a Poppy if you don't want any of that other shit. Poppy. It tastes like pop.
That's not a good day.
So I went out to the barge. I wrapped my.
I'm sorry to the people of Poppy. Who's drinking this shit?
Got out to the barge. We go
Cut.
there,
That's the
and
fucking
I
ad.
didn't know what was
Be hilarious.
See the blood, so.
This shit.
Yeah,
The only thing good about it is OU. This shit. Who's like, dude, like Country Time Lemonade's better than this shit. Who do they have taste testing this? Like, yeah, I like it when it's good at first and then it's terrible afterwards.
Oh my god.
It's great.
Yeah, it just pops right out. See, that's the only thing that's separating.
It's a really good ad. You look like Andre the Giant.
Oh, okay.
Because this is like a spurt, it just pops out.
It's just the worst. Is it?
We jump into a car and go to, I told before I pass out, I said, do not take me to Princess Margaret Hospital, because I've been in there before. And they would have just amputated it away up here somewhere.
Right.
Get me to Miami.
Right.
So it was a plane landing, a little bubble or something, and we just ran out to the thing, and the guy was getting out of the back seat, and I just got him out of the way. I got in the back seat, and I passed out. I wake up, I'm in Mercy Hospital in Miami, waiting for the doctor. Still in my wet suit, full of blood, got the towel on, and I'm looking in the, it's not a mirror, it's a stainless steel towel rack. You could see my face. And the thumb that was missing was all over my face. That's when I really got scared, because it told me that shotgun shell it was so close to me, it could have blown my head off, you know?
Wow, man. That's fucking terrifying, man.
Yeah, it was. And it put me out of work for a couple of years, because I was trying to do push-ups. I was trying to become left-handed. I was doing push-ups and stuff like that, and I pitched the nerve in my head. Anyhow, I hadn't worked in a long time. One day I get a call to go do a job here in St. Pete Beach at the Don Cesar Hotel.
What kind of job?
Job in a Barry Gibb music video. And I have to rappel from the top of the building in a tuxedo with a rose between my teeth. So I go to Miami Beach and I'm talking to these guys, you know, they're interviewing me and said, have you ever done this before? I said, what, Gene? Rappel? Yeah. I was rappelling out of helicopters in rice paddies while people were shooting at me. You got the job. I went home, I called my buddy Hank, who actually was in Vietnam and was rappelling. I had never done it before, but I knew I could. I just, you know, of course. So he had this two-story house. We got up on the roof and he showed me how to do it like in 10 minutes or something. Next day, Lincoln and I get in the car. Lincoln, it's only like third grade or something. And we go to the Don Cesar Hotel. I've never been here before. And they take me up to the penthouse. There's 2 penthouses. In your room. The room next to me had a sign on the door that said, do not disturb, underscore 3 times with exclamation points. I figured that's probably Barry's room.
Who's?
Barry Gibb.
Oh, Barry. Yeah. Right.
It's his movie.
You were right next to him. Oh, my
I never
God.
saw him. So next morning, I go down to do the job. And I was scared shitless. And so I look over the edge. I can see Lincoln down in the pool with like the size of an ant with Barry Gibb's kids. They're all playing in the pool. And so I did it 3 or 4 times. And the guy didn't like it. It was the only time I've ever been fired. I wasn't fired. He just didn't like it. The director, I said, okay. And he said, want to pay me? I went back up and I knocked on that sign. It said, do not disturb. And Barry opens the door and lets me in. And I explained what happened. He was very cordial, very nice about it. I had somebody come up and pay me off in $100 bills. Off I went. I'll show you. I have that video. So whenever I'm here in St. Pete Beach, where I now live, and I have meetings with people and come over and do interviews and stuff. I always have them meet me there so I can show them the videos
At the Dawn.
Yeah,
That's great.
Later on in Utah, her husband came down for a visit once, and I was telling him the story. They were at the pool at the Don Cesar having lunch, and she said, "What's the name of it?" I said, "I don't know. I never saw it before. I've never seen it. It was like 20 years earlier, you know." Somehow she found it. It's called Night is for Lovers or something like that. And it's a music video. I didn't understand it, but why am I telling you about this?
I don't know. It's funny. It's interesting, man. It's entertaining. You were saying before we started that you still have people from SeaWorld who spy on you.
Oh, yeah, of course. Why wouldn't they? They want to know what I'm doing. People come to my office.
Throwing up gang signs. Rabbi eating panty lines. I had to piss and shit at the same time.
I'll give you an example. I came into my office. Do you know who he is?
No.
He was one of the dolphin wranglers. Anyhow. Oh, yeah, I want to help. So he went and bought his own camera, video camera, and went to SeaWorld, Ohio. They made a very damaging video at the petting pool, which is a very abusive, most abusive pool in tank in the field. That's where everybody gropes the dolphins and teases them with food and all. So he shot this powerful video. It was so powerful. We held a press conference in San Diego, where SeaWorld was headquartered. And Steve calls me just before the press conference and says, I don't know what happened. Somebody must have broken my room last night and stole the video. I don't have it. We had to cancel out the press conference. In reality, he gave it to Brad Andrews, who was the president who was there in town at the press conference. He gave it to him, and he works very closely with him even to this day. So that's the kind of, of course they want to know what we're doing.
Right.
Anybody can volunteer. Same is true with the Japanese police. Why would they not volunteer and help us join us in Taiji? It's easy to do. You're looking for volunteers.
They like this.
So we don't have any secrets. We don't have any lies, any secrets. Everything's an open book, and we don't care if you are part of it.
Is this an everyday thing?
Yeah. Yeah, if I come in contact, I don't come in contact with people that much anymore every day.
Right.
Frankly.
What are you and Lincoln doing right now in Bali and Indonesia? Like, what's going on there? I remember in the film, the Blood Dolphin film, there was a guy named Chris Porter, some wacko, who was from Canada, who had a bunch of dolphinariums out there. What's
dolphin dealer?
He was a dolphin dealer.
Yeah, and so he was selling dolphins to the dolphinariums in Mexico.
Oh, okay.
Dubai, excuse me. And the dolphin trainers who worked on the Free Willy movie worked with him after that movie. In other words, those guys really weren't against captivity at all.
Right.
They're in it for the 6-figure job they're going to get until the 20 million is gone. Then they're going to go back to.
Mm-hmm. Did you guys? Is that guy still an active dolphin dealer, or did you guys put the kibosh on him?
Oh no, he wouldn't be dealing. Nobody would. He's been outed. There's no way he could traffic in dolphins anymore. I don't know what he's doing. But he's out of business there.
So what's next for you guys? What's obviously Lincoln's got his documentary coming up that you guys are working on, but
he's working on it. I don't even think about it. I don't even know what exactly. But, it's his thing.
And you said obviously you guys have some stuff in the works as far as lawsuits in Japan.
Yeah.
But what other big issues are you trying to tackle at the moment?
It's the captivity issue, and it could change at any moment with another phone call or email or while I was sitting here with you, the aquarium closed.
Right.
Been trying to do that since 1970. So that's what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So what am I going to do about that? I don't know. I got to get out of here and go there and find out. That's how it works.
Right.
It's very organic. No matter what you plan, I'm planning. I want to go see my wife and daughter. That's what I would like to do. They're in Denmark. And we connect up in different parts of the world. When somebody wants to interview me, they'll fly me into Paris or something, and that's when I get to see my family. Or they'll come here, and what's next for me is...
it seems like you are just this... You're sort of a vigilante that goes after these captive dolphins, and you try to you take them and you rescue them, and it seems like you kind of take it one piece at a time, right? Like, are there any? I mean, I don't know if you want to give stuff up in public, but like, are there any certain parts of the world that you are more focused on than the other than Norway, Japan, Indonesia, right?
Indonesia, Japan. That's the big one. Mm-hmm. The two big ones right now.
But it seems like the Indonesian government's working with you.
Yep, they're partners.
Right.
The Minister for the Environment and the Minister for for Fisheries, she works with us. We want to build a really big one in Portugal. Portugal's on our radar right now. They have 35 dolphins in Portugal. All of them were born in captivity, except for 2 that were captured in Pine Island, Florida, that are too old to come back to Pine Island, Florida. So they're going to need a sanctuary, a big sanctuary somewhere in Europe or somewhere in Portugal. We're working on that. When I leave here, I'll go pick up my wife, go put the car on the ferry boat and go to Norway and check on the whale, and then go to Portugal and get back to work on that. By then, maybe we will have to return to Indonesia. We have the 5 dolphins. We get a phone call that, come on back. We're going. It happens very quickly. Things happen very quickly.
What do you think there's any one end all be all solution to all of this? Like if the president of the United States said, Rick, we're going to make you in charge. We're going to put you in charge of all this. You're going to be able to make the final decision on all dolphin captivity. Obviously, we can't control the entire world, but we kind of do. What do you think a diplomatic end-all be-all solution would be to this problem?
Well, let's just look at are you talking about the industry in the United States or the industry all over the world? Because it's everywhere. But if you want to...
Let's start with the United States.
Okay, let's focus on just sea aquarium. What do you do about sea aquarium? Now it's closed.
Mm-hmm.
All those animals are lives hanging in the balance. They need a sanctuary somewhere. They can't be released back into the wild. Many of them don't even know what that is. They've never seen the wild. I think the majority of captive dolphins, older ones, are psychotic.
Right. What do you do with them?
Sanctuary. A place where they can experience the natural rhythms of the sea, the tide and the current, the rain, the sunshine. These simple natural elements have healing properties. When they're inside of a tank, it's dead. There's nothing moving. There's nothing alive there. It's not organic. There's just a wall. Sometimes there'll be like in a sink or a toilet bowl, you see the water going down the drain. They'll just be looking at that because there's nothing else inside of this barren tank to look at.
Mm-hmm.
I have spent years underwater in these tanks with them. They don't know what they're doing. They don't realize how cruel that is. It's kind of like if you were in this room for the rest of your life. Let's get rid of all this stuff that you can look at and interact with, and there's nothing in this room. How long would your mind be healthy?
Right.
Well, that's what they do until they go fucking crazy. So if you put them, as soon as you move them, like when we take them out of the hotel swimming pool in Bali, there was stretchers. We'll give you this footage. You can do it voiceover. And we take them. There's a box waiting. Boxes the size of this table, only longer. Big, thick foam rubber size the dolphin stretcher inside the box. The stomach, all of their weight 350 pounds is on their internal organs. So you got to compensate for that. As soon as we get to the sanctuary and place them to the sea pen, they're, for the first time since they were captured, experiencing the sounds of the sea. There's a lot of sounds for the first time. And we want them to remember who they were before they were captured. We don't train them to be wild again. You can't train the dolphin to become wild again. They didn't train Keiko to become a wild orca again. The training itself is the problem. Training it to do more is not going to solve the problem. Nature heals them. The salt water has iodine, has healing elements in it, catching their own fish. In captivity, they're simply opening their mouth and somebody is dumping a dead fish in their mouth. Living is actually chasing that fish. The hunt itself is living. And that was all taken away from them. So you have to get them in a place where you have to give them back all the things we took away from them when they were captured.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what heals them. It's not, they heal themselves.
Mm.
Some of them cannot be free. During the whole process, you can watch what they do and how they act. Example, one of them was banging his head against the dock constantly. We knew there's something wrong with this guy. We're not freeing him.
Right.
And so you have to watch them every single day, all day long and all night. And you're playing God, because you are going to figure out whether they're going to be free or they're going to be in here the rest of their life. Whatever happens to them, it's a huge responsibility. I take it very serious too.
But looking at it from a numb capitalist perspective, how do you incentivize corporations to walk away from billions of dollars and put money into something like this that doesn't generate any sort of profit?
I don't. I would be a waste of time. They're not going to. I don't have any expectations of the government fixing it. I don't deal with them. I don't listen to them. I don't pay any attention to them. The customer, well, not the customers. The only hope, and I've thought about this, it sounds awfully simplistic, but the only solution is for people to stop buying tickets. There is no other solution. They're never going to stop. It's not going to happen. You can waste your time doing that if you want to.
Right.
But it's based on supply and demand like any other product. You stop buying this Bud Light or whatever it is, they're in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
It's up to the consumer. So our work is really about educating the consumer. So when we're doing a release, that's why these dolphin releases or sanctuaries are so important, because for the first time, the audience, same people who are buying tickets, are seeing this process and learning for themselves. Oh, yeah, I get it now. I get it. They're not going to get it from the propaganda that the owner is telling everybody on the chain, all the way down to the trainers. Because I was the head trainer at the Seaquarium. I know how it works. In order to be successful, that trainer has to become a professional liar. You have to lie to the customers every day. When they ask you questions, you have to lie to the media. And worst of all, you have to lie to yourself every day. What do you lie about? 3 things: education, research, and conservation.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we're there.
Right.
Well, they are 5%, yeah. In those rescues and stuff.
Right.
Yeah, you're great work.
Exit.
Nobody does it better. Yeah, that's 5% though.
Right.
And all of the dolphins, everything you see in that massacre is direct. You could directly connect it to those people who are selling tickets to their dolphin area, because it's the copycat syndrome over here that keeps them fueling them. And they don't police their own industry. So fuck those people. I don't deal with them.
Right.
They don't like me. I don't have a pathological need to be liked. So I'm okay with that.
Do you maintain any relationships with any former dolphin trainers that you used to work with or that are currently involved in any of these operations? Do you ever talk to them, or do you ever have interventions?
No. I'm in touch with a couple, but they've left recently, and there'll be more at the Seaquarium now.
I can't fathom how a person who would want to dedicate a career to spending time with these animals, you have to be passionate about this topic, and you have to. If you're a trainer, don't you make some sort of a connection with these animals? And how could you, if you are that person?
It's not real. It's not real. It's the same dilemma, duality I live with the flipper dolphins. Yeah,
you walk away, you go home, and you live your life.
Yeah, you are trying to get them to be your friend, and it's a Stockholm syndrome at best.
Right.
At best.
Right.
I was going through the Stockholm syndrome in reverse, where I wouldn't even let people come around the dolphins. I became one of them, one of the dolphins, and I was rebelling the same way they were, because I could see how wrong this whole thing is. Now, if I wanted to at that point, SeaWorld hadn't been built yet. I had a reputation as the highest paid dolphin trainer in the world. I could have been running SeaWorld. I could do that when I leave here. I could go down to the Bahamas, start a dolphin swim program with 2 or 3 dolphins, and be making $3 or $4 million a year. But I wouldn't be able to sleep at night.
Right.
Instead, I go to Taiji, where I can't sleep at night. Oh,
How long till you go back to Taiji? You gonna go back this summer?
The only
This fall?
reason I'm not there now is
I want to go with you.
We don't have enough money to go back. I should be there right now all the time. I shouldn't leave there. Because during those 6 months, I could be putting events together in Tokyo. We did one with Matt Sorum, who's also not just a drummer, he's a really good singer, songwriter, and so he could entertain all. We invited all the Japanese activists to this vegan club, and they all came, and it was so successful. They became all the Japanese protesters.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're the ones who are there now. And so the problem is in Taiji, but the solution is in Tokyo. And getting them to step up and take ownership of this. But to do that requires money. For me to go to Japan, I have to fly business class now at 84 because I can't sit in the chair that long. The last time I did it,
Packed in like a sardine.
the last time I did it was about 6 or 7 years ago. I remember getting up from the seat. The light came off and they said you can walk around the plane. I go to the bathroom. I remember opening the door to the bathroom, and the next thing I know, I'm lying in a pool of blood.
Oh, God.
And I'm hearing on the loudspeaker, if there's a doctor on the plane, and I'm thinking, I think they're talking about me. And there's a woman in my face, a very lovely black doctor.
Yeah.
She said, we have to turn the plane around and go back. You have a large gash. What happened was I passed out, and I fell backwards and hit my head and so forth. And it was I tell you how long ago it was. I had to be there for the world premiere of the Cove, the premiere in Japan at the Foreign Correspondents Club. It's a big, yeah. I said, don't turn this plane around. I have to be there. She said, I said, please listen to me. Just put some ice on it. When I get to the place, Tokyo, I'll get stitches and blah, blah, blah. But trust me, I'll be okay. They didn't really want to turn around anyhow, so
Right.
They didn't. Mm-hmm. When I get to Tokyo, the wheelchair comes in, they take me down, and the guy says, it's too late, you can't sew it up now, you waited too long. They let me go. Now I'm going, but they shaved half of my head to look at it. Now I'm going to the premiere room. Yeah, I think I wore a hat or something.
Yeah, whatever happened.
So what happened was it's just exhausting, and I don't fly unless I get on the plane now and I lay down. Right. I've lost 2 friends on airplanes. Albert Grossman, Bob Dylan's manager, died on a plane like that.
How?
And Fred Neil's manager. I don't know how. Maybe you're supposed to circulating or something. I don't know, but people do die on airplanes. Those who are laying down, I think, are. So I lay down, take a sleeping pill, and I wake up. I'm in Tokyo or wherever I'm going. That's how I do it.
Whatever happened with the people?
But it's expensive. Yeah, it's like $8,000 or something.
But to fly first class to Japan?
Yeah. No, it's business class.
Oh, business class. Yeah, I guess it's not first class.
But it's still expensive.
You fly from LA, right?
It depends on where I am.
You connect
usually
through
from
Hawaii.
Denmark. From Denmark.
Oh, from Denmark.
I've been living in Denmark before I came here.
Right. So whatever happened with the people who were involved with purchasing the documentary in Japan? Wasn't there a group that purchased the rights in Japan for the documentary, and they somehow the Yakuza stopped the distribution of the documentary in Japan, like in theaters?
Oh, yeah, that went on for a long time. Yeah, and they would actually go into the distributor's house. They have these black trucks with big megaphones on them. And on Saturdays and Sundays, they go to the homes of Koreans, Chinese, people that don't like. They're racist. They're like the KKK. Really? Oh, yeah. There's a lot of racism. You don't.
In Japan?
Yeah, people don't. There are places where they have this sign that says Japanese only. And so they did this at the Taiji Whales Museum, which is actually a dolphinarium. And they're the number one distributor of dolphins. So we go in there, we monitor them closely. One day we go in there and they had to sign up, can't buy a ticket, Japanese only. We took them to court, sued them, they won. And they had to take that down to racism.
Wow. Huh.
So I think lawsuits is a way to stop this thing because the courts seem to be fair with you.
Right. Yeah, well, that's hopeful.
Yeah.
That the Supreme Court system in Japan is working with you and you're being successful. Where can people that are listening to this, where can they get in contact with you? Where can they do anything to help the Dolphin Project and what you and Lincoln are doing?
Go to dolphinproject.com and take action.
What's take action mean?
Well, people they can donate. They can come with us in Japan if they want to, or volunteer to do different things. But to support them, take action, adopt a dolphin. People in this area are getting involved.
They're what?
Walt Disney World has a lot of dolphins.
Oh, Disney World has a lot of dolphins.
The living seas used to have 100% mortality rate.
Wow. So you can adopt a dolphin, so you can basically pay to have a dolphin rescued. Is that what that means?
You know, when we rescue them, they have to feed it. It's very expensive.
Right.
People adopt it and help offset our bills.
Oh, that's
We
incredible.
are part of the animal welfare industry. That's a big industry that I want nothing to do with.
Yeah.
We're outside of that. We're grassroots and we're going to stay that way.
We got to get you on more podcasts. Why don't you do more podcasts?
I don't know. I just think this condition kept pestering me. I don't like doing it, frankly.
We got to make this. We got to make you ubiquitous, man. That's the only way to let the people know not to buy tickets to these places.
Yeah, I've done it so long. I'm just tired of it now. After 70 years of this, it's basically the same interview. The challenge is, how do I change the words? Right?
That's okay.
Yeah. But really worry you out too.
Well, thanks again, man.
Thank you.
I appreciate it, Rick. It's been a pleasure talking to you. Good night, everybody.
They're about to start their careers. They'll never achieve what I have achieved. They'll never finish. My daughter's old. It's kind of nice. And by the way, I want to just point this out to bring this full circle. All of my life after all watching this slow and
Hi, everybody. Just want to say huge thanks to all the new subscribers to the show on the last few episodes. And if you're new to the show, or if you've even watched a few episodes and you haven't yet subscribed, please hammer that subscribe button below the video. It really helps us a lot, and we've been getting a little bit of a nudge in the algorithm. The high priests and priestesses at YouTube have been showing us some love, thanks to you guys. So, if you're into paleontology, the future of AI, or mass extinction events, and even UFOs, we get into all of that on this podcast. This one was a wild ride. So, without further ado, please enjoy this insanely fascinating conversation with Michael Garfield.
Dude, I've never seen anybody come so prepared like you just did. Scoop in there. What was that you just scooped into your mouth before we did this?
White vein. Kratom.
White vein.
Yeah.
And plus you got the kratom drink you got, so you're like fully loaded on kratom.
I live dangerously.
How does that make you feel?
Like I don't need to drink as much coffee.
Really?
Yeah.
So I was telling Egan, when I drink a whole one of these things, I start to feel like really up. I start to feel like slow and drowsy. I have to drink like maybe 3/4 of that to feel good. Well, good. I mean, to feel alert at least. So you got a super high tolerance for kratom.
I feel like my brain hasn't worked the right way since I was 16, and they used to serve bottomless coffee. I think they probably still do at the International House of Pancakes.
And so, like, at 16, it was the only place we could go to stay up late in Kansas City. And I drank like 27 cups of coffee or something in one night. That's what happens when your teenagers are unsupervised. You know, so like since then, my biochemistry is just unusual. Yeah, who knows? Anyway, here we are.
Yeah, thanks for coming, dude.
Absolutely.
I'm excited to talk to you today. You have you're interested in some really weird.
Well, we live in weird times, right? We live in strange, weird. In my friend and mentor Eric Davis, Eric with a K, fantastic author and culture critic, and he likes to say that we live in times of global weirding.
Yeah.
You know, that like global warming is just like a subcategory of this larger phenomenon that includes things like the breakdown of the boundary between the real and the virtual, and you know the way that like our hyper-connected technological infrastructure has made it so that memes ripple through the population faster than ever. So like we're kind of all on the inside of each other's heads all the time, and so like, you know, weirding in that sort of classic British Isles, like WYRD sense, means to twist. It's like to the weirding of something is to twist the outside and the inside together in a way that is like the weaving of one's fate, you know. And so when he talks about global weirding, it's like, well, that's the phenomenon that my friends and I are all kind of principally preoccupied with. Is like, what is digital technology? What are psychedelics? What are the you know, all of these different long-term trends doing in this moment that is dissolving the kind of more conventional categories of inside and outside, of self and other, of, you know, being located in a simple address in space and time versus a more complex address like we live in now, where it's like, well, where are we exactly? You know, something that happens on the other side of the planet affects us in a way that it didn't before. So yeah, I love that stuff.
Your title is paleontologist / futurist.
Mm-hmm.
What the does that mean?
It means I started in paleontology and did that. Like, I did it semi-professionally for my teenage years. I was going out to do dinosaur digs in Wyoming with Robert Bacher, who was one of the principal paleontological consultants for the book and film Jurassic Park, and took me under his wing as a kid and engaged me in a kind of like Socratic learning for years and years. And then right when I was about to get out of school at the University of Kansas and pursue paleontology as a doctoral student, I read a couple of papers on animal communication and the evolution of intelligence and language that got me interested in these like really, really big questions about the history of our planet and what evolution really means and all of this stuff. And these are questions that you can't really pursue easily through a study of the vertebrate paleontological record. You know, so like there's like beautiful to be out in the Badlands and, you know, digging up stuff that nobody's ever seen. And there's a kind of nature mysticism of, like, you know, kind of a meditation on silence and wildness involved in that work that I fell in love with. But then I fell in love with these other questions about the evolution of consciousness, and then fell in love with the woman who's now my partner, who still had a couple of years of school left to do. So I got kind of stalled out, decided I didn't want to go to grad school, and that I wanted to figure out where I wanted to find a grad school where I could pursue this other stuff. And there just wasn't a place for it, because these kinds of questions in the biological sciences are only addressed through basically like complex systems science, which only very recently actually were there any complex systems grad programs anywhere in the United States or anywhere. Mm-hmm. And so there was nowhere to study it, and everyone was like, don't do this. You're, you will become the bane of any organization that tries to take you on as a grad student, because you're not supposed to be asking big cosmic questions. You're supposed to be doing these little tiny, your grad advisor gives you some tiny piece of their thing. Yeah, it's all very siloed and sort of disciplinary fragmentation everywhere. And so I was like, well, this is dumb. Like I'm in love with these questions, so I guess I just have to go pursue them on my own, and then that leads a person into, like out of thinking about deep time just merely in the past, starting to ask questions about the coevolution of humans and technology and what we're becoming, right? Like what are we turning into, and how is that related to major evolutionary transitions that have happened on the past, on the planet in the past, like the origin of cellular life or multicellularity, or the atmosphere as a kind of artifact that's created through relationships between plants and animal and fungi. And so, all these big questions go through the lens of paleontology, come out on the other side as kind of practical inquiries into how do we navigate the transformations that our geosphere, biosphere, technosphere are going through right now. What does it mean to be a person living through this stuff? Yeah, those kinds of things. So,
Do you ever go on any dinosaur digs anymore?
I haven't been on one in 20 years, but
how many dinosaurs have you dug up?
Oh, that's hard to say. It's because you don't always know that the bones are from the same animal.
Oh, really?
Right.
So you don't always get like a perfectly shaped dinosaur, you just find random sporadic bones?
No, that's gross Hollywood misrepresentation of the actual. You don't just get to sit there with a toothbrush and just like in Jurassic Park, like they're just like, oh, hey, look, there's a whole thing here. It's not like that at all. It's like some sites are like that, and they're very rare in the world. Like the Gobi Desert Mongolian dinosaur quarries are kind of like that, where the whole animal was buried in a sandstorm or whatever, and so you just get this perfect skeleton that's coming out of the sand. But then a lot of places, like the Allosaur quarry that we dug up in Wyoming, was an Allosaurus nest that had been buried in a mudslide, and then over years, the gas from the rotting corpses.
What's an allosaur?
Oh, it's like an ancestral relative. It's not a direct ancestor, but it's a kind of like a smaller Tyrannosaurus. They were the ones that were hunting Stegosaurus and Brontosaurus and stuff in the late Jurassic. And so they've got they're really beautiful animals, about 30 feet long. They've got 3 big claws on each hand, and this site, there you go. This site showed the behavior of allosaurs as family creatures with advanced parental caregiving, because you could see the way that the parents were bringing chunks of dinosaurs back to the nest and then letting their kids feed on them. And they actually, Bacher and his crew actually found the hip bone of an allosaurus that had been fully penetrated by the spike on the tail of a Stegosaurus. And this animal should have died from its wound, but then was clearly nursed back to health because the wound had gotten septic, and you could see an abscess in the bone. But then the animal survived and did not starve to death and healed. And like the inference that you can draw from finding a fossil like that is that its brothers and sisters or its mate or whatever were bringing back food for this animal to eat while it nursed itself to recovery. And so you have this 144 million years ago, you have these really advanced family behaviors that we've kind of taken for granted as something that only humans do or something that only mammals do. And it turns out that dinosaurs loved each other and took care of each other, and helped each other mend broken bones and stuff like this. But that site was totally scattered. Nail quarry at Como Bluff was totally scattered because as the bones rotted in this mud, the bones would turn, and so you would get stuff that was completely jumbled. It was just like a total Jackson Pollock chaos of bones that, you know, it was like very hard to tell, you know, who died first or what was laying on top of what. And yeah, so, you know, sometimes you find sites like that where it's just, if something's buried in a real rapid, sudden flood deposit, it's just chaos. And there's like rocks have been ripped up and deposited on, you know, I mean, you know, this, you know, this stuff is, I hear you talk about Younger Dryas stuff on the show. And it's like, it's a similar kind of, you know, you're looking at the taphonomy and the stratigraphy.
What is the paleontologists talk about this? Like, talk about how the impact affected the Earth, and like if there were more than one. I know it was the Chicxulub impact in the Yucatan was the one that took out the dinosaurs. But is it? Do people think that there could have been more than one impact? And where can you find the most dinosaur bones?
Oh well, okay. So the
sorry, that was like 5 questions.
Yeah. So actually, I just saw. I can't remember the name of the paper. But somebody just did some work. Oh, it was Jim Kirkland, who is a fabulous American paleontologist who was involved in like the discovery of a bunch of notable species. But he just did a paper on an impact in, I think, Africa at the end of the Jurassic. So it turns out that maybe these, like the Cretaceous period, which is like the heyday of dinosaurs, is like the longest stable period in recent Earth history. Yeah, Kirkland just shared this paper on apparently another meteor impact in South Africa that may have ended the age of Brontosaurus and Stegosaurus. So it may be that the whole age of dinosaurs was kind of, I mean, you know, the Permian extinction also had, you know, was mostly about volcanic eruptions and
extinction.
The end Permian, which is right before the Triassic, which is the period that killed the regime of terrestrial reptiles and the whole like ocean ecosystem that basically cleared the slate and made room for dinosaurs to take over. And the end Permian extinction is the biggest in the history of the planet. It's like 96% of all life on Earth.
Make that big again, Steve. The image. That's not it. That one. So where is that here?
That's not on this chart.
I
mean, if you look, it's about 252 million years ago that there was a.
Okay, so we're only at 200 to 150
Actually,
million.
if you there's a Netflix documentary, Life on Our Planet, that goes into some of the end Permian stuff in detail. That you get just like nothing. Like there's almost nothing left over, and we bounce back from that. And that's just, it's funny because like there are they say 5 mass extinctions and we're living through the 6th. But that's based on a kind of what like I consider kind of an arbitrary marker, and there are actually in the kind of recent fossil record there are like 18 enormous extinctions. Not like
18.
Yeah, they're not all mass extinctions as far as like, you know, Pluto. Like some people don't consider Pluto a planet, but you know it's like that kind of a boundary. But there are a lot more major extinction episodes in the history of the planet than most people realize, and that only goes over the last few 100 million years. And if you go back even further to even more, you know, before the advent of multicellular, like complex life, then there were major die-outs like the Great Oxygenation Event 2.2 billion years ago.
2.2 billion.
Yeah, so like that's when cyanobacteria, like blue-green algae, figured out how to photosynthesize, and then over a couple 100 million years flooded the atmosphere with oxygen. And at the time, there were no oxygen-friendly microbes on the whole surface of the planet, and so it killed off most of life on the planet back when there was only bacteria. And so then, it's so funny because, you know, I was just hearing your conversation with the Snake Brothers, and they were talking about, you know, like there's this thing of, you know, like disaster events and people hiding underground. And like, it's so like there's this constant theme in extinction events where that's what happened at the end Permian, that's what happened at the end Cretaceous, and that's what happened back at the Great Oxygenation Event. Was like there were these horror story moments where like the planet is just being pummeled by acid rain, and like this, plants are growing, and you can see a ton of spikes. The Wikipedia, you can see the mass extinctions stick out, but then there's like a whole sort of there's a whole bunch of other stuff going on, and some of these are possibly due to
250. Which one is that?
250 is the Permian. Yeah, that's the big boy right there. But
and what do you think that was? You said that was volcanoes?
Yeah, there was like a methane bloom that made the atmosphere toxic, and the whole planet was just on fire. It was nasty. But yeah, so the point is that like the animals that survive through these kinds of events are burrowing animals, and so even back in the Great Oxygenation event in the Precambrian, which isn't on this chart. You've got a
Cambrian was 500 million years ago.
Yeah. So there's that little right at the beginning of this chart is the origin of complex multicellular life, with like eyes and external carapaces, and they were like modern predator-prey dynamics.
Okay.
Come out around the world stopping just jellyfish and corals. But yeah, so there's this whole repeating motif in the history of life of things getting so bad that the only way life on the planet can survive is either adapt to poisonous atmospheric conditions or by burrowing underground and waiting it out. And so like your own gut biome is basically the billionaire bunker dwellers of 2 billion years ago that decided they were going to wait it out underground, and they're still down there waiting it out. They're still like the anaerobic bacteria are no longer conquer the surface of the planet, but they're inside all of the little places that they can still hack it out without being poisoned by oxygen.
Right. What is the oldest thing that you found in your digging?
I never dug older than the Triassic. Actually, no, that's not true, because for a while I grew up in Kansas City, and Kansas City is Ordovician, so it's pre-Mesozoic. It's like I think like 350, 400 billion years ago. Somebody's gonna call me on this because this is not my area, but this is when like ancient relatives of starfish, the crinoids, were like stalked. They look like sea lilies or something. Like they have a long kind of armored stalk, and then the sea star part of it is like up in the water column, filter feeding. And so they're all over the Midwest. You go to a road cut in the Midwest and you can pull out these gorgeous crinoid specimens. And those were all down by the Missouri River bluffs by my house. So that's probably the oldest thing. But the oldest thing that I actively dug in Wyoming was Triassic. Wyoming was part of a Triassic seaway at the time, and so you have ancient squid relatives called belemnites that have these armored cones in the core of their body, like if you've got a parrot and it's eating cuttlefish bone, it's kind of like that, but it was like cone shaped. Yeah, there you go. So these guys are all over certain parts of Wyoming and the Rocky Mountain areas, and they're really interesting, gorgeous. Like there's these fossil deposits where it's just millions and millions of squid butts, as Bakker used to say. And yeah, you just walk around and they're everywhere. It looks like spent bullet casings all over the ground. So yeah, those are really cool. Because you just think about the enormous schools of belemnites and other ancient cephalopods that must have inhabited these waters, and it's bonkers. Like they're just, the amount of biodiversity that has been the norm for our planet over most of its history is just beyond the conception of somebody living in the modern world. Like even 100 years ago in America, the skies were dark with flocks of birds, on a regular basis. And we've, over the course of your life and mine, we've killed off something like half of the songbirds in North America, and half the insects.
Right.
And it's just insane to think of, like, even the amount of biodiversity our parents grew up with is beyond our imagination.
And it's crazy to think that most likely all these extinction events were cosmic events, coming from somewhere else. They weren't self-induced like right now. We are probably maybe the first civilization, maybe not, that actually has the capability and the wherewithal to nuke ourselves off the face of the earth.
Yeah, although like the oxygenation event of 2.2 billion years ago was kind of an interesting counterexample of that. It was like it looks more like industrial pollution now, where it's like this was a successful this was a product of successful manufacturing innovation, right? Like turning air into sugar and then excreting oxygen as a industrial waste in that project. And so, like, when we think about global warming now and the excretion of carbon dioxide through modern fuel burning and manufacturing processes, it's really just sort of the opposite side of this larger cycle of manufacturing innovation. And like, so, I used to host a show called Complexity Podcast, where I talked with Olivia Judson, who is a fantastic British author who's done a lot of work on the history of life as a story of successive waves of innovations to discover new energy sources and kind of exploit them. Mm-hmm. And says that, like, yeah, what we're going through right now is the discovery of fire. But, back in, the Cambrian, it was the discovery of flesh. It was like, the modern predator-prey dynamics come out of realizing that you don't have to sort of filter for your food in the water column or generate it yourself. And then even before that, just eat each other. It's so easy. It's right there. And then even before that, photosynthesis was this massive thing, because up to that point, all life on the planet was chemosynthetic. It was getting energy by breaking bonds and molecules. Like life still does down around the sea vents. And so now it's a whole, now we've come on to a different thing. And, I interviewed Mingjin Liu for that same show, Complexity episode 80. He studies the evolution of modern plant-fungi relationships, and said that, like, I think up to about 400 million years ago, trees, like early trees existed, and so wood existed, but the mycorrhizal cohorts that live underground in the forest and eat dead trees, they did not exist. And so a lot of the modern fossil fuel deposits are from an era of the planet where logs were being formed and falling, and nothing was eating them, and the whole surface of the planet was covered in falling logs. So, like, if you think about, what we're going through right now, and all of the industrial byproducts that we're creating, like the gyre of plastic in the South Pacific and all this stuff, but, like, life has already started to evolve plastic-eating microbes that, like, we're already watching the biosphere adjust to this in the way that it has adjusted to similar endogenously created environmental disasters in the past. So it's not all cosmic. It's like there's a latency between us coming up with these major manufacturing and energy capture innovations, and then us figuring out how to close the material loops that are, new kinds of trash are invented, and then life comes in and figures out how to eat the trash. Right. And that happens over and over and over again. And the difference with this one is, can evolution adapt rapidly enough to making use of all of the new forms of trash that we're creating? Because, like, the number of new chemical compounds that we're creating over the last century, like, exponentially greater than anything ever before. So in that way, it is different, but it's not totally unlike, coming up with photosynthesis. And we look at the modern atmosphere now and we're like, oh, it's always been this way, but it hasn't. It's
Right.
what we're looking at is a kind of uneasy piece that life figured out as a response to this potentially devastating innovation.
Yeah, it's interesting too, seeing, I'm sure you've seen the graph that Randall always shows of the atmosphere, the temperature in the atmosphere over like the last tens of thousands of years, and the crazy variations, and how it was like, I think it was during like the 1400s, it was like 10 degrees warmer than it is now, and that's when all the major cathedrals were built. That's when like the most incredible art has been created in our modern history.
I generally love the study of natural history because it helps keep us kind of humble. It helps us remember that all of the characteristics of contemporary life that we take for granted as static are mutable. That things have not always been this way, and that things will not always be this way. I interviewed Henry G. for Future Fossils podcast, I think episode 184. And Henry is the senior editor at Nature magazine, or Nature Journal, right, in the UK. He wrote a great book on the history of life and spends a little bit of time at the end of that book speculating
This episode of the podcast
about the distant future, like after human civilization has crumbled and, hundreds of millions of years into the future. Olaf Stapledon, another British author from the 1930s, wrote a couple of really great books that are kind of canonical, major inspiring works in 20th century science fiction called Last and First Men and Star Maker. And both of them do this, like they look billions of years into the future. And that's like, I love that stuff. I love thinking about, what comes, if there was a time when plants and fungi were not locked together in symbiosis, and now we're seeing this kind of thing where like humans and machines are becoming more and more symbiotic, and then what? What's
right.
What's 100 million years from now look like?
What are these kind of people? What are those people speculate?
God, I mean, that's just where you get to have fun.
Yeah.
Like you. I mean, this is the sort of epistemic challenge to thinking.
Epistemic.
Yeah, like
can you define that?
Yeah, so ontology is the study of what things are. Methodology is the study of how how you kind of know things, and then epistemology is related to that, but it's about
belief and knowledge.
Yeah, how do you come to things? Who's asking? How are they asking? And so when you hear people, I hear people online talk a lot about how we're in the midst of an epistemic crisis right now in human society because our information technology
There's too much information.
Right. Yeah. So we don't know how to make sense of them. We don't know how to validate information anymore.
Right.
I'll send you here. Let me pull up I love citing this paper or this essay by my friend Jamie Stantonian here. Apocalyptic cults in the early modern information explosion.
Apocalyptic cults.
Yeah, so he's talking about the printing press and the 30 Years' War and how the decline.
You have it pulled up on your
yeah, it's right here.
You can switch to him, Steve.
Yeah, that the loss of authority, the legitimacy crisis that the printing press posed to the church was created a power vacuum into which flowed all of these different apocalyptic cults that were spreading their own versions of the Bible through self-printed pamphlets. And so the moment where Munich ends up becoming a walled city full of end times apocalyptic fanatics and then goes into battle with the Catholic Church. Bishops like send soldiers to reclaim Munich. We're going through something like that right now, where the amount of the time that it's taking to generate new information. Like, I don't know if you've noticed, but like most scientific papers now, like people are just publishing stuff to archive, and then it's there. Archive.org being this sort of preprint server run by Cornell University, where like all of the machine learning papers right now are going straight to archive before they make it through peer review. And so people have access to all of this newly produced knowledge, but it's being generated faster than the process whereby academic journals were created. The process that like academic journals evolved in order to sort of vet things.
Who's producing all these papers?
I mean, a lot of them are university research, but there's private research, and then there's just people working in the garage, and so like with COVID, here I'll pull up
and why are they publishing them direct to archive.com?
Well, archive.org, ARXIV. This is where it's the process of science has changed somewhat over the course of our lives to so that there's like this additional. Not everybody does this, but a lot of people believe in open science as a way of saying like we're going to publish our work as a public good, as a service to public conversation, and then it's going to go through the process of peer review still, but like more work is being done than can possibly be peer reviewed, and so like you get into these things. I wrote this paper about this in 2020 about how do you make sense of this stuff now, like this was about COVID and how the problem that scientific institutions got into with the public during COVID was that people have been kind of trained to believe that science is this sort of fixed point, like that. Yes. There's an orthodoxy.
Yes.
And it's not just a free for all. It's not.
Science is a broad term.
Yeah.
Right. Like science, right. That trust the science. We're the scientists. We are, the people in the ivory tower who have studied this our whole lives and have the credentials to tell you what to do. There's a sort of a mightier than thou sort of vibe.
Well, I mean, it really is like all science, all knowledge, you can kind of trace it around a circle of, an observation that starts from personal experience and then is, you ask a friend to, hey, like stand here and look at this and tell me what you see. And they see the same thing. Then that intersubjective validation, I-thou validation is more robust than just I saw a UFO or whatever. And then, but then like maybe the two of you grew up in the same house, and so you're biased in the same way, and so then, science, as most people understand it, is this third person validation where you bring in somebody from a completely different set of experiences, and they're going to, you try to find, you stress test these claims as hard as you can, but there is no there's no moment where you have, like the replication crisis going on right now in psychology and in pharmacological medicine has a lot to do with the fact that the mechanical, like the action of different, psychoactive or different medical things have so much to do with expectation and the placebo effect and so on that you can run the experiments 20 years later and get different results because the culture has changed,
right? And
so people's expectations have changed, and like the way that there's a famous set of psychological experiments done by Daryl Bem, who called "Feeling the Future." Let's see. So Daryl reversed the time series on all of these famous psychology experiments. I think 9 famous psychology experiments. And this piece is him basically saying we took for granted that the past comes before the future, but if you reverse the order of these experiments, you can see that people are you get results that are as statistically significant if you have them select something before they actually see the slide or whatever. So he was saying, like, look, according to your own standards, the field of psychology needs to admit that we have some sort of precognitive ability. And people went insane over this paper, and it was the result of an ongoing debate in clinical psychology, or in experimental psychology, about whether the discipline itself is flawed, or whether like a lot of people claimed that he was burying negative results, and a lot of people reproduced his work, but then denied that they had, and it's a complete mess in there. And so, like, when this issue of it's not that science is broken, it's that science itself continues to evolve, and we get more and more nuanced about the way that we structure our experiments and the way that we validate, the way we understand the statistical support for a given phenomenon. And then also, Max Planck is famous for saying that science proceeds one death at a time, or one funeral at a time, because people get so stuck in their thinking that they deny the validity of anomalous evidence, and they need to be replaced by younger researchers with fresh eyes.
And it's so corruptible as well.
I mean, everything is. I mean, like, I don't want to single science out here because there is a problem generally. I interviewed Tin Nguyen, a University of Utah philosopher, several years ago. And let's see, where is this? Oh, that's on Substack. Tin Nguyen and I had a really interesting conversation about expert identification, and how basically, like, if you're not an expert in a field, then you can't actually validate what an expert is saying, and the amount of time it takes to develop expertise is always longer than the amount of time that you have to communicate something, like a complex idea.
Right.
And so it's not just climate scientists versus everyone else. It's also, geopolitical experts versus everyone else. It's also plumbers versus everyone else. It's like there are an unspecified, kind of theoretically infinite number of things that you can be an expert in. And as knowledge becomes more and more developed, as our body of knowledge becomes more developed, then the amount of time it takes to learn some of these fields means that, like, there are more kinds of expertise. It takes longer to acquire that expertise, and so we're on the surface of this, like, growing volume of information that is fantastic talk he gave years ago. Oh, wait, not this one. Super Theories, Judeo Consilience. He gave a talk. Yeah, here we go. Super Theories and Consilience, from Alchemy to Electromagnetism, looking over the history of the Proceedings of the Royal Society, the oldest scientific journal, and running statistical analysis on this body of data that showed that every 150 years or so, we go through this wave where knowledge, let me see, this is it. Yeah, so you can see these spikes in the confidence of, this is mutual information in bits, is the linkage between different disciplines in science. And so we go through these things where about 100 years, we get more and more unified in our scientific understanding. So, like, you can see where the study of electricity and the study of magnetism ends up becoming the study of electromagnetics. It's like it becomes one discipline, and then there's a 50-year gap where suddenly that innovation in scientific thinking generates so much new insight that we lose the plot. And so we're in one of these right now where the successes of the scientific endeavor have given us so much more to consider now that we don't know how to fit it all together. And we're going to go through another couple of decades before it starts making sense again. But it's not a crisis in terms of like what science is, and it's not a crisis that's unique to the academy or to any other specific institution that deals with, like it's not a crisis unique to journalism. This is something that happens with every new institution, and within 150 years, whatever institutions we come up with now to unify the knowledge produced by the internet will be in crisis again, and we'll have to come up with some new system. But science will persist. Science will continue to evolve and become more and more effective and capable of making sense of things. It just won't be science like most people think of it now.
Yeah, it seems like there's got to be there's got to be something else, like another way to like everything can't just be weighed and measured in a lab, right? Like this is one of the things I was talking to Annie Jacobson about a couple weeks ago when she wrote this book called The Phenomena, and she was explaining that some of these precognitive ESP abilities that people have, they can't be duplicated and they can't be weighed, they can't be measured, and there's this huge divide, and there's this clash that goes on between the phenomena and the scientific method, right? Because they just don't mix, and you can't duplicate any of this stuff. But it's very much a real thing. And this is something I was also talking to Jack Sarfati about a little bit. He's like, these people. Who was I asking him? I think I was asking about somebody who was coming in who was like skeptical about the whole UFO phenomenon. Like, and Jack, obviously he's got his opinions.
He's like, I'll fight them.
These people are fucking idiots, Danny. They're fucking idiots. I know this shit because I've seen it. It exists, okay? Just because you can't fucking weigh it and put it in a beaker doesn't mean it's not real.
Totally. Well, I mean, so my graduate advisor, I ended up going to grad school for a little bit and then dropping out because, life. But my graduate advisor, Sean Espeon Hargens, worked with the American integral philosopher Ken Wilber on this, what he called integral methodological pluralism, which is an attempt to take postmodern philosophy, where we recognize that even our empirical investigations of the world are constrained by our language, and that there is no way for us to know something with total absolute objectivity, because like we all kind of live in a virtual reality.
Yes.
This kind of like our brain is generating this thing based on experience. And,
everything. I talk about this all the time with people that I have in here who like to talk about everything, and it's like you haven't been to this part of the world and seen what's happened here. You can read news articles and watch YouTube. So do I. I do the same thing. Like there's like one of the things that really frustrates me about some people is that people like to talk about things as if they are like absolute fact and they know it. And these people, their job is to know stuff, obviously, but all they do is they read stuff that other people write, that those people got from somebody else or something else that they read or that they saw.
Yeah, I mean, so that's the thing, is that like as even the most rational person has to base some of their behavior in the world on expert claims made by other people that they can't directly validate.
Yes.
And this doesn't mean that it's an ontological free for all. Like it doesn't mean that like there isn't, that we can't approach truth, and that there aren't some people that see certain truths more clearly than other people. And so like it's important to be clear about that. But what it does mean is that we need to be more humble about what we, like the things that we are taking for granted on the basis of belief, because we don't have the time or the unlimited energy to sit there and scrutinize everything everyone ever tells us. And so Hargens and Wilbur wrote this really cool piece for the the Oxford Handbook of Religion and Science several years ago, unifying this. So, like, I don't know, is this up on the screen? Yeah. So, like, here is.
Punch on it a little bit.
Yeah. Let me see a good example. So this is a piece that Sean, a chart that Sean worked on with Ken, where like you can see empirical science fits into one corner of this chart where they're looking at the exteriors, the descriptions and behaviors of phenomena through the lens of singular entities. You know, so this is like animal behaviorism or cognitive science. But then, you know, there are other ways, there are other schools of knowledge, like phenomenology, which is concerned with the interiority, the felt sense, the qualitative claims that can be made about your own internal personal experience. And then you have, you know, different sort of ethnic studies and the study of meaning and language are the cultural sort of interior plural dimensions of experience. You know, it's like what you and I agree a cat means, the word cat.
Yeah.
You know, and so on. And so, like, you can take this framework and you can start to say that, for instance, Zen meditation as a technique does obey the scientific method in that they give you they give you an injunction. They give you like, sit on a mat for 20 years observing your breath, and then you will have an experience that an expert in the field can tell you you've had this experience, or they can tell that you're lying. And that is peer review. And that is, you know, like when people like Terence McKenna and Tim Leary compared taking psychedelics to looking through the microscope, what they were saying was there is an experimental protocol, and if you follow this protocol, you end up with these results, and these results can be verified, but it's not quantitative in the way that a lot of people mistakenly kind of conflated with science, where they say, you know, like only science, like science is only the concern about quantitative data.
We don't have a way to measure a dream, right?
Well, I mean, we're getting there. Like, there is, you know, for years I've been saying that I expect that one day I'm going to have a kid, and then the kid's going to be, you know, streaming their dreams on TikTok or whatever, you know, with a brain-computer interface, and you'll be a dream influencer because you'll be able to just let other people subscribe to your feed. And then just a couple months ago, this group found a way to use machine learning to translate the visual cortex activity into images, and so you're able to see what somebody else is dreaming.
What?
Yeah, this is a recent thing, but like I do what I can to stay on top of AI research, and this is a big deal. That, like,
Who did this?
Good question. Let's see.
Like, how do they produce the images? Like, is it video, still images?
Machine learning. Yeah, no, they can. You can pull. Let's see here.
Deep dreaming is a brain
scan. Well, deep dream is something else. Hold on. Oh yeah, AI recreates what people see by reading their brain scans.
What?
This is not the most recent research.
Holy!
But this is preliminary research to the stuff that I'm talking about here. And so this is a year ago. It's way better now, and so it's not going to be long before we can actually get into people's heads and do some really, really interesting work on, you know, like for instance, you know, one of the things I've always been really curious about, and I'm excited to see develop over the next year or so, is doing this for people that are on psychedelics. You know, and so, like, you know, I have my friends Sarah Huntley and David J. Brown have a book in edit right now with Inner Traditions on a field guide to DMT entities. And they, you know, Sarah created illustrations of all of these different major types of things that people kind of frequently see when they're tripping.
Right.
And, you know, and so we're going to be able to get kind of to the point where, you know, one of my favorite pieces, let me see if I can pull this up. One of my favorite essays of all time is Aldous Huxley's introduction to Heaven and Hell. Let's see. So let me just read you this quote, because this is sort of the marching orders of my whole life. He says, like the earth of 100 years ago, our mind still has its darkest Africas, its unmapped Borneos and Amazonian basins. In relation to the fauna of these regions, we are not yet zoologists. We are mere naturalists and collectors of specimens. The fact is unfortunate, but we have to accept it. We have to make the best of it. However lowly, the work of the collector must be done before we can proceed to the higher scientific tasks of classification, analysis, experiment, and theory making. Like the giraffe and the duck-billed platypus, the creatures inhabiting these remoter regions of the mind are exceedingly improbable. Nevertheless, they exist. They are facts of observation, and as such, they cannot be ignored by anyone who is honestly trying to understand the world in which he lives. And it goes on, but this my entire life, after the 4 years I spent as a scientific illustrator at the University of Kansas Natural History Museum, I've been thinking about, the art that I make as, in light of this kind of work, in light of like going in. My buddy Android Jones talks about this too, about visionary art, which is the American kind of tradition that came out of fantastic realism in Europe, which came out of surrealism, and so there's a direct lineage between like Dali and Ernst Fuchs and
initiation you've ever seen, bitch.
Who were looking at dreams and visionary states and then just painting what they saw. And then by the time that comes over to the States through like Robert Venosa and Alex Gray, the modern forefathers and foremothers of visionary art.
I like the dinosaur with the like saucer.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, that's
dude, let me get some art.
I will. I'll send you some prints. Yeah, but so
what
there's like
gang
a whole
is
tradition.
this? Motherfucker, this is the kosher nostra, you little bitches.
People that think about, going in with, a dedication to having, unusual or quote unquote non-ordinary experiences, and then treating it like a natural history illustrator. And trying to record this stuff, and so like my friends and I all paint this stuff, but then like it won't be long before, just as generative AI has allowed non-painters to paint.
Right.
It won't be that long before it allows people to have just really incredible, vivid dreams and trips and other things to present fairly accurate representations of their own inner world that other people can compare to their own weird experiences and say, oh, there's something here. We should dig on the X, see what stable features we can encode in scientific theory. So,
There was an article that, I don't know if it was a podcast I was listening to, or if this was one of your essays that you wrote about how like the role reversal between creativity and AI, how we're like switching the roles, and like AI is sort of like turning us into blobs. And
this one?
Yes, I think it was this one that I read this morning. And it's something that one of the things that I've noticed recently is that like when it comes to the medium that which I publish this podcast which is mostly YouTube, we get most of our audience on YouTube. I noticed a lot of people on YouTube, and I know there's ad agencies doing this as well, but we've gotten so far off track that like people are using ChatGPT and AI to literally tell them what kind of videos to make, giving them all the footage and all the frames for their videos, giving them the music, giving them the thumbnails, giving them the titles. And I know ad agencies are even using the stuff to like tell them where to put logos on commercials, how long commercials should be, how they should be narrated, and all this stuff. And it's like AI is sucking all the creativity out of the human, not really out of the human mind. Just it's like we don't need to do it anymore. So it's like let's just let AI do it.
It is weird. So yeah, this piece that you're talking about, improvising out of algorithmic isolation, was commissioned by a friend who wanted me to write about improv versus surveillance capitalism, right? And like that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the attention economy and using stuff like gaze tracking software to tell how long somebody is looking at at whatever, and then.
They also have the zoom on Instagram. If you don't zoom in on something, they'll like start giving you more of that person's shit.
Yeah, exactly. So like all of this is, the stuff that grew out of creating an ad revenue model for the web is it's so like I want to link that piece to two other pieces. Let me see. There's this piece I wrote a couple of years ago called "The Evolution of Surveillance," talking about this in this way, talking about augmented reality and spatial computing and so on.
What do you mean when you say surveillance? Are you talking specifically about the way ad agencies target people to target ads to them and stuff?
Well, it's about behavior. Like behaviorism generally, right? Like the more cameras we have, the more keystroke logging we use, the more gaze tracking we use. It's about trying to model behavior, and then in order to either intervene and shape the way that people are behaving, or in order to predict them such that you can sell them things more efficiently, etc. And this is the point that I was making in this essay is that this is not actually new. That like all of these new sensory and behavior modeling innovations that we're making with digital technology are an extension of this longer arms race between predators and prey that goes back at least to the evolution of the eye, where it's like suddenly you have this whole new dimension where you're not just sensing a prey animal or an organism along a kind of chemical gradient, and you can actually see something at a distance and watch it turn to avoid you, and then you can chase it. And that's something like that is going on right now, where Cambridge Analytica knows your Facebook browsing behavior so well that it's able to predict you more effectively than your own spouse. And like this kind of stuff. And so what's happening is that in this piece on improvisation, the evolution of these surveillance infrastructure, the algorithms and the camera networks and all this stuff, is modifying people's behavior in two different ways. One is it's making people, like living inside of these systems. You've got 6 different emoji reacts on Facebook. You don't have like a whole multi-dimensional spectrum of human emotional response. You're limited to 6 sort of stock responses, or you can leave a comment, but like, so like the more embedded we are in the machinery of civilization, the more it constrains our behavioral repertoire in certain ways, even as it creates more options for us in other ways. And then the other thing is that all of these systems, like evolution is itself a form of improvisation, and evolution is this in the way that I've come to understand it through this like really like a fundamental study of evolution as a process. Includes more than just genetic evolution. It includes the way that your brain wires neurons together as a way of encoding stable features in your own environment, so that your behavioral response at the level of an individual has evolved to meet the environment at that time scale, and not just at the time scale of genetic inheritance, and so on. And so like the thing with these systems is that they are they're it's not simple. I mean, it's not adequate to say that they're making us dumber, but it's neither is it adequate to say that they're making us smarter. Like, we are collectively smarter, but in certain ways individually dumber, but then are also capable of hyper-specializing and knowing things about the world to a far deeper extent than was possible. There was no such thing as cognitive neuroscience 200 years ago, and so like at any rate, like the machines become more and more lifelike as they evolve to model the behavior of living organisms, namely people, and then we become in certain ways more mechanical. But the place where those two trends meet on the horizon is that you've got Yuval Harari's he gave a Google Tech Talk on the religions of Silicon Valley a few years ago. New Religions of the 21st Century, talks at Google, February 2015, where he talks about how the revolution in computing has made it so that we no longer have a notion that humans are these sort of isolated, self-determining, self-authoring, rational actors, which is like the idea that dominated economics for like most of the last 100 years. And now what we have is that the human is sort of a bundle of different unconscious algorithms that are all like modular and connected and nested inside of each other, and that the human being is nested inside of a larger social order that is itself kind of an organism in its own right, but that it's sort of like a turtles all the way down of unconscious algorithmic reactivity to each other. So like we the sort of Blade Runner conclusion that you come to is that humans are robots and robots are people, and that's a contentious philosophical claim, but the Buddha said as much, right? Like a lot of the Eastern non-dual traditions are about how everything that we take for granted as the behavior of an organism that it's choosing what it does. If you inquire deeply enough into the nature of the mind, you realize that all of your choices are sort of mechanical responses to your conditioning. That's like, karma is like an impossibly complex network of mutual causation.
This episode of the podcast is brought,
and so like that's kind of the tech world and revolutions in neuroscience and so on have taken us, is like you're no longer to the extent that you're no longer an individual person now, right? You're a city made of cells. Some of those cells are human, some of them are not, and there's a sense in which you at the cellular level, all of your cells are individuals. They're just joined in this thing, and you are joined in this bigger thing, that we call society, which is a kind of superorganism. And so, like, where we draw the lines around individuality depend on how far away we're standing from a given phenomenon. And so, this notion that's, going back to this stuff that Wilbur and Esper and Hargens worked on, like that's, so like there's a sense in which everything is individual, and there's a sense in which it's plural or collective. And so similarly, there's a sense in which free will, there's a stance you can look at where free will exists. And if you move, then it looks like everything is just sort of blindly, deterministically causing everything else. And, the question of like free will is a question about the philosophical stance that we want to take on emergence. Like, is emergent behavior something that actually exists, or does it just appear to exist because like we see order in a new way if we stand and look at it at the behavior of the cosmos from a different perspective. So I take all of this stuff as like a lot of the stuff we can't know for sure because there are limits to our knowledge and the knowability of things. And so it's like, well, we're probably better off assuming that it's both, and that efforts to try and like pin down reality in one way or another, saying like, oh, this is, something is purely objective or purely subjective, or choice does or does not exist. That these are methodological artifacts. Like, are you a noun or are you a verb? Which one, why does one have to be more true than the other? Anyway, that's a rant.
Do you often take DMT?
No, not in, everybody's got their college years, but.
How many times have you done it?
Oh, God. That's a good question. Not in a while.
Is that, did you get into psychedelics after you were into all the paleontology stuff? And did psychedelics sort of like catapult you into all this?
Definitely part of it, yeah. I think the question of the evolution of intelligence and consciousness is hot on the heels of realizing that that everything you thought you knew is up for grabs, right? And you're like, okay, well, what is the mind, and where does it come from, how does language work? Yeah, and those are very undergraduate, like, yeah. So, but the older one gets, the cooler one's brain runs, and
the older one gets, the cooler one's brain runs.
Well, I just mean like your earlier in life, your brain is a noisier object.
Yeah.
Children are very like distracted and playful and creative, and then as you get older, University of California, Berkeley child psychologist Alison Gopnik calls this the explore-exploit tension, where it's like as you get older in life, or as a system ages, even those systems become more conservative and more risk averse, and then at some point you can kind of go back. Let's see where I can put this. I wrote a piece on this a while ago. The future is noisy, talking about like there's a curve in life where as your senses start to fail you in old age, you become more childlike again. You become more of a dreamer and more playful. But yeah, there's like the relationship.
Diapers again.
Yeah, like exactly the relationship between like the notion that comes out of DMT research that the basically waking state is a kind of dream constrained by the wiring of the brain to its senses. And so like the more signal you get from the outside world, the more your signal to noise ratio goes up. And then as your senses develop or as they fail, that ratio changes. And so like different there are processes, just like if you think about that kind of that art, there are moments in the process of this production of scientific knowledge that are high noise, and then there are moments that are high signal. Like when you're collecting data, you want your noise to be as low as possible, but when you're trying to come up with a new hypothesis, you want to turn the noise up. And so again, this has to do with like the way that for instance, people that are like authors talk about, you don't want to criticize your first draft while you're writing it. You want to save editing, which is a high signal to noise ratio process for later, and then you want the original draft of your manuscript to be generated in a kind of sprint of noise production.
Right.
So there's a really great paper. There's an exchange of letters on the role of noise in innovation and complex systems. Let's see. Yeah, the role of noise in collective intelligence, where a famous psychologist, Daniel Kahneman, basically says, noise is the enemy. We're trying to get rid of noise. And then, his critics, led by David Krakauer and David Wolpert, say, actually, if you eradicate noise from the system, you lose all creativity in the system. You lose the ability for that system to adapt to surprise in its environment. So I don't know if that answers your question, but there are definitely times in life where it's appropriate, perhaps, where it's more appropriate, if you to pursue trance and psychonautic adventure and lateral thinking and creative weirdness.
Yeah, I think like the farther down the road we get in the advancement of technology, and if we ever hit the point of, I'm sure we will, but the point of like the singularity, we would maybe humanity would just want to escape this reality that we are in right now. Like it's like the Matrix, right? It's like we're unplugged right now, and maybe like a certain group of the human population will just go like dive into psychedelics and just try to like DMTX themselves into that world for the rest of their lives, and some people will join the machines.
Yeah, so our buddies Egan Patrick at Noenotics, I'm on the advisory board of this organization that wants to start doing extended state DMT work and other kinds of fundamental psychedelic research. I'm really excited about this because I've always been more interested in asking fundamental scientific questions than in therapeutic research. You know, like, I mean, obviously we're in the middle of a mental health crisis. It's very important that people have access to the best possible tools to maintain their mental health. I know a lot of people who have benefited from a therapeutic encounter with psychedelics, but when it comes to, you know, asking questions about the nature of reality and the greatest mysteries that science can ask, then it seems obvious that we've left a huge bid on the table over the last several decades to use psychedelics as scientific instruments and to like ask questions that we can only ask in different states of consciousness, and to, you know, to use these things in a different way. I've been pursuing that line of questioning on the show for a while.
You need to talk to the people at the CIA. They've been doing it for a long time.
Yeah. So like that's an interesting case, right? Where the CIA is not constrained by the same sort of socioeconomic concerns that academic research is, right?
Concerns.
Right, exactly. You've got like Bustamante like on your show advocating for enhanced interrogation because it's practical, you know, it's how you get results. And so like that's the thing, is like military research has a lower barrier to being like it has more willingness to pursue something that might work.
Blue sky research.
Yes.
Just try shit, whether it benefits us or not.
Right, whether we understand the mechanism for it or not.
It's useless knowledge.
Right, actually, and that's an interesting fact about the Cold War, is that Russia took a very different approach to physics and psychology research behind the Iron Curtain, and was not as bound as American academic research to try and understand how, to try and pose a mechanism for stuff like telekinesis before they would actually go ahead and look at it. And so like one of the most interesting stories from American science over the last, 50 years is the story of the Princeton Engineering Anomalies Research Lab. I talk about it in episode 186 of Future Fossils, a Manifesto for Weird Science.
By the way, I love the name of your podcast.
Oh, thanks.
Future Fossils is such a sick name.
Thanks. Yeah, it's that
paleontologist futurist.
It's that whole thing. Yeah, take the whole span in at once. But the Pear Lab, Princeton Engineering Anomalies Research, was funded by, I think it was Lockheed. It was either Lockheed or McDonnell. I'm going to catch myself on this. But they, oh yeah, here we go. Full show notes are actually. But yeah, they got a grant from aerospace, because they want, aerospace wanted to know whether the brain as an electromagnetic phenomenon was influencing the sensitive electronics inside a fighter pilot cockpit. And so the dean of Princeton Engineering got together with aerospace and said, well, okay, let's check this out, and spent 27 years pursuing research into subtle but statistically significant effects of human intention and emotion on both electronic and mechanical, ostensibly random systems. So like, there's that you drop balls down into the like a matrix of pegs, and you can see the distribution as the balls fall to one side. You get like a bell curve distribution, but they found that you could have people sit in front of one of those and will the balls to the right or the left. And that you could do the same thing with pseudo-random electronic number generators. And so some people were better at this than other people, and that this is a skill that could be trained. Like that you can actually, you have a small but statistically significant impact of willpower on the outcome of things like dice. And they ran hundreds and hundreds of experiments with thousands of subjects over 27 years, and ran metastatistical analyses on these results, and found that basically, they anticipated all of the criticism. They were fiercely attacked even by other departments inside of Princeton Engineering, and so they had to tighten it up. And like people like Russell Targ and Dean Radin that work in parapsychology understand the enormous pressure that they are under to be as rigorous as possible. And so you see things like Larry Dossey's work on the healing power of prayer, where they've done triple blind research, where like the people that are actually, they did triple blind research on prayer and fertility, where the people that were receiving the prayer and the doctors in the fertility clinic, none of them were aware that this was being done. And so like they know that there are higher, that they have to, pole vault over a higher bar. And often a lot of the parapsychological research is cunning methodologically in ways that normal research doesn't have the responsibility to be. And so Princeton Engineering, found that, they were like, look, in order for these results to be insignificant, we would have had to have buried something like hundreds of millions of negative results.
To do a fucking
Like we would have had to hide more research than we ever had time to conduct
great
by
value.
orders of
It's like
magnitude.
the same shit.
And so so there's but this is a
cheaper.
case where they still don't know why it
That's what it
works.
should be.
You
It's
know,
perfect.
and so, or at least they don't. Maybe the CIA people do.
That's interesting.
Crushed
they
freckles of Philippines.
they didn't lead with, well, we don't know how it works. They led with, is there something here? And if there is something here, at that point we can start. I mean, that's how science should work, right? Is like,
Yeah, exactly.
check the anomaly, and then you start to create hypotheses about what you're actually observing.
When you have unlimited money to research shit that you don't know what the outcome's going to be, you can discover. There's no end to what you can discover. I just had a guy in here last week. He's a professor of the history of religion, and from Texas, Jeff Kreipel.
Yes.
You know him?
Yeah, so Jeff Kreipel was the PhD advisor for Eric Davis.
Okay.
And he's an interesting dude.
He was explaining to me how an aerospace gravitational propulsion engineer hit him up and asked him to meet at MIT and talk about religion and the history of Catholic nuns' levity.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why, like I think that was from JPL, like a JPL aeronautics propulsion guy is interested in a professor of the history of religion. Like, what a crazy combination.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, that's just like those guys have no limit to what they can look into and what they can study and what they can research. Like, who knows what they figured out, you know?
I mean, I think one of the first episodes of Viewers I listened to was the interview you did with Diana Pasulka. You know, and I love her and Kreipel for this reason, is that, you get to a point where people know that you're sympathetic to weird, and so they start Kreipel has that whole book. What is it, The Flip? Where it's like
got so many books.
70 different reputable physicists who would only speak to him under the condition of anonymity, because they were in the closet about the fact that they no longer believe in materialism. That they're idealists. They believe that consciousness is primary and that matter is like an optical illusion of consciousness.
Yes.
And this is something that, you go back to, I just interviewed Neil Peace, who's an NYU pathologist who wrote a book about complexity science and non-duality. That's the next episode of Future Fossils. And he talks about this, about how, a lot of physicists, even among the quantum physicists, Niels Bohr famously was one of these people that decided that the metaphysical implications of modern physics are that consciousness is primary. And this is hugely debated still, right? Like it's one of these things that, as Neil talks about in his work, is obvious to someone who has done a certain amount of phenomenological research into the nature of their own minds, and it's completely unobvious to everyone else. And so, looping back around to this conversation about what science is, you have these incredibly strongly convergent, robust agreements about the nature of consciousness coming from different schools of inquiry, like Western Christian esotericism, Advaita Vedanta, Hinduism, Kashmir Saivis, Judaism, Zen Buddhism, etc. Like, all of them are saying something similar enough that it sounds like it could be the same thing about, the actual nature of reality. But the amount of work it takes to get to verifying those claims is equivalent in terms of a time and energy investment, and equivalent in terms of the need to be supported by a community of expert practitioners to something like making claims about the mathematical basis for wave particle complementarity. Like it's like you're asking a lot of someone to be able to be both an advanced physicist and an advanced meditator, and so there's like, therein lies the tension between people that are claiming that matter is the basis of reality versus people that are claiming consciousness is the basis of reality.
Yeah, there's a lot of friction.
Yeah, it's like, well, why not both? Porque no los dos?
Right. I want to get back to what we were talking about with the people that were trying, you guys, like stuff like similar to what Andrew Gallimore was trying to do, like map the DMT world, or like do the extended state psychedelic trips and figure out what that is. What have you found out about that, and what kind of stuff are you researching in regards to these studies?
Well, yeah. So one of the big things I'm excited about working with Noonotics is that. Okay, so a few years ago, I gave this presentation at the Diverse Intelligences Summer Institute, which is a really fascinating transdisciplinary congress of people working in all different fields of research, machine learning, animal behavior, human cognition, evolutionary biology, and then they have storytellers also. It's not just scientists, it's also, authors and artists and philosophers. And so my friends Jacob Foster and Erica Cartnell, who are at IU Bloomington now, run this program every summer at the University of St. Andrews in Scotland. And it was during COVID, so we had to do it remotely. But I got to participate a couple of years ago and I was part of a working group that was interested in questions about what they call agnostic biosignature detection, or like in astrobiology, the notion that we're looking for life on the basis of a certain idea of what life is. That life is carbon-based, or that life, requires water, or like all of these things. And
they send radio signals.
Right. They send, exactly. Like, and you've had Gallimore on, you've had Andrew Gallimore, talking about the transcension hypothesis and like all of this interesting stuff about, in what way, astrobiology is like the perfect, and origins of life, which is very related, are disciplines in science that stare right down into the barrel. They're looking directly into the abyss of what it is that we think we know, and how can we challenge those assumptions to dilate the aperture of our inquiry, right? And so like this you can find the slideshow, Diverse Aliens. These are my contributions to this larger presentation, this group presentation, on how not only are there hard limits, like this fantastic 1999 paper that Lockman, Newman, and Moore wrote on the physical limits of communication, which says that any optimally encoded electromagnetic communication is mathematically provable as indistinguishable from black body radiation. So like, this means that if an alien civilization is smarter than us and wants to encrypt its radio communications, we will never know, because it will look to us like the noise, like it'll look like cosmic background radiation to us.
Right.
And so there are all of these, again, like these are fundamental epistemic issues in life detection. And so, there are things about SETI, right, which are just kind of hilariously weird. Like the fact that we are looking for, it's been over 20 years. It's been 25 years since this paper came out. And yet, the dominant paradigm of biosignature detection is that we are, looking for waves, like, rays that are being passed from alien to alien. And for whatever reason, we are systematically ignoring people like Chris Bledsoe, right? Like the Bledsoe family, who are saying, like,
I don't think he's being ignored.
Well, I mean, no, not, I mean, a lot of people are paying attention, but it's interesting who's not paying attention.
People are paying attention. It's really interesting who is paying attention to that guy.
Tell me more.
I don't know if you watch the podcast or not, but he's like surrounded by spooks.
Yeah, So again, one of these questions of like, at the same time, NASA astrobiology, which is a fantastic group of scientists, is not paying attention. to them. And why is that? And again,
Maybe they are.
Well,
There was a couple
not
guys,
openly.
a couple people that are really deep, according to him. A couple at least one guy who was like very, very deep, lifelong into NASA was very, very interested in him. Spent a lot of time with him. The guy who likes to stay. He was anonymous.
Yeah. So he'll write about him.
Yeah, he calls him Tyler D.
Right.
And Jeff Kreipel met this guy too.
Yeah. But it's interesting. So years ago, I painted at an event at the NASA Ames facility in California, and it was a big party held for Yuri's night. Celebrating the first orbital human, mission. And afterwards, I talked a little bit to the NASA film crew that was on attachment to document this party being held in their aircraft hangar. And I was like, so you guys have seen some stuff, right? And they're like, oh yeah, we have. But there is but you can't write that stuff into a line item for an NSF grant, right? Like that funding on that kind of stuff is coming from a different arm, different pocketbook. And I know a ton of people that work in astrobiology that are actually significantly more open-minded about this stuff and where we could be looking than they are academically allowed to be. Like Diana has talked about, that she has to maintain a kind of, a performance of academic ironic distance from her research when she's talking to other religious scholars. That she can't talk about what she actually thinks is going on. She can only talk about it through, a kind of anthropological curiosity about other people's weird beliefs. And so whatever, and a lot of people are constrained in this way. So the point is that this stuff is, if you're honest about the science, we know, for instance, that around the age of 5 months, your brain starts screening out certain things that you're seeing.
Right.
And that, this
is what Gallimore was talking about too.
Right.
It's a filter. Senses are filters.
Perceptual filters and masking. And so there are things that you can do, like take psychedelics, that overwhelm those processes. So to put it in a machine learning language, your brain is running prediction algorithms that are overfit to training data and therefore fail at predicting out of sample data. They fail at predicting stuff that is after a certain age, you can look straight at something that is unlike what you saw in the first year of your life and not even see it. And so there are ways that we have learned to systematically hack around these filters. And so this is why the use of psychedelics as a scientific instrument strikes me as so important, and in particular important to questions that are
prosecuting the status, the ontological status of these weird things like mantises or whatever that keep showing up in people's trips. So like again, there's
mantises show up in what kind of trips?
Oh man, my friend Stuart Davis, who we won't have time to go into my own bevy of UFO experiences on this show probably, but like my buddy Stuart Davis, who's a member of that integral philosophy community in Colorado that I spent some time in, and a fantastic singer-songwriter, came out of the closet several years ago as a more or less lifelong experiencer or contactee, and started a podcast called Aliens and Artists, that the whole thing is archived now, and you can go back and you can listen to my recount of various experiences that I've had, and start with his though, because his are really profound. Like he and his family had, and I maybe continue to have years and years of interaction, like the Bledsoes, with these beings that kind of bothering them every night at 3 a.m. would like show up outside their house. And he jokes about how his wife got to the point where she was just like, I've got stuff to do in the morning. I don't care. I wish they would just leave us alone. Like it ceased being interesting to his wife. Like he and his daughter found it really interesting because they were like, what is this? And so Stuart and I joked that every married couple has one of each
You know, that like some of my earliest UFO experiences were with my wife, but she was just sort of like, I don't know what bin to file this under, and I have stuff to do. And so, like, you know, it's funny, like, society is kind of made of these two different groups, right? You have the people that are very, very good at getting stuff done. It goes back to that explore-exploit trade-off. There are some people that are very efficient, very good at staying on a to-do list. You know, they run the world. And then you have the artists and people who are brilliant, but they can't get funding. You know, you have people that are highly creative because their brains are very noisy, they're easily distracted, but they're paying more attention to the stuff in the periphery. You know, and like the question is, how do you get these two people that have completely different heuristics? They have different values for what qualifies as a worthy, you know, like is something worth pursuing or not. And the lateral thinking weirdos are the ones that tend to make the observations that precipitate scientific revolutions, but they you know, they have a hard time, like I am late every single month to file my invoice for contract work, because it's just like, I just don't, you know, like you hear people, like stories of like the Claude Shannon who invented information theory, and how when he was at Bell Labs, he never, like, he forgot to cash his checks. You know, he's just like so preoccupied with, like, you know, chasing the ambulance.
I think it's good to have a spouse that is like different than you in that sense. It just keeps you balanced, keeps you from basically like losing your footing, right? Or keeps you from falling down the slippery slope.
Yes. So Nikki, I love you.
Healthy.
Thank you.
So, when did you start having these kinds of experiences?
My first UFO experiences were as a kid, but then they became pronounced as an adult after I got out of college. And it's interesting because, like, you know, there's a through line in the parapsychological research literature and in lore, in like, you know, going back hundreds of years, stories of poltergeists and other weird sort of haunting phenomena that concentrate in the homes of emotionally disturbed teenagers, or people that are like at points in their life where they're in an epistemic crisis. They're in a crisis about, like, what do I do with my life? You know, who am I? What is this? There may be trauma involved. And it's these moments where the story has been disrupted. What Doug Rushkoff, another big inspiration of mine, calls it narrative collapse. These moments, you know, like the 30 Years War, or like what we're going through right now with disinformation in the post-truth era, where, again, like, it's like the internet is a psychedelic that is operating on all of human civilization at one time. Like, rather than you take acid, actually, let me show you this, see, Tech Ethics as Psychedelic Parenting. It's a talk I gave a few years ago.
You're a very fast Googler.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. So let's see. Yeah, here's a slideshow. Got it. Where do I? Oh, yeah. So this is from that famous LSD psilocybin functional connectivity study that was done in London, where this is, you know, the graph on the left is your brain in an ordinary waking state, and the graph on the right is the functional connectivity between crosstalk between brain regions after eating psilocybin mushrooms. And then you look at something like this, and this is the map of the World Wide Web taken a few years apart. And you see the same kind of thing, like, as our information architecture develops on the planet, it's doing something to the human systems that looks like what psychedelics are doing to the brain. And so, like, the fact that we live in a post-truth era is like at planet scale what's going on in your own brain when you're tripping, and you don't know how far something is, like, you lose your, you know, you lose your reality story. And so, yeah, so there's, you know, this is really, I have always considered, for reasons that include the fact that, like, the evolution of computing technology, the evolution of biotechnology, the evolution of entertainment media, and the evolution of psychedelics as a technology over the last 150 years are basically the same story. You know, like Doug Engelbart, who was at ARPA and a principal player in the foundation of personal computing and the internet, was a member of the Institute for Advanced Studies LSD trials in 1955. You know, Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak both took acid famously as they were developing the Apple computer. You know, you go back and, you know, the Carrie Mullis, who Diana Paschulka's talked about, you know, like we have DNA lab techniques to produce DNA. We have the polymerase chain reaction for which he won the Nobel Prize because he was a psychonaut. And so there is this weird thing that this is another piece of, you know, my fondness. The reason I tell you should fund neuronautics is because it's, you know, it's arguable that most of the modern scientific world that we live in is owed to these experiences that people are having. Like even Rene Descartes, okay, like what we think of as like the paragon of rational secular thinking. The Cartesian plane came from a fever dream that he had. I think it was in the Prussian. Well, I can't remember the exact war, but he was a foot soldier and he caught a fever and had this dream where an angel came to him and gave him the Cartesian plane and said, "Use this to conquer nature," basically. And like, you know, you've got Kekulé and the benzene ring and like all of these famous scientific breakthrough aha moments. You know, like Newton wrote more on astrology and alchemy than he did on calculus and physics. You know, and so like there is this weird intertwingling between our engagement with mysterious intelligences or kinds of intelligence in nature, where our great ideas come from, and the development of the like thinking about biological processes as digital, or you know, thinking about the digital computer and the brain as being kind of related phenomena. You know, information theory as something about systems that compute. You know, and so anyway, like it's just funny to me that like the internet being a psychedelic substance, and then you know people having these psychedelic experiences where they realize that computation can be embodied in analog carbon-based systems. You know, it's like it's all kind of connected.
Terry Mullis, he's interesting. Am I thinking about the same person? Is Terry Mullis the guy who had like a huge risk with Anthony Fauci?
I think he. Yeah, there was a whole thing. You know, in his later years,
I remember watching a video of him just basically shitting on Fauci way back in the 90s or something.
Yeah, I think Terry is one of these people that ended up saying some stuff that made him look kind of bad. Later on, kind of the same way Michael Crichton became a climate change denier toward the end of his life, and famously said some kind of really unfortunate stuff.
Wikipedia, I'm sure they have a very accurate depiction of Terry Mullis, American biochemist, in recognition of his role in the invention of the polymerase chain reaction technique.
Polymerase. Yeah.
Oh, that's what he won the Nobel Prize for.
Right.
He shared the 1993 Nobel Prize in Chemistry with Michael Smith. Awarded the Japan Prize in the same year. PCR became a central technique in biochemistry and molecular biology, described by the New York Times as highly original and significant, virtually dividing biology into two epochs before the PCR and after the PCR.
But yeah, he was an HIV/AIDS denier and all this stuff. Yeah.
Oh, he was a denier.
Yeah, well, he expressed doubt that HIV was the cause of AIDS. But so this is an interesting case. Like they call it Nobel disease, right? Which is like where you get recognized as being an expert in something. Like, for instance, Neil deGrasse Tyson, is a brilliant astronomer who comes out and then says stuff about how philosophy is inferior to science, without realizing that all of scientific knowledge depends on philosophy. And it's just like, dude, you're stay in your lane. I have no lane, so I'm an expert in nothing.
You have many lanes.
I have,
you have no lanes and infinite lanes.
I should not be I hope that I'm merely pointing people to authoritative sources and not professing to be one. But this happens a lot, and people get asked. They become known as experts, and it's because we have this really impoverished understanding of expertise that we think, somebody's an expert, so we can ask them anything, and they're just smarter than I am, and that's not the case.
Right.
Collective intelligence is fundamental. But yeah, the
Your UFO experiences.
what about them?
Your first one was when you were how old?
9 or 10.
And what was it you saw?
I saw like an orb, a kind of metallic orb floating in the sky with an equatorial belt of like rainbow lights, and there was the lights were kind of rotating around it. And then I was in the backseat of a car and trying to get my parents' attention, and by the time they turned around, it was gone.
Where were you?
Orlando.
Well, wow, 2 hours from here.
Yeah, and then the most recent one I saw was outside of San Marcos, Texas, and probably a human craft. Like if I'm gonna place a bet on something, it was about 20 feet wide, triangular object with green lights on each wingtip, and flatter than it could be to keep a person inside of it. But it was floating about 100 feet off the ground over a crowd of 300 people. It was observed multiply by me and a bunch of my friends on the ground, and we watched it for about a minute, and it floated upwind over the crowd and the stage until it was over the tree line. We couldn't see it anymore. But it was the wind was clearly blowing in the opposite direction, and it was going upwind at about the speed of the wind, maybe 5 miles an hour.
What do you think it is about people? I think it's so funny that people that have UFO experiences have many of them. I've never found anyone who's just like seen one UFO. Like they all have multiple experiences, a history of experiences from childhood on.
Yeah, that was a question that Stuart Davis pursued in his podcast, "An Aliens and Artists." He talked to hundreds of observers, and one of the patterns that they all had in common was that it was heritable. That there seemed to be some sort of thing where it's like, my mom has seen them and her mom, and like the story kind of changes over time. It's like 200 years ago, my parents were talking about fairies,
right?
But it's this, you look at the kind of coarse features of this thing, and it's the same over generations. And so, yeah, again, it gets to this question about human cognition, right? And like, another thing that's heritable, I have some friends in common with Josh Schrei. He's the host of the Emerald podcast, also out of Santa Fe. Mm-hmm. And Josh just did a really spectacular 2-episode feature on seers through societies over time, and how things like the Delphic Oracle, right, in ancient Greece, or in the medicine people in various tribal groups across the planet, that seers have been held through most cultures over time as having a special suite of cognitive faculties that make them usefully different as navigators of stuff that is not really well understood or known to everyone else. And that, in our effort to squelch and stamp out various pre-modern superstitions in the modern era, like for instance, the pharmacological research is coming around to validating in its own way, with its own methods, a lot of the supposedly BS, witchcraft style, like herbal medicine. A lot of these folk traditions were correct in their understanding that certain kinds of herbs work for certain kinds of ailments, and we just drowned all those people or burned them, and now we're coming back around to like, okay, wait a minute. And I think something like that is happening right now with let me give you an example here. I love this paper that just came out this weekend. This hallucination is inevitable, an innate limitation of large language models, where they basically say that this feature of language models, which is that they generative tools will produce stuff that's just really weird. Like we can't iron out, like certain, like if you prompt Chat GPT and then it gives you some sort of BS response, like, they warn you got to fact check this stuff. You can't just assume that GPT is telling you the truth.
Right.
So it's like, it turns out that this paper makes the case that something like that is, we're never going to completely get rid of hallucination in machine learning.
What is the Google one called again?
Gemini,
yeah. That's Gemini, what you look like. You'll look like a 600-pound black woman.
Yeah, there's all of that. Yeah, so again, like it's, what has a given inference algorithm been trained on, and that's so fucking
weird, man.
In that respect, this notion that goes back to Roland Fisher and all of these people in the middle of the 20th century, that consciousness is basically sense constrained. What we think of as the waking mind, not consciousness in the way that the non-dual traditions use it, which is ontologically prior to mental activity. But that mind is, the waking life is sense constrained dreaming, the sense constrained hallucination, and so that's what they're saying with these language models is that, so like what's interesting about this with respect to Josh Schrei and Sears and so on, is that again we want to combine low noise and high noise systems as complementary in our efforts to try and understand the world. And so, to the extent that somebody like Gregory Bateson said, information is the difference that makes a difference. It's like we're actually doing ourselves, like you were saying earlier about creativity, like the human creative process in machine learning, and how like if we go too far down this route of just eating and constantly regurgitating and then re-eating these, the generative media goes back into tuning the language models, and then we end up further and further down the hole of our training biases. But at the same time, like we can use language models the way that the ancient Greeks used the Delphic oracle, or like the way that you can cast the I Ching or read the tarot or read tea leaves or whatever. It's about injecting randomness into a system so that you are knocking yourself out of the rut of being fit on the reality model that you're using at any given time. And so like what excites me about a lot of the really savvy people that have been talking about AI for years, like Kevin Kelly, who I've had on the show 3 times. He's the founding editor of Wired Magazine and a brilliant technologist. And he was saying, even as far back as the 90s, that trying to reproduce the human mind with AI is not interesting because we already have human minds. And that what's actually really interesting is finding kinds of inference or kinds of intelligence that are meaningfully distinct from our own. That the AI, we are making alien minds that can tell us something about us that we don't already know, in the way that learning to communicate with dolphins, for instance, is going to radically expand our view of the world. And so again, when it comes to SETI, there's 3 stances. There's, let's look out into space for life. There's let's look into our own phenomenal experience with psychedelics. And then there's this other thing which is going on with groups like the Interspecies Internet, Interspecies.io, which is co-founded by Vint Cerf and Peter Gabriel. It's a fascinating project.
What is it about?
It's about using machine learning to create a translation layer between humans and non-humans. So learning to communicate with dolphins and apes and corvids and other kinds of creature with AI, so that you have in Up, the dog's got the translation collar.
Yeah.
That stuff is an inch away from us right now. I was gonna have Karen Bacher on the show. Karen passed away last year tragically, but she was a brilliant ecoacoustician.
What is the name of this?
Interspecies.io. But yeah, Karen worked on using machine learning. She wrote a book called The Sounds of Life about using machine learning to decode the communication of everything from like whales and turtles to coral. It turns out like all kinds of life use sound to communicate that we didn't even realize until just a couple years ago. And so, yeah, there's this whole explosive field right now of ecoacoustics empowered by AI, so that, like within a very short time, we're going to be talking to all kinds of non-human animals. And then we have an ethical question about like whether we should, whether it's responsible for us to, like there are issues of like informed consent. Like, should we really be giving, should we really be like in the position to sell dolphins Instagram ads and stuff like that? That seems like a really bad idea, because it's like they're like children, like they don't like, should you really let your kids just watch YouTube without parental supervision? No. And anyway, so this is, I just love the idea of like, oops, it turns out, we thought that AI was going to be good for like missile guidance and stuff like this. The real feature of AI, the really interesting thing that it's going to turn out to be most useful for, is helping us reconnect to this more sort of diverse relationship to mind and intelligence that makes our explorations of the cosmos inherently plural. Like the last thing I pulled up that I wanted to show you is this talk I gave a couple of years ago about pluralism, and it gets back to this. There's a ton of good links in here. A 6-minute talk on all of the different ways that people independently decided that pluralism was the correct basis for asking, deep questions about reality. And so, yeah, so like, again, like there's a ton on the table right now, like what we stand to learn if we do manage to kind of like reliably open discourse with different forms of non-human intelligence, be they terrestrial organisms, be they machine intelligences, be they, interdimensional ET type things or whatever. Every new, there's like, I guess like the way to put it is like the term alien has not always meant the same thing, right? Like there are people that call people crossing the border through Mexico aliens. Alien just means beyond the horizon of my own sense of self, right? It's an adjective that we apply to the things that are exotic to our own understanding of the world. And so alien used to mean people living 5 miles away from you, and maybe in another 100 years, alien will mean, something that currently lies so far beyond the scope of our comprehension. We will not consider, the octopus to be an alien form of intelligence anymore, because we will have been brain linked to octopi through, brain-computer interfaces for 100 years. So it'll seem like your neighbor, in like the latent space of possible minds.
That's crazy to think about. Imagine, even if the work that the interspecies IO people are doing with using these models to decipher animal communication. Imagine if we were able to somehow link the minds of people from different parts of the world, like different countries, and like I just can imagine how that would upset the balance of nations around the world if it wasn't just like, if you don't just have like these people at the very top of the pyramid communicating with each other, and then the people below are just sort of like are just passive, right? If this thing becomes ubiquitous and people like you and me are able to tap into what people are thinking and communicate with, people in other cultures that speak different fucking languages around the world, I wonder how that would change the global balance, and like how that would make when you think about superpowers and military might, like how that would make that obsolete, maybe in a way, because
we're in the middle of it. I mean, so 189 at Future Fossils, I interviewed Parag Khanna, who's kind of a famous, best-selling futurist author. I used to write for his blog at bigthink.com, and he spent a ton of time on this question. You know, this book that he and I discussed about a year ago, maybe 2 years ago. Move, yeah, the forces uprooting us. He's talking about how the increasingly interconnected global economy is dissolving national borders, and a lot of what we see as this sort of counter force where people are like nationalism is having kind of a moment right now, but it's because the actual larger historical trend is in the other direction. And I'm not as unrepentant a globalist as Parag Khanna is, because I also see the way that that as boundaries collapse, things become more and more unstable and unpredictable, and it's not at all clear to me that we're moving into something that can be simply described as like a kind of global system. Like the internet, like everyone's pulling out of social media because it's not safe anymore. Like the way that there's a UC Santa Barbara study on fisheries, on mass capture fishing a few years ago, showing that as we've gotten better and better at net trawling large schools of fish have evolved to be smaller because they avoid the attention of these fisheries, because they're swimming in smaller groups. They're not. It's a diminishing marginal return on fishing costs, and so something like that is happening right now in the surveillance economy, where people are sick of being preyed upon in these enormous herds of willing flesh online, and are pulling out, and the new social media experience is one that's much more like campfire scale than global scale. And so as forces pull in other directions, right, opposite directions all the time. But the point that Parag was making was that as things have become more and more globalized, voluntary military participation has dropped profoundly. That people, young people no longer want to join the army because they no longer identify as national citizens on average as much as they used to. They no longer have a fealty to, in a given country. They have, on average, more of a fealty to being of a particular generation.
Yes.
And, or, identifying as global citizens. My buddy Sam Barton, who is a dear friend of mine, let's see, what is that? Sam Barton, global citizen. He's working on a project, Global Citizenship, Global Citizens United is a project he's working on with a few people to try and kind of advance this notion of global citizenship from the bottom up. And so, there are these, Parag talks about there being, we have a moral imperative to open our borders more because, the demographic shifts in the population are making it so that we're going to run out of elder care. Like Japan is already struggling, large parts of Europe are already struggling with replacement. And so people are running out of, options for domestic labor and for the care of the elderly and this kind of thing. And so we're going to have to, a society needs new blood in it. And if our reproductive rates continue to drop because of the systems dynamics of the demographic shift into urban living, then we're going to have to replace that not with children from a given country, but from immigrant.
That's a good point. That this guy, I was listening to a podcast with John Mearsheimer, and Lex Friedman had him on. The guy's incredible. He was talking about that specifically in regards to immigration from Mexico and South America, and how important it is, that. And also, I think from Asian countries, that a huge chunk, I think more than ever, of young people that are currently reproducing. The people that reproduce the most, that are immigrants from those countries, that are replenishing our population and keeping it from declining. If it wasn't for all that immigration, our population would be plummeting like at a way larger rate.
Yeah, I mean, Parag's observation is that we are actually, like a lot of people think about this sort of hockey stick exponential curve, but most complex systems have a negative feedback built into them somewhere where you actually get what they call a sigmoidal curve, which is like S-shaped. And you reach carrying capacity, and then things check that. So, like, it's not that we're going to, like most people with a basis in ecology are less concerned about, a system, doing some sort of insane thing where it just, this is a complicated topic, but, like, there's the best, perhaps, introduction I can think of to this topic is the conversation I just had with physicist Jeffrey West and ecologist Manfred, evolutionary biologist Manfred Rabbi. And they look at this innovation, technological innovation, and they say basically, like we were talking about earlier, about like innovating, like discovering new energy resources or new material resources for manufacturing, and that it creates a crisis. It exports some new kind of externality, some new kind of waste, and or it exports, in making a system more predictable and more controllable, you export chaos and disorder. And then that chaos and disorder doesn't just disappear forever. It eventually comes back and bites you in the ass. And so you can look at the history of technological innovation as a history of constantly kicking this catastrophe a little further down the road, but that the crisis comes back even faster as the systems become more and more complex and unpredictable because they're generating more and more novelty. And so West talks about the finite time singularity, which is this moment that we can no longer adapt with new innovations at the pace of the new kinds of disorder that we have to understand, predict, control, manage. And so, at that point, West is predicting, something like the collapse of civilization. But one of the things that we get into in this conversation is how it may be actually that we just kind of hit a wall and that things don't collapse, that they kind of just taper off. And so, Parag says the same kind of thing. He's like, what were we thinking? That there are all of these checks and balances that come in, like people can't afford to have kids. So like reproduction does not just continue to grow exponentially forever. You get to a point where you can't afford a house and you can't afford having 3 kids. And like, that's the millennial experience, right? Like the millennial experience is we're actually starting to make choices where we're not just mindlessly pursuing an exponential growth curve anymore. The check. What do you mean mindlessly pursuing? Well, the assumption that we're just going to keep growing forever. Like eventually, a bacterial culture growing in a petri dish hits the wall of the dish. Oh, okay. And so like this notion that comes from the Club of Rome, limits to growth, like this famous paper in the 1970s, talking about limits to growth. It's like the assumption that hitting a limit to growth or overshooting a limit to growth necessarily results in some sort of universal catastrophic collapse is not necessarily the case. It's a question of the different scales at which all of these different things are unfolding, the different time scales at which they're unfolding. So, I don't know. We're kind of on a weird bender here, but like, I think that much like the collapse of unification in the sciences doesn't necessarily mean that we give up on the quest for consilience in our knowledge. It doesn't mean that we, like the printing press comes out and then we go back to the Stone Age. It's like, we hit a new plateau, and then it takes some time for us to figure out how to grow beyond that plateau. I don't know. These are very These are very complex questions, but I don't think that we are. I don't think that we are necessarily at a point where on one side of the curve we all go up into space and live forever, and on the other side, the only other possibility is that we end up bombing ourselves back to the Stone Age. Like, there's definitely a third thing in there.
Probably a few different things.
Yeah.
Back to your UFO stories. What other kind of experiences? Did you have any other kind of experiences other than seeing objects in the sky? Did you have any like encounters with beings or anything?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean,
for sure.
Yeah, but I mean, again, okay. Like, let me just bracket this by saying that I believe in maintaining a kind of skeptical humility about all of the weird experiences that I've had. I've had enough of them to find them interesting and worthy of serious pursuit. You know, a genuine effort to try and understand something. But I think that, you know, anyone who believes that they know what's going on has failed, whether they believe on the side of, you know, this does not exist, or on the side of, like, this does exist and I know what's going on. And in fact, one of the more interesting pieces of writing I've seen on this is, again, by my buddy Stuart Davis, who wrote a piece on the phenomenon as control system or developmental driver, where he says, this piece. You know, where he says, you know, is the UFO phenomenon and sort of all these related parapsychological phenomena, maybe, like, does it maybe exist? This Game is a song of his. He loves exploring the shadow, the psychological shadow of his work. But he writes this piece where he basically asks, is the UFO a kind of deception that is, you know, malevolent? Like, you know, are we being controlled by an intelligence greater than our own that's preying on us in some way? Or is it a call forward into a higher logical order? Like, is the fact that these things are so hard to define, or that they seem so elusive or slippery, you know, that they escape our attempts to nail them down into, you know, an easy kind of category? Is this perhaps actually the feature? Again, like, is this not a bug of what we're observing, but is this actually the point that we're being called to reconstitute our cosmology at a higher logical order that is not merely sort of a duality, a dualistic kind of thinking? And the last thing I'd say on that, before we go back to story time, about my UFO experiences, is that I talked about this with Sean Esbjorn Hargens, my graduate advisor on future fossils, and we spend a lot of time, you know, kind of, he looks at how 200 different cultures and academic disciplines have investigated the UFO phenomenon and they come to. And one of the things that he basically says is that, you know, the through line stuff is that, and Jacques Vallée talks about this, and many others, that the through line is that it seems to be, Carl Jung wrote about this, if we can say anything about this phenomenon, it's that it interrogates the modern boundary between the mind and the rest of reality.
Oh, I love you.
And that, you know, that there seems to be a sense in which
I know, right?
the horizon of our understanding is on this sort of, you know, psychophysical nature of things. And so, you know, how can we do better science, you know, with a kind of like interior SETI, you know, a noenotic SETI? How can we do science that helps us adapt the philosophy of science to a networked digital era? Like, how can we update the philosophical underpinnings of scientific inquiry, so that we can adequately deal with issues of mind-matter complementarity or of the challenges in reproducibility for psychological experiments and so on. And so with all of that said, there is a sort of sense in which these experiences pollute or challenge or compromise our attempts at objective material description. And so, like, one of the things that I've decided I'm just not going to bother doing is to try and claim that any of my experiences should convince someone to believe in this stuff. But, with that said, like, I was in Peru in 2011 for ayahuasca ceremony, and in a really unusual situation where the 17 of us that went down together were all separated and led through our ayahuasca ceremonies as a kind of initiatic ordeal alone, like intentionally separated from one another rather than in a more kind of traditional circle, ceremony setting. And all 17 of us, separated and out of contact with one another through ceremony, all saw these weird sort of mantis-like black chrome kind of aliens that appeared to us each individually. And the next morning we all came back and we were like, oh, you saw that too? Like, what? And in my case, these beings that, kind of ran through the whole kind of classic gamut of behavior, including, psychic surgery on you, like, they're like opening up your energy body and operating on your subtle energy systems or whatever. So that I had that experience, and I had the experience.
How old were you when you did that?
27. Wait, yes, 27. 2011. This was the week before the Fukushima reactor collapsed. We came back to civilization. Like, we came out of the jungle and went to a hostel outside of Puerto Maldonado, and the first thing we saw on TV was the coverage of the reactor meltdown. And we were like, oh, because like the whole thing was like, it's like you go through the experience, but then the work really starts when you get back.
Right.
And so like that was the joke on us, because we were like, oh God,
introduction.
Yeah, oh God, right. We live in the world, now, where is the boundary? Because cesium-137's in your tuna. But like, so that's another weird thing about this phenomenon, right? Is the intense correlation between the UFO phenomenon and nuclear technology. And I know you've talked with a ton of people about this on the show, and the intense curiosity that these unidentifiable craft appear to have about nuclear missile stations and so on. But like, so there's something really curious about that. But like the beings that I saw in ceremony that year were trying to explain to me. I mean, again, like this is the subjective experience I had of this. Was that they appeared to me out of nowhere, and I was like, so how are you here? What is this? How are you showing up to me right now? Like, are you, and what they were saying was that that there are different substrates on which life can emerge, or from which life can emerge, and that organic biochemistry is one of them, but organic biochemistry represents a specific stratum of temperature and pressure at which life can occur, and that life can occur at other pressures in other states of matter, and that their form of life occurs in plasmas that are, they're like ionized gases that are so hot and so electrically charged that organic life cannot develop from them, but that they can generate basically like magnetic holograms, and that the kinds of interactions that are necessary for life can emerge out of the substrate of those holograms. And so they're basically like, well, you actually have this too, like the living biological systems on the planet as we conventionally understand them all have this energetic component, which is, if you look at the work of like Irvin Laszlo or Rupert Sheldrake or some of these other people that have been trying to understand a new biology, a lot of them, puzzle into the relation of electromagnetism and quantum vacuum holograms and so on in these kind of more non-local and seemingly predictive biological dynamics. But the thing about they were saying is like, well, we have like a material body. It's just that our material body is plasma, and you have you have like a plasma body, but that's not where evolution has tuned your attention, or has tuned your organization as the encapsulation or the incarnation of an inference, a model of its environment. Like you live on a slow, cool planet, and so the focal point for you as a living system is on this the material, the chemical substrate. Whereas we are too hot for chemistry, but we are holograms made out of the magnetic interactions of heavy metals at the center of the galaxy. And so, like, we can appear to you through the nonlinear interactions of, our sort of subtle body and yours. But this is where we don't occupy time and space in the same way that you do, because of, the fact that our experience is centered on a different, the emergent interactions of a different phase of matter. I was like, oh, okay. All right, cool.
Noted.
Yeah, noted. So like, but they were basically like, look, there's nothing supernatural about this. There's nothing, this is the same physics that you have. This is the same, substrate for biology on a very general level. But like you can't, like your eyeball would dissolve instantaneously if you tried to like actually physically co-locate with us. And the only way that we're able to appear to you is kind of like remotely through this spooky action at a distance or whatever.
Did it seem like they were far more advanced than we are technologically?
I mean,
or
what is technology?
More enlightened than we were? Were they a superior being to us? Can this communication happen in the reversal role? Like, can they somehow experience us in the same way you experience them?
I mean, so I
don't know if you have time to ask this question.
Yeah, I wonder about, technology again. I tend to think of things in a very, very general way, where, like one of my favorite papers is this piece, Multiple Paths to Multiple Life. My friend Chris Kempis led a few years ago. And there's a great, let me see if I can find this figure in this paper. Oh yeah, where they're talking about, like, we tend to think at layer one here, life as a space of material possibilities. But then there's layer two, which is a space of physical constraints. And then there's layer three, which is a space of optimization principles. And so, like this is a space where, you have convergence on certain, like information theorists are going to argue that life could exist as, like the blockchain might be alive, or a national constitution might be alive, or memes might be alive. Memes, like Jacob Foster, the friend of mine who co-leads the Diverse Intelligence Summer Institute, gave a great presentation a couple years ago on death metal as a kind of parasitic organism that exists on the substrate of human brains. He was just giving death metal as a joke example, but like ideas are information patterns that propagate from one human brain or human mind to another. And so there's a sense in which you can argue that, something like a god in a more kind of modern information theoretical sense is a pattern of neural firing activity and behavioral activity that we see in like entire groups of human beings and in our relationship to each other through various technological media. And so, like Batman, this is something I talk about with Sean, in that episode 150 of Future Fossils, that like, you know, this is like Neil Gaiman and American Gods, you know, like this story about, you know, what are gods really? Gods are ideas that people have and enact through their behavior. So like Batman is like a thing. Batman has a physical footprint of merchandise and, you know, the information of like Batman movies stored on Netflix servers and like this kind of stuff. And so that's a thing. That's a thing that exists in space and time in the way that philosopher Timothy Morton, who's at Rice University with Jeff Kripal, Tim Morton calls them hyper objects. You know, it's like it's so big that we can't really see it as a single thing. Like climate change is a thing, but it's a hyper object that we're embedded in. And so we can only catch glimpses of it. And like the UFO might be a hyper object. You know, it might be something that exists in some weird way, both kind of beyond us and inside of us, and that we're sitting here like scratching our silly monkey heads trying to make sense of it. But it's there. It's there in the way that you know, that Christianity is, you know, that like Christ, you know, historically, who knows, may have been a physical person, but Christ is definitely a real thing.
Yes.
In that there enough people believe in Christ, and Christ influences their relation, their actual behavior in the world. You know, and so like, what is, you know, what is an idea? What is a technique? You know, what is life? And you know, are we basically, you know, ideas that are, you know, like, are we like memes that you know, like 19th century natural history illustrator Ernst Haeckel, who's like the legendary science illustrator of all time. There's a great documentary about his work called Proteus, where he talks a lot about his study of biological form as a study of the ideas in the mind of God, as kind of like Platonic, like that physical, you know, like biological organisms and like the various forms that we see in nature throughout the tree of life are like ideas that God is having, and that, you know, God's brain is like physical reality and so on. And I think that's just a really elegant, beautiful system for the contemplation of transcendent weird notions. But I don't know how to answer your question about like, are they more or less advanced? Because you know, I mean, I don't know.
Have you, every time you experienced things like this, was it all under the influence of things like ayahuasca or psilocybin or things like that? Or
No, definitely it's sober. But I mean, again, like, what is sobriety, right? What is sobriety? Because your brain...
It's a hyper object.
Well, like, you know, McKenna's talked about this, and so has, you know, Salvador Dali said, I don't do drugs, I am drugs. You know, like the modern molecular biochemical approach to human cognition is that you are made out of psychoactive substances.
Yeah.
You know, so like, what is sober? Like, you can't get away from, you know, being under the influence of something any more than,
whether it's endogenous chemicals or exogenous chemicals, right?
Right. So
bags of chemicals walking around.
Right. So
and
you have
never in a constant state.
Totally. You just have, you know, one kind of intoxication that people take for granted as normal versus other kinds that are less normal and perhaps less socially interoperable, right? Like, yeah, you know, you're gonna have trouble feeding yourself if you're Ramana Maharshi and you're in a kind of advanced meditative state all the time, and so you don't have a perception of your ego. Like, was that Jill Bolte Taylor who had my stroke of genius? She had a left hemispheric stroke. She has a famous TED talk about it, like that she had a kind of a non-dual samadhi. You know, she had a moment of awakening where her boundary around herself dissolved and she didn't experience herself as separate from the cosmos. But she also kept forgetting to call 911 because she was just like so like captivated by everything that she forgot that she was in the middle of an emergency. You know, so again, like there's got to be some kind of utility to certain kinds of intoxication that allow us to to see things differently. But there's a reason that there are probably fewer artists per capita than there are bankers or whatever. Like on average, we need to remember to, we have to remember to eat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's similar to Jeff Kreisel wrote a book, Changed to the Flash. I don't know if you heard of that one, but it's about this lady, Elizabeth Crone, I think her name was. She got struck by lightning. And then she basically recounts this whole experience of after she got struck by lightning, she was going to church with her kids. She went inside the church to get a doctor, and it was what's it called? It was a Jewish church, so it was full of doctors. Synagogue, yeah. And they were all doctors, and they all came and helped her. And then she turned around to go back outside, and she saw herself laying there on the floor, on the ground, dead. And then she followed some light into some other garden. She explained she saw, and then she purposely didn't follow the light. She was in this garden communicating with her dead grandfather for 2 weeks straight. And then she decided to go back into her previous body or previous space-time. And then she recounts all of this, and then she had all these precognitive abilities after this, and she was able to predict things, or knew people were going to die the day before they died, and all this crazy stuff. And all these, I see just like such a pattern between some of these UFO experiences and these near-death experiences, and it makes me like curious to whether when it comes to people like Strieber or Chris Bledsoe, like all this stuff is just inside you. Maybe not, it may not be external.
Well, it may just not be that inside you means what we think it means.
Yeah.
Right? Like it's this room is inside you in some sense. Like again, like this is why I love the methodological pluralist approach to this stuff. It's like, okay, in one sense of the word inside, this stuff is arising in your awareness. And in another sense of the word inside, you're sitting in the room where this is happening. And those are two different ways, we're using the same word, but they mean two very different things. So I think a lot of what we're dealing with right now is a demand for the evolution of our language. That like what we're going to, in the same way that my interest in all of this stuff kind of arguably came out of reading a paper about where syntax comes from.
That's where it all started?
Yeah, the evolution of syntactic language. This paper led by Martin Nowak.
Your recall of all these podcasts that you've recorded and all these papers that you've read is astounding.
Thanks. Yeah, gobble nootropics, folks.
I gobble crowd them.
Yeah. So this piece, Nowak and Plotkin, and Krakauer worked on this one too, but he's got a couple on the evolution of language and of syntactic communication. Oh, here we go. Oh, look at that. Henry G. worked on this episode of this issue of Nature, my buddy Henry. Anyway, so they talk about syntax and the sentence being something that emerged out of a similar kind of catastrophic threshold in information production in early human society, like hominid society, where the complexity of society meant that we had suddenly, exponentially more things to communicate to one another that mattered to the cohesion of our behavioral coordination. Our language, which at the time was built on individual utterances, where like we didn't have sentences yet. We had things like chair, or like good, and there was no real there was no way to articulate things into longer, more complex ideas.
The way a toddler communicates.
Right. And then at some point, you get to a level of social complexity where you need to remember more words than you can, basically. And so at that point, we go from a dynamic where you learn by adding new words to a dynamic where you come up with a handful of simple rules where those words can be combined to mean exponentially more things than you can actually remember. And so like this has implications to the origin of life, because what we're talking about, and what my friend Sarah Walker, who's a NASA funded astrobiologist at ASU, talks about, that life is basically life can be defined as the processes whereby systems generate a greater possibility space than the actual space of things that can happen. So like, you know, the notion that we are evolving into a deeper and deeper embrace of imagination and possibility is actually like fundamental to what it means to be alive and what it means to be intelligent. You know, when like people talk about life as being, you know, like highly improbable, you know, like the number of ways that you can put molecules together to make something, and only some of them will actually lead to a reproducing cell, and, you know, vastly more of them won't. And the question of like, well, how is it that we did this? The famous sort of critique of, you know, that it's like a junkyard blowing, you know, a tornado blowing through a junkyard and assembling a working 747. It's like, it's actually substantially worse than that. But you have people like my buddy Bruce Damer, or like the quantum biologist John Joe McFadden at the University of Surrey, who have interesting arguments for basically not only life being, you know, seemingly circumventing enormous improbability, but being inevitable because the grain of our cosmos is toward an expansion of what complex system scientist Stuart Kauffman calls the adjacent possible. That, like, you know, you keep coming to these crisis points in information management in both pre-biological, biological, and sort of trans or post-biological systems. And the solution is to invent a new syntax, a new order for articulating and recombining the parts that allow us to model the cosmos with adequate complexity in order to continue surviving in it. And so, yeah, so like this notion of we're us being at a point now in the history of the planet where subject verb object syntax is no longer adequate to describing the reality of our experience, such that we can say things like, I am in the room and the room is in me, and for it to make sense intuitively rather than it to sound like a nonsense statement. There's a video on that. Folks can find on my YouTube, how to resolve a paradox, where, you know, then this is something that was communicated to me in a UFO experience actually in 2006, where they said, look, if you you know, like say you have a card, and on one side of the card it says statement, on the opposite side of this card is false. But then you turn the card around and on the other side of the card it says the same thing. So they can't both be right, right? Right? Oh no, but they can, because you can spin the card. And so you can assign a relative truth value to these seemingly contradictory statements by adding a dimension of time or a dimension of physical space, where those things can oscillate. And that kind of oscillation is one of the core characteristics of a hyperobject as defined by Timothy Morton. So like reality is a hyperobject, and we gain more and more adequately high dimensional understandings or models of reality by adding more dimensions and more perspectives to our understanding, which is exactly what we were talking about with like, what is science? Science is an open-ended process whereby more and more seemingly contradictory dimensions are unified at the level of our understanding and our world models. And so that actually exceeds like a third-person confirmation. Like really, I think like the new form of science that we're going to stabilize at, you know, in the coming decades, is a science that is comfortable with the complementarity of both quantitative and qualitative evidence streams, and has found some way to unify them in a higher logical order. And so, yeah, so it gets, you know, all of the stuff we've been talking about today is like, how do we use systems of numbers and systems of experiences stereoscopically to train our scientific investigations on something that is fundamentally challenging to the idea of mind-matter duality.
Wild shit. Let's watch this video.
I mean, sure, it's kind of yeah, this is just me doing a mural on the inside of my buddy's camper, but
Oh, okay. And you're just talking about this idea while you're doing your mural.
yeah, I've got a ton of these time-lapse videos online with me going on about one thing or another, philosophical ideas. Oh, this was
incredible. So you said you got that idea in a UFO experience in 2006.
yeah. The second of 4 UFO experiences I had at Clinton Lake outside of the Lawrence, like where I went to school at the University of Kansas.
How did the idea get communicated to you?
Well, it said, like, imagine that, like, we're going to use a geometric analogy to present this to you. They're like, okay, now imagine you have a question.
No, I mean, how was this coming to you? Like,
just showing up in my head while I was looking at this UFO.
You're looking at something, and this is just popping in. These pictures are popping into your head, or words?
Both. And it was like, okay, so like imagine you have a question, and we're going to say that the question is, like the formal logical presentation of this question is as a triangle. The answer to the question is a tetrahedron. You add another point that's off the plane at which you can't understand what you're being asked, and then you're able to observe the 2-dimensional plane from the 3rd dimension. And they're like, so the tetrahedron poses a question that can only be answered by a 4-dimensional extrapolation from that. And so like all of our physics models are like low dimensional encodings of the actual complexity of reality. And the ability of human beings to cognize a certain number of dimensions is constrained by our evolutionary history, which required us to navigate space-time at a certain level of complexity, right? Like, you don't need to know that there are 11 dimensions because it doesn't matter. Kind of, it doesn't matter. But maybe now it's starting to matter. Maybe now we have an existential demand being made on us to understand things at a higher level of dimensionality, because our actions are suddenly, they have repercussions that extend into other dimensions, and so like there's a great book, Andrew Smith.
This is sound kind of like what, Steve, remember what Billy Carson was showing us that video about crystals, and the lady that was holding she was holding like the 3D thing, and it cast a shadow on the ground like a 2D shape.
Yeah, it was a really good explanation as well. It was it's like ultra crystals, or I forgot the name.
Quasi crystals.
Quasi, yes.
Yeah, so Andrew P. Smith wrote a book about this called The Dimensions of Experience. I want a book club with Future Fossils folks at some point, where he says basically like an ant actually doesn't even experience 3 spatial dimensions because they're so small, it doesn't matter, and they can like walk on walls and stuff. So they really only experience X and Y. Their experience of physical space is planar. It's not cuboidal. And humans have gotten to a point where humans and birds, like for instance, birds actually have more advanced spatial cognition than humans do because they have to fly. And so they're birds, especially birds that live in forests and other dense areas, have very advanced spatial, like that's why corvids, crows and magpies and so on are so good at picking locks and stuff, is because they have to think in 3D in order to navigate. And that's why humans, we have really good stereoscopic vision, and we can manipulate objects with our hands and so on, because we were living in the trees for so long. We had to swing through a kind of dense, complicated 3-dimensional space. And so like by the time one of the things that years ago, the author of Xenolinguistics, which is like one of the best books on psychedelics and the evolution of language in the world, Diana Reed Slattery, when she was on Eric Davis's show Expanding Mind back in the day, she talked about how like all of human language is based on us living on the surface of a planet under one Earth gravity, and that language would look completely different if it had emerged in 0 gravity, because you would think of things growing out rather than growing up. They would be growing out uniformly from a point, in all directions, rather than like the way that like George Lakoff and Mark Johnson write in this Metaphors We Live By. They write about we have this relationship in our minds between more is up, and then like, a bigger pile of food is like better, or like sitting upright means that you're kind of more, you're maybe a little happier than if you're kind of slouched over. So there's like there are very, very deep entailments between more is up and up is better that are in our language. So when we talk about the stock market, we talk about it going up when it's performing well.
Right.
And we talk about it going down when it's not. And like, it's really counterintuitive to try and flip it around. One of the most interesting things about like data visualization and like the presentation of scientific knowledge is the way that we take these things as inherently objective, but they're actually, again, this is the postmodern or linguistic term in philosophy. It's like we're actually sitting on this incredibly deep substratum of embodied understanding that's coloring everything we take to be objective knowledge. So like, when people talk about getting the cold shoulder, it turns out that social rejection is registered in the brain in the same place that like, you feel physical pain from social rejection, and it feels cold, and people report themselves as being colder when they're rejected. And there's like a history between like, you're a mammal, you slept in piles, you were like warmer when you were like accepted by your tribe or whatever. So like our language is full of this stuff. And so again, like where, what's inside.
Did you say crows can pick locks?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Not every lock, right? But like, yeah, there's fantastic crow, let's see, corvid.
Birds are crazy, man.
Lock picking.
Even like the homing pigeon. Like we still haven't figured out how the homing pigeon.
Oh, it's so strange. Yeah. Let's see. Oh yeah, here you go. Lock picking ravens. I mean, and they will work together.
So
too.
How do they do this?
I mean, there are all kinds of experiments into crow, raven, magpie cognition, but they'll work together. Like there are certain locks that you can only pick with two partners working on the same task, and so they will figure it out together.
That's bizarre. And what perception gives them the ability? How did they evolve to be able to do this? Do people speculate?
I mean, it's like intelligence is just basically none of us are smarter than we have to be, and none of us are dumber than we need to be. That's a great quote.
That is a great quote. I like that.
So like, I mean, there are statistical deviations, right? Like every once in a while, there's a fluke, and like evolution will cough out something that
Jack Sarfati.
Yeah, you get weird exceptions, but like on average, but that's because again, like evolution is itself a noisy process whereby problems are solved, and the problem is the propagation of information through time and through space. And so like evolution as a process loves to maintain a diverse investment portfolio. And so you get in any population, you get a kind of reservoir of hedged bets, so like like in a mature ecosystem, you will have here's an episode of Complexity I did on this back in COVID, where we were talking about mass extinctions being like a market crash. And I don't host the show anymore, but it's still one of my favorite podcast episodes I've ever.
Why don't you host it anymore? What happened?
Oh, I left SFI last year.
Oh, so this was a podcast. This was somebody else's podcast.
Yeah, this is a show I did for them. But I talk about this on the show on Future Fossils a lot also. This one, let's see, is this the 163? No, it was 161. Where we talk about this like market volatility and creativity and play, and how, like basically the noisier a market is, the more it rewards sort of generalist strategies, where like, noisier investment strategies, because the market is noisier. You know, and so like if you specialize, you say like I'm gonna, in a stable market, you can kind of rely on, a conservative betting strategy, but in an unstable market, and that's what gets back to this, Hunter S. Thompson saying, when the going gets weird, the weird turn pro. Because like suddenly you've been the weirdo for your whole life when things were normal, and now they're not normal. And so like there's that classic trope in fiction where it's like, aha, the conspiracy theorist, now civilization has crumbled and like you're the only guy that spent 150,000 hours watching, how do you survive this kind of stuff? And so suddenly everyone begrudgingly is like, all right, it's time to listen to Tinfoil Hat Guy. Right. But yeah, there are definitely times when it pays to be the contrarian.
Yes. That's amazing. So you're doing your art, you do the podcast, and then you're also a musician. Are you a solo musician, or do you have like a band?
The album I'm releasing right now is a solo album, but it's an album about all of this stuff. It's like,
so you sing about it?
Yeah. It's an album about my UFO encounters and the phenomenology of 5-MeO-DMT experience and what it's like to erode the boundaries of selfhood through our immersion in digital technologies, and why we should be careful what we wish for when we start connecting our dreaming brains to 3D printers, because then you can just print out whatever you're dreaming about, and like, is that really a great idea to smash the boundary between your dream life and physical reality? It's an album called The Age of Reunion, and I play like 20 instruments.
Really?
I recorded it all at home, so it's a sort of uneven production quality, but it's coming out a new track every week until the end of April. It's fun. I've been working on it for 22 years. It's time to get it out.
Really?
Yes.
Are you still producing it like every day as we speak, or is this
stuff
that you've already done a long
stuff.
time ago? You're just dripping it out now.
Yeah, I'm on to new stuff. I've been, all of this stuff was stuff that's like, it's fun to research this stuff academically, but then it's also fun to inquire through a creative practice. And like for me, electroacoustic musician, in particular, taking an acoustic guitar and routing it through a bunch of effect pedals and sampling yourself and remixing yourself is kind of like a garage laboratory for studying cybernetics and evolutionary, processes and like.
Let's hear it. What's it called? Steve, let Steve pull it up. That way.
Yeah.
You can pipe it through the mixer.
There's look up Transparent on The Age of Reunion on YouTube. It's this one right here. Let me see. This is the latest single. This one. It's on my own tree.
You got music videos?
Oh yeah, I did them all with AI. They're fun.
Wow.
This stuff right
Did you
here.
see Kanye's new AI music video?
No.
Holy shit, is it amazing?
Is it full of swastikas?
No, it's not full of swastikas.
Thank God.
Oh, well, you got it pulled up. I mean, but we can't hear it through the
No, you
mixer.
can't hear it on my end.
You can't find it, Steve? Steve's not as good as a Googler as you are.
I'm not showing it. There we go. I think I found it.
Yeah. This is the one. So this is a song.
Oh, what? You send it, go up? So if you buy it, you get this?
No.
Okay.
I am gonna print this album to vinyl at some point, but I haven't done it yet because it costs a lot of money.
Yeah, I bet.
But yeah, this is
Play it right there.
Right here. There you go.
Yeah, you should max that full screen.
I love how you did it vertically for an iPhone.
Right. I mean, it's an album about life online.
So what AI software did you use to make this?
Oh, this is Kyber.
Kyber.
KAI, yeah.
And it's a video one?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, import your music and your lyrics and your prompts.
Oh, shit.
So this is this is a video based on the actual sound and lyrical content.
Did you ask it to go vertical and not widescreen?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, so great. So I imagine when you imported your voice into this in the beginning, it didn't sound exactly like this. They just distorted it somehow.
I mean, this is like, I don't know, 6-part harmony or something. I was going for like an H.R. Giger meets Lisa Frank kind of vibe, you know?
Yeah.
Like scary but pretty, because that's the nature of what we're living through right now. Scary but pretty.
Dude, that's fucking crazy. I had no idea that. I didn't know about that AI software that can do this kind of stuff.
Oh, there's tons of it now. I got a lot of friends dabbling in this space.
What's the name of it again? Kyber?
This one is Kyber, yeah. I mean, you can do this with Stable Diffusion. You can do this with, I mean, you know, Adobe's working on consumer-grade stuff for this. I actually track state-of-the-art AI stuff now as part of my consulting, and it's moving very fast.
Yeah, it's like beautiful and terrifying at the same time.
I mean, that's the human condition.
That was incredible.
Thanks, man.
So all of your music videos you use AI to make them?
Just recently. I got a ton of live stuff on YouTube as well. And, yeah, I mean, I like playing with whatever tools are available. You know, like if you're going to be the weirdo on the edge of the village, there's like a kind of responsibility to do this stuff, to see what's possible, to report back, you know. So it's just part of that whole sort of overarching gesture of, you know, going to Australia and drawing the platypus. You know?
Yeah. Have you ever heard of Author and Punisher?
Mm-mm.
He does some really cool stuff. Steve, pull up Author and Punisher on YouTube.
he doesn't use AI, but he's been doing this for a few years now, where he takes like he has like a warehouse where he has these like industrial machines and he synthesizes them into this like crazy electronic mix down. It sounds like it sounds like metal industrial like Apex Twin. It's insane. You find Steve, watch this, and his fucking videos are wild.
Well, Square Pusher did some stuff like that with like robot orchestra. Oh yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we're talking about in terms of like, technology being a recombinant space where more and more of us are going to be making our own instruments, inventing our own tools to suit whatever kind of creative language we feel. Like one of my favorite artists is Onyx Ashanti, who invented a full body suit that's like his cybernetic music interface.
Whoa!
And
on YouTube?
Yeah, he's got a bunch of older stuff. And then also my friend Chagall in the Netherlands, she uses motion capture suits and stuff like this to do like full body music control. And so that's, that seems like a pretty natural extension of, creative activity as a kind of like operatic, like a new syntax of interactions between the body and its built environment.
Yeah.
So,
wild shit. Man.
Yeah, that's what there's Onyx. Yeah, totally. So he's like covered in this 3D printed mech suit that he wears, and I don't know how recent of a video you're going to find of his stuff, but he's very interested in this notion of like the evolution of language, and like coming up with gestural interfaces. This is very much like a straight out of a DMT thing. Like when you see people in in a DMT induced state that are spontaneously
that kid is so fucking funny. He should be
glossolalia, speaking in tongues type stuff. He's basically just coming up with like the cybernetic extension to turn that kind of
I don't really get it.
Induced
I don't really get it.
Full body gesture into something that's got like a machine translation layer in it, so that other people can kind of groove on his groove.
That is so funny.
My friend the T Fairy, who is also on the Noenautics advisory board, talks about this being, she and I have had a lot of conversations about this being the kind of the future of human language is something where we're communicating through a kind of cybernetic translation envelope to one another, but everybody's got a different layer. Like the way that we're starting to use augmented reality glasses for real-time translation, and so we're going to have before long, why would we even have languages in the way that we think of them?
Right.
Like you would have your own language, and the machine would just translate it into something that somebody else can understand.
Universal language.
Yeah, well, like the translation layer is universal, but your language is yours. It's like speaker base of one. That's something that Peter Watts has written about in some of his sci-fi and Blind Sight and Echopraxia.
Or what about just like telepathic communication? Like when will we be able to, like, if we were able to stop using our vocal cords to talk and speak out sentences, like just thinking about things or communicating with imagery through people, or like intention?
I mean, it's funny. Let's not get too far ahead of it, because like I already saw that joke of like, in order to improve typing while using the Apple Vision Pro, we've created a fake iPhone keyboard that you see in AR, that you can still sit there using your thumbs like you're actually holding a phone. But it's like, there are questions, right? Like there's, what is it, Chesterton's fence? this principle of like, don't pull up the fence until you know why the fence is there. You know, like there are certain things that like it's actually probably a bad idea for us to get to the point where we're so reliant on technology that none of us speak the same language. Because as soon as that technology fails, you can't talk to each other. You know, and so what persists into the new possibility spaces that we're creating, you know, what is actually strongly conserved in a new evolutionary regime is a really interesting question. Like, for instance, you know, we thought that we were going to be able to do away with the civil society, you know, mutual aid networks, family groups, tribal affiliations, you know, professional guilds, that somehow the state and the market and the economies of scale therein, the greater efficiency of organization at scale through states and markets is going to replace our need to like raise your kids in a village. And that has sure not proven to be true. You know, like raising your kids in a nuclear family in the suburb is terrible. You know, like you want an extended family around.
Right.
You know, and so the question is like, well, what do we think that we're getting ready to give up now? And that's why, you know, like when I was on the, you know, I have conversations with Carl Hayden Smith, who's a, you know, brilliant psychedelic philosopher who's also involved in noenotics. And Carl and I were talking about how, like, you know, with all due respect to Andrew Gallimore, like, you know, Andrew has this very sort of unrepentantly transhuman vision of our future. And Carl and I are more on the side of like hyperhuman. It's like, it's not how we replace the human with technology. It's how do we add something without losing something really crucial in the process. Right. You know, but that's an open question.
Well, thank you, Michael, for doing this, man. I really appreciate it.
Likewise, I love your show. I love listening. So thanks for having me on.
Tell people where they can follow your podcast, listen to your music, find your art, all that stuff.
Yeah. I mean, the mother tree is just
the link
tree right now, Linktree, Michael Garfield. But yeah, the Patreon, Substack are both feeds that the podcast is there, but so is a bunch of other stuff, art and music and writing. And I'm working on 2 books, and I'm helping noenotics figure out how to raise money for their research facility. And I'm working on some AI and tech ethics stuff I'll be sharing soon. And yeah, I would love to hear from you if you find this interesting. This is a direct invitation to reach out to me. So, yeah.
Cool, man. Thanks again for your time and for blowing my mind.
Absolutely.
Good night, everybody.
Two lazies living in their heads rent-free, which is funny as fuck considering Berg claims to not watch any videos about him. By the way, if you're wondering what Berg was referring to and why Steve was so butthurt about it, Too Lazy just dropped a response video as I was working on this one, so go and check that out for the full backstory on Steve-O's move job and why he hasn't done it yet. I personally think it's a natural progression for him, and I fully support anything these guys do to ridicule themselves.
All right, Sean, S. Bjorn Hargens, thanks for coming, man.
You bet. Excited to see where we go.
Yeah, I don't know where we're going to go, but it should be interesting. Yeah, so I was introduced to you through Chris Bledsoe and Dave Broadwell. That's his last name, right? Yeah. How did you originally get in touch with those guys? And how did you meet Chris?
Well, Dave was bringing together a group of people for an event at the Monroe Institute and wanting to focus on UAPs, and Chris was going to be part of that. And so Dave reached out, came across my information because I'm doing a lot of work kind of at the intersection of academics and UAP studies, and with a focus on experiencers and anomalous experiences. And
what were you guys doing at the Monroe Institute?
They wanted to do something that brought together a bunch of different modalities of contact to see what would happen if we had a group of people who all were oriented towards the phenomenon, had experiences with the phenomenon, had a background with the phenomenon. And so we, throughout each day, we were there like 4 or 5 days. We did the HemiSeq technology, with the headsets in the boxes at Monroe,
like the Faraday cages.
No, they have when you sleep at night, you have these. There's kind of these. They just often call them the boxes because you kind of get in there and you pull a curtain so it's fully dark, and you put on headsets that they have
hemi-sync technology coming through in order to have out-of-body experiences or different types of contact experiences. So we were doing that each day, also during the middle of the day, like after lunch and stuff. And then we were doing different types of psi practices, different types of, CE5 types of, activities. Each night we're doing Skywatch. And so the idea was like, what happens when you bring together, a dozen people who, have collective intention around making contact, and then, throwing in someone like Chris Bledsoe, who has a real strong kind of history of being able to connect with and bring forth, the orbs and the other types of phenomenon. And yeah, it was amazing. It was a great event and quite fascinating. So I met Chris there, and we were able to connect, both during the activities, but also, during the meals and other moments during the time there.
What do you think about the orbs that Chris is able to summon? What do you think those things are?
I think there are a number of different things. I think the way I orient towards it is they are forms of non-human intelligence. And I think what's fascinating about orbs, when you look at it and study how orbs are experienced, both currently and also historically, they seem to be a form of energy that allows UFOs to manifest, allow beings to manifest. People witness beings becoming orbs, orbs becoming beings. People witness orbs becoming UFOs, UFOs becoming orbs. So it seems that orbs are more like a state of energy that different types of phenomena are able to transform into and out of, right? So I think orbs generally aren't just one thing. They could be a lot of things. They could be a lot of different types of intelligences. They could be a lot of different types of technologies. So I think it's still pretty open as to how to make sense of these things.
Yeah. What have you ever heard of anyone else having these kind of experiences like that, or being able to have anyone in history witnessing something that's so clearly the same thing as what Chris is seeing?
Yeah, there's another woman. I'm forgetting her name. I want to say her name's Dorothy.
Dorothy Isa.
Yeah, and she also did a lot of video and recording back in the day. With kind of an old funky camera, and it's a very similar kind of story to Chris's. Though Chris has a lot of additional phenomena that's associated with his experiences. So,
well, it's interesting that other people are able to witness it alongside him. Yes, it's like it's not just him who can see it. You can go out. Like I went out to the beach with him, me and Steven and I, and we were able to see these things after staring at the sky for 2 hours. And I said this before. I was like, I've never seen these orbs in my life, but at the same time, I've never stared at the sky and looked for them for 2 hours.
Right. Sometimes what he films, they're really far away. Sometimes they're much closer. Sometimes they're in his backyard. Sometimes they're over the horizon. So, there's a lot of different types, and I think he mentioned on the show, 2,700 clips of film in 1 year. So there's and some of them are less convincing than others, but when you look at the total set of, video clips, it definitely makes you consider that something else is going on.
Yesterday, he posted one on his Instagram that I've never seen before. He posted one, so all the ones that he's posted, Steven, you can pull up his Instagram, they all look like the ones that we saw, right? They all are filmed on those night vision binocular that he films everything with. And you can see, he's clearly filming it with his hands. It's moving around. You can see the crane in the background. But the one he posted yesterday is very different. It looks like it's filmed on something else, and it's completely stabilized. Like, look at that. There's no movement. It's like, is he filming this one on a tripod or something? Or maybe he got a new camera? No. And this is the most up close, detailed shot I've ever seen of one of these things.
Yeah, and see, there it flips out. I think
there's zero grain in that. Crazy.
So the orbs, I think, are best understood as an energy state of some phenomena that's choosing to be in that energy state. Whether it's a craft, whether it's a being, whether it's something else, and they come in and go out of that energy state. In Stephen Greer's documentary, Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind, there's a lot of different video shots that they've collected over the years that are showcased in that film. Things like this and a lot of other things that are also even kind of more provocative. So there is a lot of interesting film footage of stuff that makes you wonder, what are we dealing with?
What initially got you into this stuff and to studying this stuff? And what is your PhD in?
My PhD is in integrated meta theories. So looking at,
Which is what in English?
theories that take a big picture of reality, try and explain reality by not reducing it to any one aspect of reality. And so theories that can embrace psychological dimensions, cultural dimensions, behavioral dimensions, and systemic dimensions. And so how do we include insight from lots of different disciplines and domains in order to better understand the complexity of reality around us? So it's basically like an interdisciplinary approach to big picture thinking. So think of TOE's, theories of everything, coming out of the physics world, but they kind of tend to orient towards just matter and physics and gravitational forces and so forth. These kinds of theories of everything include religion, psychology, sociology, kind of all the different domains of human knowledge to try and integrate the core elements to see what can we really say about reality. So philosophy, cosmology, and consciousness are kind of the three areas I spend a lot of time studying and teaching.
One of the interesting things to me is I had this guy in here, Andrew Gallimore, Dr. Andrew Gallimore. He is a neuroscientist studying in Tokyo, and he's doing research. It's called DMT-X is the name of his project, where he puts people on extended state DMT, where he gives them an IV drip of DMT for hours at a time, and he tries to study the DMT realm and what's going on, the entities that people see in that realm.
Exactly. Yeah, I know his work.
Yeah, it's fascinating. And, I have a feeling a lot of this stuff is something to do with the pineal gland and something inside the mind.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that definitely seems to be a bridge point between our consciousness and these other realms. And a lot of the esoteric traditions talk about the pineal gland and the pituitary gland. Sometimes there's debates in the esoteric literature about which of those two is kind of the primary kind of, entry point into these other realms, but they both seem to be involved. And, one of the things that's been interesting in, John Hopkins recently did a study in the last couple of years looking at DMT entities and trying to understand the nature of the encounters. So we're at a point in history now where a big medical school like John Hopkins is actually funding research looking at the kinds of entities that are encountered in DMT states. So it's really fascinating to see.
Really?
Yeah.
When did this start?
You can pull it up. It's on the internet. There's a study they've been doing for a number of years, and folks like David Luke are involved, and so they're trying to, they're using it more in therapeutic context as well. With the whole psychedelic revolution, the legalization of marijuana, you see our society warming up to the reality of other states of consciousness.
Oh, wow.
And, yeah. So there's a famous study that came out, was published a couple years ago, that if you did a search also for DMT entities and John Hopkins, but yeah, it was 55 million in funding. So we're moving from kind of a monophasic orientation to reality to a polyphasic, meaning that currently we generally think reality is just based on what we can see with our five senses, and we take a rational approach. So it's kind of like monophasic, meaning one state of consciousness is privileged as the primary state from which to know reality. So waking, rational, scientific consciousness is what's kind of ruled the day for the last 600 years. We're shifting to a polyphasic mode where multiple states of consciousness are being recognized as having value and access to different aspects of reality. And this being one example with John Hopkins research kind of looking into that. So we're seeing this shift in kind of public perception around what's real and the nature of what's real.
It has to be the case that some people have a higher perception than others, or have heightened sensory input and output than other people. And one of the best ways that was ever put to me is my friend Paul Rosalie, who spent like the last 20 years living in the Amazon rainforest. He went from living in Brooklyn to living in the Amazon. He explained that once he got down there, after being down there for a couple of days, it was like being disconnected from society and all the technology and all the computers and phones and TV screens. Your senses and your perception is raised when you're in this environment of nature, disconnected from modern technology.
Totally. Part of my background is I've been a wilderness guide, leading outdoor trips at different phases of my life. And in eco-psychology, there's this whole notion of the wilderness effect, which basically says when you take a group of people out into nature for an extended period, it usually takes them around 5 days to kind of detox from kind of civilization, and then you see a transition in them, kind of moving into the second week of the trip, where what you just described starts to happen, right? Where they orient differently, they kind of are in touch with their sleep cycle and their body and their food in a different way. And I remember when I was younger in college, I was an assistant leader to a trip, and we went to Utah Canyonlands. And the trip leader, right as we were getting ready to leave the van, for 2 weeks, he put a bandana on the ground. He said, "Okay, just one last kind of activity. I think you guys are gonna like this." He said, "Take off your watches, put your watch in the bandana, and then I'll tell you what's gonna happen next." So we all do that. And then once they're all in the bandana, he walks over, he ties it up, unlocks the van, puts it in the van, shuts the van, and says, "All right, let's go." We're all like, "What?" And then I realized, over the next, few days, I didn't have my watch, right? And I used to say, "Oh, it's 4 o'clock, I'm hungry," right? Or, "Oh, it's 8 o'clock, I should get up," So I noticed that I tended to refer to the watch to know how I felt or where I was at in my daily cycle. But when he took the watch away, this process that you described started to happen more readily in this trip, right? So I started to look at different reference points for knowledge and understanding. Like, check in with my actual stomach to see if I'm hungry. Notice, am I tired or not tired? Should I sleep or get up, right? So I think there is a lot to say about this kind of process that your friend described. And this is a big reason why I got into studying the phenomenon, because I was really fascinated. My background in part is in philosophy of science and kind of what makes valid knowledge and how do we understand what's real. And I was very intrigued by the many stories of individuals who, let's say there's 3 folks out in an evening on the back of a tailgate, having a beer and talking and looking at the sky, and they have a UFO encounter. And 2 of them see it. The 3rd person doesn't see it, but the 2 people who do see it think it's really close. One person sees it as being kind of a classic saucer shape. The other person sees it more as like an orb. And so you get these 3 conflicting reports. One person says, "I didn't see anything." 2 people say, "We did see something," but they don't agree necessarily on the specifics. And we generally in our society would use that to say, "Oh, we just dismiss it because there's no agreement. Clearly, like, people are making things up. They had a beer, whatever." But I started to sense, like, wait, I think these people actually did see something. And so why did that one guy not see anything? And then why did those 2 people see something different, but they both saw something? And that led me into thinking about this point you're making with respect to senses and inner senses and different modes of sensing and perceiving. And because my background is in consciousness studies and kind of the esoteric and contemplative traditions, I knew that there are vast literatures that describe our subtle bodies and our subtle senses. And so I started looking at that literature to try and understand how is it different people might be seeing different things, right? Because you also have a dynamic where some people will report that they see fairy beings. And other people report they see angels on a semi-regular basis. And other people will report they see extraterrestrials. Or you have someone like Stephen Greer says, "I've never encountered a negative ET in my life. They're all positive." And then you have other people who have abduction experiences, right? So there's a wide range of experiences being encountered. And then you have someone like Chris Bledsoe, who I call a super experiencer, who's kind of seen and experienced a full range of phenomena. So I kept asking myself, why are some people seeing one thing, one kind of thing, and other people seeing a lot of different things? So like, why does one person only see ghosts in their life, and another person sees extraterrestrials, Bigfoot, poltergeist activity, and so forth? And it appears that a lot of it has to do with our subtle bodies and our subtle senses.
How many people have you studied that have experienced these different types of phenomena?
About 4 years ago, when I kind of came out of the UFO closet and started talking more about my own experiences and using my background in integrative meta theories to look at the phenomena, I started running a course, an online course for 3 months on what I call exo studies, right? Like an integral approach to the phenomena. And initially, I started the course because I wanted a platform to talk about how we might think about these phenomenon from an integrative perspective. A bunch of people signed up, and like 30, 40 people signed up. And what happened in that first course was people were more interested in sharing their experiences. And I was a little surprised by this because I just was wanting to kind of have more of an intellectual discussion. But because I created a safe space to look at this phenomenon from a lot of different angles without privileging one side or one interpretation over another, people felt it was safe to share their own experiences. And what I started to discover in that course and subsequent courses is a lot of people are having these experiences. And so I would say over the last 5 years, I've been in direct conversation with probably 500 people who have a wide range of experiences. And they usually don't talk about it. And I also started to discover that a lot of my friends that I'd known for 20, 30 years had these experiences, and they had never talked about it to me or anyone else. So I realized there's a big taboo that prevents people from talking about it. Part of it's because they self-doubt and they even question what they saw. But when you start to create a safe place to explore and talk about this, and you kind of are considering different theories that might help explain it, then people generally have a lot to say about it. And I feel that these experiences are much more ubiquitous than what kind of general perception is.
You said you had your own experiences?
Yeah.
What kind of experiences?
I like to joke that I've been microdosing weird for about 3 years. And by that, I'm referring to the fact that I've had a lot of different experiences, like kind of 30 different types of experiences, but they're often just like little glimpses. Like I had the experience of seeing a ghost in a friend's house. Turned out it was her mother, but I've never seen a ghost before or since. I've had precognitive experiences. I had a really intense download experience a couple years ago, where like a whole kind of understanding came through, and it took me months to kind of unpack it, and I built these 3D models based on it. I've had encounters with different types of intelligences, not in kind of the classic kind of physical eye seeing something, but different types of experiences that lead me to believe that I'm having some kind of interaction with non-human intelligence.
When you say download,
so
what was downloaded?
There's a personality system called the Enneagram that Gurdjieff, a Russian mystic, in the early 1900s, kind of made popular, and then it came over to the U.S. in the 80s, and businesses use it today to understand 9 different personality types of individuals. And I've taught that system in graduate courses for many years, and it's a very amazing system that kind of looks at 9 different major types of personalities and kind of what their main fears are and what their core orientation or strategy to dealing with challenges in their life are. So I had a background in this system, and the download was essentially this experience. I was flying home on a plane from Brazil. I was doing some consulting work there, and I just started kind of having like all this information in my head around the system, and the fact that this system is actually well, at first I didn't know where it was headed, but I got this impulse to start playing with the different triangle combinations in the system, because it's a 9 point kind of chart, and so there's different triangles you can make between the different numbers, like the 7, the 9, and the 2. And there's different harmonics connected to those combinations. So I ended up having this intense impulse to start mapping this out. So I started making these little triangles with the different numbers, and I created there's like 27 possible combinations, right? You have 9 times, and then I started taping them together, and I started like trying to figure out, and it was all this deep impulse. And my family was joking about, right? What's the guy's name on Close Encounters of the Third Kind, where he's making the Devil's Tower out of mashed potatoes. It's just kind of this like intense. I'd do my work during the day. The family would go to sleep, and then I would start building these geometric models, right, up until about midnight. And it turned out they created these complex platonic forms, right, like octahedrons, essentially, kind of this mega octahedron. But anyway, so in this like 3-month process, I was also just getting information that seemed connected to galactic sources, that seemed connected to potentially archangels. So like it was really kind of odd and confusing.
Is this something that you had thought about before? Or?
No, it's like that was the whole thing about it being a download, was like I knew nothing about sacred geometry. I knew nothing about all these things that were kind of coming through, and there was this impulse, and it was like I was working on it, and then at a certain point late at night, when I got to a place where I knew I was close. I knew I was really close to kind of where this was headed, and I finally made this model, and I have pictures of it. I can pull them up probably. And then once that model was there on the table, when I finished it, I stood back. All of a sudden, I was like, I just had this thing released in me. It was like, okay, that's it. I did it. And it was like this knowing that that's what all this was about, was to create that particular geometric structure. It was like almost like I was released from this obsessive compulsive desire to try and create it. So it was like it was in me, and my job was to like get it out. And I was pretty confused by this whole situation. And so I talked with a number of psychics to ask them, what do you think's going on? Can you give me like any insight? Yeah. So like people, seers, people with kind of intuitive knowledge, just, it's like, hey, help me out. What's this about? What's going on? And, they all confirmed in their own way that like this is like what we call download. Like you were given some information, and then your job was in a sense to kind of like bring it out. And so I've been working on a whole book related to that geometric object.
Did this stuff come to you at a specific time of day? Was it, did you have to follow any sort of like creative process to sort of get this stuff to come to you, or was it just coming to you randomly?
It seemed to start on that plane trip home for whatever reason, and it just kept occurring. Like there was like it was like this impulse where I didn't have like a vision, like a geometric vision of something I was trying to work towards. It was more like this info, and it was like I'd get a little clue, like, okay, make triangles. Okay, make a bunch of triangles with all the numbers. Okay, now try and connect them. Like, is there a pattern that connects them? Okay, so it's like I was getting these like intuitive hits on kind of step by step what to do. And maybe that was just a creative process, totally within my own kind of psyche. It didn't feel like that. It felt like something else was going on. And people I talked to who seemed trustworthy and insightful about these things confirmed, from their perspective that, there was likely an interaction happening between me and, other sources of information or non-human intelligences. Right? I think that's what makes this whole domain so kind of sketchy and confusing, because it's not linear, it's not clear, it's not like, oh, boom, here it is. I mean, in Chris's situation is sometimes more clear than it is for a lot of us other folks, where it's like we're kind of grabbing straws in the dark and trying to make sense of this.
It's like a minefield trying to navigate this topic, because there's so many grifters that are involved in it, and especially when you start talking about psychics, and there's so many psychics that are so full of shit, it's unbelievable. So yeah, it's really hard to navigate like what's real and what's not. But I mean, what you're describing sounds a lot like Rosicrucianism, right? Which has been a topic that has come up on this podcast a lot recently. Which Diana Salter talks about in her book, where some Space Force rocket engineers practice these protocols where they like don't drink caffeine, they go out in the sunlight, and they try to like tap into some sort of extra perception or some sort of intelligence that is not perceivable normally.
Yeah, well, the esoteric traditions are full of those protocols.
Yeah.
Right, and there are people, like Tyler D and others, and and Jacques Vallée's connected to Rosicrucianism, as was Heineck, so they both have links into that particular tradition. A lot of people kind of develop their own protocols kind of intuitively, but there are lots of traditions that basically train you to make contact, right? So like Grant Cameron has a book on contact modalities, but these kind of contact modalities, I think, are going to go even deeper because they're really about these rituals, these daily and weekly rituals you go through. And they can be simple, just like getting up at the same time a certain way, journaling. Like, they don't have to be weird and esoteric, but there's like a process that you put your awareness in your body. Usually your body's involved, right? Like not having caffeine or running every day.
It's like the body is some sort of, you can treat your body as an antenna.
Yeah. And so these traditions have these protocols, and from my understanding and kind of my working hypothesis is these protocols activate different subtle bodies. We have multiple subtle bodies, and we have different types of inner sensors connected to different subtle bodies. And so different protocols activate different bodies and sensors, and then based on that, you'll have access or contact to certain types of energies and or intelligences.
Now, is this something that you've noticed with all the people that you've spoken with your course, that these people have been practicing? Or is it even something that you practice yourself, like purposely?
Yeah, I practice myself purposely in this kind of context, working out of the Theosophical tradition. What I've noticed is that a lot of people do practice these kinds of protocols themselves. Some of them have had traumatic experiences, so like near-death experiences, medical emergency, car accidents, and that seems to create what I refer to as a separation event, where their subtle body gets separated from the physical body. And they have an experience, and then they kind of are revived, or they come back, and then their subtle body kind of comes back into their physical body. And thereafter, they start having psychic experiences. They start having experiences of non-human intelligences. They start having healing capacities. And so I started to notice, like, okay, wait a second. In the experiencer literature, people who report having encounters with the anomalous, there's a very strong pattern that people will have a near-death or traumatic experience, and they basically describe an out-of-body experience. And then after that, they'll start talking about how all of a sudden they have psychic abilities or healing abilities, or they start seeing shadow beings. And so I started to notice, like, wait, in the esoteric traditions, they give you training methods to separate your bodies consciously. And then they describe that after you do that, you start having these kinds of experiences. So it's like, okay, so there's an intentional way to do this through the protocols and the practices, or there's an accidental way that this happens through accidents, medical emergencies, and so forth. And then there seem to be some people who just karmically, for lack of a better term, start to have these experiences at certain points in their life. And then sometimes they report that it seems related to their past lives and the fact that they developed these capacities through protocols in past lives. And then in this current life, it's kind of like this latent ability that just gets kind of activated at some point. So there's like karmic, accidental, and intentional examples of people gaining access to different subtle bodies and their associated senses, and then having a wide range of experiences as a result.
There also seems to be some sort of connection. I don't know if you know anything or could speak to this at all, but there seems to be like younger kids or younger people have more of a higher access to some other perception or see things more. Like even if you dig deep into UFOs, the history of UFO sightings. It seems to happen more and more around schools where there's young kids who witness them. Right? Have you noticed any sort of connection, or something like that within the human body, where the younger somebody is, the more they're able to access something?
Yeah, I think a couple things are going on. One is they just haven't been enculturated into a scientific materialist worldview as much as they will be in subsequent years. I think part of it is what I've just been describing around the subtle bodies. Young kids kind of have more access to their subtle bodies, and their subtle bodies aren't as kind of fully kind of trapped in the physical body, if you will. There's more fluidity and access to their different subtle bodies, and so they'll have more of these experiences. And as they kind of, in a sense, you can think of it as they get older, the fluidity of access to the subtle bodies reduces, and it gets kind of, those subtle bodies get more and more kind of integrated into the physical system, and then they get overly identified with the physical system. And so there's not as much access to it unless an accident occurs that like kind of rips the subtle body system out of the physical body, or they start taking up protocols, or they have some kind of karmic dynamic going on. A lot of experiencers will talk about they had experiences when they were young, up until like 10, 11, 12. Then it goes dormant, in part because there's usually an experience of them sharing some experience with friends, and the friends doubting them or laughing, and so they kind of learn, at that point, like, oh wait, not everyone else is having these experiences, so I should be careful with what I say and who I say something to. Then they kind of shut it down, and then it kind of pops back up, usually in college, in their mid-20s, and then they kind of have to come to terms with the fact of, oh yeah, this used to happen when I was a kid, and now it's happening again, and why is that? And so those capacities kind of reemerge later in life, sometimes through an event, sometimes just like through reading a book, so it sort of depends.
What do you make of all of these people within intelligence and the military and NASA coming to Chris Bledsoe's house and being fascinated with him and becoming friends with him and studying him?
Yeah, I think they know a lot more than what we might imagine. If you look at NASA, just as an example, I think the majority, if not all, the kind of original set of astronauts were like 33-degree Masons, right? So, and that's the highest level you can be in the Masonic, system. And at that level, you've been doing protocols for a long time, and you have experiences and encounters with a lot of these types of phenomena.
What astronauts were 33-degree Masons?
Most of them, almost all the early ones.
Like, for example, who's one of them?
Well, I don't know if Edgar Mitchell was. It'd be interesting to look and see if he was a Mason. But if you just do a search on astronauts and 33-degree Mason, you should get a list of a lot of the early ones. And I think even in some of the things they left on the moon, where there were some Masonic symbols that were part of that. So,
what is this? Along the stars, Freemason astronauts, Freemasons on the moon, a secret mission. Can you zoom in on that a little, Steve? What's this website? Oh, this is like a Freemason website. The moon isn't a bad place. Anyways, it certainly deserves a short visit. This is what Neil Armstrong told journalists in the press conference after his return to Earth, but humanity paid a high price for this brief visit in resources and even human lives. 3 American astronauts of the Apollo 1 project burned alive a month before the planned flight. Armstrong himself miraculously survived when he had to eject from the height of only 60 meters during training.
And this is just a history lesson. Supreme Council, I don't know. Just kind of like going over the let me type in May.
Yeah, didn't
there we go. Given how many Freemasons there were in NASA's astronaut squad, it's quite logical to open a special lodge for them.
All right. But the point being that the intelligence community, many of the people involved in that have been involved in systems and traditions of these kinds of protocols. And so it's not surprising to me that they would be interested in Chris for the kinds of experiences he's having. And, so it raises a lot of interesting questions, like why is that? You know?
Are you familiar with the story of Paul Benowitz?
Yeah, tragedy.
It's a real eye opener, especially when you look at everything that's happening right now in the media with UFOs and within the government and the military and everything that's being disclosed to us publicly. You know, for people who don't know, Paul Benowitz was a ufologist, right? He lived in, I think it was Nevada, across the street from a test range or a military or an Air Force base, where he was seeing these UFOs that were hovering above this mountain, and he was filming them. And I guess the Air Force Base caught wind of it, and they sent a counterintelligence officer to go pay a visit to see what he knew, see if he had any footage or photos, whatever that could compromise see if it could compromise national security. Anyways, this guy's name was Richard Doty.
Yeah.
And he went to meet Paul, saw the footage he had, and he saw that Benowitz believed these were UFOs. When in fact this was during the development of the B-2 bomber, I believe. This is right smack dab in the middle of the Cold War. And instead of, telling him the truth, he said, maybe these are UFOs. Maybe you need to pursue this further. So, he knew that Benowitz was very tied into the whole UFO community around there. And this was during the Cold War. So we knew that there were Soviet moles embedded in the UFO community. So what they did was they used Benowitz as a conduit of disinformation into the whole UFO community. So they could sort of divert them away from some of the real projects that were going on. Long story short, Benowitz was put into a mental hospital, and he went to his grave thinking that this was something that wasn't. Not saying that UFOs aren't real, but this was a very clear, historical example of strategic deception.
Yeah.
And that really, really opened my eyes. So, what do you take from the military and the Pentagon all saying that this is something that we need to pay attention to, and it's non-human intelligence, and we don't know what these things are? There's so many layers to this. It's kind of hard to wrap your mind around. And the fact that they're paying so much attention to him. What are they telling him the truth? Are they trying to lead him in a certain direction? I don't know.
Yeah, it seems that kind of what's at stake is the nature of reality and our understanding of the nature of reality. And so you want to have the best map of reality possible, right? And so there's so many implications for economics, for politics, for education, for society. The stakes are really high. And I think this topic, the implications of it are, literally like earth shattering, right? And there's a lot of money and power at stake. And that's not to say that the people involved in the intelligence community are all bad actors. I think it's a complex landscape of people trying to navigate their sense of how best to deal with the fact that our view of reality, kind of the mainstream narrative of what's real and what's happening, is just part of a much larger set of considerations. And that we actually live in what I call a wild cosmos that's heavily populated with a wide range of different types of intelligences. And I think part of what's interesting about the UFO topic is Jeffrey Kripal kind of refers to it as this wastebasket problem, where just every kind of paranormal experience gets thrown into this big bucket called the phenomenon, right? It's we even refer to it as the phenomenon. It's well, what is the phenomenon? The phenomenon is refers to everything, all these different possibilities. And so we've had kind of 600 years of ascendancy of a particular rational, scientific, materialistic, reductionist view of the nature of reality. And there's a lot of data points that no longer fit into that. And so the implications are pretty big. And, so Alex Wemp's work on national sovereignty and how the UFO topic is a direct threat to national sovereignty, right? He's a socio-political scientist, I think in Ohio. But he wrote a really famous article that was published in a peer-reviewed article in a political science journal. That basically, this was like a number of years ago, and it's still their number one downloaded article. And he has a chapter at the back of Leslie Kane's book, UFOs, and where he's kind of laying out this argument that the national state is existentially threatened by this topic. So when you read that, you start to appreciate how and why our government or aspects of our government would be very interested in this topic. And it's often not for the same reasons like the conspiracy theorists often run with. Like it seems like, some of that's true or it's worth considering, but it seems that there's a lot of other layers to just kind of nationality and economics. And it's like, and I have some colleagues who have been doing this study on what are the implications of disclosure. And they have this 70-page report at cosmicconnectors.com that they've just finished. They've been working on it for most of the year. And they identify 44 implications of disclosure. Like if President Biden came forward and did a televised event and said, there are non-human intelligences that have been visiting and interacting with us on this planet, or something to that effect. What would be the implications of that? They identified 44, right? And so the point that I'm making here is that the implications of this topic are so far-reaching, right? And whether you believe just 10 of those 44 or 20 of those 44, right? It affects almost everything. Right, and so why wouldn't the CIA and NASA and everyone else be at least certain people within those organizations be very interested in this topic?
Well, don't you think it depends on what the disclosure is? Like, what are they disclosing specifically? Are they saying that these are ETs coming from Zeta Reticuli, or are these things that exist in a here with us, but in another dimension or in another? Like DMT elves, right? People can just see on a regular basis. Because would it have a difference? Would the implications change?
A little bit, but the way this study was done was just around Biden or the president
saying that an alien landed on the White House lawn,
or them just acknowledging a non-human presence, not even getting into the details around is it flesh and blood, is it interdimensional, is it is it an ultra-terrestrial, meaning they're here and have been living here for a long time and we just haven't seen them, right? And this is the other thing. It's part of my study of this phenomena using my integral approach is I've identified, over 35 different theories about who are they and what are they, right? There's the time traveler hypothesis, the crypto-terrestrial, the ultra-terrestrial, the extraterrestrial, the sociological hypothesis. There's all these different theories people have. When I map those out and I look at what are the different variables that they're highlighting, where are they from, what's their kind of consciousness they have, what kind of bodies do they have, what's their intention. When I look at 8 different variables about what's being described, and I look at the 3 or 4 possibilities of they're on this planet currently, or they're from other planets, or they're interdimensional. When I kind of map out all the variables, there's 25 variables. And what's interesting is these theories, these 35 different theories that have emerged over the last 2 decades, essentially, when you add them all together, they're accounting for these 25 different possibilities. So in other words, what seems to be happening is every conceivable combination of who they are is represented in kind of this growing list of who they might be. And it seems that actually are potentially true in some sense, or at least a majority of them are true. So that there are ultra-terrestrials, there are crypto-terrestrials, there are extraterrestrials, there are interdimensionals. Right? All of this seems to be happening, right? And it's kind of this Pandora's box. And this is partly why some people have certain experiences with some of those, and other people have other experiences with different sets, right? And then you kind of end up arguing, well, who's right? Well, actually, I think the cosmos is so diverse and creative. There's a good chance we're likely interacting with all of those different possibilities.
Well, when it comes to an individual's perception of something that happened, or an individual's experience, if they believe something, you can't deny that. You can't say that there's extraterrestrials. There's no evidence, right? We have zero evidence that there's any sort of life from outside the Earth.
Yes and no. It's interesting because you see these positions, there's no evidence, and there's a lot of evidence, right? And you have this back and forth. There is a lot of evidence. Is there a lot of scientific evidence? No, scientific evidence is a higher bar. And yes, like there's still things need to be done to meet that standard. If we talk about legal evidence, there's plenty of evidence that would satisfy definitions of evidence in a legal court of law, right? And
Can you give an example?
well, like witness testimony. So in a scientific context, it doesn't hold a lot of water. In a legal context, it can hold a lot of water. And so you can convict someone, without a weapon, without the murder weapon, based on witness testimony and circumstantial evidence and a lot of other things, right? If you took the case of are there ETs, flesh and blood ETs, to the court, present all the evidence, you should win. There's enough evidence to get an affirmative conviction that that's the case. If you take it to a scientific lab, you're gonna have a hard time, meeting the standards of scientific veracity. So part of what's going on is we have different views of what counts as real and what counts as evidence.
Well, for evidence, if you want to prove something exists, you have to have some sort of physical evidence of it.
Right. There's a lot of physical evidence with a phenomenon, right? So like you take abductees, people who have experiences of being abducted, and and so there's no smoking gun. So I think this is part of your point. You're pointing out there's no smoking gun. I'm saying you're right. There isn't a smoking gun. We don't have that yet, unless Gary Nolan and his team, are able to get the government to roll out, one of the crafts, that we have, in hangar, X, Y, and Z. So we're waiting for the smoking gun, but we don't need the smoking gun to be able to look at all the other evidence and use scientific methodologies and logical methods of deduction and induction to arrive at a very probable conclusion based on that evidence, just as like we would in a court of law, right? So there's archaeological evidence, there's sociological evidence, there's lots of experiencer reports, there is physical evidence, like the burns in the grass that Chris Bledsoe showed, right? Even Travis Walton, when they went and they studied the tree growth of the rings where that incident occurred. And there was an anomaly with how the trees that were closer to where the event occurred grew in a different rate than the other trees farther out. So
because of radiation, right?
That's the assumption. There have been implants, there's scars, there's body marks. There's there's scratches on cars. There's a lot of physical evidence, but it's not a smoking gun. But we should be careful not to dismiss all that physical evidence just because it's not a smoking gun. But when you combine it with all the other elements, it's very suggestive, right? Very, very suggestive.
So, out of all of the different hypotheses, or all the different examples of what these different intelligences could be, was there any sort of underlying consistency between all of them, or any kind of common denominator across all of them? How many of them did you say there were? 40?
There's 35 different theories that they are all over the board.
Right.
Some it's ancient aliens, or some it's it's us from the future, right?
Right.
It's some it's they're from other star systems. No, they're from other dimensions. They're So there's a lot of variety. But it's interesting that kind of in the course of human imagination, we've come up with all the possibilities, all the combinations are represented in that list of 37, right? So you have an approach like SETI that says, there are probably, life on other planets, but it's very far away, and we're looking for radio signals, and, we're trying to kind of tune in to their channel, and they're not coming up with, there's nothing has come out of the SETI project, basically, over the last, 40 plus years with a lot of funding. Right? And so it's interesting. You compare that with kind of ufology, which has a lot of craziness in it, but when you pull away a lot of that craziness, there's a lot of evidence, right? Like you line up, you get a lot of Chris Bledsoes in the room, and it's like, or you go and hang out with them, and you have multi-witness reports. You have lots of multi-witness reports, so there is quite a case to be made. And again, I think for me, it often comes back down to, different perceptions based on different subtle bodies, based on different subtle senses associated with those bodies. And because we are still tend to privilege our five senses in our physical body, and we want physical evidence that matches our, vision and our hearing, that we tend to have a very narrow view of what is evidence, right? And so what does a broader but still very scientific and rigorous view of evidence look like that's able to include and compare experiential reports, able to understand how the brain works in relationship to this phenomenon, right? So like Gary's research on the basal ganglia, and how there seems to be this hyperconnectivity, right? So one could look at that to say, well, okay, there's this hyperconnectivity, so people are just better at projecting or imagining these phenomena. Or you could say, no, that's an antenna that actually allows them to perceive the phenomena. So then the same data point could be used to argue for or against the phenomena, right? And so, but then when you couple it with like a lot of this other kind of evidence, then, and this is why I feel like the government knows a lot more, at least sections of the government know a lot more than what they're letting on, is because, like I was told by a CIA agent that they actually have a test to determine if you have alien DNA in your system, right? And so maybe not, I don't know. But this person's a trustworthy person. I don't have any reason to believe that they're pulling one over on me. But it's like there's those kinds of things that get said by certain people who seem to have knowledge about these things that just kind of boggle your mind. Like Chris, shared several of these kind of things in his interview with you, where you just end up scratching your head, right? And there's nothing you can do with it. It's like, well, until they show me the DNA test, I can't believe it.
Did he give you any more details on that? Like, how do they get the test, and what do they test for?
No. But but so I think the whole idea of like evidence, like we need to like zoom out a little bit and go, what do we mean by evidence? What kinds of evidence would count, and what combination of evidences would be suggestive? Because I think the conversation too often is framed around the smoking gun, and then that's used to dismiss a lot of otherwise important points.
Well, that's one of the conundrums of what I was talking about earlier with like those remote viewing programs during the Cold War. I mean, that's 100% was being done. Like, it was declassified, and those programs, secret or special access programs did exist. And there was a big, like, for lack of a better term, war going on around it, where it is like science versus the paranormal, right? Because they were using these things like remote viewing, where they have these people go in these rooms at Monroe Institute or wherever it was, where they remote view somewhere and they write down the details of where they are, and there's a person that's kind of like managing the session. And it worked. Like, it literally worked. They spent millions of dollars on this program
over many years.
And I think the CIA director, I'm paraphrasing, but he said something like, if we can get 2 or 3% accurate intelligence out of this, it's worth X amount of dollars, right? And the detractors of this, the scientific people, will say, well, this is not duplicatable or replicatable in a lab. You can't study this. But that's not to say it isn't real and it isn't useful.
And it is pretty duplicable. They have double-blind and triple-blind protocols to remote viewing. Like, there's a very scientific approach to it. There's different schools of remote viewing that use different methodological protocols to try and, up the level of veracity associated with the findings. And they will have several people given the same coordinates, not knowing it and not knowing the coordinate, and they'll see what the similarities and differences are. And so it might not be an exact science in the same way that some of biochemistry and so forth is, but like you said, if just 2 or 3% of it is actionable intel,
Right.
then it might be worth it. And the SRI, Stanford Research Initiative, like it was funded for many, many years. Do you think the government would have kept funding it if it wasn't producing results? And I suspect it's probably more than 2 to 3%. It's probably 40 to 60%.
And it's still a thing that's going on too. I just have a lady in here. I don't know if you've heard of her, Annie Jacobson.
Oh yeah, she wrote a book.
She wrote a book called Phenomenon.
Yeah.
A bunch of great books she wrote. One of her, I think it was her first book, Area 51. I don't know if you are familiar with that book or not, but she had a source who was part of EG&G, I believe. He was an EG&G engineer, and he talks about Roswell. And he was part of the crash retrieval at Roswell and testing it. And what he said was that the craft that crashed was the flying saucer or flying disc came from Stalin. It was built by the Russians, and it had surgically altered children in there that weren't flying because it was remote controlled. It was a remote control craft, and the purpose of it was to sow sort of chaos in the U.S. that we were being invaded by extraterrestrials. And it even had some sort of Soviet markings on the inside of it. And, she asked him much later, like, why he never talked about this before. And obviously it was classified, and this guy was like close to dying. He was in his 90s. And he said that because after they discovered this thing, the United States started doing the same thing. They started doing the same tests on children. She claims it was like children with like different mental conditions or like Down syndrome, something like that. They were doing experiments on them, trying to surgically alter them to look like extraterrestrials. Have you ever heard of that?
Yeah.
What is your take on all that?
As with a lot of this stuff, I think we have to be open to that as being one layer of what might have happened. Like, there's some very unsavory realities that, our government's been involved in. So I wouldn't put it past us to have some, really unfortunate, things like that as part of it. I don't really buy that explanation as a good explanation of Roswell, because to me that's basically more or less one person saying that. Whereas when we look at like the book Witness to Roswell, where these two guys spent like 20 years tracking down every person they could find that was part of the Roswell incident over a week-long period. They ended up with 600 witnesses, 600 people. Like the guard who was just standing in front of the box that was closed. And they never saw what was in the box, but they were just the guard guarding it. And they interviewed them like, who came and went, what did they say, what was your sense of what was going on, right? So they put together a chronology of what happened over that week. And to me, and that's 600 witnesses that are each have a little piece of the puzzle. Almost all of whom are pretty credible. And when you have that many witnesses, there's no reason to think there's some mass conspiracy where like all of them are somehow part of some gotcha. And so the sum total of that investigation, as represented in that book, Witness to Roswell, I don't think squares with that particular story, right? So it doesn't mean that there wasn't some layer to that that's true or worth considering. But I think the phenomenon is multifaceted. And I think when we look for a single explanation to try and account for Roswell, Roswell is so fascinating because there's like layers of mythos and cultural perception and, media and so there's so many layers to it that it's a fascinating kind of consideration, like what really happened there. The fact that the Air Force came out with 3 different reports at different places trying to say, okay, now we're telling you the real story. That's interesting in and of itself. There's this notion I developed in exo studies of doubleness that basically refers to how the phenomenon is basically double. It presents itself in contradictory ways. And Jacques Vallée even talks about how the phenomenon basically gives evidence for itself and evidence against itself. right? So the it's like kind of like it's like self-erasing evidence that there's this dynamic with the phenomena where it's both subjective and objective, right? It's
It hangs out on the edge of human perception.
yeah, and but it also seems to be interacting
It's almost deliberate.
Yes, yeah, and so there's a way in which it occupies this liminal space where it's both objective and subjective, and that really messes with our view of what's real. Because to us, things can just be objective to be real, right? So something that kind of like is a physical craft, and then changes into an orb, and then changes into nothing and is gone, right? Like we just can't get our minds around that, right? And so then we are inclined to say, well, it all was just imaginary, even if the person went up and got radiation burns or touched it and said it was physical. But so there's this way in which the phenomenon it manifests in contradictory ways. And so I think with something like Roswell, there's a lot of contradictions. There's a lot of complexity, and we might not ever get to the bottom of that particular story. But when you place Roswell in a larger continuum of crash retrievals, there's over 100 documented crash retrievals that the U.S. has been involved in. Right? So you look at the book Majestic Eyes, where Brian Wood and others are reporting out all of these.
What book is it?
Majestic Eyes.
Who wrote it?
Ryan Wood.
Ryan Wood, okay.
Yeah. And, and if you look at the work of Richard Dolan around crash retrievals, the work of Leo Springer around crash retrievals. And you look at the pattern of how those craft have been recovered and taken by the U.S. military and government, and then you look at Roswell, you see patterns and continuity between what happened at Roswell and what happened in the subsequent events. Right? So if we just look at Roswell in an isolated case, in a way it's a lot easier to dismiss it. But when you look at it in this historical continuum of dozens and dozens of crash retrievals, and the witness reports associated with those crash retrievals, the military officers that come forward, I think it's hard not to walk away with feeling like, hey, we must have anywhere between 5 and 20 craft. And then now with people like David Rush and others coming out, they're like saying, yeah, we do. And it's like, okay, well, that makes sense given the history of this crash retrievals that have happened since the mid-40s, right? With Roswell being, and it seems, and Dolan makes this point that basically if you look at the first 5 cases of crash retrievals and the witnesses and kind of what they report happening, you basically can see that the military is getting better and better with each incident to deal with it and make it go away, right? So it's kind of like Roswell was kind of like caught us off guard, or the Trinity event that Dr. Lay talks about that happened before that. That kind of, and then it was kind of like, all right, we got to get a team in place, and then the team's in place, and then the next event happens, and the team kind of goes out, and they're kind of on task sooner, but they're kind of fumbling things, and the local preacher, comes to the site, and they don't get rid of him soon enough, and so we see that they are getting better and better at becoming a well-oiled machine by the 6th major crash retrieval event that happens in the late 50s, and then now they're just they're really, really good at it.
Now, you said you did a lot of research on, there was a paper or a study on the biggest possible implications on human society or our culture if something was disclosed. What were some of the things that stood out to you?
So this is research that my colleagues have done, and you can look at it at cosmicconnectors.com. In a 70-page report, there are 44 implications that they mapped out. They developed these implications through a series of focus groups by getting small groups of people together and just having them brainstorm and think about what are the possible implications. So what's interesting with what their findings are is that people who don't know anything about the topic, right? Don't know much about UFOs or ETs. They tend to just view negative implications occurring as a result of disclosure. Whereas the people who are more educated in the topic, they see a variety of positive implications. So positive implications like, recognizing that we're not alone, being a unifying narrative for a globe that's, otherwise in much polarization. The possibility of more funding going into UAP studies and tech. and that there might be some results that come out of tech by investing more funds into this. Some of the kind of things Gary Nolan's trying to do, and other implications. Then there's like taking abductees and their stories more seriously. So you can go to that website and see the report and see all the implications there. But it's nice because it kind of maps out all the different possibilities of the economic applications, the educational applications, like how might we have to rewrite our history books in light of some of these findings, right? Like if in fact we have been visited by non-human presences for at least the last 5,000 years, like what does that say about our religions and our science? And okay, maybe now we can explain the pyramids or whatever, right? Like there could be some pretty dynamite things to reconsider in light of a larger galactic narrative that might be emerging, where we realize, like, one, we're not alone, and two, we haven't been alone a long time, and three, there have been ongoing interactions between a variety of beings and ourselves. And I find it very telling that, like, if you listen to what Chris Mellon has been saying, what Gary Nolan has been saying, Elizondo have been saying, over the last 5 years, if you kind of, 4 years, you track the kinds of statements that they kind of started making after 2017, right, when the New York Times article came out, and that they progressively have moved and like more and more bold, saying basically that we're dealing with a non-human presence that has been on this earth for a very long time. All of them are saying that. All of them are increasingly in more and more bold statements kind of landing on that. They're not saying these are flesh and blood beings from other planets. They're not saying they're necessarily interdimensional, though both of those are probably true. Like some of them are that. But Lou, Chris, Gary, and others seem to be on the same page with being more suggestive that what we're likely dealing with is something that has been on this planet for a long time, and that this is actually their planet, right? Like if anything, we're kind of like the visitors. And so, and you look at all the stuff around the oceans and all the, UFOs are coming out of the water, right? And you also get reports of them going into mountains, right? So there seem to be bases, underwater and in mountains and maybe even just in other dimensions above us, right? So it starts to make you have to reconsider, like, what does it mean to be on this planet? Like, are there other layers or dimensions of this planet that go beyond just our kind of basic physical view of it?
Well, intelligence people like Elizondo, what is their incentive to do this? What the fuck do they care? Like there has to be a good reason for them to want to hate some sort of narrative. Yeah. And it seems very controlled the way they're releasing it. So why?
Well, I mean, so yeah, I think it is controlled, but I don't think it's controlled by like a single person or a single agency. It's controlled by almost like the complexity of the topic and the fact that they all are worked with the government. They're all aware of, their NDAs. They're aware of national security. They're trying to walk a really fine line, right? So, I think when you look at the institutionalization of secrecy, you start to appreciate and realize, like, it's a very complex landscape that's not just being driven by one person or one thing. Like, there's a lot of kind of contributing factors, and that, Mellon and Elizondo and others, they're doing as best they can in that, and Grush, and if anything, they're trying to stimulate the larger populace to demand answers. And so I think we see that successfully with Congress. So we have an interesting division where sections of Congress are really interested in this topic, but they keep getting stonewalled by the Pentagon, right? So that's an interesting development that we now have that. That was not the case a few years ago. I've heard a lot of people, and this was brought up at the Seoul event, in Stanford, that, the next president is likely going to be a UFO president, right? Like, this topic is likely to come to a head where whoever is president is going to probably play a big role with some major steps in the disclosure project, either shutting it down or moving it forward. And that, like, these things are kind of coming to a head, and that, the whole effort around the legislation that got gutted in December was basically to kind of try and set up that possibility so that the presidential candidates campaigning in the fall would have to speak to this topic, right? And like make this a major kind of issue for their candidacy.
Which president do you think that's running right now is the UFO president?
I don't think it's Trump. Trump doesn't have any interest in the topic at all, as far as I can tell.
If he knew about it, though, he would definitely not keep his mouth shut.
Yeah,
I don't think our military or our defense contractors would ever let the president know, especially him.
Well, and this is what like Grant Cameron, who studied the UFO topic in relationship to presidencies, has said in various places that basically the president's a 4-year problem, in the sense that like they just they just cycle in and out, and like you don't want to let them know because they're going to be gone in 4 or 8 years, right? So it's only lifers who are in those political systems are the ones that are really in the know. Right. But there have been presidents that have been briefed to an extent, not much, and so there is a real interesting history around which presidents have known what at which point. But I think it's fair to say none of them have really known much except for the early ones, like Truman and Eisenhower, who were directly involved with creating, what's now thought of as the truth embargo, putting in place the CIA and other mechanisms to kind of manage this until we got a handle on it. And then by that point, it was like, why let the cat out of the bag now? Let's just keep going. Because secrecy has a tendency of replicating itself, right? So it kind of perpetuates its own, self-serving needs.
What do you think about that latest report on Grush going to New York to some penthouse, flying there and doing a talk to all these people and talking about the space, a 40-foot wide craft that as soon as you walk into it is the size of a football field?
A lot of people report that kind of experience in experience through literature. So this is why I often come back to, like, yes, it's testimony. It's very fallible. I mean, there's a lot of things you have to consider when you're looking at witness reports. But there's a process of examining it and seeing kind of where does it take us. And when you have like over 100 people over the last 50 years who have gone on record and reported that kind of experience, and the majority of them seem credible. They don't know about the other reports, and so then you have to say, well, it seems that part of the phenomenon is that from time to time people have an experience of entering into a craft that seems much bigger on the inside than the outside, right? And since we know that the phenomena seems to manipulate time and space, and there's lots of other examples of that, whether it's missing time or all kinds of things, then why wouldn't we expect that kind of spatial distortion or spatial complexity to be possible in this kind of situation, right? So when you situate it amongst all that other stuff, then it's kind of like, yeah, that's not surprising. Like one, there's a witness record, of that kind of thing being reported, and with those people not knowing each other. But also what we know about the physics of this phenomena would suggest that that's a likely possibility.
Yeah, it's just so convoluted, even within the government. It seems like there's different factions that have different objectives, or they're trying to push different information or suppress different information.
Yeah, well, I think that's part of it. I mean, we often talk about the government as if this monolithic block. I think they're like 10 different agendas and turf wars going on around this. And different groups have different understandings of the phenomenon based on their own history and reconnaissance work around it. And they've come to certain conclusions and certain understandings of it, and then they're using that to inform how they feel they should go about navigating the current disclosure kind of dynamic. Right? So I don't think there's like a unified view across these different kind of camps, if you will. And I think that's part of, as the public, I think what we get wrong is that we think it's like, oh, the government against David Grush, or it's like, I think there are a lot of different players with different backgrounds, experiences, and understandings. and they're all, I think, mostly trying to do what they think is right. So I don't think it's as nefarious as often it gets portrayed. I think we do have some nefarious dimensions that are going to get come forward. Like, so it's not like that's not in the mix, but I don't feel that that's a big driver of a lot of it. I think it's just the complexity of an institutional power, secrecy dynamics, and just the deep challenge this phenomena gives at an individual level, collective, and social level. So people have strong opinions about what we should do.
I wonder how much of the driver behind the U.S. trying to come out with this stuff has to do with other countries or superpowers coming out with it before them.
Yeah.
Or like announcing or maybe talking that like they're going to disclose it. America doesn't want to be the second person. They want to be the first ones to it, kind of like the space race.
Yeah. I think that's a really important geopolitical dynamic that's going on because, if Russia or China, played the disclosure card, like that would be pretty wild. And it is very interesting that when you look at like crash retrieval, incidences around the world, you have, other countries basically saying the U.S. came and got it, right? So there is a way in which a lot of countries, I think, defer towards the U.S. on this topic and are kind of waiting for the U.S. to make a move. So, because a lot of people are kind of like, why wait on America? Like, why doesn't Brazil come forward? Or why doesn't Canada do something? But I think there's a lot of complex behind the scenes, implicit and explicit understandings as to basically the U.S. needs to be the one that moves this forward. And I think once it does, and we've done a lot already just in the last 5 years. More and more countries are talking about it at a national level. We have Mexico having their Congress talk about it. We have Brazil, their Congress talked about so. I think all of that's really
What did you think about the little mummies in Mexico? I've seen that. I saw that photo on Google probably like 5 years ago.
Yeah,
that thing's been floating around Google for a long time.
Yeah, and Gaia did a big thing on it.
Yeah, these things.
I don't know. When I look closely at the back and forth, I see good reasons to dismiss it, and I see some good reasons to keep an open mind. So I don't know. I think it's an example of how in this topic you get a mix of hoaxes and genuine phenomenon. Jamie, the guy who's behind a lot of this, he doesn't have a good track record, so it's harder to.
Who is Jamie?
I'm forgetting his last name, but he's been known to be kind of involved with promoting other bodies that turned out to not be bodies. So he's kind of got a charlatan reputation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of people out there in this field that have that kind of reputation. What is that? They're doing an MRI. One of those things.
Yeah. I wonder what turned out because they scanned it, but I think it was sent to an institute that lost its accreditation.
Oh, really?
So the scans were deemed unreliable or something.
Well, maybe they saw that the institute was doing the scans and they decided to pull the accreditation.
Well, I think this raises a great point because I think even when you have let's say that's a genuine possible extraterrestrial of some sort, right? Mm-hmm. Like let's say there's a good chance it's actually a real body.
Okay.
I think we have this idea of like, oh, why don't we just send it to, get some lab work done on it. It's a lot more complex than that, right? So they sent it, they got scans, but then the institution lost its accreditation. Now we can't use those scans. There's so many layers of complexity around, especially when you're investigating something that's controversial, it amplifies all those layers of valid knowledge. And it's like you end up with good scientists that disagree for different reasons. And it's like, I think it highlights that we often don't agree on the nature of reality much more often than we realize, and so when you take a controversial topic like this, it kind of exposes that, even even the scientific method is not as straightforward as we might think it is.
What does it say? They're not extraterrestrials. They're dolls made from animal bones from this planet, joined together with modern synthetic glue, says Flavio Estrada, an archaeologist with Peru's Institute for Legal Medicine and Forensic Sciences. It's a totally made-up story, Estrada added.
But there's other examples where they've done X-rays where it doesn't seem like they're animal parts glued together. Like the X-rays actually seem to demonstrate like a coherent organic form, right? So
are those online? Is that published? What you were talking about, where they said they think it's completely organic and not fake?
Yeah, I've come across that in different places. I don't know if we'll be able to pull it up with a quick search. But my point is that you can get very differing expert views on a controversial issue like this.
Yeah.
And so it kind of leaves you having to just keep a question mark, right? It's like you can't really land on one side or the other, because it's like, oh, one expert's saying it's glued animal bones, and you have another expert who has good credentials who's saying, no, I did the X-ray, and as far as I can tell, the bone structure is organic and natural. Right? And then it's like, okay, well, what do we do with that? One person's saying it's bunk, one person's saying it might not be bunk, you know. And then when it's situated with Jamie, and you know, like it's kind of like the Roswell thing. It's like it becomes its own thing, and it's like you can't even figure out like what to do with it. So it's just kind of like you just like sit it over here on the side, just like, okay, let's focus on something else.
Yeah, and it's easy to inject like a little bit of like false narrative into something that's real too, to just muddy the water. Like like going back to Andy Jacobson's book Area 51, when they were first developing the first fighter jet off of Groom Lake, and the CIA pilots were test flying those things over Nevada, they would bring gorilla masks in the cockpits with them. So in the event that a commercial pilot or a civilian pilot would get in with like viewable distance of that jet plane, the pilot would put on a gorilla mask. So that way when they go to the bar or they go to tell family about that later, they say, oh, I saw a fucking gorilla flying a jet plane.
Right.
So it's kind of like just injecting a little bit of falsehood to like keep secrets. And you could almost say the same thing about Bob Lazar's story. When he's in there, you know, he describes working on all these crafts, and then he describes walking past a corridor where for a brief second he saw a scientist looking at a little alien body. Right. So if you're the government and you had these, whether they're archaeological crafts that they found or if they're things that we back engineered but they're super secret, and you had this guy that was in there working on them, wouldn't you try to do a little bit of that gorilla mask trickery by showing him an alien? So that just makes him a little bit more, you know, uncredible.
Exactly. Well, and I think there's been Richard Dolan and others have shown the documentation that's been released over the years.
This episode of the podcast
of how the CIA and others have, you know, intentionally engaged in that kind of activity around the UFO topic, right? Like it's been a you know, explicit, you know, kind of strategy, you know, and so we should expect that even now. And this also highlights that the phenomena itself kind of pulls out this doubleness. Like it almost always has falsity and truth combined in very odd ways that leave you kind of not clear which aspect is truthful and which aspect is false, right? You know, and the phenomena does that itself, and then we do that in relationship to the phenomena, and then the phenomena sometimes seems to be mocking us in doing that and doing its own version in response to us, right? You know, and so, you know, like there's interesting documentation of how you know, like how the different shapes of UFOs have appeared over the years, and it seems that the phenomena has, you know, like sometimes we've done, you know, some of our craft have been made to look like UFOs, but then the phenomena comes along and then it starts showing new kinds of UFOs that are kind of making fun of or mocking our version of, you know, and so it's like there's this kind of this weird dynamic of like, well, it's like it's all like smoke and mirrors. It's like, what's going on? You know, like how is it that the phenomena intentionally seems to be one-upping us with its expression of what it manifests as in direct relationship to our activities around that. You know, so it's really, you know, and then it's like, well, there's all fake. Well, maybe, but there's a lot of good reasons not to think it's all fake.
It's crazy. Like, I think it's less than 5% of the surface of the Earth is populated by human beings. And to think about how much of this Earth is unexplored, and especially the ocean. I think the oceans are like 75% of the surface of the Earth. You know, what it could very easily be that something is hiding, whether it be under the oceans or somewhere that we've never explored that we just don't know about. And you know, I heard a theory recently about it was kind of just like a fun sci-fi video on YouTube. I saw in the Y-Files where there is a theory that there is an underwater base that is 100% run off artificial intelligence, and their goal, like they're basically like doing studies and reconnaissance around the Earth, and they manufacture these drones that they shoot up and they fly around the Earth to study shit. And basically human beings are irrelevant to it. They don't even pay attention to us. We're just like ants in the forest. I forget which video it was. Yeah, maybe it was I don't remember. But anyways, it was an interesting story, but it was like, you know, maybe these bases move. But the idea that it was all artificial intelligence was quite interesting. You know, they could make the crafts, and when the crafts would come back to it, they would say they would like deconstruct them and then reconstruct them to look different based on whatever the mission was. And, you know, maybe those little gray aliens could just be, you know, drones or worker clones that, you know, helped run this underwater AI base. But like, even looking at what AI is, what we've created with AI, I mean, that's non-human intelligence, and we have many times. I mean, we have
fucking hate him.
Literally in the last 3 years, it has changed so many things about the way industries work. It has impacted the economy in crazy ways. There's people make YouTube videos now that are completely done by AI, right? The voiceovers, the thumbnails, they tell them how to do the titles. And there was that recent documentary, who was it? The documentary was on Andy Warhol. And the whole entire voiceover was done by AI, and it sounds exactly like Andy Warhol. And they're basically just recreating Andy Warhol for a documentary. That's crazy. So, you know, if there was some sort of other advanced alien race, or if it was a previous advanced version of humans that was before the flood, or like before an asteroidal or solar flare hit the Earth and wiped out humanity and reset us back to the Stone Age, wouldn't they eventually get to where we are now with artificial intelligence that would be able to survive that, or survive any sort of nuclear fallout from a nuclear war under the oceans? There's just so many possibilities. And one of the crazy things about this phenomenon is, like we were talking about earlier, it lingers on the edge of human perception. And one of the things about human beings is we are fascinated about the unknown. What we don't know, we obsess over. And I often think about, like, if a UFO was to land on the White House lawn and say, "Greetings, Earthlings, this is what we are, this is where we're from," I think that we would forget about it in short order and find something else to replace that. Right. We would find something to replace the whole UFO phenomenon.
Yeah, it feels like if they landed on the White House lawn and we captured it in HD, people would just like dismiss it. They still would say like, "Oh, that's a deep fake," and either to like try and preserve the mystery, right? Or like you said, like if they did accept that actually happened, then we might go more into the paranormal aspects. And I think Jacques really interesting because he really highlights in the body of his work that the high strangeness is the most important and interesting aspect of this phenomenon, right? And he's always asking people to kind of look at the cases that are weirdest and the most strange, right? And Jeff Kreisler has this great phrase, and I think Mike Cleland has also kind of said this, that that the weirder it is, the truer it is, right? And so we have this idea that if something's weird, it's not true, But Jeff and Mike and others and Jacques basically kind of point out that, like, and Jeff gives this example of how you talk to an experiencer, and they share with you, let's say they decide to come forward and share their experience with you, they do. And it's kind of weird. It's like, oh yeah, that's weird. And then like 2 weeks later, we're talking with them again, and they're like, they share a little bit more, and they share this other layer that's like really kind of odd. You're like, oh wow, like that's really weird. And then like we talk with them a couple days later, and like they're trusting you, they're kind of willing to like bring forward. You've shown that you're open and interested. You're not getting kind of freaked out by the weirdness. And they're like, well, yeah, I haven't mentioned this to anyone else, but let me tell you this other piece that also happened. And then they show that, and you're just like,
Right.
And basically Christ was saying that, like, then you can really trust that person at that moment, because you know that they're not wanting to tell you that part. Like they don't even know what they think about that part. Like there's a lot of stuff they're trying to feel you out. Well, it's not that they're trying to feel you out in like some kind of strategic way. It's more like just the organic process of building trust and rapport, and them kind of metabolizing their own experience and sharing it kind of in chunks. Like, okay, let me share the kind of weird part. Okay, now let me show you the weirder part. Okay, I think I'm going to tell you the really weird part, right? And that happens a lot when you talk with experiencers.
So I had a very strange experience. I had a guy on the podcast. He made a documentary about the Zimbabwe encounters.
Right. Was it Randy?
Randy.
Yeah.
Randy Nickerson.
Yeah, I know Randy. He was at the Malone event with Chris and all the rest.
So we did a whole podcast about that. 2 hours, something like that, and we talked and we stopped recording, and we sat here for like 3 more hours after we stopped recording, talking about his land experience.
Yeah, it's intense. And all the surveillance stuff.
He did not want to talk. He did not want to record any of it. He didn't want any of it out there. And it was a lot like what you were just describing. And I've noticed, like, people like him who have these incredible accounts of shit happening to them since he was a kid, him and his sister. Yeah. He seemed very distraught, and stressed out in a deep way, like not in a good way.
Yeah, and Jeff also highlights how trauma is mixed in with the transcendent. Like in these kind of experiences, you have these kind of world-opening, mind-blowing experiences that are kind of in some sense transcendental, but often there's trauma, there's fear, there's overwhelm that's mixed in. So you kind of get this really interesting mix of trauma and transcendence. And that's also why, like I was talking about before, like you have this trauma that happens to the body, and people's subtle bodies get knocked out, and then they have a transcendental experience of a near-death experience of seeing their loved ones as a light, and then they decide to come back to the body. So often in the context of these experiences, you have these interesting mixes of, kind of profound spiritual experiences and really kind of terrifying existential realities. Right, in John Mack's research with abductees, kind of tracked how people's experiences often started out, traumatic, and then over time it became more kind of spiritual and transpersonal. Right, so you see a lot of really interesting patterns around this mixture of trauma and transcendence.
Yeah, John Mack wrote a whole chapter on Randy.
Yeah,
it was bizarre. I didn't even know about it until after the podcast. I was begging him to come back and do another podcast right afterwards. He didn't want to do it. But yeah, what do you think the trauma has to do with opening up this door inside of people? Like, what specifically is it about trauma? I mean, because Chris Bledsoe had a life full of incredible trauma, emotional and physical.
I think the trauma is often related to like a couple things. One, that we're being exposed to something that doesn't fit into our categories of reality. So there's just kind of the mental trauma of being confronted with things that just don't make sense, right? So that in itself is kind of traumatic. I think
experiences in themselves.
Yeah. And then I think the deeper trauma, it seems to be connected to when one's sovereignty is somehow violated or taken away, right? So like in the case of abductees, right, where they feel like this is happening and they don't want it to happen, and they're not able to stop it, they're not able to protect themselves from it, right? Like that's abuse, right? If that's happening with your dad or your mom or doing that to you over time, we would call that abuse, emotional, mental, sexual abuse, right? And so when it happens in a paranormal context, like it's still abuse, and it creates trauma, and it creates post-traumatic stress syndrome and other, so because it's the same kind of dynamics where you're not able to control your environment, you're not able to protect yourself, you're not able to, you're not able to say no, stop, right? Or you try a bunch of things and it doesn't seem to work, right? And so I think a lot of the abductees is like they get to a point where they either kind of double down on kind of that kind of defensive orientation, which I think probably perpetuates the trauma, or they have to turn a corner and they have to open up to it and say, I don't understand this, I don't know why this is happening to me, but I need to move towards it. And it's like in lucid dreaming. Like one of the techniques to become awake in your dreams is like basically if a monster is chasing you, like a nightmare is happening, if you turn around and move towards it, then you will pop into lucidity often, right? Because it's like you're having a fear response, you're running from something, but if you have enough conscious awareness in that moment to kind of turn and face whatever it is chasing you, then often you will pop into being awake in your dream, and then you realize, oh, I'm in a dream and I'm awake, and that nightmare has just disappeared. So it's kind of a similar kind of choice point when we're dealing with the paranormal, right? And I'm not saying it always works out good. Like there's some nasty things out there, but there is something about working with your own consciousness, and this comes back to the protocols. How do you work with your own body, your own awareness, your own consciousness as you're interacting with this phenomenon?
Do you practice lucid dreaming?
I have, yeah, and I practice out of body techniques. I, kind of along these lines, I had an experience many years ago where in the dream, I was up in my loft where I grew up as a kid, like junior high and high school, the house I grew up in, and I had a bunk bed, and the top bunk was kind of twice as big as a normal bed. It was kind of this loft. And I was up there in the dream, and these three guys came into the room, and I could tell they were going to kill me. They were communicating, like, hey, we're going to get you, we're going to kill you. And I was literally afraid for my life in the dream. For some reason, in that moment, and this is like the point of the practices and the protocols, is to help you wake up even when you're totally afraid, right? And make a different choice. That's not a choice based out of fear. So for some reason, I decided that, okay, I surrendered to it. And this is the whole point of the surrender piece. So I surrendered. I jumped off the loft into the three guys, basically like, okay, kill me. It's fine. I'm good with it. Like, whatever. Because I realized, like, I couldn't escape. And so when I realized I couldn't escape, for some reason, I was like, okay, I surrendered into it. As soon as I jumped off and I kind of landed on them, thinking that they were going to kill me, I woke up, I became lucid. Just boom. All of a sudden I was lucid. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm awake. And then I went flying.
Oh, wow.
A lot of times people want to fly when they become lucid. It's like the most common next move you make.
Yeah. I used to have a lot of crazy dreams and lucid dreams and nightmares when I was a kid, but it stopped. It stopped when I got older. Never tried.
Yeah, so you should go back. You should reactivate those possibilities.
Yeah, no, I had, so when Andrew Gallimore was in here, he was actually telling me, we were talking about that a little bit, and he said, forget the name of the chemical compound, but there's some shit you can buy on Amazon that helps you have,
I have a bottle of it.
Do you really? It's like a powder. You mix in water or something?
Yeah, it's powder, or you can get capsules.
And it helps you, it activates the REM sleep more, so you can have, like, more crazy dreams. Right. More of your sleeping time is spent in REM sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah, he says he practices that.
Interesting. Yeah, and sometimes the protocols are that you set your alarm to wake up, and then you take the pill, and then you go back to sleep. Right? So it's kind of depending on when you want the dosing to occur.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And because a lot of times, you break your sleep cycle so you can go back into REM and in a certain way. So yeah, there's a lot of times people have the most profound lucid dreams in the morning right before they wake up. right? So there's like ways to kind of like amplify the likelihood of that happening, and sometimes that involves waking up in the middle of the night so you sleep a little bit longer, or setting your alarm for a half hour before you normally wake up. And, so there's all kinds of different protocols people have developed to play with all this.
Yeah. When people like random makers, do you think any of these experiences are happening in sort of like a dream state and not the physical reality? Like it's not like beings aren't actually landing in his front yard and going in there and taking him. Maybe this is all happening like within a different realm inside of his mind.
Yeah, and I run this program, a doctoral program, and on integral noetic sciences, which is basically the study of consciousness through a scientific lens. And in that program, there is a concentration students can do called anomalous studies. And that's the kind of thing we look at and explore and study in that context. So I have a doctoral student who focuses a lot on dreams, but not dreams in the normal sense, more like dreams like you're talking about, where there seem to be other realms that people are in. And it's not so much a dream, but it's what's often referred to as the imaginal. The imaginal is an objective realm that's kind of initially seemed dreamlike, but it's like, it's not the objective world as we think of it around us right now, but it's an objective, subtle realm that you can get to. And you can get to it through different protocols, or you can get to it through the dream space. And so there's this, and this is another example of the phenomenon being double, like the doubleness I was talking about. A lot of encounters occur in what I call the subtle zone. And the subtle zone is what you were just describing as the possibility for Randall, is that it's dreamlike, it's not necessarily physical, but it's real, but it's another realm. Or even the DMT helps, right? When you take different sacred medicines and hallucinogenics, you often go to these realms that are real realms. They appear dreamlike in the sense that they're subtle. The subtle realms are much more dynamic than the physical realm, but part of what makes them different than the dream realm is that there's a level of stability and coherence that usually is not the same as the dream space. Right? The dream space seems to be, it changes much more. Right? It's more kind of dynamic in that sense. Whereas the subtle realms, because sometimes people talk about they take DMT and they have an experience, and then a year later they do it again, and they go right back to where they were in that previous trip, almost as if no time has passed, right? So, you don't have that so much in like the dream space, that kind of constancy, So the phenomenon, like if you look at abductions, it seems like a lot of abductions are physical abductions. You have reports of the spouse saying, I woke up and he or she wasn't next to me. They weren't outside. Their body was gone. Their physical body was gone. And then, it showed up like boom, like that, and was there again, right? So there are cases and reports, enough evidence that lead us to believe that some abductions are in fact physical. But a lot of others seem to be happening in the subtle zone, which is basically they're taking your subtle body out of your physical body, and your subtle body, and when you're in your subtle body, it's like you're in a dream. Like you can see yourself, you can interact with things. Like you're in a body, but it's just an energetic body that's able to kind of go into these other dimensions. So like when you take like DMT, and you find yourself in another realm, you're in your subtle body, right? You can think of it as your dream body, like the body you have when you're in dreams. But it's, in fact, the dream body is our astral body, and we can use that same body to go into these other realms, right? And there's other bodies, like the mental body, the causal body, that allow you to go into different realms, right? So a lot of the phenomena is this mix of it's occurring kind of, just like we have a lucid dream where you can wake up in the dream, the opposite can happen where you're awake here right now and you're also dreaming, right? You're also in a dream state. Like the subtle realm is kind of bleeding through and mixing with the physical realm. So like when people talk about the Oz factor, like they have this experience of an encounter with a UFO and they all go silent, and the crickets stop and this stuff, like it was kind of like this eerie silence. to me, that's an indication that they've likely entered into the subtle zone, where they're in this liminal space that is in part physical, because they're still in the forest or they're still on the side of the road. Like the physical world that they were in is there. So kind of overlaid and interpenetrating with that world, there are these other realities, and that these beings sometimes are in that realm. They're not fully in the physical realm. Sometimes they can come into the physical realm. It takes a lot of energy and effort sometimes to fully manifest into the physicality of, what we would think of as material realm. And so sometimes it's easier or better for them to stay in this energetic state and bring us into that energetic state, through our subtle bodies. And so I think, and this is part of what makes talking about and understanding what's happening so confusing, because we have this very strong view of the physical world, and that's the only world there is. I think part of what's helpful when you start realizing this kind of larger esoteric cosmology, where these other realms and dimensions are around and available, and how they operate and how beings in them use them, and how those realms interface with this realm. I think you're right that a lot of experiences are occurring in the subtle realms or in this liminal space, this imaginal realm. It doesn't mean it's happening in the mind, because sometimes it can be. Absolutely. I mean, and fantasy and delusion is mixed in with a lot of this, right? But in the authentic cases, the person's basically just going into that realm with their subtle body, whereas their physical body remains in this realm. And then they're in that body and walking around, interacting with these beings. And that sometimes the implants are even energetic implants into that subtle body. They're not even like physical in the way that we would think of physicality. And then when that subtle body goes back and integrates with the physical body, they have an implant, but it's not necessarily a physical implant that they find under a microscope. It might be like kind of a technology that's created out of etheric matter that only can be seen and experienced and in that frequency.
Real implants you've seen?
I haven't seen, but I know there's been a lot of good research on real implants, physical implants. But I also know that some implants are not physical in that sense, but are like energetic.
Right. And somehow they can manifest from whatever other thing our brain is constructing when we're asleep or in some other state into a physical state. Yeah. What sort of evidence is there, like physical evidence is there of experiencers having implants?
You can feel them sometimes under the skin. They've been x-rayed, they've been surgically removed. They're often very tiny, like Dr. Lear, studied a bunch of them.
Yeah.
Whitney Strieber talks about how the implant in his ear moved around, and then so you can feel it. So there's sometimes there's scars, sometimes there's scoop marks, that appear overnight, and it's kind of like I didn't have that yesterday, and now all of a sudden I have a scoop mark of a wound that would have taken 2 weeks generally to heal, but it's like it's there overnight. So there could be body marks. So there's a lot of different kinds of circumstantial and suggestive evidence, and there's been physical implants removed. I think there's at least 20 that have been documented and studied.
And what did they determine those things were when they were removed?
Yeah, and this is part of what's interesting with the phenomena. It's like often when they've been removed, the studies have been inconclusive, or it's been like organic matter, or just typical metals that you find on this planet.
Yeah.
Right. And so then that becomes the basis from which to dismiss it. Right. And maybe that's justified, but there's enough other elements to the story that make you should maybe be thoughtful about dismissing it, because sure, we don't understand it, but given all the other bits, right, it seems like maybe something's going on.
I'm sure you've heard of James Fox's film Moment of Contact from Varginha, Brazil.
Yeah, it's amazing.
That was one of the most fascinating things I've ever heard. And all the eyewitness accounts that he interviewed around the whole town.
Yeah, and they're looking for the medical reports. I know he and Leslie Kane are trying to track down some of the x-rays and the medical reports that occurred when they took the beings to the hospital and did some initial studies on them.
one of the most fascinating things about that story is all of the people in the hospital reporting the pungent smell of sulfur. Right. And the whole hospital smelled like sulfur for days after when that thing left.
Yeah. And sulfur is a smell that is associated with a lot of paranormal events, not just.
And in the biblical context and ancient stories of demonic encounters smelling like salt, like these demons in the Bible, leaving the smell of sulfur and the cloven feet, which these people, that's exactly how they described this freaking creature they saw in Varginha, Brazil. It had the cloven feet and it had smelled like sulfur. Diana Pasolka was pointing that out to me.
Yeah, and when you see the drawings of it that were done by, I don't know if the young girls did it, but it's like it's red with like
red eyes and brown skin.
Yeah, it looks like a demon.
It doesn't look like a demon. Yeah.
But it probably was not a demon. It just is a non-human intelligence that kind of fits our cultural stereotype of a demon. And, so you can imagine that there are demons and they probably present in a variety of ways. And then there are ETs that sometimes look like demons that then people assume are demons. So, like, did someone interact with an ET that looked like a demon, or did they interact with a real demon? Right? So I think that's part of what happens in these experiences is that people will have, in their cosmology, they'll have demons and not ETs,
right.
Or they'll have ETs and not demons. And then whatever they encounter, they kind of fit into that template. And part of my work and research is to say, hey, look, if we really look at all the experiencer accounts, if we really look at all the evidence, it seems that there are demons, there are ETs, there are fairy beings and nature spirits, there are DMT elves, there are ghosts, right? And we would be well advised to not just make room for a few of those and discount the others, right? Like, what is a cosmology that we need that makes room for all these different types of intelligences? Because then maybe we might not confuse them with each other as much as we do, right? And I think the sulfur smell, because you get that also with like Bigfoot encounters.
Really?
Yeah, Bigfoot's often like, that's why it's called the skunk ape, right? Here in Florida, right? The skunk ape is because it smells like a skunk, like it's because of sulfur. Fucking know that. Yeah, so, and ghosts, when people encounter ghosts, sometimes they'll talk about the sulfur. So it seems that there's probably a number of different explanations, but some of it seems to be related to phenomena associated with the subtle realm and these other dimensions when it comes through and manifests into our realm in a more perceivable physical way. Something about that kind of transfer of energy from this other dimension to our dimension that results in a sulfur smell, right? And because when people did encounter negative entities in like the Middle Ages and stuff, there would be that sulfur smell.
Yes.
And so then they would just associate it and become highly associated with the devil, right? Because it's like, yeah, I had this nasty encounter with this being last night. It was a sulfur smell. And because it's a nasty smell, and because the encounter was nasty and the devil's nasty, it's kind of like, yeah, that makes sense. That would just smell like shit.
Yeah, it seems like all these stories are a part of a thousands of years of playing the game of telephone.
Yeah.
And so many things have gotten lost in translation. Right. I want to know what the Vatican is. I feel like the Vatican has some secrets.
They have a lot. They probably actually, out of all of the players in the game, they probably know the most. I think they know a lot more than the CIA and the government. And I think part of that is because they have a religious orientation, a spiritual orientation. And the phenomena seems to be both technological and scientific and religious and spiritual. And I think part of what's interesting about the current ways in which the phenomenon is getting more cultural playtime is, and like, if we do have some kind of disclosure event in the coming years, or it becomes more accepted, or like they do roll out the, down craft we've recovered, I think it's going to create, our science is going to have to up level, and our religious orientation is going to have to up level, right? And it's interesting when you look at some of the research on how is science going to respond to disclosure and how is religion going to respond to disclosure. Science does work. it has a harder time with it, ironically. Because in a lot of the religious narratives, there's room for other beings. And the Vatican proactively came out, the last 20 years, basically saying, like,
can't limit God's creativity to Earth.
yeah, so they're like trying to get ahead of the curve because they know what's coming, right? But science, because we're so locked into kind of this materialistic, reductionistic view that the phenomena represents a bigger threat to kind of mainstream science than the phenomena does to religion. Now, of course, fundamentalists within the religious traditions across any denomination, not just Christian, they will have a hard time with that, right? Because they will get demonized, right? So it's kind of like mainstream science and fundamentalist religion are not going to fare well with disclosure, right? But religions, a lot of religions are, kind of, and this is Kreipel's point. Kreipel says, Jeffrey, that all religions essentially started with paranormal events. They often, after 100 few years into their development, kind of denounce or ignore their paranormal roots, or they mythologize them.
Yeah.
Right? They're like, oh, only Moses could do that. We can't do that now. So paranormal experiences, or you look at the Fatima of Portugal, right? That whole event that happened.
Yeah.
And how you can interpret it through a Catholic, Blessed Virgin Mary lens, or you can interpret it through a ufological lens. They're probably both valid frames to make sense of it. Because the UFO phenomenon is manifested enough times over the years that it, in a sense, is the Virgin Mary, Blessed Virgin Mary experiences, or in some sense, beings from other dimensions, or maybe a very powerful feminine angelic presence, maybe the Blessed Virgin Mary herself, right? But there's also enough ufological elements to it that it seems like it's also that kind of event, all right? And so it's both in some important way.
I think one religion that would probably love disclosure is Scientology.
Yeah.
I learned recently that J. Allen Hynek was hanging out with L. Ron Hubbard. They were like close friends, which is crazy.
Well, the Mormons too. The Mormons have this very complex cosmology, right, where you can go and be a god on your own planet, right? So they have a very galactic cosmology, right? Or the Seventh-day Adventists, I believe, actually were founded by, the founders were having contact with what they describe as extraterrestrials, and so you see these kinds of things that are often not as well known or public, but like if you look at extraterrestrial and Seventh-day Adventists, I think you'll find that their founders were having contact, and it was the basis of that contact that inspired them to create a new denomination. Or even again, Mormonism with the golden plates, and Joseph Smith, right? Like that, and him finding the golden plates, and that becoming the basis of the tablets of the Mormon religion.
Right.
So religions are just rife with contact with non-human intelligences. And so disclosure, basically, and I think this is what's interesting about the ET hypothesis. You have the ET hypothesis as like kind of the main kind of interpretive framework in the 50s and 60s. And then you have like John Keel, you had DeLay, you had others, coming along and saying, well, look, actually, I don't know if we're dealing with extraterrestrials, as in flesh and blood, because these experiences people are describing are really friggin' weird. And I don't know why a flesh and blood ET would go through the trouble, or what, it doesn't make any sense. And so that's when the extra-dimensional or interdimensional hypothesis started to emerge to try to account for the high strangeness that was happening, right? And then when that started to be included, they started to see patterns between the high strangeness associated with UFO events, with other paranormal activities, and with religion, and so forth and so on. It's largely the reason that, the ET hypothesis is probably not the best explanation for 80% of what we're encountering, right? Like probably the majority of what we're encountering is not flesh and blood beings from another planet. Probably some of it is, but probably a majority of it's not. And yet, the extraterrestrial hypothesis remains the dominant interpretive frame, I think, in large part because our culture is still a very scientific, materialist, and for us to accept an interdimensional kind of viewpoint is it's a non-starter. right? So the best they could be would be flesh and blood beings from another planet, and then you get the argument of like, well, they couldn't get here; it's too far away, like but that's ridiculous because that's just based on our assumptions of our technology, right? Like they seem to be able to manipulate time and space without any problem. So why would 50 light years be an issue,
Right.
or 200?
Yeah, I think it's something we have to dive inward. We have to look inward into the human brain and perception and how do you define how we perceive reality with our five senses. And it's got to be something extra, something that we just perceive on a different wavelength than what we can normally perceive right now with our vision and our smell and our taste and our touch. And
well, this is why I am launching this 5-year research project, which I mentioned to you before, the Super Experiencer project, where inspired by people like Chris Bledsoe and then this other woman, Linda Greer, who's a doctor, they both have a wide range of anomalous experiences in their life. For Chris, he had some young near-death experiences, like when he got shot. And you often find that experiencers, even when it starts much in life, they often have had this near-death experience, which again for me is a signal of a separation event, that their subtle bodies, and that separation event seems to be an activation of these other modes of perception. Right, and again, you can use the protocols to do it, or other things. But so Chris and Melinda both have a wide range of anomalous experiences, and I kept asking, why are some people experiencing all these things, and some people only experience ghosts, some people only experience nature elementals, some people only experience extraterrestrials. And so I'm really curious about the perceptual modes that are available to us. And so this study is to look at super experiencers, like people experience a lot of different types of. And the first phase is a survey to get like 5,000 people to fill out a survey of their experiences from around the globe. The second phase would be in-depth interviews, and by in-depth I mean like 5 to 8 hour interviews of like, tell me as much as you can, tell me about this experience, tell me about experience, like just get as much rich data of their experience of those different events over the course of their life, and then doing a variety of psychometric assessments to establish that they're mentally sound and healthy and normal, that they're not delusional or fantasy prone or all of the things that one would be concerned of. So basically to establish they're just an average person, psychologically speaking, like there's no red flags. And then the next phase, a subset of them would go into the brain study and subtle energy study, to study the brains, like building on the work of Nolan, and kind of building the work of Chris showed the work he's doing with Monroe, and he had that picture with him having the cap on, so kind of like EEG. And Chris is on the advisory board, as is Melissa, so they're both part of my research project, right? Wow. And Gary Nolan is on it. Oh wow. Peter Scottfish is on it. A lot of other names that you likely recognize. And so, because I want to try and understand, like, what's the relationship between the brain and these kinds of perceptions, and what's the relationship between the subtle energies that these people have, and the relationship to their different bodies and the different senses associated with those bodies, and see, because at my university we have 2 labs. We have a consciousness studies lab and we have a subtle energy lab. So I want to use the machinery and devices and instruments in both of those labs to study like 100 people like Chris Bledsoe, and see what patterns do we notice, what can we say about the way, does the phenomena develop a particular kind of brain through ongoing interaction, or do some people have a particular kind of brain that enables them to experience this phenomenon? How might we better research and kind of explore those kinds of questions?
And is it dormant in a lot of people, and can it be activated somehow?
Yeah. So by studying their life histories, and like if, for instance, of let's say 100 super experiencers, I find that 80% of them have some kind of what I would call a separation event, right, of their subtle body from their physical body that occurs somewhere between their first 20 years. Then that's a very interesting data point. Like, okay, there's something about that seems to help activate and develop access to these kinds of perceptions. Right. And taking psychedelics can be a separation event. Because sometimes people take psychedelics and it kind of blows out their chakra system, blows out the meridian, and in some cases they've had to take years to rebuild their subtle energy system because the psychedelics just kind of like brought too much energy and kind of blew it out, like blew the circuits, literally. So there's interesting examples of people having that kind of subtle energy illness. After.
So, like, if you took Chris Bledsoe and gave him a bunch of DMT or gave him a bunch of mushrooms, you could destroy his perception of this thing?
Possibly, or maybe amplify it, depending on, like, how those estrogens interact with the system. He might have a more robust subtle energy system because of his ongoing interactions over the last 10 years, where he's able to handle it. And this is why the esoteric traditions, they build up your subtle body system, right, through protocols and, vegetarianism and,
vegetarianism
often is really, that the eating meat, the heaviness of meats often seems to weigh down the bodies, the subtle bodies. And so a lot of yogis and sadhanas in India and even in esoteric traditions will avoid eating meat as a way of making it easier to get out of body and go explore these realities through,
Whoa. That's so crazy. You just had a Harvard medical student in here telling us how good meat was for you, how you live longer with meat.
Well, and you probably do. You just probably won't have as many out-of-body experiences.
That's funny. Yeah. I guess it's the price you got to pay. Well, Sean, thank you so much for coming in here and enlightening us with this stuff. Tell people where they can find your work online or where they can get in contact with you.
Yeah, so 2 places. You can go to the California Institute for Human Sciences, right? So CIHS.edu, right? So that's the university I'm with. You can also go to exostudies.org, and I'm teaching a new course on entity encounters starting in April. Right now I'm teaching a course on non-duality, looking at 10 different traditions and how they understand non-duality. But those would be the 2 main places to find me. And then my business website where I do consulting and coaching is Meta Integral, METAINTGGRA, metaintegral.net or com or all 3 of those go to the same place.
Fascinating stuff. I will link it all below.
Awesome.
Thanks again.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, goodbye, world.
That combines elements of narcissistic personality disorder and delusional thinking. Individuals with this condition exhibit an inflated sense of self-importance, an intense need for admiration, and a lack of empathy for others. Without me, they're nothing. She hands it to you out on it. Yeah, they are absolutely nothing. They are.
What's up, everybody? Hope you enjoy this beautiful Florida skyline behind me. So lately, you probably noticed I've had to record these awkward little videos that roll before the podcast plays because essentially I need to start begging you guys to subscribe to the YouTube channel. People don't typically subscribe when they discover podcasts or discover videos on YouTube for the first time. And when people do subscribe, YouTube knows to put us in front of more and more people so we can keep growing the show. It's just the best way to do it. That being said, the following podcast is with Andrew Ukels. He has been to the deadliest places on Earth, hand-catching, man-eating beasts. And I really believe that you guys are going to love it. Thank you to everyone who's been supporting and subscribing to the show. I can't thank you enough. Thanks to you guys, I'm not sleeping back here. So without further ado, please enjoy this conversation with Andrew Ukels. Mwah.
The most dangerous things I've been exposed to have been the diseases. I've caught so many. No, as of yet.
That's good. It's never too late. Still early. You're still young.
Exactly.
How old are you?
Just turned 36.
30. We're the same age.
Hey,
Happy birthday, bro. You idiot. How did you become a Australian survivalist, crazy wildlife person?
I guess I was just born in the right location. And I think anyone from the area that I'm born in, Dapto, we've got some interesting characters.
Don't even have to tell us. We can hear your accent.
Yeah, 100%. To give away. What's been interesting though? I think coming here to the US, depending on which state that I go to, I feel like my accent's clear. Right? I feel like it's clear and it's quite understandable as an English accent. I'll go to a lot of places in the US and they'll just say, slow down, I can't understand you. And it's like, well, hold on one second, what am I doing this wrong? But you can understand me. So Florida, must be like a Florida thing. You can understand the Australian accent.
Yeah, well, you said off camera just a minute ago. Can you say that again, what you said about Florida? I want to make sure we have that on record.
100%. So I think having traveled to about 20 different states here in the US, Florida represents a state that if I was going to come and live in, it would be here. I think because of the climate, it's the wildlife. I think even when you're flying over it, like I was saying before, just like the vegetation structure and the matrix and all that kind of stuff, it looks wild. Well, it is wild. So yeah, Florida would definitely be number one.
Yeah, you got everything here.
Yeah.
Coastline, we got the Gulf of Mexico, we got the Atlantic Ocean, we got the Florida Keys, we got the swamplands, we got tons of forestry, all kinds of hunting you can do, all kinds of fish, catch every fish. I had a girl in here, Louisa she's Australian, right? She was in here, and I was talking to her. She's like a health person. She's like a neurophysiologist, right? So she's all into diet and all this stuff. So we were talking about fish, and she's like, you gotta make sure you're eating the right fish. I'm like, well, yeah, we live in Florida. I'm like, I eat fish, fresh fish all the time. She's like, yeah, but you know where you're getting it from? I'm like, yeah, it's the Gulf of Mexico. We literally catch it. I go on a boat and I catch it. She's like, yeah, but it's not as good as fish you get in Australia. All right. What? Do you think Australian fish is better? Well, I don't know about that.
Just recently I went out on a fishing trawler, and essentially this is in the northern part of Queensland where they do like a lot of like coral trout fishing. And I think what's interesting is when you're fishing for coral trout, you're also going to be catching a lot of like byproduct species as well. So you've got like the wahoo, you've got like the barramundi cod, you've got these like giant emperor cods as well. But what's interesting is a lot of the fish species there actually have what's called like the ciguatera that they acquire through like bioaccumulation.
I just ate some barracuda the other day.
Yeah, well, there you go. So you've got to be incredibly careful. Like, even in Australia, very careful about what species of fish that you consume. So, yes.
So I know the barracuda. I think it's the barracuda in the warmer climates are the ones that have the sig, and the ones that are in like up north in the colder climates don't necessarily always have it. But yeah, my dad made some barracuda fish bread the other day. He didn't even tell me. He just brought it to me. He's like, hey, try this fish bread I made. I'm like, oh god, that's delicious. You cut up some jalapenos, put it in there. I was scarfing it down. He was like, yes, barracuda. I was like, oh shit. Wow. Well, I'm still alive. Another friend of mine, Manny Twig, he's the guy, you know Manny.
I love him. But didn't we all grow up like watching him on Jackass?
Yeah.
Apart from Steve, who was, I think a little bit before that.
Yeah.
I think Manny was one of those people that was relatable. It was almost like that crazy next door neighbor, the guy that's swearing at the lawnmower kind of guy, that just had something relatable. And I think he had an amazing skill set. He spent so much time out there in the wilderness. He had, a real special connection. And when I walked in, I saw these and I was just like, that's definitely Manny's signature right there.
Manny was the one who told me, he was the one who got me interested in the ability to eat barracuda.
Yeah.
So he was saying he eats barracuda all the time, and he catches them with these things. And there's videos of him catching barracuda just with a knife swimming. Right? He just like swims up to him and stabs them, and he catches them. But yeah, man, Manny is a very unique mother. He grew up in Cuba during the revolution, like right after the revolution.
Wow.
He was the one who introduced me to Felix Rodriguez, the guy in that podcast we were just talking about.
Right, gotcha.
And Manny's dad fought with him in Cuba during the revolution for the CIA, and Manny's dad actually got caught and executed.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, Felix is his godfather.
From a very young age?
I think after he was, Manny was around 5 years old when his dad got executed.
You know what I find interesting? For the majority of the people that I've met within this industry that have a real deep, okay, so you can have the skill set, right? But then there's this next kind of level that you get to. And that next level is to do with understanding animal behavior. What I've noticed for a lot of people in the industry that just have that edge or just have that extra skill set, that extra talent, is generally there's been trauma in their life. And I know for a lot of the people that I've talked to who have had bad relationships or even maybe no father in their life, they often find a relationship in nature. They normally, like a normal adult, someone find a relationship with their father. They find a relationship in nature. And
I
for
regret
me,
to
that was the
inform
case.
you that Rabbi
I
is
didn't get along with
back.
my father.
It is now a
And I think, and it's look, he was the most supportive father
Skyscrapers
in the
and a
world.
transatlantic
But we just didn't get along.
What
We
a
couldn't stand each
collective
other.
of
We
things,
just couldn't
y'all.
today. We
There
couldn't
were
stand each other.
more.
And I think what's interesting is having seen a lot of guys in this industry which are really good, that next level good. We all have a very similar kind of.
That the Rabbi is back.
And I think that's probably
And
something
it's
that's
now
probably
a
happened
big
with Danny at that
swing
age. Is he found relationships in nature and that fearlessness in nature as well that gives you a sense of control.
Yeah, man. The most interesting people, I think, have to deal with a lot of trauma, most likely early in life. You know, so like what you were saying with Manny, and that's interesting too. The similarity between you and him. You know, he talked about how when he came to the U.S. and he moved to Florida and he went to college, he was just basically skipping school and going on solo treks in the Panhandle by himself, just like wandering through the woods for weeks with just a knife and a backpack, like catching and killing stuff and eating it and just surviving on his own by himself for weeks. So that's all I wanted to do.
Well, that's empowerment. You know what I mean? That's self-identification. That's empowerment. And I think that's something that that's obviously character building. You can see that in someone. And I know the guys that I've met in the industry, which are really good in the survival realm, we're all self-taught. You know, and I think a lot of the times we will try and reflect and say, we've spent a lot of time with the Indigenous people and all that kind of stuff. And retrospectively, yes, there's a lot of skill sets that can come from that. The best skills are the ones which are self-taught. That's time in the field. It's through mistakes. It's through failures. I can tell you what, like I've went through a lot of failures on almost every continent, you know, but that's where your knowledge, that's where your understanding comes from. That's where your ability comes from.
How many continents have you been to?
I think most of them, except Antarctica.
Really?
So, look, obviously from Australia, but I've spent time in Southeast Asia, a whole bunch of countries there, like freaking Cambodia, Laos, Thailand, Indonesia, Myanmar. That's where the previous discussion with Forrest, where we've done filming there in Myanmar.
Is Myanmar where the crocodile massacre was?
That's correct, yeah. Okay. Yeah, northern parts there. Spent time in Africa. I've been to Africa twice now. South America, well, I've just flown in from Colombia. But look, every single environment that you go to is going to have different challenges, you know. And I think there's an old saying, I'm just trying to remember who said it, and it goes into the philosophy of this whole life that I've had of catching animals around the world. But an animal is only dumb to a man's dull perception. I'm just trying to think who said that quote. But it makes so much sense because for every environment that I went into and I looked at an animal, I thought to myself, that's going to be real easy to catch. Doesn't he send me on a spiral? You know what I mean? Like, quite literally. It doesn't matter if it's beaters. This is all stuff like catching by hand. You know what I mean? This is not, this is mano a mano, one-on-one, level playing field. I'm going to try and catch it. I'm going to do anything that I can to do it. And I guess there's got to be a persistence gene. I think that's probably one of my big mental problems is my persistence. Is there'll be something and I'll be like, I'm not leaving it until I catch it, or I'm going to die doing it. I don't know where that comes from, but and I'll take it personally. Like, yeah, I'll spend months trying to catch something.
Yeah, that's what Forrest was trying to explain, the difference between the major difference between you two. And he was saying that you just have this insatiable appetite for adrenaline, or you're an adrenaline junkie and you just cannot stop chasing and trying to catch the most deadliest animals on earth.
Well, it just doesn't, I think over the years, so the story starts at about 5 or 6 years old, and I used to go out into the back of West Apto with a bucket and go and catch snakes. Now, we're not talking like the average kind of garter snake. We're talking about highly venomous snake species. We've got the brown snake, we've got tiger snakes and black snakes. We're talking like within the top 20 quite early. And I wasn't stupid to the fact that I knew this thing could kill me, but it gave me like an immense control of being able to capture something like that and actually, have it in my possession. And so that's where I believe the curiosity started. And we all have natural curiosity when we start off. I think that's something which is innate and somewhat instinctual. And I guess that's probably where it started from, just going around catching snakes. And then from catching snakes, I went to like other animals, and I'll be like watching birds. I've got, I'm going to try and figure out different ways of catching birds. And so I think the more time that you spend out there, you become quite, what's the word? You're incredibly observant, because all that you're doing is you're studying animal behaviour. And within that, you're looking for flaws within animal behaviour. And you're probably thinking, well, what do you mean flaws? Well, there's definitely dissection points, particularly, if you're trying to capture like mammals or birds, you've got to find a weakness within that animal's pattern or path that enables you to be able to capture it. So let me give you an example. When I was 14 years of age, I went through this whole thing of catching like birds. I fucking loved them. Like I'd wag school and just go out and try and catch birds. Birds.
Yeah, how the hell do you catch a bird?
Mate, this got me in a lot of trouble with the authorities. Mate, this was like my first introduction. Because everything when I was young, like, there was the law, and it just went over my head. I've had to change now, but I gave not one. Can I swear on this podcast?
Yeah, absolutely.
Not one about those wildlife laws. I just didn't care. It just didn't register in me because it didn't. So I would go out and be like, all right, well, what animals am I going to go and catch today? And so, go and catch like wombats, echidnas, and all that kind of stuff. And then I remember watching these birds thinking, like, I really want to get into catching birds. And so what I did was, I went through like a lot of failures, but I soon realised, like, cockatoo species, like sulphur-cresteds and galahs and lorikeets and rosellas, like all the parrot species. Okay, so what they do is they'll actually reside in tree hollows, like when they're doing either nesting or even at night time, they'll reside in tree hollows. And I soon realised, and I had to keep distance on these birds, that if you got too close to where they were nesting up in the trees, then essentially they would identify you as a predator and they wouldn't go and hollow in these retreats. But late at night, if you stayed at a distance, just before sundown, you could actually watch these birds go into the hollows. And essentially, this would be the same retreat site. So we've got our first intersection point there. I know where this guy's going at night time. Okay, so that's tick box number 1. Now, tick box number 2 is, well, how the hell do we get up the tree? And so you'd get there to the tree, and you'd soon realise that if you made noise, even at night time, if you made noise trying to get up into the tree, well, the bird would hear you, and then it would take off. And that's probably like a natural instinct of the bird of, like, the goannas, the monitors climbing up the trees and hearing the scratchings and stuff, and being like, oh, there's a predator, I've got to evacuate. Right. So what I'd do is, when the birds were out feeding, I used to cut these like Rio, like the steel Rio bars, like reinforcing bars. And so what I would do is I'd take like a handful of them, and I'd nail them up into the tree to where the hollow was. I'd do it in the daytime whilst the bird was gone. And so at night time, I'd come back and I'd even put go to the effort to put like socks over my shoes so it wouldn't make noise. And so I'd climb up the tree at night time, I'd have a net, I'd get up there to the hole, put it over the hole, bang on the trunk, and then these cockatoos would fly out, and then boom, I'd have my cockatoos. Loved it. And what would you do with it once you got it? I'll tell you what happened. So my dad, as much as we had conflict, somehow he supported my antics, throughout the years. And I'd just bring all these birds home. So he built this big aviary in the backyard. And I had like all these different animal species. And I had like kookaburras and king parrots and like all these like really highly protected bird species, right? But it was entertaining. It was fun, and I'd have friends come over and all that kind of stuff. Anyway, sooner or later, the authorities cracked onto me, right? And I remember it was like a Thursday. I just finished school, and I remember this knock on the door. I opened up the door, and there's this ranger. Oh, how you going? We're just doing routine inspections on aviaries in people's backyard. Do you have an aviary in your backyard? And he was from like the New South Wales, the New South Wales National Parks and Wildlife Service. And them to me was like the enemy. Like they were like, like Darth Vader to me. And I just thought to myself, I've got a aviary in the backyard. And I thought to myself at this point in time, I was like 15. And he went into the backyard, and like all these birds are going to still. It had about 30 birds in there. And he was there with like another person. They're taking pictures and this kind of stuff. He goes, where have you got these birds from? I said, what do you mean where I've got them from? He goes, who's been catching them? I said, I've been catching them. And he said, what traps have you been using? I said, I don't use traps. I said, essentially I use my hands. And he's just like, and he's taking all notes of this. And he goes, "Can you sit down just for a sec?" Right. And he goes, "Well, how you been catching birds? Honestly, you need to tell me." So I sat down and I told him the process of how I was catching these birds. And I remember he was looking at the farm, just thinking to himself, like, where does this guy come from? You know, like really. And anyway, long story short, because I was a minor, they gave me like a warning. And then they had like another lady come in from like the animal services and like, you know, take all the birds and stuff, which I was completely devastated. They let me keep my favourite bird, which was a galah. So
did you have like a net? Did you have something over the top of the backyard so they couldn't get out?
Yeah, no, it's called like an aviary, so like a mesh aviary. So imagine like a big arch chicken pen.
Got it.
Right?
Okay.
And so so that was my first introduction to the law, and it was a warning. And then I guess since then, you know, I went through my escapades of going around and catching animals around the world and like ducking and dodging all the laws, you know what I mean, and jumping through loopholes and all that kind of stuff. And that can be stressful. You know, I was getting pulled up at airports, you know, interrogated, investigated. What footage do you have? Show us your phone, this and that. It got to that point quite early, 100%. It got to a point where I was sending hard drives and SD cards back home because I didn't want anyone to see what I was up to. Wow. Oh, yeah, 100%. Yeah, but it was all in the love of doing what I was doing. I loved catching animals. I can't explain it. I just recently went to a colony to to Central America, and even there, I'm trying to go on holiday. I can't help it because I'm watching monkeys and coyotes and all these animals just thinking, like,
you just have something in you
I
that's I don't need to catch animals.
I don't know what it is. When something's evading me, I just want to chase it down. I just want to catch it. I haven't been as successful with women, unfortunately.
That's what I was gonna say. So you gotta be careful with gotta be careful in the States.
Yeah, but it's just been something so instinctual within me, you know. And I think as it's come through now, and I've developed this skill set and this ability, I've had to turn my ways into a way which is more legalised and doing things the right way. And only recently has like the government essentially like started to open up and say, all right, we'll give you permits to do this. Cool. But you know, you play by the rules. So I've always kind of been that.
So after you started catching birds, what did you move on to?
Just anything and everything. By the time I was 19, I went to Africa, and I thought I'm just going to go after everything. And my parents literally thought I wasn't coming back. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it was tough. I was there for like 4 months, from Kenya to Zambia, Zimbabwe, and I just went there catching everything, all like highly venomous snakes. And this is like in the early days of YouTube. This is early.
Yeah, you started your YouTube channel a long time ago.
Yeah, a very long time ago, and for that, it was different. For me, it was a lot of comedy, but teaching people. It wasn't about being. Now it's changed. It's about being famous. It's about creating a bronze statue of yourself, like a martyr of yourself. A lot of it is. You know what I mean? And I think when I started out, it was very organic. It was real. It was genuine, and people saw that. You know, right. and that's exactly what it was. And look, I think it definitely had its time and period. You know, there were video uploads that I was doing and getting 250,000 views in a week, and it was just going dun, 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 dun. And it was, at that point in time, I was kind of like, well, where's it all leading to?
Right.
And then I went and done a number of documentaries. So I've done 3 documentaries, which they're on Netflix, not in the US, don't know why, but it's in the UK, Ireland, Discovery Channel. Yeah. So so I've got a series called Born to Be Wild, which follows like my escapades when I was doing freelance documentary work, and those were some tough yards, man. Like we were talking about before, like proper tough, blood, sweat, tears. You know, I went through hell, and then it got to a point where I was watching, I won't name them, but I was watching other wildlife presenters on YouTube, on the Instagram, just getting an accumulation of resources and viewerships and all that kind of stuff. But I was watching this stuff and saying, it's scripted, it's staged, it's phony, it's fake, and it's not real. And these individuals were developing just these very cartoonish characters. Yeah. And they went in with a business plan, they went into a production company, and they just took over. But I didn't want to sell out. I never wanted to sell out. I wanted to stay genuine. Right. You know, I really wanted to stay genuine. I think for people in the industry that know me, they know that as well.
Yeah, man, it's an unfortunate part of
media and show business and YouTube and all of it is that whenever anything becomes popular, whether it be a niche like the things that you're doing with wildlife or whatever it might be, a whole new format of media like podcasting, there's always going to be people that just like latch onto it and try to monopolize it and monetize it as much as they possibly can. So they'll take whatever it is like you've been doing for your whole life because you're passionate about it and uploading content. You're one of the first people to do it. Once people see success, they smell blood, they smell money. And they're like, how can I reverse engineer what this guy is doing? Well, look what he's doing. Okay, we got to go to Africa. We got to get in front of these animals. 100%. I got to wear this hat. We're going to name this YouTube channel this. What color should we use?
I'll change my name.
Exactly. They changed their name.
This is the story of Coyote Peterson. I fucking hate that guy.
Who is he?
If you can ever set up like an MMA ring or whatever, get this guy there because I want to flog him. Because he did exactly that. He watched what I've done and he was like, how do we capitalize on this guy? Even seeing him, I want to punch him.
This episode of the podcast is brought to you by Bubs. Bubs Naturals is a badass company that has collagen, peptides, it has coffee creamer, has coffee, electrolytes, and they are amazing because they are a tribute company to a Navy SEAL and former CIA contractor Glenn Bubs Doherty, who died defending American freedom in Benghazi, Libya. Again, there is obviously no shortage of collagen products available on the internet, but I support Bubs because it is not only a superior product, but they support American veterans by donating 10% of all their proceeds to veteran organizations and 100% of their proceeds on Veterans Day. Bubs Collagen Peptide Packets are easy to use as a daily supplement. I keep them in my truck and I drink them on the way to the gym. It's flavorless, easy to mix nature. It makes it easy to mix into anything. I prefer mixing it in coffee. You may not know, but after the age of 25, your natural production of collagen starts to fade, which can severely injure skin. And an interesting thing about collagen is the more you supplement with it, the more your natural production increases. Since I started using it a few months ago, I've already noticed a huge improvement in my joint connective tissues, my skin elasticity, and the overall quality of my hair, believe it or not. You can support Bubs and this podcast by visiting bubsnaturals.com and using the code DJP at checkout for 20% off your first order. Again, that's bubsnaturals.com and use the promo code DJP at checkout for 20% off. It's linked below. Now back to the show. This guy in ABC,
I can't stand him.
Coyote Peterson.
I can't even look at him.
So it's like some Hollywood agents get together and they're like, okay, we need a wildlife show. We're going to sell it to A&E. Who can we get? They get a bunch of auditions and they get this guy to come in and teach them how to handle animals.
I think what there is there's two different types of people in this industry. There are those that have a genuine skill set and ability, and there are those that see an opportunity and know the business structure of how to move forward.
Yes.
And he's done that, and he's done it well. I think the problem is when you go into something and you're like, right, we're going to create a brand, we're going to create an image, we're going to create a bronze statue, which is exactly what he's done. I think where the failure comes into play is this. They try to relate what they're doing, their motivations and everything else to other people previously. And I think Steve Irwin in Australia, right, was one of the most brilliant, one of the most passionate conservationists on earth. An incredibly lovable person. Do you want to know why? Because he was genuine. There was nothing fake about him.
Right.
He was genuine.
Right.
He was genuine.
He did what he did because
he was a true identity, and he done things from a different place.
Mm-hmm.
When I watch people like that, he does it from a place of how can I make a brand into myself.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And he's IMDb page from a goofy hat.
I want to flog him. I want to flog him. I can't stand him. Anyway, maybe that's just like the Australian in me. Like, what's in this drink?
It's Cradle.
There's rum in this drink. I said there's rum in this drink. But look, at the end of the day, one thing I do respect, regardless of who it is in the industry, is I respect hard work.
Mm-hmm.
Because regardless if you're a fan, you're a fake or whatever, there's got to be some hard work that gets put into that. Yeah. So let me try and reverse engineer that conversation into saying, you got to respect people for the hard work that they put in. You know what I mean? And I think ultimately, we've come to a time where We've got some big environmental problems which are happening, and we need people out there to be advocates for the environment in whatever format of respect. I think, and that's something that's probably innate and comes from. I know for myself from my childhood, because that was me being connected to the environment. It was like because that connection was there, and I felt empowered by the environment. You want to protect something that, like if I'm stressed or upset or down or whatever, where do you think I go? You think I go into the city? You think I go into no, I go into the bush by myself. That's where I have my power. That's where I have my connection. You know what I mean? And I think when you have that, you want to protect it. I think that's where it comes from, real deep.
At what age were you when you figured out how to turn this fascination with wildlife and catching deadly animals into a job? How did you? When did that happen?
So I went to university. I did a degree in environmental science. And then after that, I had done a master's in wildlife conservation. Still, whilst all of this was going on, I was still doing my antics of catching animals. And it wasn't until I started posting on YouTube, I started seeing like a big following that was coming in and watching. I thought to myself, maybe I can actually keep doing what I'm doing with this love and go around the world and do this. And essentially that's what I did. I went around the world with my camera and done this. And then I had a really good friend of mine, which just joined me in Medellin in Colombia, my mate Dave. He taught me how to do the very basics of video editing using Adobe, obviously with a crap format because I couldn't afford it all much, right? And essentially just taught me the basics of this. But a lot of it was to do with, I wanted to have like a sense of humour that ran through it as well, and like real thick humour as well. And and then I had another big thing that happened, and I haven't really opened up too much about it. I know Forrest knows a bit more about it. So Bear Grylls had came through, and he had done a very successful job of, building the brand of survival and getting a lot of people involved in that, kids and all that kind of stuff. And I think that was absolutely amazing that how he opened up that niche and that genre. And then essentially what had happened was he had left the network, and the network at Discovery was trying to find the next person to essentially come in and start their own genre. They reached out to me. This was back in 2015. So I got into contract with ITV America. I don't know how much of this I can say because it was probably NDAs I had to sign.
I thought that was 10 years ago.
Yeah. And so I went in with probably, out of the entire crew of 12 people, I dare say 10 of them were the greatest country in there. Yeah. And then there was only 2 that represented to be people that, were generally had my back. I remember, so I'd done all this work, I'd created this entire platform and everything that I was doing with the footage and all that kind of stuff. And the first series, and this went on for ages because I know they'll have their new CEOs of Discovery come through. And essentially I just said, I want to come in and do something that's never been done before. I don't want to do what other people have done. It doesn't interest me. I want to take things to a high level. No, I think that sounds great. So I remember the first episode that we shot was actually in Thailand. And I remember there was a dinner that we had, and everyone had been brought in, and there was about 12 people sitting down. And I finally thought to myself, I'm excited. Like the amount of times I've almost died to be sitting here at the table, and now, finally my career is about to take off. And anyway, this guy stands up. I don't know who he was. I think he was the executive director. Stands up and he gives this speech for like 10 minutes about everyone, how hard it's worked to be here and and this and that, and starts telling about the projects that he's worked on and this and that, and then he takes a seat. And there's a guy sitting across from him who's ex-British Special Forces, right? He's a consultant, survival consultant. He's done multiple networks, he's always in the background. He's the background guy to make sure everything's going safe. He's the first aider. This guy's like the real, MacGyver, right? His name's Kieran O'Donnell, right? He's actually, I think that Mr. Beast guy, he's now his, survival security agent. Really? Yes. Oh, wow. He's next level. And so Kieran's got an amazing ability to just read the room. right? I guess that's why he's trained the way he is. And he looks at me and he sees the look on my face and he goes, "Oh, can I just say something? We're actually all here because of this young man." And that was the first time that I thought to myself, this is someone that's actually got my best interest at play. And it was just, I don't know, it was one of the most disheartening introductions to American television or American productions that I didn't even know existed. You know, it was just, this guy was just like, we're here because of me. And it's just like, man, I've just worked my entire life to get here and he hasn't even acknowledged me. And I think that was the start of the whole thing just going downhill. We got 3 episodes in, they ended up cancelling the entire fucking production. It was a multi-million-dollar production.
Why did they cancel 3 episodes in?
I think for one of 3 reasons. One was I almost died twice.
You almost died twice?
Yes, that's right. Yes.
Okay, what's the other reason?
The thing was, I said to the network, because this is no. If we're going to go in and do this, the faker and all that kind of stuff. I really want to go in and do this and take this to a whole new level, which ended up me being in hospital twice. I almost died once. That was bad. The other part of the other reason was, I'm not going to say who it was, but I had a co-host that had been brought into it, and we just didn't get along on camera. I wouldn't use that word, but we didn't get along. I think I respect that person.
Okay.
And but we didn't get along, and the show never went there. That was a sliding door opportunity, and it got burnt in front of me. And I still don't even think I've ever recovered from that, because I knew that was my shot. And I remember talking to Forrest about that. And he was like, "Don't worry, man, that was the wrong time. There'll be another time, this and that." And then he ended up getting us on a show called Face the Beast, which was for history, because he goes, we know you've got this talent, we know you've got this ability, and he's actually just put me forward for another pitch of a show on Animal Planet. He's just like, you've just got to get your time on. Like, you're like really good. You'll get your shot. To keep it like this far. Yeah. So Forrest has always had my back, because he knows what I'm like. But so I think I've had a bit of everyone has a rough road company. And there is, regardless of how hard you work or the talent that you've got, what you need? And you need luck too.
Yeah, man. The drudge and the reality of fucking Hollywood and old television is just so soulless. And it sucks the goddamn life out of you, man. I was telling you off camera, that's how I got into this, like the whole documentary stuff. But prior to me doing the documentary stuff, I was doing documentary stuff for television and trying to sell it to television. And after years of that, that's when I quit. That's how I go 100% on YouTube. But it sucks. There's no creativity in it. It just turns into numbers and money and a P&L sheet and lawyers, and it's just, there's no creativity, and it's not fun. When you're just waking up and following a call sheet schedule and being a certain place at a certain time, make sure you get the shot, and then you're gone. When you do it yourself, like when you're doing YouTube, you can just fly by the seat of your pants, go have fun, and film cool shit, and not have to worry about that horse shit. But I meant to ask you, when you were there, how did you almost die twice? Remember our first discussion about the leptospirosis? Oh, were we recording for that, by the way? Gosh, I have no idea. Tell that story. Yeah, tell that story. Is that one of the reasons you almost died? Oh, shit.
Chaos.
So, look, I've had a number of diseases.
GG.
Yes. No, STDs. I've had a number of diseases over time, right? And so, I've caught in dengue, I've had malaria, I've had schistosomiasis, I've had leptospirosis, I've had micromarinum, I've had I've had a lot from nature. So the one that I almost died in, and this was with the film shoot with Discovery, was leptospirosis. And the way I believe I got that, I was going for those. It's called like a water monitor, those big Asian water monitors, and we were on like the back end of like a farming kind of area, and the water was essentially that grey water. There's a lot of effluent and like all that kind of stuff. Once again, I was just thinking immortality, kind of like nothing can kill me kind of thing.
How old were you?
25 at the time. And so here I was duck diving, in and out of the weeds and all that kind of stuff, trying to get these water monitors and, going underwater and all that sort of thing. And I must have accidentally ingested some of that water. And it was, like most of your zoonotic diseases, it's going to take, an incubation period of 4 to 5 days until it kicks in. And I remember when it kicked in, so the guy who was there with me, he just sensed this. He goes, "There's something not right about you, eh?"
Join Rabbi in Discord. Is that a euphemism or something? I'm sure it's some sort of scam, but it's so widespread. I'm honestly not sure what to think of it, whatever it is. It has a real hard on for my post,
Vietnam hospital in the north.
and I wanted it gone like 3 weeks ago.
It was like cats like walking through the surgery room.
Not good, Rabbi.
Jesus Christ. Pass me the scalpel, and it's like a monkey that's doing. No, it's like no.
I regret to
And
inform you
so,
that the Rabbi is back now. He's
I
now a
went
big
to
plate
the
of
hospital, I went
spam with
to
a 4D film.
and then
What is a 4D film? I don't even know.
I went back to the hospital, and
What is
all of
it?
a sudden my body just dropped again and dropped again and dropped again, and essentially my body was just shut
Motion
down.
picture with Sick and Nice.
Ended up going to the hospital, was there for I think 3 or 4 days, and they were just giving me what's called like shotgun therapy, which is essentially they're just giving you every kind of antibiotic under the sun and trying to get your body up. And it did. I think for about a week it done it, and I was fine. Finished off the shoot, got to Australia, in Arnhem Land, which is a really remote part of Australia. And the first day of filming was me going out and trying to catch a donkey. I remember I'm running after there's plenty of wild donkeys out there, running after this donkey, and I just collapsed. And Kieran once again was like, something going on, something like more sinister going on. And I remember he literally picked me up and carried me to the buggy and was like, "We need to get into hospital now." And I remained in hospital for just over a week fighting leptospirosis. I don't know what antibiotic they ended up giving me. It was all CRV. But I remember shutting down. The scariest part about this was they didn't know what it was, and they ended up flying a specialist doctor from CDC from Darwin down because they had actually suspected that I'd caught rabies.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because I was catching all these weird monkey animals through Asia, getting scratched, bitten up, all that kind of stuff. And the doctor there was like, "Hey, this guy's had some interactions. Like his signs and symptoms are very, it was like almost like zombification, like rabies is." And they ended up flying down a doctor. And what's scary about this, Annie? Imagine this: you're on the bed, you die, and you're in a dark room, you're in the biohazard room. A lady walks in. The first thing she says is it okay if I can turn on the lights?" And I just nodded. I turn the light on, and she goes into it. "I'm just going to pour you a glass of water and have a drink." And in the smallest amount of energy that I had, I said to her, "You've just tested for 2 things." And she stopped me. I said, "You've just tested for my reaction to light, and now you've tested my reaction to water. So these are the 2 things that you test for when someone's going through the early stages of rabies." I said to her, "You're telling me I've got rabies?" So we both know I'm dying on this
Oh, wow. Dude, the survival rate of rabies is like very low, right?
It's like 99.9% like death rate. And I think there's one lady that survived it in the US, and the only way they were able to bring her back was they put her into an induced coma and let her body run out. But even then, I think she had ongoing problems. I think she might have made a full recovery now, but I think there's only been 1 or 2 people in the world to have survived rabies. I will mention that I had pre-exposure, my prophylaxis. I did have pre-exposure, but when I got bitten and scratched by these animals, I didn't have the post-exposure, which you're supposed to have. Post-exposure essentially being that once you've been bitten and scratched, it's on day 0 that you've been bitten, you have an injection at day 7 and day 21. So there's 3 injections that you have. And then, then that counts as any kind of infection like rabies. So
as long as you get the injection right away.
That's correct. And if you've never had the injection, I believe it's 6 injections right there, all in one. So, there's obviously a very effective vaccine for it, but you just need to make sure that you take the right procedures in that protocol of how to take the medication. But, that was Yeah, that was. People say with the animals. Fear of the animals, fear of the animals. Fear of the animals. The animals are easy to do.
It's the shit that you can't see, the microbes. That's terrible. So tell the story about what you caught from the can.
Oh no, so that was the story that I was saying. So there was a story in America many years ago where a rat had actually pissed over like a bunch of cans, and she drunk it, and she was able to get leptospirosis.
Oh, that's not how you actually caught it.
No, I got it from duck divings.
Right.
So when I was in the rivers in that murky water, that's how I caught lepto.
But your dad always told you to wipe off the can.
Right, exactly.
Because the rats piss on it.
Right.
But, have you heard of toxoplasmosis?
Yes, I have, yeah.
That's another thing that rats have.
Yes.
It's a weird disease.
Bad.
Weird. That's why pregnant people can't go around kitty litter. Pregnant women. Yeah, they'll get toxo.
There was another story in Australia I thought this was an interesting one where it's like a typical Australian thing, to be, bet to do something stupid. And these guys were having a bit of a barbecue, and there was a slug, and he said to his mate, he goes, "Oh, I'll give you $10 if you swallow that slug." As you do, right? And so anyway, so he's put the slug in his mouth, and he's probably got like a corona and like swallowed it down, and they all had a good laugh. Anyway, a couple of days later, he ends up in hospital, and they're trying to track down what's happened to this man. And they're obviously calling his mates, and they're like, "Hey, so you're taking drugs? Is anything normal?" And blah. Eventually, one of the guys said, "Well, he did swallow a slug a couple of days ago," and then all of a sudden, like, bing. So slugs can carry, particularly if they're, I think it's once again through rats, like it's just the main vector. If they've been feasting on like rat feces, there's a parasite that they can ingest, which is called, it's like a type of, the name of it's called rat lungworm. Okay, it's a parasite. And essentially, once that parasite starts developing in you, and once again, it's like an automatic shutdown of the body. And he died. He died from this. No, that's another scary. Yeah, rat lung. Yeah, is that it there?
Angiost.
That's the one.
Angiostrongylus cantonensis. Wow, rat lungworm. Also known, that word I just said. Disease that affects the brain and spinal cord. Ooh, that's terrifying, man.
And even in Australia, we've got a form of rabies, which is called. Alicivirus, which is essentially like a strain of white rabies that we have in Australia, and that's spread through bats. And so that's another thing I want to touch bats. So, any other animals? Yeah. Okay, let's go. Bat.
So those are the only animals that you're afraid of. It's like the parasites that you can't see.
Because I've seen it. Like I said, I've went through that process.
Mm-hmm.
There could be a fruit bat flying around in here, and I'll say, "Danny, he's all yours." Go for it. Watch the wings. Make sure it doesn't bite out. Yeah. Scary stuff.
You and Forrest were talking about the honey badger. I had no clue the honey badger was a dangerous or scary animal at all. I mean, I guess I don't know jack shit about the honey badger. But can you explain why the honey badger is so scary?
I can.
Did you actually catch one?
I caught one, and I can tell you the original story when I was in Africa the first time. So, generally, when I go into a country, I go into a country with like an objectives list, whether it be Peru or Bolivia or Thailand. I'll literally have a list of animals that I want to go in there and capture. And once again, I undergo a process of identifying, where the animals are, how they utilise that environment, and then trying to break down the pattern to capture that animal. The first time when I was in Africa, I was in the western province of Zambia, and it was hard because obviously I can't speak the tongue there, so you've got to get quite creative on trying to explain what you're after. So I remember there I was with a tribe of African guys, and I was trying to explain this animal that I was after, the honey badger.
Porcupine got him. Okay.
Yeah. Well, he got the porcupine, but he paid the price. He paid the price. And so I remember, I had all these African guys behind me, and I was drawing out this image of this animal, and then I explained to them, this part's black and this part's white. And one of the guys from behind said its name, and then everyone just started laughing because they're like, "You want to catch one?"
you could see that and they're fearless out there. And they'll just look at each other and go like, maybe it's cute, yeah. So this is actually the same time we went out there catching the baboons, because we were doing like hunting on the baboons with the dogs, and that's a pretty vicious thing to be part of. But I watched how they did that and ate baboons and all that kind of stuff. I should have known better, because they don't have to carry all sorts of fuel like a bowler and everything else. But anyway, that's another story. Anyway, went out there for 5 days into the savannah trying to track down a honey badger. Oh, we found one. This thing went into a hole, and all the dogs were barking and stuff. And it's like, he's there. I said, right. Between 5 of us, 2 machetes, I said, we'll get it now. Start digging a hole and digging to the point that we're digging a trench. A trench that you can walk through. And we're all taking turns, and it's funny because as we're digging, noticing that this animal's digging as well. And even between 6 of us digging, seems to be faster than us. So I'm like, right, what we'll do is we'll dig a trench at the back. Right, so where he's heading, we're going to dig a trench all the way down, 3 metres down or 2 metres down, and we're cornering out that way. So I was thinking of all sorts of things. Smoking out the water down there, all the different tricks. Maybe if you put like some rags of diesel, we can roll that down there, the fumes are getting out. I was trying to think of all these little tricks that I used in Australia, like trying to get Australian animals out of holes. None of it worked. I thought, right, let's do this trench. And by that time, we'd been working on this hole for several hours. We didn't have a shovel, we had machetes.
Were you filming this?
No, I wasn't.
Oh, you weren't?
No, so I think there's probably 2 biggest regrets with filming. This is one, and another story, which is the baboon attack.
Okay, we'll go to that next.
Yeah. So, digging, and that essentially what this animal had done is because he knew that we were digging from a certain height, he just started digging down low. And so essentially he just went under our trench. So you already think, like, where will you dug, like 6 feet, and then this thing just dug like an extra 3 feet below that and just kept on digging. So these guys essentially gave up on him. I said, no, I'm going to wait here until he comes out. I ended up spending 2 days there at the hole, and he never came out. He knew I was outside. And that's where it started.
And you weren't filming it?
No.
You just stayed there for 2 days because you genuinely wanted to catch it?
I wanted to catch it. It became personal, very personal. And it represented the one animal at that point in time that I had challenged myself to capture, and I wasn't able to capture him. And that just stuck with me. I remember I cried when I got back on that plane. And then 10 years later, I got the opportunity to go there and try and catch one again. And I said to myself at that point in time, I'll become a citizen here, just so I can catch one. And yeah, I did end up catching one in the end. And they
became a citizen?
No, exactly. now South African. They are.
So how did you end up catching it?
Well, interesting story. So I'd spent a couple of months in Zimbabwe, and I'd went high and low trying to catch one. I'd even talked to a whole bunch of people, experts in the field, the best of the best, and I'd been sent to all these different locations. The problem about this animal is, unlike the other muscle days, which is like the family group they come under, most of them have like a retreat site that they go into, like a hole, and they occupy that hole consistently. Unless, they're breeding and they're going back to pups. This animal here is probably one of the most nomadic animals you'll ever meet. He can move 20 kilometres in a night. He'll utilise different holes. So trying to actually define a pattern, it's impossible. It's like trying to work out where a butterfly's going. You don't know. And that was one of the biggest difficulties in trying to catch this animal. Not to mention that they're an animal which is predominantly nocturnal, which is very difficult as well. Not to mention that if you're in a landscape which is a 3D landscape, so like there's escarpments and rock formations, and there's like a matrix of vegetation and forms and all that kind of stuff, good luck. Because you'll see them and it will disappear. I don't care how quick you are through the bushes. So the only way that they've been caught in the past is in like what we refer to as like a 2D environment, which is like open desert, like the Kalahari and all that kind of stuff. We can see them from a distance and you can run them down. Right? That's essentially the only way they can be caught, right? But they also represent a big issue to a lot of the farmers, particularly like the bee farmers, because they get into like the honey. But because they are a carnivore and a scavenger and an opportunist, essentially anyone that has like a chicken farm. And that was the location that I ended up getting on. It was on a chicken farm. We set a trap. Yeah, we set up a trap, and this was in South Africa. We ended up setting a trap, and we got one in an aviary. And I got a call that morning, and the guy was like, "Hey man, we've got one here.
Don't know how you're going to go about this, but to be honest, I would not get in there with it. And it was funny because when I went there and actually saw this animal, I said for one of the first times I really started feeling fear because this animal is 100% dead.
Can you play that video, that honey badger, Steve, the 25-second video on the right? Is that real?
I don't think that's real.
No, press play. Oh, this is a commercial. Never mind.
There you go. There's the badger.
Wow. Those are way scarier than I thought.
He's got hands like a sloth.
See if you can find the real video of the honey badger. Anyways, sorry to interrupt. So you went. So it was in there, and he didn't want to go in there. You said you're going in.
The guy's like, I'm going to stay on the outside. I'm going to film you. And he goes, how are you going to do this? I said, I'll get in there and just work it out. And he goes, okay, good luck. And so he literally opened this door, closed the behind, and this badger, that's also clean the forest. He didn't go. He was trying to get out from one of the corners, and he was just walking backwards and forth. And it's kind of stopped and just like looked over its shoulder, you know, that slow rolling look that like Chucky would give. Like, he's done that one. He's just like acknowledged me. He's like, okay, right, I'm just going to keep looking at this hole. He's doing this. And anyway, I've moved to the side and started moving towards him. And at this point in time, he went right. So he went along the side of the cage and actually walked to where the door was. So he knew my entry point. Think about that for a split second. If you're after this, you just kill someone. And they're in this room. Where's the exit? You've got that exit door there. Right. So what are you going to do? Well, you're going to approach them from a line that you're going to come in a direct line to that exit door. Right? So they can't get past you. That's exactly what he did. He lines me up and he said, I'm going to get you. Just ask me like this. And that's a line. He's got the opportunity to walk away. You know?
Yeah, exactly.
But he doesn't because he's just got this territorial, you know, this is my area, back out kind of thing. And I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's something to do with hormones, something to do with the way that they're wired, but they just don't have a fear. They just continue.
Vicious little animal.
More than the inspiration to catch one, it became an animal to me that I completely love.
Holy shit, dude.
It is such an amazing animal. Like, I love this animal so much. And there's no way of, I think in America, I think there's a couple of guys that have them as like captive pets and all that kind of stuff. And in Australia, we don't have the ability to bring in like an exotic animal like this as a pet. I would do anything to sit down with whoever's in charge and be like, listen, can we please just bring in like a breeding pair? Like, I love this animal. I really love this animal.
So when it got in front of the door to your entrance to the room, what happened?
We came straight at me and lined me up. And they're fast. And I mean, look, I'm fast, but this animal, he's got agility and speed. And so he chased me around. So I was like,
he chased you around?
Yeah, I was essentially like screaming, yelling, trying to like hold onto the mesh, trying to get my legs off the ground. Like, this thing was just after me. How big? You know what I mean? And so what they do is the name of the honey badger, it's also got another name, which is called the rattle, right? Essentially, rattle.
The rattle.
So when they're coming at you, they're growling, and that growl goes straight through your body. And look, I've had animals charge me before, and you feel the noise that they make, and you can compartmentalize that noise and put it into your brain where it's like, yeah, I know you're coming after me and but you're not mocking me. You're not, you know what I mean? Like you're not putting fear into me. When that animal comes at you with that noise, he puts fear straight into a part of your body you've never even felt before. Straight out. I can't do it. Yeah, he puts fear straight into your body. You know, you're not in control.
What would have happened if that thing would have caught you?
Would it do? Look, it's not like he's going to kill me. Unless, like, if I tripped over and got me on my neck, different story. But he's going to just... The same way of probably being molded by like a small pickle, I dare say.
Really?
Yeah. So you're going to be screaming and yelling a lot. Yeah. And not just that, like this animal is... the way that it flexes, its ability to flex and maneuver and all that kind of stuff, very difficult to handle. So I ended up having to get him into a net, and even then, because like the looseness of the skin, very hard to handle an animal like this. It's incredibly difficult. But like truly, it's in all my escapades and having dealt with different animals around the world, each one's unique.
Can you find a regular video, not like a vertical one? Do you have any videos on your channel anymore?
No, so what I've done is I've done a complete documentary on this quest for a honey badger, and until I have the right production company, until I have the right network, the right opportunity to release this, I'm just going to hold on to content.
Holy shit, man. Everything is afraid of a honey badger. Oh, that's a big-ass lion. Do they have anything, like, in particular that they like to eat, or do they just go for it? You said they're scavengers, so they'll just eat anything.
They're a scavenger, they're an opportunist, so you can see what's he eating there, like a small crocodile, he's got a snake, so yeah, they're a snake specialist, and I think,
holy shit, he just attacked a cheetah!
They're such an intelligent animal, and I think part of that intelligence has probably got something to do with the fact that they've got such a diverse range of species that they consume. Is you've got to work out a tactic to catch all these different species of animals. So you've got to have amazing ingenuity. You've got to be like a problem solver quite literally. And that's what I think is like really unique about this animal, is they are completely a problem solver. I think, yeah, look, that animal there literally should be the...
they're kind of cute too.
They are. They really are.
And they're not showing their teeth.
They're gorgeous. They really are gorgeous.
So what was the story with the baboons?
Right. So this was the first time in Kenya, and like in Australia, I'd never had any kind of experience with baboons. We don't have primates in Australia, right? And it's funny because a stone throw away like Papua New Guinea and Indonesia, we've got primates, but Australia, the Australian continent is quite unique in the fact that you don't. The closest thing probably to a primate would be, I don't know, maybe like a possum that we've got. I think that'd probably be the closest thing. So essentially, I went to Africa and had like a list of all these animals that I wanted to catch. This was the first time I was there, and a savannah baboon was one of them. And I remember going into a wildlife, it was like a dingy wildlife park, and I met up with two young guys there. And I said, "Oh, look, I'd like to learn how to handle a wild baboon." And these two African guys look at each other, and they're like, "Okay, we can. This is good. This is a life lesson."
Is that something people typically would want to do? Is catch baboons? No, we have no interest in catching baboons.
No. This is a good life lesson, and I think for anyone traveling to Africa, I think they'll hear this analogy, or people who live in Africa will hear this analogy, and they'll just laugh. They'll just get it. So I was with these two very enthusiastic African young men, and they're like, "Oh, we've got some baboons here. We can show you." I said, "Okay." So I went into the saloon anyway. It was like kind of this dingy menagerie where they had these, these baboons. They were somewhat habituated. And I said, "Oh yeah, cool." I said, "Oh, you guys know how to handle?" "Oh yeah, we do a lot of the handling here, and I've caught hundreds of them before." And gave me the whole spiel and his professionalism of handling baboons and stuff. And I said, "Okay, is there any way that we can try and catch like a wild one?" He goes, "Yeah, sure." He goes, "Actually, at the back of the zoo, we've got like a bit of like a cage trap that we can set up." And I remember, so we go down to the back of the zoo, and I had another guy that was with me that was filming, and I employed just like a street kid to film one of the documentaries that I got up on Netflix.
Oh, really?
Yes. It was like a 14-year-old street kid, and I taught him how to use a camera. He filmed
That's badass.
Yeah, he filmed the entire thing. And this kid was fearless. Like whenever I was like, "Right, elephant charging, I need you behind me filming." He'd be like, "Yep." He was a yes man.
That's cool.
He was a yes man. So anyway,
and he's a local.
So he could speak the tongue. So anyway, I felt like he should have been my first cue, because he was kind of smirking a bit suspicious about all this whole ordeal. And anyway, went down there to the back of the zoo, and there's this big cage trap that's set up there. And anyway, we baited like pumpkin and everything else. And the guy's like, "Okay, we'll catch you. We'll give you a call." And we're only about 20 minutes out of town. I remember that morning, it was like 5:30. Early, sunrise. I get a call. "Andrew, we have a baboon." Well, that was literally. I said, "Oh, great, fantastic." I said, we'll be down there. And anyway, so I remember getting there, and early morning, and this thing's going wild. As soon as it spots eyes with this thing is like shaking the cage, and I'm talking like the cage, not much bigger than this table, right? About a metre off the ground, and it's going absolutely wild.
This episode of the podcast is brought to you by Rothschild. Do you ever feel like money is just flying out of your bank account each month and you have no clue where it's going? Well, I do. It's to all those subscriptions you have. Think about it. Between all your streaming services, productivity tools, fitness apps, meditation guided apps, it's endless. And I'm guilty of this. So I ended up using Rocket Money to figure out which subscriptions I'm still paying money for every month. And they help me cancel all the ones I no longer use. If you're unfamiliar with Rocket Money, it's a personal finance app that helps you cancel your unwanted subscriptions, monitor your spending, and helps lower your bills. And it's not just about canceling subscriptions, it's about monitoring and controlling your spending. You can see all your subscriptions in one place. No more digging through your bank statements or suffering these long, grueling calls of customer service. They will even work on getting you refunds on subscriptions that you haven't used. They're very skilled negotiators. Rocket Money can potentially lower your bills by up to 20%. Just snap a photo of your bill, send it to them, and they will handle the rest. The bottom line is Rocket Money has already helped over 5 million users save an average of $720 per year. That's over $500 million in canceled subscriptions. Stop wasting money on things you don't use and cancel all those unwanted subscriptions by going to rocketmoney.com/DJP. Again, that's rocketmoney.com/DJP. It's linked below. Now back to the show.
And my heart starts racing. It's a bit like the honey badger. Starts racing. Are we going to get control of the cinema?
How much do you think it weighed?
14 kilos? What? 14,
Kilos?
14, 15 kilos? Oh, what do you guys use?
God damn it. We use pounds.
Yeah.
How? Yeah, I don't understand metric system.
Like a small child?
Okay.
Yeah, like, you know, like a... Like
how many kilos are in a pound?
Like a 2-year-old? I don't know. You're going back to my science days. You're really going to get me here, right?
Oh, God, do we really have to Google this? Steve, you know the
No.
1 pound is 0.4 kilos.
So 14 kilos, 6 pounds.
So 6 pounds. Okay, got it. 16 pounds. 6 pounds. That's like a newborn.
Yeah. Well, just about a 2-year-old kid.
Okay.
You know, this was a decent animal. And so Savannah Baboon, muzzle like a dog. I'm not trying to say Savannah Baboon.
Give it up, give it up. Wiggy, 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 wow, wiggy, 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 wow, wiggy, wiggy, wow, wiggy, 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 wow.
Yeah, that interesting individual right there.
Wiggy, wiggy, wow.
And so this baboon's going absolutely wild. And, the birds are flying and all this kind of stuff. And they start talking in their own tongue. And I'm like, what's going on here? And the guy's like, I'm going to use it as like a stick, kind of like a fork kind of thing. And I said to myself, what we're going to do is this. I want you to teach me how to handle this. I was about 24, 25 years old. I want to teach me how to handle this. But then we're going to put it back in the cage trap, and then I'm going to do it by myself. The worst mistake, this is coming to the 2 times that I didn't film, is the worst mistake that I made was not recording him teaching me how to handle the baboon. Because I'm supposed to be, this guy that's a know-it-all, and I'm going to come in, I'm going to show how it's done, and da-da-da. So
you wanted to pretend like you knew what you were doing.
Yeah, exactly, 100%. Which I do a lot of the time. And anyway, so I remember I set up the camera, I set it on the tripod, and the guy's like, right, get up there on top of the cage and lift up the cage door. So, okay. So as soon as I do that, now I remember there was only gaps on the mesh lock, and this thing straight away was trying to grab my feet. It was trying to bite me through the cage, and like they've got some teeth on them.
Oh yeah,
this is a gnarly animal. And anyway, it's trying to psych me out. It's making all these crazy noises and all that kind of stuff. And I eventually managed to get the cage door up, and the guy grabs it by the tail. And I remember just watching it grab the size of the cage door, and the cage doors are like flexing in and out, just based on the power of the animal. And at this point in time, I'm thinking, there's no way. There's no humanly way possible we're going to get control of this animal. It's just not even. And I was paying them for this. Right?
Yeah.
So anyway, they've got this thing by the tail, they're pulling it out, this thing's screaming and going off, and anyway, they eventually pull it out, and I'm thinking to myself at that point in time, like, these animals are ambidextrous, and they can probably use their tail the same way as their feet, as like a leverage point, like a pilot does. So anyway, I've almost got like experiments. He's got it by the tail, he's holding it out like this, and this thing's going crazy, and it's like trying to grab in, and then he's saying to his mate, quick, try and pin it down with a stick, Anyway, in all this craziness, it kind of worked out that because of the sheer weight of this animal, it can't pull itself up by its tail. So he's got it by the tail, and it's trying to pull itself up, but like gravity's working against. Mm-hmm. So I'm thinking to myself, oh, well, maybe we've got a bit of a chance here. Anyway, I'm still on the cage at this point in time, and I've jumped down and I'm saying to him, like, what can I do? How can I help? How can I help? And as he's trying to maneuver it into position, what it does is it grabs the sides of the cage and goes, right, well, if I can't get you that way, I know how I'm going to get you. And it pulls itself towards the cage and then just goes, boom, like jumps off the cage back onto him. And I mean, it happened like that. And so automatically it's went for his face. And what he's done is he's put his arm like that straight in front. Mm-hmm. And so the baboon's grabbed him and it's bitten him on the arm. But as it's bitten him, he's turned to me. So all I'm seeing now is the back of a baboon in front of me. And my instinct straight away is like, I've got to help this. The guy's screaming, the baboon's screaming. There's just the worst energy in the world. And I've grabbed this thing by the tail and I've started pulling as hard as I could to rip this thing off. And I just remember the sheer strength of that animal holding on to him. Once again, I thought to myself, there was no way we were going to get this animal under control. Impossible. It was just too powerful. The power of this animal, quite literally. Anyway, pulling, and then finally the animal's released, and as it's released, it's hit the ground and tried to go from there. Right? And I reckon I was maybe inches from being bitten as well. Anyway, it took off the tree, and his went off in shock, screaming, and I said, turn around, show me how bad it is. I need to see how bad it is. And he's went like this. And he's done a really slow, like like when you take like a bite out of an apple, but it's not like a complete bite, and it's sort of like a flat kind of hanging.
Yes.
Just dangling up, and just like bleeding. So I took my shirt straight off. I'm like trying to like stop the bleeding and stuff. And I said to my guy, quick, run up to the car and get the first aid kit. You need to get into hospital. Right. Anyway, yeah, so we end up getting into hospital. We end up getting, and then this is how the story unfolds. Okay, first of which, he was only volunteering at the park. He'd never handled a baboon before. He had no inoculations whatsoever. He had no money. It was a life lesson going to Africa because I feel, have you heard of what they call it, the African promise? Yeah, the promise of the world.
The African promise?
Yeah, it's like, if you ask one of those like street kids, can you help me? Can you do something for me? It doesn't matter what it is, they can do it. It's 100% I can do it. And I thought what was absolutely comical, there could be a jet sitting outside, and I could be like, hey mate, I need to take a flight to Copenhagen. Like, can you fly the jet? And you look at the jet, and you're like, yes, I can fly the jet.
We'll figure it out.
And all this, he's only watched like a trailer of Top Gun, but no, he's a professional. You know what I mean? And so it was one of those learning curves that you just be very careful when asking people for help in Africa, because a lot of times people will tell you that they're an instant expert. And it can get you into a lot of trouble because they want to make money. Of course. Right. Yeah. So I thought that was definitely a big learning curve, particularly for the second time that I went there again. But look, some beautiful people, beautiful culture. Some of the happiest people I've ever seen have been, some of the African tribal people that I've seen. They're a completely different way of life. Yeah. And really, I think it's a different reality for them. The way that they look at the world and through their lens, And I just come from Colombia and I've seen a whole other reality over there. Yeah, the world's a big place.
Yeah, I had this guy Ryan Tate on the show. He's fought in the Iraq War, and he's a veteran, and he started a company called VetPaw, where military veterans who suffer from, a lot of veterans come back from war, and they can't find meaning to their life anymore, right? Like after doing something like that, they come back and they have this just either trauma, PTSD, or like this hyper vigilance where they're always looking over their shoulder because they're used to being in war zones, and it's tough. And getting just a normal working a 9-to-5 job just doesn't fulfill you like doing something like that does. So they need something more in their life. So what he's done, he's created this organization of these veterans that go over there, and they try to protect endangered species and fight off the poachers or all the poaching that's going on with like the elephants and the rhinos and all that. And he was explaining to me basically like this civil war that's going on between the poachers and the rangers running the national parks over there, like trying to fight against the poachers. And the problem is these people are so poor. Historically, there's, obviously there's way more money for the poachers, and there's for getting the ivory and all that stuff. These guys have an opportunity to make a ton of money and like change their lives. So a lot of these guys will go from being poachers to then working for the rangers, trying to protect the rhinos and protect the elephants, and they'll go back and forth. So these guys have like jumped over this bridge multiple times, being on both sides of this fight, and it's crazy some of the stuff they go through. And he was explaining to me they literally like they use their military training to like go into these poachers' houses at night and kidnap them and like arrest them, and it's just like I can't fathom what it would be like, growing up in a place like that where you literally you have to do terrible things to feed your family. Like if I was in the shoes of these poachers and I had to go kill an elephant to feed my kid, I would do it, right? But it's a horrible thing to do. It's like you don't need to do that. There's other ways if you can teach these people and bring in new jobs, or if you could even fund those rangers that are protecting those people or protecting those animals even more, it would make it Africa a much better place and save the animals.
So yeah, look, part of when I went in there doing this documentary, part of it was doing the black market trade, and I saw quite a bit, particularly to do with the ivory product being sold, and I went to a couple of marketplaces where you could buy absolutely anything and everything. And actually, two people within this industry, which I really respect, is Paul Rothschild, which you've had Paul on. Paul's done some amazing work in the conservation space, and I think also has worked under the umbrella of that Paul as well. And another friend of mine, beautiful person, is Harry Turner. Released a documentary last year that won a Grammy called, actually he'd be a great person to get on the podcast, called Wildcat. And essentially he was a British soldier and had went to Iraq. I think he'd done a tour in Iraq, and some pretty bad stuff had happened to him over there. And he was medically discharged. And I don't want to tell too much of his story because I think he's got a really interesting story to tell. Mm-hmm. But he ended up going to the town.
Oh, wow, recent documentary.
Yeah. So I was in the jungle with Harry for quite a period of time, and we know each other's antics quite well. And he done a documentary on.
Oh wow! Look at that guy.
On his connection with an ocelot cat.
Look at that top left photo of him, like nose to nose.
Oh, he's looking sexy there. Don't worry, I've seen him naked.
Oh yeah. Wow.
So he was actually with Paul as well. In the jungle.
Oh no shit.
And so look, he's got a heart of gold, but he's obviously been exposed and seen some stuff as well. Yeah. And that once again, that's his story to tell. He's what he's been through. But well, like I said, going back to the original thing, this industry has a lot of interesting individuals which come from different places, and sometimes a person's connection to nature happens through trauma. Generally there's trauma in the background. So, I think it's what was funny is actually when I was doing the introduction to Discovery Channel, the network, they actually asked me the question. So this connection that you've got with animals and all that kind of stuff, like, where does that come from? It's because they know that sometimes there is inherent psychological traits that forces people to just want to be with animals and not with people.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like the horse one. You stay away. You don't date those horse women.
Yeah. Yeah.
Everyone knows that. Get away from them. If you see them on the Tinder profile and they're a horse girl, stay away from them. No, I'm just joking, I'm mucking around. But yeah, there's definitely some traits in people, psychological traits that connect them to animals, because sometimes they find a hard ability to get along with people and all that kind of stuff. But they're also the same people which write some pretty impressive PhD papers on, animal behaviour, because they can just sink into that wavelength. They really get to understand the animal.
Do you feel this way about even like the most dangerous beasts? Like I know you deal with crocs a lot, and you've been around hippopotamuses. Do you feel any fear when you're dealing with those kind of animals? And how do you approach an animal like that?
So in this industry, I get casted out a lot as, as you talk to the forest, people call me insane, people call me the lunatic and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's how Forrest describes you.
Yeah, but I think in a jokingly sense, because a true lunatic or something that's crazy, I'd have died years ago. You have to have a really good understanding of your physical limitations and where that red line sits, and that can be incredibly difficult. And a lot of people in the industry get caught out. What I'll say is this, is the advantage of being self-taught and being young and having these experiences in the wild and being raw with the animals is very different to, I see this all the time, is a lot of people and the experiences that they have is from the zoological industry. So dealing with animals, or wild animals, but in a captive state. Right. And using that as their underlying skill set or ability in connection with animals. They're a very dangerous person to deal with, because dealing with that animal in a captive state is not the same as dealing with that animal in a wild state. And I see it all the time. And I think a lot of those people in the zoos, they have the animal's my friend. You know what I mean? And a lot of those individuals, they develop these mystical relationships with the animal where they actually believe that there's a closer connection between you and the animal, right? This is where it can get very, very dangerous, because you hear it from time to time. The girl that's been working with a lion for 6 years and then's like, you know what, I'm going to go into the enclosure with it, it understands me. And she gets fucking pulled apart, right? And they've literally got to put her body into like 3 different bags to it. Right. You hear that all the time. And I think
the orca drowning.
I was just thinking about that there too. Yeah, I was just thinking about that one. The interesting thing is, and I think what makes a professional in this industry is being able to draw that line. And there's a quote from the movie Life of Pi. Yes. And you know the scene where the young boy goes over to the tiger and he's trying to feed it, and the father his entire life had told him, stay away from the animal, stay away from the animal. And he goes, no, like, this animal is something about it, like it can see my spirit, it can see my soul and all that kind of stuff. And anyway, he goes to feed the tiger, and the tiger runs at the cage, and then all of a sudden the father grabs him and pulls him back and starts screaming, what are you doing? What are you doing? He goes, I was just trying to be its friend. And the father says, that animal is not your friend. And he says a quote, and this is deep. He says, when you look into that animal's eyes, all you're seeing is your own reflection. The big issue about a lot of people that work in the zoological industry is they look into those animals and they think that they're seeing themselves in that animal, or personality or characters within those animals and within those traits. And that's how their connection is drawn. And it's a very deep psychological way of thinking. Yeah. But I've studied those people in that industry, and a lot of them have this kind of like, that animal's my friend, and I'm the only person that can do this. And sure, there's a relationship that you build with animals and that kind of sense of connection. But there's also a red line there as well, and I've seen it come undone plenty of times before.
You see that a lot and there's particularly one lady on Instagram, I think she's in Hawaii, and she does all of these videos swimming with tiger sharks. And she talks about, like, she's literally swimming with these fat, well-fed tiger sharks, right? And she's talking about how beautiful they are, and like swimming up next to them, riding them, beautiful, touching their noses, and like explaining, like, oh, these are just very beautiful creatures. They're not man-eaters. And she paints this picture of this harmless, loving creature. And when in reality, people don't understand. Like, it goes right to what you said. Like, maybe she's seeing herself in this animal, and they don't realize that these are man-eating beasts that are very, very well fed when dealing with them. If you run into one in the wild, it's not going to be that story.
I think there's 2 ways to look at. Her name's Ocean Ramsey.
Yes.
And she's done amazing things for the conservation of sharks. She's done amazing things to draw, awareness and all that kind of stuff. The biggest issue is that, however, is when you're dealing with these animals, they are habituated animals, And it's not just as easy as like go on your back and swim towards them, and if it comes at you, like push its nose away. I can almost guarantee you that if you try and do that with a wild tiger shark in Australia, I don't care what your skill level has been there off the coast of Hawaii, that animal's can pull you apart and pull you apart fast. It makes a great. The footage looks amazing. Like, the footage that she does is beautiful.
It is. It's incredible.
And she's very aesthetic. Like she looks, amazing in the water.
Her name's Ocean Ramsey.
Yeah. Actually, she'd be a good person to get on the podcast because I'm sure she'd give you her side of the story.
Yeah.
But
have you seen the video of tiger shark eating a guy in Egypt?
Yes, I have. Just
Hey, man, I've never seen anything that fucking brutally terrifying.
I think the part that we can all kind of emote to there is, I think where he's screaming out to his father. Yeah, that's the one. And look, like I said, I think this is all amazing, and I think she's, her heart's definitely in the right place. I think where this would, I think for the normal viewer that just watches her stuff and then goes, oh wow, that's that's really interesting, without because I'm sure that she sends a very strong educational warning out there. You can't do this with all sharks. But to the average person which is just coming across Instagram or YouTube or whatever that sees this, it's just like, maybe I can do this. Maybe I can do this off like the Neptune Islands with a great white shark. Maybe not.
Yeah.
But yeah, look, she's definitely got a skill set, and she definitely understands these animals' behaviour. That's 100%. But my concern wouldn't be for her. It'd probably be for other individuals which might want to try and do these tricks. And I can be honest. I think even for myself, when I go out and catch highly venomous snakes, and I make it look easy, it's not. And there is a skill set, and if you don't know what you're doing, you can probably get hurt.
Forrest said you almost got eaten by a bull shark.
Yeah, I did. The Takis couldn't follow the bastard.
Where were you guys when that happened?
It was probably my fault. So we were filming off the coast of Florida there, and
on the East Coast.
I was there with a guy by the name of, he's passed away now. He was another beautiful person. That was Michael Dornelis. He used to do a lot. Actually, I think Michael Ocean, and I think her husband's name is Juan or something. I think they used to work.
Juan Sharks.
Yeah. So I think they used to do work together. But he was helping film this documentary for History Channel, and essentially what they wanted to do was they wanted to do a scene where there was like a bit of a bait bull sharks, and they wanted me to like swim around and all that kind of stuff. And look. When it comes to sharks, I swim with sharks in Australia, but it's more spear fishing. You see it from a distance. I'll do my thing, you do your thing. And essentially, I tried to swim through a bait ball, which I thought was a good idea, which is an incredibly stupid idea. Anyone will tell you that, And I remember Forrest yelling out to me, being like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "What do you mean?" I said, you wanted me a shot in the middle of them. He's like, "Not like that." And like, there's really like a blood like meatball. I'm like swimming through the middle of them, like, doo-doo-doo. Yeah, one like tried to take my flipper. That was pretty intense. Yeah. Maybe I'll stick to the land animals.
Are there a lot of bull sharks in Australia?
There are. Yeah,
there are.
I do. So I'm involved with the DPI. Which is a Department of Primary Industries, and they run a shark tagging program. So essentially in the Northern Territory. So I run a tools business where I take people out, I teach them how to engage with nature, and very survival focused as well. I haven't talked about that yet, but yeah. So I'll take clients out to go catch these bull sharks in the rivers, and essentially we tag them. It's all part of a program to understand the spatial distribution of these animals and how they're moving.
Right.
So yeah, obviously a big advocate for that as well. But look, we've got a lot of bull sharks, and particularly in the rivers as well. They travel very high up into the rivers. Look, they are involved in a number of attacks as well. There's another guy by the name of Paul de Gelder, and he was attacked by a shark in Sydney Harbour, I believe, back in the day. And now he's a huge advocate for shark conservation. And, he spends a bit of time in the water with them and stuff. He's doing some amazing work. But yeah, he got nailed, and I think he lost his leg and his arm. I think he got hit by a big bull shark. But
sharks are getting crazy in Florida right now, man.
I've heard it.
It's really bad. They're literally everywhere, and I think Forrest, I don't know if Forrest, maybe it was Manny was telling me, like, now if you go off the East Coast and all these guys got to do to bring in bull sharks is they just jump in the water and start popping the bands on their spear guns and things.
Yeah.
And even in like surf, like like up in Daytona Beach, you can't go surf for 30 minutes without seeing sharks, black tip, spinner sharks, bull sharks. They're just everywhere, man. And like it's a real problem with spear fishermen now. Like they are everywhere.
Well, the question is this is the big question. I think this is a question that's been highlighted in Australia, particularly to do with crocodiles and the booming population of the crocodiles. Is at the end of the day, it's their environment.
Yes, it's their environment. It's true.
Ultimately,
yeah.
Because even in Australia, it's been questions about the shark culls and the culls of crocodiles and all that kind of stuff as well. And that's been a big issue in Australia. Has been what to do with this increasing crocodile population. But I think there has to be a very intelligent respect for the fact that these animals occupy that land space. They've occupied that land space for millions of years before us, and essentially that's their environment. So it's not so much of how do we manage them? It's how do we manage ourselves?
Right. But sharks are really protected here. Like you're not even allowed to kill sharks. You're not allowed to catch sharks for sport. Like you're not allowed to have tournaments where you catch sharks. So Mandy's thing was like he believes that they should bring those back. Like it's not going to hurt. Sharks are so overpopulated right now. It would be fair to kill some of the sharks. Like it's not a problem. They're not like endangered. There's not a problem with too few sharks reproducing or whatever. If there's anything, there's like more and more sharks than there have ever been. But it is a cycle at the same time, right? Like back in the 90s and the 80s, there was a very, very low shark population. Then it ramped up again, then it went back down again, and now it's at its peak.
Right. Well, I think the biggest difference between, I've seen like, even when I was in Africa, is you have what they call like carrying capacity. And even here in the States, with the hunting of deer and the hunting of all these other animals, the ducks and so forth, is there's a respected amount of animals that can be essentially hunted, which won't prevent the population at hand. Obviously this is looked at. Data is looked at by ecologists and by wildlife experts and all that kind of stuff, and different modelling systems to identify that. How that works for sharks and shark populations, I'm not an expert in that. I don't know. But look, in Australia, I know we've definitely got that in play. To do with your target species and even like the size, and even like the gender and all that kind of stuff. Can it work? Yes, it can work. But is it one of those things where people like to talk about what's called like the trophic cascade effect, where you take out like a large predator and then you've got this unbalancing effect that happens in the environment in the ecosystem. I think that's probably where the big concern is, and that's where you have more of like a conservative approach rather than a.
There's this dude who lives down the east coast, southeast coast of Florida. He goes by the name of Python Cowboy. Have you heard of him?
I think I have heard.
Yeah. So he hunts iguanas.
Yes.
And I guess iguanas are a huge problem. They're a big-time invasive species around here. And he does these incredible expeditions where they go out and they hunt these iguanas. And he'll ride around the rivers and through the Everglades on these airboats.
Yep.
And they'll pop iguanas with these little pellet guns.
I've seen this. Yes.
I'm not sure what they do with the iguana.
Because I was going to say, because I know I've just come from Central America, and they're everywhere there.
Really?
They've got introduced here, didn't they?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. They get brought here to sort of cull a different species, and then the iguanas eventually get out of control, and they're killing everything.
Sounds like the Australian story.
Yeah, exactly.
It sounds like. Yeah, because over there, some of the indigenous people they eat and actually taste pretty good like chicken. You know what I mean?
Really?
Yeah. So if they're an invasive species, then I wonder if there'd be any kind of market to actually sell the meat as an exotic meat, as a jerky, as
Yeah.
Because in Australia, we've got a lot of invasive, a lot of feral species there. We've got a lot of prime production ones. So we've got pigs, we've got goats, we've got wild horses, wild donkeys, we've got water buffalo. We've got rabbits, we've got hares, we've got foxes, the list goes on. We've had some of the worst invasive species coming to Australia. Australia has essentially been identified as an ecological disaster. So. Literally, and I think that's probably why the Australian continent, and we have to be, the Australian continent has become so conservative with our environment. If you try to go into Australia, there's a natural box that says, do you have any soil on your shoes? Because of the concern of bringing in any kind of soil bacterium. So have you been working on a farm? So I think Australia is very proactive in terms of having all these security layers which are in play to prevent these problems. And it's not just in the space of the introduction of an animal species, but also zoonotic diseases as well. So we've got huge concerns of like brucellosis, tuberculosis, foot and mouth disease, and that's only a stone throw away. Indonesia. This is a whole other topic, which is a huge concern to Australia, and that's why our biosecurity and all that kind of stuff. We have to have such a strict thing in play because Australia was separated as an island for such a period of time. This island is completely unique. It really is. The environment, the ecosystem, the animals which inhabit these areas have done so for millions and millions of years and adapted so without the intrusion of invasive species.
Right.
And so, unlike America, where you can go and get a tag or a license or a permit to go and shoot native animals under that whole carrying capacity approach, in Australia, you can't really. I know in the Northern Territory, we've got the ability to hunt like the magpie geese and all that kind of stuff, but throughout all the other states, you can't go and shoot kangaroos unless you've got what's called like a commercial harvest license. So essentially, you're only shooting kangaroos to supply for for the marketplace, right? Okay. But in terms of like recreation, you can't go out there and shoot like a wombat. You can't go and shoot like it's completely illegal. You can't do it. But we do have the novelty of being able to go and hunt feral animals because we've got so many. Like you can spend time in Western Queensland, Western New South Wales, and Northern Territory, and you'll probably come across more invasive animals, what you call invasive animals, than you will native animals. Quite literally. Wow. And the big problem about these invasive animals is they are reservoirs for a lot of dangerous diseases. So, for example, like the feral pigs, like in Florida, are reservoirs for leptospirosis, like tuberculosis, like Japanese encephalitis, like a real bad one. Right. Same as the water buffalo as well. So we've introduced these management plans, not just in government sector, but in the private sector, where people can actually go out and harvest these animals and consume them. There's nothing wrong with consuming the meat if it's prepared the right way.
Right.
So I've got a lot of friends that they'll go and shoot pigs and eat the pigs as well. Mm-hmm.
I didn't know people killed kangaroos.
Yeah, so we've got them on the shelf at Woolworths. You're equivalent to Walmart, like the Woolworths.
Really? Is it any good?
Look, kangaroo meat's probably one of the best meats. Really? Very high protein base. I do have it from time to time. It's done in a very sustainable way.
Is there a problem with kangaroos? Is there too many of them?
When I think about the word too many, I think, what have we done wrong?
Exactly.
So
we think that we can just come in and play God and try to like fix the balance of the ecosystem.
Well, I think what happened was this. Mate, this drink's making me high. Have you put anything in this drink?
How are you feeling?
No, I feel like I'm about to do a backflip out of the sea.
This shit's great, man.
Serious. I've really just started to feel it.
It's kratom, bro. It's amazing. It's like magical.
This is not like an advertisement. I'm being serious. Like I'm feeling like I'm about to fucking start doing on the table or something.
You drink two of them and you're taking a nap.
Mate.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, it's weird.
So in Australia, what happened was there was a lot of areas which was that they manipulated or manufactured for the production of like cereal grains, like your oats, your barley, your wheat. And so with that, they've had to introduce like a lot of big irrigation dams and all that sort of stuff. So when you introduce a resource, so we've got water and now we've got grain, all of a sudden you can actually sustain a lot of native animal species, right? Particularly like kangaroos, emus, right? So what happened was like through a lot of like central Queensland and out through New South Wales, where the population probably many years ago was actually quite low because there was no resources or the availability of such good resources, quality resources. All of a sudden now with supplies there, what are you going to have? You're going to have population problems, which we have. And it's not just the native animals, but like a lot of like rat species being like rat plagues. And with the rat plagues, it'll be like, snakes, like, it's all like a follow-on kind of effect. So kangaroos also can get managed as a pest to primary production. So like if you're like a wheat owner or oats or whatever, and you identify an area which is being impacted by the kangaroos, I believe you can acquire a permit to go and shoot them. So these animals, you're just going to be shot for probably dog meat or whatever. This is quite contentious in Australia because, kangaroos are a beautiful animal. We love our kangaroos, but at the same time, it's being turned into a commodity. So there can be, a lot of friction between the conservationists and people who, take the other side of the spectrum, which is just like, well, hold on, we have a commodity here that can be utilised, And the same goes for crocodiles as well. There's a lot of speculation about the use of crocodile meat because, like the alligators here, we have a farming system in place where you can actually farm crocodiles and sell the meats and the skins and all that kind of stuff, which goes to rivers. But the difference is with kangaroos is we don't farm kangaroos. It's called like wildlife harvest. So you'll go out into the field. There's people that have these licenses. It's got to be a specific area. You can only shoot a specific amount, and not just that. The size of the kangaroo is very important as well. And I'll tell you what happened. Really interesting. This was back in the 90s, and they were doing estimations, like population estimates on kangaroos. And essentially, they went into one area and they said, right, we're going to go in here, we're going to shoot out, let's just say there was 10,000 kangaroos. We're going to go out and shoot 1,000 kangaroos and see, what this does to the population over time. And I believe this is CSIRO that was doing this population study. And they went in, and these guys went out shooting. Obviously, they went and shot the bigger, larger males. And a couple of years later, they went back and they done a population study. And I think it had quadrupled. And they were trying to figure out what the had happened. Wow. And this is why nature's nature, and it's so important to know the depths of how animals interact in their own communities and their social hierarchies. So essentially the larger males prevent the smaller males from breeding. So all of a sudden when you start shooting out all your larger males, it then gives the opportunity for the smaller males to breed, because the larger ones are essentially preventing the, right? Mm-hmm. Which I thought was really interesting. I think when this comes to light and it kind of makes sense, you're kind of like, oh yeah, I can see that now. This is the concern about going in and managing any kind of wild, animal populations. You just don't know what the compounding effect's going to be. And we've got some big examples. We've got the cane toad in Australia, and that was probably the dumbest thing that anyone could have done. The what? The cane toad. Actually, isn't it here in Florida? Isn't it introduced into Florida as well? It was introduced originally into Hawaii, then from Hawaii into Australia. And this thing has caused... This creature has caused, the almost extinction of many native species of animals. It's a poisonous toad. What's the fact sheet? Originally coming from South America, it was introduced into Australia as a form of what we call biological control. Because at the time, the sugarcane industry in Australia, I believe this was back in the 1950s, early 1950s, or could have been 1930s. 1930s it was. They introduced this cane toad to eliminate the cane beetle, but the problem was the cane beetle existed at the top of the stalk. Cane toad is a terrestrial species that can only go along the ground. Right, so that was the first point.
We didn't think that one through.
No, didn't think that one through. The second one that they didn't think through is it's got a toxin that it releases from what's called the parotid gland at the back of the neck, and essentially this milky substance, when it's consumed, particularly by any other reptile species, it's almost instant death. So, and even for like a large crocodile, for example, like a saltwater crocodile or a freshwater crocodile, it consumes this. It can kill it. Even like small mammals, like your quolls and all that kind of stuff. Right. All these species were essentially being affected, and the populations numbers were dropping. Huge concern, particularly the monitor lizards as well. The large monitors. Right. The population was being declined. So. And the reproduction rate of these animals is just, it's unbelievable. One female can spawn up to 20,000 eggs or 30,000 eggs or whatever it is. So trying to control this species in a physical format, it's just not possible. The only way forward would be, the release of the virus. What's that going to lead to that? Right. So yeah, Australia has definitely been a place of experiments and a place that probably a lot of the world has looked at and been like, well, it's not going to do that. You know what I mean? So, yeah, but we've dealt with that. But, I think in time, I think technology is going to come to a point in time where we may be able to reverse a lot of these effects.
Coyotes are a huge problem in the States. They're everywhere. They're in every neighborhood, every city. Don't care what city you want to mention, they're there. They're literally everywhere. They're running around this neighborhood all the time. And that's a similar thing to what you were explaining with the kangaroos, but not quite. I guess what happens when you kill them, the females realize when another coyote has died or a part of their little pack has gotten smaller, they do some sort of crazy mating call and they start reproducing more. They start reproducing more pups.
don't know if it's probably not a specific mating couple, what they do. Like, somehow biologically, when they know that a part of their pack has died off, they automatically just produce like more and more pups than they normally have. So it's like a reverse effect of if you're killing more of them, they're just reproducing like triple what they would have normally, which is really crazy.
Interesting.
Yeah, similar to the kangaroo thing.
Right.
I wanted to ask you about your crazy quest you did through, what's it called, like Arnhem Land? Arnhem Land? Yeah. What was that about? And where is Arnhem Land?
Okay, so Arnhem Land is in the northern frontier of the Northern Territory. It spans. Have you seen the Northern Territory before? Like maybe if you get it up on the map, it'll put things into
Northern Territory of Australia.
Northern Territory of Australia. But even if you type in Arnhem Land, which is spelled ARN.
ARNHEM.
So yeah, ARNHEM. Arnhem Land. Here we go.
Click on the map.
And I guess this is almost like my tourism plug that I'll put in now.
So is this big national park?
So that's Kangaroo National Park.
Okay.
But if you type in, it might pop up. So it kind of spans all this land through here.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. So the Northern Territory in the northern part of Australia is probably one of the most wildest places on it. Like, it's literally probably the last wild frontier in Australia. It is a place that has some of our biggest predators. You know, a lot of the crocodiles there. Amazing bird life. The wildlife and the diversity of wildlife and the diversity of habitats in different bioregions there is unbelievable. It really is. So I guess that's why it attracts a lot of people. Even if, like the US, we've got like a lot of US clients that go to. So that's actually where I started. So down where it says Numbula. Yeah, on the coast. That's where I started the walk. Essentially, I walked from there all the way into Catherine, which was about 700 and something kilometers.
Holy shit.
Yeah, so I walked directly across it.
What's that, 500 miles? Something like that?
Something like that, yeah. So it had never been accomplished before.
What?
By a solo person, and there's Catherine just there, just below the gorge. So, Catherine. And I'd like to say, I walked it as a crow flies, but that's impossible because it's such a treacherous landscape. I was actually told by a lot of people that it just wasn't possible, couldn't be done. And that, to me, I feel like that's where I'm at in my life now, Daniel. When someone says, when something can't be done, and I mean a proper, that can't be done or whatever, that's where I really go. I feel like I've saturated myself with like a lot of things, but if there's something like, that's what really got me laughing. Forrest is probably going to say, don't you dare. But if that Tasmanian tiger, if there is a good confirmed sighting of that thing in Western Papua New Guinea, I'll drop everything now and I'll spend the next 6 months there trying to hunt that thing down to find it.
Talk about the thylacine?
Wow. Tiger. Yeah.
Is there any evidence that thing's still around? There's any of them left?
I think there's a very small circle of people that know the information about it. There may potentially be a location out there in Western Papua New Guinea.
Really?
There may be. Definitely not in Tasmania or on the Australian mainland.
Do you really think you could catch this thing?
Oh, look, I wouldn't want to catch it. That would be the last thing on my list.
Okay.
I don't want to.
You don't want to even touch it.
No. I would love to take a picture of it. I would love to film it doing its thing. That would. I think, and maybe to be honest, and I'll be completely honest here,
I might as well just catch it.
No, I think it's too precious. I think this is to the deeper core of me. I think as my connection with nature. You know what? I don't even think I'd want to take a picture of it or film it, because what am I doing there?
Yeah.
What am I doing?
Right.
I'm doing the very thing that I just said at the original start of the podcast again. It's that whole exploitation of, it's trying to make a name for myself. You know what I mean? Like,
I think if they
I don't think you're hurting anything by taking a photo of a thylacine. You're not giving up its location.
I think the concern, but I think the concern would be if I did something like that, the amount of people that would jump on the bandwagon and try and go out there, and that's where my concern would be for that animal. And I think the depths of where I'm at, I think now in my life would be, if I did see something like that, maybe what I'd do is I'd show a couple of very select few people and say, this is the picture, this is the footage, this doesn't go anywhere else, but it's there, but it is there. You know, who those people would be, I'd show Forrest, definitely.
Right.
And just so he could say, yeah, he's definitely down one. There'd probably be a small handful of people, but I don't think I would release it to the world and say, you know, I think it's personal. It's really personal, I feel. Only because it represents such an internationally hot topic, this animal, that it's been questioned so much. This animal's been extinct and now it's alive and there's sightings and all that kind of stuff. And I think a lot of that's been debunked. But if it was out there in Papua New Guinea, I think it would be unbelievable. It really would.
Do you think if they found it, they would try to bring it back and try to increase its population?
I think the first thing that would happen is this. If it's still there, it's essentially saying one thing that's been understood. And there's probably nothing wrong with the population. Right? That's probably the first thing where my mind would go. The second thing is, if someone did come across it, I'm just trying to think. Look, I don't know what Papua New Guinea is like at the government, but if a place knows that it's got something, if it's got a white unicorn, I would be concerned that they might fund an internal project to capture some specimens and say, we want an investment to create a zoo or whatever, to bring the world to Papua New Guinea to show them, and they would wrap it into a very conservation, zoological, featured thing. And from an economic point of view, it would be a huge... it'd be
do what human beings do.
We get something and we manipulate it, you know. And I think that would be my gut instinct to what the government would do. That would be my gut.
You're probably right. Yeah, I think you're right about that.
Yeah, because Papua New Guinea, I think, is quite, it's a developing country, and if they had that unicorn, that golden card, they're definitely going to use it to their advantage.
I think it's probably the smartest idea, no matter what species it is, and whether there's too many of them or too little of them. It's probably, look, I'm sure there's nuance in here. There's probably, it's probably not just black and white, but by and large, we probably shouldn't try to fuck with it.
100%. Yeah. Well, look, they are going to bring, I think Forrest follows that laboratory group quite well. They are going to try and bring one back, and I think in our lifetime we will see one. But whether or not there are still living specimens today, and I went through that whole thing with him, as why I believe there's not any in Tasmania. This is, imagine like a big form of honey badger here. This is, it was a scavenger animal, it was an opportunist. It used to move vast distances, it had a huge home range. It would have popped up in someone's backyard, it would have popped up at a campsite. It wasn't necessarily a fearless animal of people, because that's why it was such an easy animal to hunt. I think that if there was a small population in Tasmania, it would have popped up in the amount of game cameras, with the amount of solo people joining there trying to explore to take that golden picture. I think even the Times magazine back in the day said they were going to give $1 billion. It was like $1 billion for live footage of Tasmanian tiger. I think they had something like that back in the day. Look, I think the last reported sighting was in 86, something like 88, by a guy by the name of Nick Mooney. It was a Parks and Wildlife ranger. Mm-hmm. And the Forrest has actually done an interview with him, and he said, look, I don't think it was a tourism plug. I genuinely believe he saw one. One of the last ones, one of the last ones. But, it's a shame what happened. It just goes to show that, when humans come in and we try to manage things in a way that we think is right for our best interests, this is what happens. We lose a beautiful species like this from the earth.
But yeah, I would love to catch one. Fuck it. We're gonna go for it. We're gonna get him. Johnny, hold on. I'd be hated, but I don't care because I'd have my Tasmanian tiger.
Yeah, right.
But yeah, no.
But Arnhem Land, Arnhem Land. Yeah. What made you decide you wanted to trek 800 kilometers across this fucking barren landscape? What is it made of? What is it? Is it all forest or swamps? Like what does it consist of?
Well, to answer the question, what made me do it? I think one word: fear.
Had anyone else? Were you aware of anyone else who had done it?
I am sure. I'm not going to take anything away from the Aboriginal people. The Aboriginal people are unbelievable. Our Indigenous Australians and what they can do. I'm sure they traversed it back and forth, up and down, and all that kind of stuff. And they've done it as a group. I think I'm the first white man to have done it solo. I do believe, however, that Indigenous people walked. They walked that continent backwards and forth. You know what I mean? Part of the reason why I wanted to do it was there was a lot of fear about walking that place. And to answer that question of what does it comprise of, Arnhem Land comprises of floodplains, it comprises of swamps, billabongs, escarpments. It is so diverse in the habitat features which are there, which is what brings a lot of tourism into the area because it's such a wild space. It's also a space which is perishable. You get lost out there. And if you get lost out there, you don't know what you're doing. You'll die pretty fast. It's remote. It's a very remote land. And there are Aboriginal communities that exist all throughout it. I think there's a population up to like 20,000 Aboriginal people that still sustain themselves. Yeah. Look,
okay. They're not like these uncontacted tribes that shoot you 6-foot arrows. Okay.
No. Look, I think in general, the Aboriginal people out there definitely want their privacy, and to go into these areas, you need a special permit to do so, to go into those areas. But, Aboriginal people are very welcoming. I think there's probably, to the outside people from the West that don't know much about the Aboriginal people in Australia, very welcoming. Very fun to hang out with in the bush as well. The ingenuity is unbelievable. Actually, part of my job, working with the Australian Defence Force, that's something I do as well part-time, is we do a lot of recruiting with Indigenous Australians. And they're amazing because they know all those places like the back of their hands. They're almost like the security guards in the bush. So we call it like the human terrain model, where we try to understand more about what's happening in those remote areas where we don't have surveillance, because the Indigenous people out there, they are our eyes and ears, and we get a lot of our intel from that. So particularly in a lot of our remote coastal areas where there might be drug importation coming in, illegal fishing and all that kind of stuff. Really? Indigenous people, they'll see tracks walking down the road, and they'll know whose footsteps they are within the community. If the footsteps don't look right, they'll be like, okay, something's going on here. So yeah, we've got the best surveillance.
It's called the Australian Defence Force.
We have the best surveillance system in the world in the northern parts of Australia, and that's the Aboriginal people.
Wow, that's incredible. What sort of people are you guys looking for up there? You said drug trafficking.
Potentially, from Indonesia. So we do get quite a lot from that pathway that comes in, because Indonesia is not too far from Australia. Right. And there's a lot of like archipelagos, like little islands in between, and so that's definitely a transit route for drugs. So it's actually called Norforce. So it's a division, squadron that I'm in part time.
Is that Norforce?
So NOR FORCE.
Yeah, Norforce.
Yeah.
Wow, these are some of the natives there?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So, no, look, it's an amazing place, and it's full of so many different skill sets. When we're out there and we're doing operations on the coastline, you're always learning something from the Indigenous people there, whether it's like different types of bush tucker or how to navigate through the bush. It's an amazing thing to become part of.
That's wild.
So I've been doing that for a couple of years now.
So when you did this trek, sorry, go ahead.
So Arnhem Land, it was 700 kilometres. It was a fear of mine, all different types of landscape through there. And I took a horse, which was essentially a green horse. Danny, I was a fucking idiot. I'm not a horse person, though. First thing. Like, you know the original idea? The original idea was I picked up a donkey from the fucking property owner. I thought I'm going to do the trip with the donkey. This donkey was the biggest, right? He had a character, but he was a proper, he definitely wasn't a stallion. But, originally I was going to do it with a donkey. And then it worked out to be a bad idea. Not because we didn't have an amazing relationship. This donkey was like my best friend. It's like Shrek's donkey or that.
What about a mule? Did you think about getting a mule?
A mule would be good. Yeah. They're a hardy animal. But this donkey, so he was loyal to the fact that he would follow me everywhere and all that kind of stuff. But as soon as I put a rope around him, he was like, well, hold on a second. You putting a rope around me, we're not on the same level now, are we? Like, I'm like subservient to you. And
he didn't like that.
No, he did not like that. And he was smart. Like, I was trying to train him, and I'd like cross like a bit of a river, and I'd like try and lead him, and he'd be like, I'm not going. But he was smart. He'd wait for me to cross the river first, almost like look out for crocodiles. And he's like, he waited safe to the other side, now I'll go. If you're going to put yourself in a situation where you're going to be relying on an animal for your survival, because he was carrying my water, he was carrying my food, don't pick an animal which is a liability.
Right.
Okay. So I went with a green horse. Even after that lesson had been learned, I took a horse that had never had a pack saddle on it. Yes. And in 4 days, I was trying to teach this animal to have weight on its back. Oh, it was a disaster. Stupid, I know. Look, I've done some dumb things. But you know what they say?
What they say?
The worst of ideas make for the greatest of memories.
That's very true.
But it was, it was a challenging experience, and I was completely living off the land. I was hunting anything and everything I could find out there, running down water buffaloes. This is another Netflix episode.
How much food and water did you bring with you?
So water provisions, I believe I was using the camelback bladders. I think I had up to about 12 litres of water.
Okay.
Right, so that's 12 kilos there.
Is that enough to last you, think? You imagine
No. So in this route that I was transiting, I was actually going through river systems and going through billabongs where I'd have to, get water, boil it, prepare it, and all that kind of stuff. There were obviously places I could drink like straight from the river because of how clean it is. You are running risks there of getting waterborne, bacterium and all that kind of stuff. But I feel over the years my gut's become pretty hardened to that sort of stuff. But look. In a survival sense, prepare your water. Okay, that's my first advice. Look, I was running down pigs, I was catching water buffaloes and all that kind of stuff, and barramundi and spearing barramundi, and essentially just living off the land. But I went in at I think 74 kilos and walked out at like 52 kilos. I took rations of rice and like the shortbreads, but that didn't last long. And then my body just essentially went into a form of ketosis because I was just eating all, meat products. And I became very wiry, and my instinct was so sharp. And you have all these innate instincts inside of you, right? So you'll be, for example, because it was such a period of time that I was going without sugar, my body instinctively was making me look up. Why is it making me look up? And what's interesting is, when you're in the bush, I feel like your brain says downloading information, right? And so there must have been, as a child, me getting honey from a beehive, up high. And that's an instinctive clue, glucose, honey, look up high. All these little innate kind of things which are just sinking in, and it's just funny, even things of, the animal tracks, animal tracks leading you to water. This is all subconscious things that would be going through my mind that your brain just taps into. You're not even consciously even thinking about this, but it's like...
This is just like evolution boiling up to the surface.
Yes, 100%. And we all have it inside of us. I think that's been one of my biggest messages is everyone on this earth, you're really on this earth, we've come from this earth. We didn't come from anywhere else. We've evolved from this earth. We have the skills, the ability, we have the biology, we have everything inside of us to sustain us in any kind of environment. And we've got that ability. But we need to train ourselves to get back there. We are losing it.
That blew my mind because Paul Rosalie explained that really concisely when he was in here, how when he first went down to the Amazon and he was wearing his shoes, they were all laughing at him, like, look at this gringo with the shoes on, and then eventually he took them off. And after like a couple of days walking through the jungle, the birds, the monkeys, the way the wind blows, it all communicates to you in a way where you understand what's going on, you understand where danger is, you understand where you need to go, and it's just like this crazy network. Yep. It's this network that just connects to you, and these innate traits that we have, and these signals or antennas that we have inside of us that are buried from technology come to the surface, and now we are communicating with the forest and with nature, and it's fascinating.
I think it's generational as well. Like if you think about it, like our ancestors and all this information, there's got to be genetic material which is being passed on. Whether it could be the fear of snakes, for example. If your grandfather's grandfather had a bad experience with a snake, this is kind of like information which is being passed down the lines. And I really believe in that kind of information. Even like character traits, for example. When someone turns and say, "Oh, you're just like your uncle. You're just as stubborn as your uncle, or you're just as stubborn as your father," or whatever it might be. I believe it's true because we see this same downloading of information in nature. And they've actually seen it with, when I was talking about with the cane toads? Yeah. Okay, so what's happened now is monitor lizards, now the generation of monitor lizards in Australia do not consume cane toads. They've learnt not to. You know why? Because through the process of this species adapting to the cane toads, there has been selective decisions which have been made probably by individuals not to consume it based on smell or the way it looks or whatever, and that genetic information is now being passed through. Right. And I've watched it. I've watched a monitor lizard go up to a cane toad and just completely avoid it. And it's got nothing to do with the fact that it's learned it as a species on this earth now, like as an individual. This has been information which has been hardwired through.
It's not like they
It's
can write a memo.
like the turtles. How the turtles will, navigate for, islands that they've, never been to. Or a crocodile, for example, will leave from one place and go to an island where the turtles will be simultaneously, hatching. How do they even know that information? This is all information which is being passed on. So we're not too different from the animals as well. I believe there's a lot of information which is inside of us, at a very deeper level that can only come to the surface if you put yourself in those situations. And I believe it. 100% I believe it. We are animals. Only a couple hundred years ago, our ancestors were out there living off the land.
Right.
Literally. It's not far.
So what were some of the biggest things you noticed, like in your body, or things that changed in you after you went so many days without eating any carbs or rice or anything, and you were only eating what you killed? Like, other than the fact you said you were always looking up. But was there anything else?
I realised how much I miss fucking Subway. You do get cravings. Like, my biggest cravings is always Fruit Loops and Snickers. Just high sugar. It's not like, I'll learn, and Fanta. Don't know
So
why.
you're just fantasizing about junk food when you're out there.
A lot of times you are, yeah. And I think that's like an evolutionary thing, where it's just like, it keeps you enticed to, keep hunting or tracking. In that situation, you become very calculated at how much energy that you use up and what you're chasing. Like, for example, I'd see like a group of pigs, and just by watching them, I'd be like, right, I can see the weakest link there, and I'd be working out in my head strategically. I'd be calculating how much energy it's going to take to acquire that animal. Because I do what's called persistence hunting, where I chase that animal down. You know what I mean? So if I know that I'm going to be running like 2 or 3 kilometers, how much energy do I have in me to get me that distance, and how much energy am I going to get back from that animal? Does that make sense?
Right.
So it's like using like an energy system, sort of thing. That can only work so long because, running your body just off eating meat and organs and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, although nutritional in terms of energy though, you need your carbs. And that was something that I was lacking. So my body was slowly deteriorating.
Really?
Yes. Yep. What I do think is interesting is actually after this, and this actually part of the reason of joining Norfolk was I had one of the high commanders got in contact with us after I'd done this expedition from Ireland and said, "Did you know that the Australian Defence Force, we run a survival course?" And then that's what actually got me involved in the Australian Defence Force, being a survival instructor. Yeah, but they had heard of my antics and catching animals and all that kind of stuff. And, when you have these self-taught abilities and skill sets, they're priceless. You can't read them in a book. So, it was a way of me being able to teach some of my skills, abilities, and techniques to soldiers in any kind of situation where they'd have to survive for like a period of time. So
how many days total did that trek take?
It was 42.
42 days. Did you have any sort of like lifeline in case you got really in trouble? Did you have like a sat phone?
I did. So I did have it sorted out in that way. There was a time where I got lost, and I thought, I'm in some big trouble now. Like, so batteries all out, all gone, because I was running off like solar power.
Yeah.
But I did work out that if I essentially kept walking in a westerly format, I was going to hit river systems. And so when hitting river systems, essentially you can sustain yourself for a period of time. There's a lot of food out there.
Right.
At any given time, I knew that I could get out of that situation. But look, a lot of people go missing in the Northern Territory, and generally they will cast, this is the rescue services, they will cast a 3-day window or a 4-day window with searches. Reason being is, and there's actually a guy, I think, in South Australia, he's a doctor, and when they do a rescue on someone, let's just say it's you, they'll get in contact with your local doctor, can I get all his health records? Okay. Is he asthmatic? Does he have, blood glucose problems? And how should he is? What's his BMI and all that kind of stuff? And strategically, they'll just develop like a biological format around you to see how long you'll last.
No shit.
Based on layers. So whether you're in the cold, or you're in this climate, whether you're in the Northern Territory. If you're in the Northern Territory, don't know what it is in Fahrenheit, but 35, 38 degree days, you go out there without water, you're probably going to last, we call it the rule of 3. So, 3 days without water, 3 weeks without food, 3 minutes without oxygen, 3 hours exposed to the environment, whether you're in the cold or in the heat and all that kind of stuff. This is like a general format that they use, but we'll generally cast about a 3-day window for people, between 3 and 5 days to survive out there in the outback. If you've got no real understanding of skill sets, you got to be careful, man. You perish fast out there. The crows will be your friend. Even when I was walking on them, man, the crows would be hanging around.
Really?
Watching me 100%. Yeah. But they started, they actually realised, because I was so successful with what I was doing in terms of hunting food, I reckon I had these pair of crows follow me all the way from the coast of fucking Numbulwar into Caffrey. They followed me because every single time I was catching food or pigs or whatever, I was just throwing the scraps just following me like a beacon.
And you were building fires to cook the pigs?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, everything.
What were you afraid of? What would have been the number one way?
You're afraid of. You're afraid of your own isolation. You're afraid of yourself in your own.
What was the biggest threat to you out there?
So I rolled my ankle actually trying to catch a water buffalo, and so that was bad because I had to strap it. Look, I've always told people this would be my advice, and this is in a psychological format. Don't look at it like you've got to walk 700 kilometres, because that's really going to mentally get to you. The way that you've got to be able to undertake any kind of
lettuces and folks. Tank signs with the full platters.
Break down at 700 kilometres.
Again, on the west side?
10-kilometre journeys or 15-kilometre days. So in your mind frame, that morning when you wake up isn't, I've got to go 700 kilometres. No. Keep that in the back of your mind. When you wake up, you objectify that you need to walk 15 kilometres to that next river. That's where your day is ending. And tomorrow will be a new day. That is the way that you undertake those expeditions. Whether you're walking the fucking Amazon River, you need to be able to break down and compartmentalize the journey. Because if you're thinking as a thing as a whole, you're mentally going to fry yourself out. So there's a saying from a book, and it goes, and this is almost always hits an emotional part of me, because me and that horse went through fucking a lot, man. We went through fucking hell. I remember there was a day out there for 2 days where I went without water. That was tough. 48 hours with no water. Whilst walking, that was a bad one. And so at the start of the trip, me and this horse, we couldn't have been any further apart of, human and fucking horse. And as the trip went along, obviously the connection just built and built and built to the point that we were able to actually do this thing together. I didn't even need a rope on him.
Really?
No, he just followed me.
Oh,
in fact, he was actually helping me catch the, I don't know if you got, so that one down there, that's a water buffalo, Asiatic water buffalo.
Which picture?
So down here to the right, go right.
Bottom right?
Yeah, that one. Yeah. They're like the ones we have.
Dude, that's a big fucking...
Oh, they are. You can catch them. I was telling Forrest how to catch them.
You were going to eat one?
Well, I took down 3 when I was there.
What?
Yeah. The shit thing was I only had a small knife, a K-bar, and I had like a 4-inch blade, so that was... Yeah, so when I tied them up and brought them down, and then I had to kill it with that knife, that was...
How did you do that?
I can explain. It's quite graphic. I just want to let people know that when you are in a situation, a survival situation, yes, keep your morals about you. Yes, keep your ethics about you. But the only way to survive is you need to be a savage.
Same Publix, the same fucking, you're not shopping at the grocery store, you're literally led for death.
You have to be, you become a savage.
Yeah.
Okay. But, yes, you try and keep your morals and ethics about you.
Mm-hmm.
How I had to kill him? You bring him down to the ground, tie him up so he can't move.
So, first of all, when you spotted him, where was he?
What do you mean? He's on land.
So he wasn't in the water. He was because usually they're in the water.
So normally they do hang around with water, the water buffalo, and you can find it in around the billabongs, particularly in the early mornings and later in the afternoons. That's when I come to drink.
Mm-hmm.
But during the day, you'll just see him out in the floodplain.
So you just
see him out walking,
okay.
And then you pick your match. Generally you're going for an older bull, like an older male bull.
Right.
You stick to him, you make that commitment, and you just keep going for it. So I had a lasso. So I'd run him. So persistence hunting. So I'm running behind. And
we're talking. Are we talking sprinting or jogging?
How fast? So I'm not talking David Rudisha 800-meter sprinter.
Usain Bolt.
Usain Bolt. No. You keep an average speed on him. You keep pressure on him.
Okay.
And those older bulls, they'll run for a good distance, but I normally just keep behind them. What you want is that animal to turn back on you. Any animal that turns back on you, I say, now you're laughing, because that animal's made a decision that it's went from flight into fight.
Right.
And now it's like, okay, well, now it's mano a mano. So what I would do is I'd run with these animals, and then I'd get a lasso around him, and then I'd run with him with the lasso. Now, you're talking about a 1-ton animal. The only way to hold up a 1-ton animal is what I would do is, as I was chasing behind him, he would go to one side of the tree. Like imagine, as I'm running, you need to pick your trees good too, because your tree's going to be your anchor point. So you've got about 25 meters of rope. You run with this buffalo, and all of a sudden you see a tree up ahead, and you chase him in such a way that he goes to the left or to the right, either way. But in that point, you put the sprint on him, so you're right up his back end. Because what you're now going to time is as soon as he goes past that tree, you've got to run. It's like you're fucking sliding. With the baseball, how they do their slides? You've got to slide and get one rope in to anchor. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So as he goes down one side of the tree, you go the other, and you get that first anchor in. Now, that can be very dangerous because you can lose your hands very fast. If your hands get caught up in that rope, you'll pull your fucking arms out. Get him anchored. Once he's anchored, you tie that off. Then it's about him going into fight mode. So he's there, he's fighting this lasso, and then all of a sudden you walk towards him, and they're smart. They're a smart animal, very calculated. I get him to charge me, but as I'm getting him to charge me, I just keep running around the tree. So what I'm doing is I'm just lowering the rope, you know what I mean? Like I'm listening, and getting to a point where he almost wraps himself around the tree. Then I get a back leg, right? Another bit of rope, back leg, and then I essentially just use his motion against him to get that back leg up. As soon as I get that back leg up, you'll roll, we'll tip. And then you've got to be fast, because then you've got to get in there, you've got to tie their back legs up. So animals now on the ground, back legs are tied. You've got to be careful because they can still move their horns and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, you're trying to essentially get him entangled. At that point in time, you've definitely got to have your connection with your animal. And I talk to him, I tell him everything's going to be okay, everything's going to be fine. Take your shirt off, wrap it around his eyes, and then I would, because the skin of a buffalo is so thick and I've only got a 4-inch blade, what I'd have to do is I would literally cut. It's going to sound all fucked up. I'd have to cut almost like a patch. Like, cut a patch, right? Pull the skin, and then get the blade in, and then literally try and get my hands inside so that I can start cutting. Because trying to get to the your artery, it's actually quite deep.
Wow. You have to get like fist deep in there just to get to the artery.
Look at this.
So, bro.
Yeah, so it's pretty, like I said, it can be a pretty deep sort of thing.
Every single week.
But look,
I can't fucking imagine.
I think
Did you just figure this out, or did you sort of know or understand or talk to people who have caught water buffalo before?
nobody catches them like that. People do it in the.
You just made this up as you were going.
Yeah, well, that's what I've done. That's I go and I catch animals. I figure out different ways of doing it, different methodologies of doing it. You just I love it. And actually, the catching water buffaloes is probably the one thing I actually enjoy doing in the Northern Territory because it represents the biggest danger and the biggest challenge. But I love it, man. I get kicks for it. I love it.
Savage.
But I don't kill. No, I don't kill them. You know, I'll catch them, release them, all that kind of stuff. But
Right.
I was doing the straight. I was catching and kill.
That is so intense.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, so I've never really opened up, talked about this to them because this will make a lot of people feel uncomfortable, and they'll probably look at me different. And be like,
I don't think so.
But no, I think the respect that I have and what I've had to do, I think people would be very surprised. And I think there's got to be a lot of discipline. There's got to be a lot of discipline in what I do. I think, your connection with the animal, the love for the animal, all that kind of stuff that needs to play a big part. Someone that's not of that mind space, they've very good difference. I think there's a lot that goes through my mind when I'm doing that consciously.
Yeah, man, you're doing it with your bare hands and a rope and a 4-inch blade. I mean, it doesn't get any more intimate than that.
There's one thing I'll say, and this is important. I think this is probably worthwhile I say this. There's that old quote that I was getting to. It actually starts off as there's a boy and a horse, and they're in the forest.
Listen to
and the boy says to the boy says to the horse, I can't see a way through.
Look at this,
The horse says to the boy, can you see in it?
Look at this,
yes. And then the horse replies, well then just take that. And I think that's a huge analogy.
Look at this,
you find yourself in life, but you're in a situation where you don't know what to do. As long as you just keep moving.
Look at this, look at this. This motherfucker is a pimp. West Side gangster. You're doing this, yeah. Why? Because I'm a pimp, baby.
Finish that thing by fucking crawling.